Chapter 1. The Crossing. A strikingly handsome young man, towering at 185 centimeters, was undergoing the most crucial examination of his life, the Gaokao. He gazed at the examination paper, his mind a blank canvas, as if a spell had been cast upon him, causing the knowledge he once possessed to slip away like grains of sand through his fingers. It's over. It's over. It's over. I'm destined to be forever estranged from university. In a state of frantic anxiety, he furrowed his brow as he surveyed the intricate problems before him, lamenting inwardly, all the time spent preparing this semester has been a complete waste of my glorious youth. Just as despair began to take hold, a sudden dizziness swept over him, and his vision blurred. At the moment he thought he might faint, an overwhelming force pulled him into a realm of darkness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying on a patch of grass, surrounded by towering mountains and lush forests. The air was imbued with a rustic fragrance and a refreshing breeze. He bolted upright, feeling a surge of unease. Where am I? Why does it feel as though I've entered a fantastical world? As he looked around, a strange memory flooded into his mind. He envisioned a child clad in blue, sporting a fluffy tail and wearing a silly grin. The child's memories melded into his consciousness. Who is this? How do I know his story? His heart began to race. Wait, this child is Sun Wukong. It dawned on him with startling clarity that he had traversed into the world of Dragon Ball, embodying the 12-year-old Sun Wukong. At that moment, his heart soared with excitement, nearly propelling him into the air. Oh my goodness, I become Wukong. This is the protagonist with limitless potential. He could hardly contain his exhilaration. I can finally experience unparalleled combat prowess and endless adventures. He began to move his limbs, eager to acclimate to this new physique. Stretching out his arms, he discovered his body was brimming with strength, far more agile than his former self. This is absolutely fantastic. He recognized that he needed to adapt to this new form. Since I am Sun Wukong, I must train diligently to become even stronger. Wukong approached a sturdy tree, recalling the fierce battles he had witnessed in Dragon Ball, igniting a fire within him. He performed a few warm-up exercises before attempting to imitate the fighting techniques from the original story. With a punch, the wind howled as the tree toppled with a resounding crash. Wow, that was astonishingly easy, Wukong exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. I never realized I possessed such power. This is far simpler than my physical education classes at school. Eagerly, Wukong did not pause. He contemplated another endeavor, jumping. Images of soaring through the skies from Dragon Ball flickered in his mind, and with a surge of determination, he sought an open space to test his abilities. Taking a deep breath, he bent low, coiling his legs for a powerful leap. In an instant, Wukong experienced the exhilarating sensation of defying gravity, shooting upwards like an arrow. The scenery rushed downward as he ascended. Wow, this is incredibly high. His heart raced with joy as he leaped in midair, surveying the mountains and forests below, filling him with elation. Upon landing, he lightly propelled himself, settling gracefully on the ground. If I were to participate in the Olympics, I could easily shatter world records. Wukong mused, envisioning himself on the podium, proudly lifting a gold medal, relishing the thought. Having adjusted to the strength of his punches and kicks, his gaze fell upon the Rui Bang tied to his back, igniting a spark of excitement within him. He slowly untied the Rui Bang, chuckling to himself, since I have inherited Wukong's body, I must also master his signature treasure. Wukong shouted, Rui Bang extend. As soon as the words left his lips, the golden staff sprang skyward as if endowed with a life of its own. Caught off guard, he found himself lifted into the air, the trees below rapidly diminishing in size as the wind whistled past his ears. Oh, this sensation is utterly exhilarating, Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He maneuvered the Rui Bang, soaring and diving, relishing the freedom of movement as he played joyfully in the air. The staff's flexibility allowed Wukong to ascend and descend at will, reveling in the playful antics like a child. In this forest, Wukong lost track of time, completely absorbed in the joy of adapting to his new body. He practiced jumping, throwing punches, and rolling, occasionally using the Rui Bang to sweep his surroundings, experiencing bursts of power. The birds and small creatures in the forest scattered in fright, while he laughed joyfully, oblivious to the chaos around him. Throughout the day, Wukong experimented with various techniques, discovering the boundless possibilities this body offered. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the forest, Wukong looked up at the orange-tinged sky, realizing it was time to return home. My stomach is growling with hunger. He rubbed his belly and resolved to put away the Rui Bang, following the familiar path back home. On his way, he spotted several plump fish near a stream, and upon closer inspection, one of the fish was enormous, measuring a full 2 meters, its scales shimmering silver in the sunset. Haha, this big guy will make for a splendid feast tonight. Wukong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stripped off his clothes and leapt into the water, splashing wildly. The massive fish sensed the commotion, swiftly flicking its tail and darting away. Wukong, quick on his feet, charged after it as it attempted to escape. Despite the resistance of the water, he easily caught up to the fish, reaching out with a powerful grasp. The fish twisted nimbly, evading his hand and creating a flurry of bubbles. Wukong was taken aback by the fish's agility, but soon burst into laughter. "You're quite the slippery, one'll make sure to catch you today." Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the fish's movements. Seizing the opportune moment, he no longer hesitated and unleashed a punch towards the fish's head. His fist generated a surge of water, striking the fish with a resounding blow, stunning it into stillness. "Haha, finally got it." Wukong triumphantly seized the fish by its tail, dragging it out of the water. Excitedly hauling the dazed giant fish, Wukong resumed his journey home. The sun's afterglow painted the mountains and forests in a vibrant hue, while his stomach rumbled audibly. Anticipating a hearty meal, he quickened his pace. "I need to grill this fish quickly. It should provide quite the satisfying feast," Wukong thought, suppressing the urge to break into a run, his steps quickening as the wind rushed past his ears. As he sprinted, he suddenly realized that his speed had far surpassed anything he had achieved during his previous school sports days. In the past, he could never match the athletic prowess of his classmates, finishing races breathless and exhausted. Now he exerted only a fraction of his effort, gliding through the forest like a gust of wind. "My speed is truly extraordinary," Wukong mused excitedly, his steps becoming lighter as he effortlessly leapt over fallen tree trunks. Even massive rocks became mere hurdles to clear. Dragging the large fish behind him, he felt no weight at all. Wukong couldn't help but reminisce about his past school sports days, where as an ordinary student, he could never claim first place, always gasping for breath after a 400-meter dash, even straining with all his might for only mediocre results. The contrast to his current speed was nothing short of astonishing. "If I had the speed back then, I would have dominated the sports day." Wukong chuckled aloud. He couldn't help but fantasize about what it would be like to return and showcase his skills at the school sports day, imagining the uproar it would cause. Chapter 2. An Encounter with Bulma. As Wukong dashed along the mountain path with a large fish in tow, his mind wandered to another delightful fantasy. If he could traverse back, utilizing this boat's strength and speed, he could easily become the champion of a sports day and perhaps even win the heart of the school beauty. The mere thought sent waves of daydreams through him, and a smile crept across his face. Just as he was lost in this reverie, a sudden bang jolted him as he collided with something solid, propelling both him and the fish into the air. "Ow, ow, ow." Wukong rubbed his sore head, looking up to see a fallen motorcycle, beside which lay a girl with an unhappy expression. He was momentarily stunned, for the girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful. With her azure hair, delicate features, and captivating large eyes, she was utterly mesmerizing. His heart raced. "Isn't this Bulma? She's even more stunning than the school beauty I knew." Suppressing his excitement, he feigned ignorance and cautiously stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. I'm sorry, I was running a bit too fast and didn't see you." Bulma frowned, crossing her arms with a hint of annoyance. "You were running that fast to get yourself knocked over?" She glanced at the fish lying on the ground, then scrutinized Wukong's appearance, as if appraising him. Wukong scratched his head, offering a shy smile. "I just caught this big fish and was on my way home." Hello, I'm Wukong." He extended his hand in a tentative introduction. Bulma smiled faintly, as if finding him somewhat intriguing, and extended her hand to shake his in a courteous manner, saying, "I am Bulma, hailing from a distant land. Goku, your speed just now was astonishing. almost as if propelled by some extraordinary force. Goku secretly chuckled to himself, yet maintained an outwardly bashful demeanor, replying, "Hee hee, perhaps it's just my innate strength." Bulma, with a mysterious smile playing on her lips, slightly lowered her head and said, "I have come here in search of something. Have you ever heard of the Dragon Balls?" Goku's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself, so it is true. The tale from the book is indeed unfolding. Yet he feigned surprise and replied, "Dragon Balls? What are those? Are they some kind of precious treasure?" Seeing that he appeared completely unaware, Bulma enthusiastically elaborated, "Yes. It is said that there are 7 Dragon Balls in the world, and if one gathers them all, they can summon the eternal dragon to grant any wish. I am here to seek the Dragon Balls, and this is the Dragon Ball radar I brought with me." With that, she retrieved a peculiar round device from her pocket, which bore flickering red dots. Wukong displayed a visage of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is it truly that miraculous? If I were to gather the Dragon Balls, would I also be able to fulfill my wishes?" Bulma shrugged her shoulders, chuckling of course. However, collecting the Dragon Balls is no simple task. She scrutinized Wukong intently, as if pondering something, before suggesting, "You seem quite agitated. Would you care to join me in the search for the Dragon Balls? Perhaps you could assist me." Wukong's heart fluttered with joy. This was the opportunity he had longed for. Yet he feigned uncertainty, asking, "Do you truly need my help? I'm not entirely sure of my usefulness." Bulma smiled gently, exuding confidence as she replied, "Absolutely. After all, having assistance is always beneficial, especially considering your immense strength." Wukong nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall accompany you in your quest." Internally, he was elated. Embarking on a journey to find the Dragon Balls with Bulma was far more exhilarating than conquering the heart of the school beauty. Wukong had long known that a 4-star Dragon Ball resided in his humble abode. As he observed the direction indicated by Bulma's dragon radar, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This girl had unwittingly led her search to my home. Could this be fate? Bulma beckoned Wukong to hop into her vehicle as he grasped the enormous fish in one hand, while cautiously wrapping his other arm around Bulma's waist, reveling in the delightful sensation of holding such a beautiful girl. Unaware of Wukong's thoughts, Bulma ignited the motorcycle, and they sped along the mountain path. The wind whistled past their ears, and Wukong's heart soared as he whispered to himself, "This feeling is simply magnificent." Before long, they arrived at Wukong's modest cabin. He feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh, Bulma, is your radar malfunctioning? This is my home." Bulma widened her eyes in surprise. "Really? Your home? How extraordinarily coincidental that the Dragon Ball is right here." Wukong nodded, stifling a chuckle. "Indeed, the narrative could not stray far from my dwelling." He opened the door to his cabin, ushering Bulma inside. As she surveyed the interior, clutching the dragon radar, her expression brightened as she pointed to a wooden box atop a table, exclaiming, "The signal is emanating from this box." Wukong, feeling a swell of pride, maintained an air of contemplation as he stroked his chin. "This wooden box was left here by my grandfather. I hadn't even noticed what was inside." With a mix of anticipation, Bulma gently opened the box. Sure enough, nestled within lay a softly glowing 4-star Dragon Ball. Bulma, brimming with excitement, lifted the Dragon Ball and exclaimed, "This is fantastic! We've finally found it." Wukong, feigning astonishment, echoed, "Wow! Is this the Dragon Ball you sought?" Bulma, her eyes sparkling with joy, turned to Wukong and said, "Wukong, it seems we're truly destined for this. Would you join me in searching for the remaining Dragon Balls? With your assistance, we can expedite our quest." Wukong scratched his head. "Oh, is that so? Well, hearing you say that makes me quite eager. Very well, I shall join you." Bulma's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she carefully stowed the Dragon Ball, exclaiming, "Wonderful! With you, my strong man, aiding me, my Dragon Ball journey becomes all the more promising." As they exited the cabin, Wukong's stomach audibly rumbled. He patted his belly and grinned. Catching such a large fish was indeed worth the effort. "I shall roast it for dinner." Bulma, amused by his exaggerated appetite, laughed. "It seems you truly are a little glutton. How do you plan to prepare it? Do you need any seasonings?" "Of course." Wukong scratched his head. "But I have nothing in these mountains that Oh, you have any seasonings?" Bulma proudly raised a hand, retrieving a capsule from her waist pouch. Pressing a button, she tossed it into the air, and with a pop, a complete set of seasoning jars materialized before them. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he marveled. "Your gadgets are truly remarkable." Wukong built a fire and placed the fish over the flames. As the flames danced, a golden sheen began to glisten on the fish's surface. He sprinkled the seasoning over it, and soon the air was filled with the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish. Bulma inhaled deeply, praising, "Wow, Wukong, you really know how to grill fish." Wukong chuckled, flipping the fish over, and once it was thoroughly cooked, he carefully tore off a piece and offered it to Bulma. "Here, sample my culinary skills." Bulma took a gentle bite. The fish was tender and fragrant, perfectly seasoned. She nodded in satisfaction. "Delicious. Even better than I imagined." After a few bites, she paused, clapping her hands. "I'm full now." "You continue." Wukong, unperturbed, placed the remaining grilled fish before himself and devoured it entirely. Bulma watched in disbelief, squinting her eyes. "Wukong, is your stomach a bottomless pit?" Wukong laughed as he wiped his mouth. "Hee, I need to eat well to have the energy for our adventures." Bulma shook her head, unable to suppress her laughter. "Your appetite is truly that of a glutton among gluttons." Chapter 3. Wukong, come inside and take a bath. After Wukong had satisfied his hunger, night had fully descended. Moonlight bathed the mountains in a silvery glow, and the air was infused with the delicate fragrance of foliage. The evening breeze caressed them, bringing a refreshing chill that instinctively relaxed the body. The distant mountains loomed faintly, and the trees swayed gently in the wind, producing a soft, rustling sound. The night sky was dotted with stars, twinkling like shards of silver scattered across the heavens, creating an atmosphere of serene mystery. Having just relished a delightful meal, Wukong leaned contentedly against a tree. Resting his chin on his hand as he contemplated his next moves, he had already resolved to resume the search for the Dragon Balls the following day, for time was of the essence. Moreover, since he had traversed into this world, he could not afford to squander a single moment. As his thoughts whirled, he suddenly heard Bulma's voice behind him. She stretched, yawning. "It's quite dark now. Why not rest for the night and continue the search for the Dragon Balls tomorrow?" Her words, tinged with fatigue, carried an air of elegance, as if conveying to Wukong that the weariness of the day warranted a well-deserved respite. Wukong had no objections, amusedly contemplating the luxurious houses contained within Bulma's capsules. With this thought, a clever idea sparked in his mind, and he donned a warm smile, proposing, "Bulma, my little cabin has 2 beds. Though it may be a bit rustic, it is quite comfortable. Why not spend the night there?" Bulma cast a glance at the modest cabin, lightly furrowing her brow as she weighed her options. With a hint of disdain, she shook her head. "Your place has a certain rustic charm, but it is rather too basic for my taste. I am not accustomed to such conditions." Her tone bore a note of reluctance, clearly indicating her disinterest in the simplicity of the surroundings. Wukong, observing her reaction, secretly chuckled. It seemed that opulence was indeed more suited to the young lady. He couldn't help but smile, thinking that Bulma must have long forgotten the inconveniences of such places. Bulma rolled her eyes, unfazed by his amusement. She retrieved a capsule from her pocket, pressed it, and tossed it into the air. With a pop, an elegant and luxurious villa materialized before their eyes. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the villa, its exterior pristine and bright, adorned with beautiful curtains in the windows, surrounded by a garden blooming with vibrant flowers. Neatly trimmed small trees added to the warm and modern ambience, and several charming potted plants graced the entrance, rendering it a picture of elegance. Wukong was left speechless, marveling at Bulma's extraordinary capsule technology to carry such a grand house with her at what was akin to wielding magic. Bulma, casting a smug glance at Wukong, raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? My capsule house is quite impressive. I assent it. Far more comfortable than your wooden cabin." Wukong nodded in admiration, pretending to envy her, as expected of Lady Bulma. "It is truly magnificent." "Come in and stay." Bulma smiled gently, beckoning Wukong with a wave. He was taken aback, elated at the prospect. "Sure, I would love to experience a life of luxury." The interior of the villa was simply decorated yet exuded warmth, with soft lighting illuminating every corner, creating a cozy atmosphere. Bulma meticulously organized the items within, while Wukong excitedly explored this environment, so different from his little cabin. Once she finished tidying up, Bulma frowned at Wukong. Gesturing to his attire, "Wukong, your clothes are far too dirty. Hurry and take them off. I'll wash them in the machine." Wukong paused for a moment, but then recalled that since his arrival in this world, he had scarcely changed his attire. Nodding slightly, he removed his clothing and handed it to Bulma. Suddenly, Bulma's gaze sharpened as she stared behind him, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wukong, what is that behind you? Why do you have a tail?" Wukong, momentarily taken aback, turned to see his furry monkey tail and was startled, thinking, "All right, the tail. I had completely forgotten about that." An idea struck him, and with a cheerful smile, he said to Bulma, "Oh, that? It's nothing special. I'm just a transformed monkey." Internally imitating Wukong's innocent demeanor, he playfully swayed his tail, pretending to be nonchalant. Bulma regarded him with a puzzled expression, her brows slightly furrowed, before bursting into laughter. "A transformed monkey? You certainly have a knack for humor. I must say, you're quite amusing," she shrugged, adding, "Well, I got a bit dirty myself today, so let us just wash up together." With that, Bulma removed her dress and casually tossed it into the washing machine. Wukong watched this scene unfold, nearly losing control of his nosebleed, yet inwardly chuckling, "She really thinks I'm just a child." Bulma, utterly oblivious to Wukong's thoughts, diligently set up the washing machine. As it began to spin gently, she wiped her hands and turned to Wukong, beckoning him, "Wukong, come on, it's time to take a bath. Afterward, you'll be all clean." Wukong felt a surge of delight, thinking, oh heavens, to enjoy such treatment right after arriving. He eagerly followed Bulma toward the bathroom. The bathroom was adorned in a warm and inviting theme, with soft lighting illuminating the tiles, and the room was filled with the gentle sounds of water. Bulma turned on the faucet, and warm water gushed forth instantly. "Come on, hurry up and get in," she urged as she began to remove her shoes, her delicate feet stepping into the tub. Without hesitation, Wukong leaped in. "Hey, Wukong, why is your tail standing up?" she inquired. It might be feeling the warmth of the water," he replied. "Is that so? Then I'll lower the temperature." "Wukong, even after lowering the temperature, it's still like that." "Ahem, perhaps it also wants to take a bath. Is that so? Let me help it bathe. It feels so nice. This is fun." An hour later, Wukong and Bulma finally finished bathing, both feeling utterly exhausted. Bulma yawned and pointed to the large bed in the room. "Wukong, today has been exhausting. Let us just sleep on this bed for the night." Wukong's heart raced at the thought, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, nodding and responding, "Sure, I'm quite tired as well," as he lay on the bed. Bulma soon fell into a deep slumber, while Wukong, wide-eyed, remained awake, still buzzing with excitement over the day's events. Gradually, he too drifted into the realm of dreams. When Wukong groggily awakened, he felt a warm pressure enveloping him. Looking down, he discovered that Bulma had wrapped him in her embrace, soundly asleep. He was momentarily stunned, then felt a rush of joy, whispering to himself, "She must think I'm a pillow. This truly is a benefit of crossing over." Carefully, he remained still, fearing he would awaken Bulma, secretly grateful. It seems this journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. Bulma slowly opened her eyes, catching sight of Wukong, and sleepily murmured, "Good morning, little Wukong." Morning sunlight streamed through the window as both Wukong and Bulma rose from the bed. Stretching lazily, Bulma approached the washing machine and discovered their clothes had finished washing and drying, promptly retrieving them. "Here, Wukong, put on your clothes," she said, handing him his attire. Wukong quickly donned his clothing, while Bulma opened the wardrobe, extracting a fresh outfit from the capsule and swiftly changing. Once dressed, she pulled out some breakfast from the capsule and set it on the table, cheerfully saying, "Hurry up and eat, once you're full." We can continue our search for the Dragon Balls. Wukong's eyes lit up as he gazed at the sumptuous breakfast, thinking, this is sheer bliss. They discussed their upcoming journey while enjoying their meal. Bulma produced the Dragon Ball radar, pointing in a direction. "The next Dragon Ball is over there. Let's set off immediately." Chapter 4. Kintown. Bulma rode her motorcycle with Wukong, heading toward the location indicated by the Dragon Ball radar, which showed the next Dragon Ball was by the sea. Along the way, they encountered a slow-moving sea turtle. "Hello there," the turtle greeted them, looking up with a gentle voice. "I'm on my way to the beach." Could you give me a ride? Wukong chuckled inwardly, recognizing this turtle as Master Roshi's old companion. Yet he feigned ignorance, waiting for Bulma's reaction. Though Bulma found it somewhat odd to bring a turtle along, she graciously replied, "All right, it seems to be on the way. Wukong, you carry it. Just don't drop it." Wukong eagerly jumped off the motorcycle, rolled up his sleeves, and lifted the turtle as if it were a large watermelon. The turtle was heavy, but for Wukong, it was merely a trifle. He cheerfully held the turtle while Bulma accelerated, racing towards the seaside. As they traveled, Wukong chatted with the turtle. "So, are you visiting family? Or on vacation?" The turtle replied leisurely, "Oh, I'm just out looking for something to eat and got lost on the way back home." The scenery was beautiful, and the sea breeze invigorated Wukong's spirits. However, at that moment, a deep growl echoed from ahead. "Halt, you little ones, hand over that turtle." "I'm starving." A massive creature blocked their path, its eyes glowing red and sharp teeth bared. Bulma, frightened by the monster, slammed on the brakes, exclaiming, "What? This monster wants to eat the turtle." Wukong glanced at the creature, a smile creeping onto his face. "What a stroke of luck. I was just lamenting the lack of an opportunity to test my strength. And here comes a perfect candidate." The creature roared angrily, charging at Wukong. Wukong felt elated. Perfect timing. He clenched his fists, lowering his stance to dodge the monster's claws, then leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch to its nose. Ouch! The creature recoiled in pain, clearly unprepared for Wukong's immense strength. Shaking its head, it charged again, but Wukong was even more thrilled, readying himself to execute a beautiful spinning kick to its forehead, knocking the beast to the ground. Unable to rise, Bulma stood agape, astonished at Wukong's prowess. "Oh my goodness, Wukong, you're like a little monster. That creature nearly scared me to death." Wukong brushed off his hands, adopting a relaxed demeanor. This monster was far too weak. Turning to the turtle, he grinned. "All right, Mr. Turtle, no one dares to eat you now." Before long, they arrived at the azure seaside. The turtle finally reached its destination and turned to Wukong, saying, "Thank you so much, Wukong. I can't let you go empty-handed. I must give you a special gift." Just then, an elderly man with a white beard approached, clad in an orange leisure suit. Wearing sunglasses and leaning on a cane, he appeared quite amiable. Yet as he reached Bulma, he revealed a rather unsettling smile, somewhat lecherous in nature. Bulma frowned, disliking the old man's demeanor, and promptly slapped him. "You old man, don't stare." The old man staggered back from the slap, coughing to mask his embarrassment. Then chuckled, "Little girl, you've got quite the temper." "Ahem, young man, I'm Master Roshi. Thank you for bringing back my turtle friend. As a token of my gratitude, I would like to present you with a treasure." Wukong's heart leaped with joy, recognizing this as the powerful Master Roshi from the Dragon Ball lore. Master Roshi smiled gently, raising his hand to summon, "Kintown, come!" Before them, a yellow cloud swiftly floated down from the sky, stopping right in front of Wukong. Master Roshi stroked his beard, grinning as he explained, "Kintown is a treasure, but not everyone can ride it. Only those with pure hearts can ascend." Bulma burst into laughter, mockingly retorting, "From what I hear, old man, you're definitely out of luck. With that lecherous look of yours, there's no way you can ride it." Master Roshi bristled at Bulma's words, his beard bristling with indignation. As he retorted, "What do you know, you little brat? I am a gentleman. Who says I cannot ride it?" With a forceful stomp of his foot, he coughed and, brimming with confidence, leapt onto the Nimbus in an instant. The turtle sage found himself soaring right through it, landing heavily on the ground in a disheveled heap. Bulma watched in delight, clapping her hands and laughing heartily. "Ha! A gentleman? Even Nimbus seems to disdain you. Old man, spare us." The turtle sage, struggling to rise from the ground, brushed the dust from his clothes and cleared his throat awkwardly, muttering, "Humph, Nimbus just doesn't know quality." Wukong stood anxiously beside Nimbus, pondering, "If I were the original Wukong, this would be a piece of cake. But I've crossed over, Haven Ti." Images of those little films and moments spent bathing with Bulma flashed through his mind, filling him with trepidation. Yet, to his astonishment, when he made a gentle leap, Nimbus caught him effortlessly. As he stood atop it, Nimbus comfortably supported him, floating gracefully in the air. Wukong's heart raced with disbelief. Can I really stand on this? No way. He peered down at Nimbus, secretly elated, realizing that perhaps his protagonist aura still lingered. Bulma, wide-eyed in astonishment, flickered a look of approval. Wow. Wukong, I can't believe you actually managed to stand on it. You truly are a kind-hearted and pure child. Even the turtle sage gawked in amazement, exclaiming, incredible. There truly exists a child with such a pure heart. Sitting atop Nimbus, Wukong basked in the praises from Bulma and the turtle sage. Feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him, he thought, phew, if I couldn't stand on it, Bulma might never let me join her for baths and sleep again. Wukong joyfully maneuvered Nimbus, soaring through the skies with unbridled glee. After experiencing the unparalleled thrill of flight, he returned to Bulma and the turtle sage, his face alight with joy as he exclaimed, "That was so much fun!" "Thank you, Grandpa." The turtle sage smiled slightly, nodding in approval. "Young lad, remember to make good use of Nimbus." At that moment, Bulma's gaze fell upon the shimmering orb hanging around the turtle sage's neck, and she exclaimed, "Wow, old man, that ball around your neck is beautiful. Can I have it?" The turtle sage, taken aback, touched the Dragon Ball on his neck. "I found this. It looked pretty, so I hung it around my neck. Do you want it?" "Then take it." Bulma sighed in relief, thinking, "How wonderful. I managed to acquire a Dragon Ball so easily." She shot the turtle sage a flirtatious glance and sweetly said, "Thank you, old man." The turtle sage, beaming with pride, eagerly handed the sparkling Dragon Ball to Bulma. Soon, he rode off on his turtle, slowly making his way towards the sea. Bulma and Wukong stood by the shore, joyously gazing at their newly acquired Dragon Ball. Wukong inquired, "Bulma, where shall we go next?" Bulma's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Of course, we must search for the next Dragon Ball. We cannot afford to stop." Chapter 5. The monster in the village following the signals from the Dragon Ball radar. Bulma and Wukong arrived at a quaint little village. The streets were lined with houses, yet an eerie silence enveloped the place, devoid of even a single dog. The two exchanged puzzled glances, wondering, where could everyone be? "This place feels quite strange," Bulma furrowed her brow. "Where has everyone gone?" Wukong's eyes narrowed. "I know. It must be Oolong turning into a monster to steal brides." "What did you say?" Bulma was utterly confused. But there was no time for further questions as Wukong strode towards a tightly shut door. He kicked it open and dashed inside. The interior was in disarray, and several villagers cowered in fear, huddled in corners. Upon seeing Wukong enter, they regarded him with wary glances. Wukong, looking innocent, thought, "I'm not a monster. I'm just an ordinary kid. Why are you hiding?" Wukong approached them. Just then, Bulma arrived and quickly explained to the villagers, "Don't be afraid. This is not a monster. This is my friend Wukong, and he is here to help you." The villagers exchanged uncertain looks, but gradually emerged, still on guard. Finally, an elderly villager mustered the courage to speak. "A monster has been trying to take our little girls away, insisting they marry him." "Ah, this cannot stand." Wukong clenched his fists. "I will handle this monster, but can you really defeat him?" The villagers clearly doubted Wukong's strength. Wukong was confident he wouldn't need much effort to deal with Oolong. He thought to himself, "Oolong is just a weakling, with a fighting power below 5 at thus." Wukong and Bulma concealed themselves among the villagers, patiently waiting for the monster's arrival. As they were mingling, Wukong noticed a Dragon Ball on an elderly lady and, after explaining the situation, she graciously gifted it to them. Before long, the ground outside began to tremble, the monster's footsteps drawing near, as if the entire village was quaking. That moment, the monster approached the house, calling out, "Little bride, I come to take you away." Wukong thought, "This guy is hopeless." He took a deep breath and suddenly jumped out, startling the others. "You little rascal, how dare you bully people?" Wukong shouted, delivering a powerful kick that sent the massive monster flying, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. The monster, realizing there was a formidable opponent, panicked and fled into the forest, trying to escape. Not a chance. Wukong pursued him, eager to teach him a lesson. He thought to himself, his speed far surpassing that of the monster. In no time, Yukong caught up to the monster and effortlessly delivered a punch that knocked him down. The monster, lying on the ground, begged for mercy. "Please don't hit me. Don't hit me." Yukong showed no mercy, delivering a few more punches. The monster began to shrink in pain, eventually transforming back into Oolong, who now resembled a small Peppa Pig. Seeing the situation turn against him, Oolong pleaded desperately, "I'm sorry. I just wanted to find a wife." Yukong dragged Oolong back to the village, and upon seeing the little pig, the villagers sighed in relief. That's what he was up to. Oolong, wiping his tears, sincerely apologized to everyone. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just had a fever and wanted to find a bride." The villagers forgave Oolong's apology, recognizing that he was merely a mischievous little pig. Warmth filled Oolong's heart as he realized the wrongness of his actions, vowing to turn over a new leaf. "Hey, Yukong and Bulma, can I join your adventure?" Oolong suddenly suggested. Yukong, upon hearing Oolong's words, felt a jolt in his heart and firmly rejected. "No way," he thought. "Don't even think about interrupting my world with Bulma." Oolong felt a bit dejected, but did not press the issue, deciding instead to stay in the village and reform himself. To expressed their gratitude for Yukong and Bulma's heroic deeds. The villagers warmly invited them to stay and organized a grand bonfire party. As night fell, the firelight illuminated their faces, and the bonfire brought a festive spirit to the little town. Upon seeing the lavish feast laid out on the table, Yukong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He devoured roasted meats, fried chicken, and a myriad of delicacies, reminiscent of a famished spirit unleashed, utterly oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around him. Bulma, chuckling, covered her mouth. "Are you in a competition? Or are you just fueling up?" "I was starving today," Yukong replied, his mouth full of meat, his face radiating satisfaction, completely unconcerned about appearances. The villagers looked at Yukong's voraciousness and couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Yukong is truly a foodie." As the bonfire party continued, everyone sang and danced together. The sound of Yukong's laughter intertwined with the villagers' cheers, filling the village with a joyous rhythm. Bulma relished the moment, reflecting, "Adventuring with this big foodie is indeed quite entertaining." After the festivities concluded, Yukong and Bulma, though filled with nostalgia, decided to bid farewell to the warm-hearted villagers and continue their adventure. Stepping out of the village, the starry night sky twinkled above, and the duo walked under the moonlight towards the distant mountains. On a mountaintop with a panoramic view, Bulma suddenly halted, retrieving a capsule from her bag. With a toss, a charming little house sprang up before them. "Let us take a bath together. I can't stand that barbecue smell any longer," Bulma teased playfully, her tone imbued with jest and mischief. "Sure, sure." Yukong eagerly nodded and followed Bulma into the house. Inside, it was spacious and bright. Bulma made her way to the bedroom, saying, "You wash first. I'll tidy up a bit." Yukong quickly dropped his burden, stripped off his clothes, and hopped into the bathtub, relishing the comfort he had longed for. In the water, he joyfully played with bubbles, contemplating the upcoming bath with Bulma, suppressing a silly grin. Goku had soaked in the bathtub for quite a while and gradually began to feel bored, pondering why Bulma had yet to join him. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, "Bulma, why aren't you here to bathe yet?" "I'll be there shortly. Don't rush." Bulma's voice floated in from outside, suggesting she was still preoccupied with something. After a while, the bathroom door swung open, and Bulma finally entered. The two commenced their bathing, playfully splashing water at each other, engaging in indescribable antics, while laughter filled the entire bathroom. Once they finished, both felt rejuvenated. Goku and Bulma lay on the bed and soon drifted into slumber. The stars in the night sky twinkled quietly, mirroring their dreams and future. Chapter 6. Rival as dawn broke, Goku opened his eyes to find himself utterly drained. His limbs feeling as heavy as lead, he turned his head in confusion to discover Bulma, grasping his tail with a bright smile, completely immersed in her dreams. That a surge of alarm coursed through Goku as he mused. Indeed, a Saiyon's tail is a vulnerability. It could be perilous if an enemy were to seize it. He struggled gently, but Bulma tightened her grip, oblivious to his movements. Goku began to contemplate how to overcome this weakness. Resolving to conceal his tail within his pants from now on, and to find time to train it. He thought perhaps he needed to incorporate specific exercises into his training to acclimate himself to the sensation of having his tail seized. Oh dear, how could I let her sleep with a hold on my tail? Goku internally lamented, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet, seeing Bulma's serene expression, he couldn't help but chuckle, thinking, but it is rather endearing, deciding not to disturb Bulma's beautiful dreams. He lay quietly, closing his eyes, lost in thought. After a while, Bulma finally awoke, instinctively releasing Goku's tail as she stretched. Goku immediately felt a wave of relief. "Good morning, Goku," Bulma yawned. Goku responded with a smile. "Good morning." "Bulma!" After breakfast, Bulma activated the Dragon Ball radar, confirming their target's location, and exclaimed excitedly, "Let's set off." "All right, let's go." Goku swiftly followed Bulma to the motorcycle. Bulma hopped on, and Goku climbed up behind her, wrapping his arms around her waist. The motorcycle roared to life, speeding ahead as Goku and Bulma rode through the desert. A bandit suddenly appeared, blocking their path. Goku instantly recognized him as Yamcha and thought to himself, "This is my rival. I cannot allow him to get close to Bulma." "Do you want to fight?" Goku shouted. Yamcha smirked, "Leave all your money." Before he could finish, he launched an attack, lunging at Goku. Goku reacted swiftly, and they soon engaged in combat. Yamcha's strength was not to be underestimated. He unleashed his signature Wolf Fang fist. However, Goku's speed and power surpassed Yamcha's, and with decisive force, he knocked out Yamcha's front tooth. At that moment, Bulma approached to assess the situation. Upon seeing her, Yamcha froze, his expression becoming vacant, as if ensnared by a spell. After a moment, he awkwardly cleared his throat, turned, and fled on his motorcycle, eager to vanish into the desert. Bulma watched him flee and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, he's really handsome." Goku's expression darkened in an instant, silently calculating his rival's appeal, thinking, well, that adds 100 to the rival index. I must not let this guy have a chance. What good is being handsome if personality matters too? Goku grumbled, reflecting on how a scoundrel like Yamcha would undoubtedly attract girls, yet he would not allow him to approach her. As night fell, the sky outside deepened, adorned with twinkling stars, occasionally accompanied by the whisper of a gentle breeze, akin to nature's soft murmur. Inside the capsule house, warm and gentle light filled every corner, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. Bulma sat at the table, engrossed in her research, her eyes fixated on intricate formulas and diagrams, occasionally murmuring to herself as if pondering a new technological breakthrough. Scattered across the table were several hefty books and electronic devices, creating an air of busyness. Meanwhile, Goku leaned against the wall, his legs casually crossed, arms resting loosely on his knees. His gaze was not fixed on any particular object, but rather drifted through the window, observing the moonlit landscape. Occasionally, his eyes followed the dancing shadows of the trees outside, his thoughts seemingly adrift, lost in profound contemplation. Though the outside world was tranquil, Goku's mind was far from peaceful. He habitually pondered numerous matters during quiet moments. At that instant, a rustle arose from a nearby bush, revealing a figure stealthily approaching. It was Yamcha, silently scheming to get closer to Bulma and seek vengeance against Goku. Goku recalled that Yamcha would likely return to stealthily observe Bulma bathing. Thus he resolved to wait until he could chase Yamcha away again before bathing with Bulma. He had no desire to play the role of a green-haired rival. While Goku stifled a yawn, he suddenly heard a faint sound. Alert and perked up his ears, he approached the window, peeking through the curtains, and was met with the sight of Yamcha in the bushes. That a surge of anger flared within him. This guy had really come. How annoying! Yet Yamcha did not charge indirectly. He crouched in the grass for quite some time, seeking an opportunity to approach Bulma. Meanwhile, Goku resolved to take action. He turned to Bulma and declared, "I'll check outside." He intended to teach Yamcha a lesson, as this pest had become too persistent. Just as Goku opened the door, Yamcha hastily stepped back, tripping and landing heavily on the ground. Bulma heard the commotion and rushed out, exclaiming, "Handsome, what are you doing here again?" I was just passing by." Yamcha stammered, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Passing by? At this hour? Where are you headed?" Goku questioned. Seizing the opportunity while Goku was momentarily distracted, Yamcha bolted away, disappearing into the night, leaving Goku and Bulma exchanging glances. "What a strange fellow," Bulma remarked. Shaking her head in exasperation, "He got away again," Goku muttered, feeling somewhat disgruntled. If he continued to pester them, he would surely teach him a lesson. "Don't be so worked up." Goku, Bulma, chuckled lightly, attempting to ease the tension. Goku nodded, secretly relieved. He did not want Bulma to perceive him as overly petty. "All right, let's head back inside. He shouldn't cause any more trouble tonight," Goku suggested, shifting the topic. Bulma began to review the plans for the following day. According to the Dragon Ball radar, the next Dragon Ball lay within the mountains ahead. Goku reclined on the bed, his mind racing with thoughts about the next Dragon Ball. Knowing it was located at Frying Pan Mountain, in the original story, Frying Pan Mountain was where he first met Chi-Chi. Goku thought of Chi-Chi, and warmth flooded his heart that Chi-Chi was indeed a wonderful girl. Harboring profound feelings for Goku, even having made a promise of marriage with him. Yet Goku was aware that their personalities seemed incompatible. In contrast, Bulma's vivacious nature always sparked engaging interactions between them. He mused that although his relationship with Bulma was only just beginning, the ease and thoughtfulness they shared made him treasure it deeply. But first, a bath, Goku muttered to himself, yawning as he took Bulma's hand and led her into the bathroom, drawing the curtains to prevent any peeping. Chapter 7. Frying Pan Mountain. The next day, just as Goku and Bulma were about to set off, Yamcha reappeared. He awkwardly apologized for the previous incident and handed Goku and Bulma a car capsule. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, Goku's heart sank. He knew Yamcha must have tampered with the car to follow them. Without hesitation, Goku pulled out his power pole and smashed it down on the car. With a resounding crash, the vehicle was rendered unrecognizable, metal shards flying in all directions. Yamcha's face turned pale at the sight. He let out a yell and bolted away. "What a weirdo." Goku shook his head. Turning to Bulma, "Let's go." Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed in the distance, sending dust and sand flying. Bulma, curious, suggested, "Should we go take a look?" But Goku shook his head, saying no need. Finding the Dragon Balls is more important. Goku understood that the explosion was undoubtedly the result of a blunder caused by the Pilaf gang. Though they were perpetually unfortunate, Goku couldn't help but think that when little Wukong grew up, she would surely become quite beautiful. His thoughts began to drift away, and his mind involuntarily conjured a beautiful image. On the left was Bulma, on the right was Android 18, in front stood Chi-Chi, and behind was a smiling Goku, in his delightful dream. The girl seemed to be vying for the honor of becoming his harem. He chuckled to himself, reveling in the notion. Today, Bulma was clad in a bunny girl outfit, causing Goku to feel an overwhelming surge of hormones. And he mused, this outfit is simply irresistible. As time passed, the motorcycle traversed a vast desert, and the two felt the heat intensifying, sweat beading on their foreheads. At that moment, Bulma caught sight of a stunning hue in the distant horizon. "Wow, that sunset is beautiful," she exclaimed. Goku shook his head and replied with a grin, "That's not a sunset. That's Frying Pan Mountain." Curious, Bulma turned to him and asked, "Goku, what is Frying Pan Mountain?" Goku smiled slightly, pondering before answering. "It's a mountain that is perpetually ablaze, its flames never extinguished." Bulma blinked. Her curiosity piqued further. "How do you know so much? Haven't you never been there?" Goku chuckled foolishly, scratching his head. "Honestly, I'm not sure. I've just heard others mention it." Bulma couldn't help but laugh, finding Goku both mysterious and endearing. "You're quite the odd little fellow. But I like you this way." Goku, however, sensed movement behind them, as if someone were tailing them. He smiled inwardly, thinking, no need to guess. It must be that persistent Yamcha seeking revenge. Goku chose not to alert Bulma, instead maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Meanwhile, Bulma focused intently on riding the motorcycle, occasionally glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, unaware of the activity behind them. Goku mused to himself. In the original story, Yamcha had eavesdropped on their discussion about the Dragon Balls, which had sparked his thievery. Goku resolved to remain still for the moment, curious to see what Yamcha's next move would be. This rival seemed to need a lesson to deter him from causing trouble in their wake. Upon reaching the base of Frying Pan Mountain, they were met with a scene of roaring flames, the firelight casting a crimson glow upon their faces. Akati, the heart of the inferno, stood a castle, defiantly towering amidst the flames. Bulma examined the Dragon Ball radar and exclaimed excitedly, "The Dragon Ball is inside that castle." However, upon witnessing the ferocious flames, she furrowed her brow, questioning, "But with such a massive fire, how can we get in?" Bulma gazed at the searing flames and suddenly had an idea. "Goku, can you ride the flying Nimbus over?" Goku shook his head, his brow furrowed. "The Nimbus can't enter. The closer you get to the center, the hotter the flames become, and we would be scorched." Disheartened, Bulma sighed and pondered. "Then what should we do?" Just as Bulma felt utterly at a loss, a massive axe suddenly soared through the air, landing with a thud beside her on a large rock. With a resounding crash, a towering, bull-headed creature materialized. Bulma's legs turned to jelly in fright, her heart racing. Yet Goku remained unfazed, recognizing the creature as the Ox King, who was a fellow disciple of his grandfather, Son Gohan. The Ox King glared at the two diminutive humans, his expression fierce as he bellowed, "Are you here to steal my treasures?" Bulma, panicked, quickly retorted, No, we're just passing through." Goku, assessing the situation, attempted to diffuse the tension, saying, "Ox King, please calm down. We're actually here looking for the Dragon Balls." Unfamiliar with the Dragon Balls, the Ox King's furious demeanor softened slightly. "Dragon Balls? I've never heard of such a thing. This is not a place you can enter freely." Summoning her courage, Bulma stammered, "We truly stumbled into this place by mistake. We mean no harm." Goku called upon the Nimbus, effortlessly leaping onto it to demonstrate to the Ox King. Upon seeing the Nimbus, the Ox King asked in astonishment, "How do you have that?" Goku replied, "It was given to me by Master Roshi." The Ox King's eyes widened in shock. Then he noticed the golden staff on Goku's back and inquired, "And what about that staff?" "This was a gift from my grandfather," Goku said with a smile. Hearing this, the Ox King's expression gradually softened. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Master Roshi is my teacher, and Son Gohan is my senior brother." The Ox King regarded Goku earnestly, adding, "I have a small request. Master Roshi possesses a fan that can extinguish the flames of Frying Pan Mountain. Could you help me borrow it?" Goku readily agreed. "No problem. I'll go fetch it." The Ox King nodded in satisfaction, then mentioned, "By the way, my daughter Chi-Chi is on her way to find Master Roshi. If you happen to encounter her, could you give her a ride? It would also serve to bind a union between you two." As he spoke, he presented Goku with a photograph of Chi-Chi. Upon hearing this, Goku thought, clearly, the Ox King wishes to set me up with Chi-Chi. Although he felt it was somewhat inappropriate, he found it difficult to refuse the Ox King outright. After all, refusing could lead to complications, especially with the Dragon Balls still in the Ox King's castle. Thus, Goku nodded. "All right, I'll help. I look forward to your good news," the Ox King said with a smile. Goku mounted the Nimbus and turned to Bulma, saying, "Wait here for me. I'll go borrow the fan." "All right," Bulma nodded. Chapter 8. The missing fan soaring on the Nimbus. Goku soon spotted a little girl below, evidently Chi-Chi. He descended before her, and upon taking a glance, was momentarily taken aback that Chi-Chi was dressed in an Ultraman costume that resembled lingerie. Her petite and adorable figure comparable to his own height. Goku found himself at a loss, thinking, are the girls in the Dragon Ball world this daring? "Who are you?" Chi-Chi asked, curiously examining Goku. "That I'm Goku." "You must be Chi-Chi. Uncle Ox King sent me to find Master Roshi," Goku replied honestly, his thoughts drifting to Chi-Chi's unexpected attire, though her personality seemed lively. Upon hearing Goku mention the Ox King, Chi-Chi's face lit up with a radiant smile. "You know my dad?" Goku nodded sincerely. "Indeed, he asked me to help borrow the fan." Chi-Chi's excitement grew, and her gaze turned to the Nimbus, questioning, "Can that carry people?" Goku chuckled, "Of course, hop on." Seeing the Nimbus, which resembled cotton candy, Chi-Chi was filled with curiosity. However, as she attempted to climb aboard, her short legs struggled to reach. Noticing this, Goku quickly extended his hand. "Here, let me help you." Chi-Chi grasped Goku's hand and, with a determined effort, climbed up. In the original tale, Chi-Chi had clambered up by holding onto Goku's tail, but now Goku kept his tail hidden within his pants, thinking it wise to conceal his weakness, especially with Yamcha lurking nearby. "Hey, I made it!" Chi-Chi exclaimed, finally secured her seat on the Nimbus. her face brimming with excitement as she waved her little hands. "Are you ready?" Goku asked with a smile. Chi-Chi nodded firmly, filled with anticipation. Goku piloted the Nimbus, gently ascending into the sky, directing it towards the ocean. As he soared, he contemplated how to maintain some distance from Chi-Chi. He thought, if I get too close, this little girl might become attached. That could be troublesome, but he made an effort to keep his distance. Chi-Chi, seated on the Nimbus, gazed around in excitement, her curiosity piqued by everything. She occasionally turned her head, eagerly asking, "Goku, this Nimbus flies so fast. How long until we arrive?" Goku smiled gently, replying, "We'll be there soon. Chi-Chi, just be patient." While he aimed to maintain distance, Goku couldn't help but be captivated by Chi-Chi's cuteness. Silently admitting to himself that she truly was an adorable little girl, as they flew over the ocean, gazing at the shimmering surface, he pondered where Master Roshi's island might be. Suddenly, he spotted a dolphin leaping from the water and had an idea. He decided to ask it for directions. "Hey dolphin, do you know where Master Roshi is?" Goku called out loudly. The dolphin turned its head, blinking as if it understood Goku's words. It responded in fluent dolphin language and then swam in a specific direction, beckoning, "Follow me. I'll take you to Master Roshi." Goku eagerly followed the dolphin, hopeful they would soon locate Master Roshi. After a while, the dolphin finally led them to a secluded area of the sea, where the water was a deep blue, and at its center lay a small island, upon which stood a familiar figure. Goku suddenly recognized it as Master Roshi. "Thank you, Dolphin," Wukong exclaimed joyfully, promptly soaring towards the island on his Nimbus cloud. As Wukong and Chi-Chi approached Master Roshi, the old sage's eyes glimmered with surprise upon seeing Wukong. "Isn't this the child who rides the Nimbus cloud?" He turned his gaze towards the little girl beside him, slightly furrowing his brow and inquiring. "The girl I saw last time was taller and prettier. Why has she shrunk now?" Wukong scratched his head and replied, "This is the daughter of the Bull Demon King." Chi-Chi. Master Roshi's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Chi-Chi, she bears no resemblance to her father at all." He pointed his own head, as if questioning why Chi-Chi lacked horns. Chi-Chi pouted in dissatisfaction, retorting, "I don't want to resemble that big brute of a father." Wukong could not help but laugh, feeling considerably lighter. Chi-Chi, observing the frail old man before her, was filled with confusion. "Is this truly Master Wu Tian?" Wukong nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Wukong's heart trembled as he grasped the implication of Chi-Chi's words. She hoped that he would marry her once he grew up. However, Wukong inwardly pondered. Chi-Chi's personality was not compatible with his own. In the original tale, Chi-Chi urged Wukong to refrain from fighting and even wished for their son to become a scholar, to pursue education. Such a life was far from what he, a self-proclaimed academic underachiever, desired. Both Bulma and Android 18 seemed far more suited to him than Chi-Chi. Resolutely, Wukong shook his head. "I'm sorry, Chi-Chi." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Chi-Chi's face as she turned and ran away. Wukong watched her retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yet he was clear about what he sought in life. Seated on Bulma's motorcycle, he gently wrapped his arms around her waist, and with the roar of the engine, they sped westward. Wukong mused. In the world of Dragon Balls, one's own strength is paramount. He recalled how, in the original story, after Bulma gathered the Dragon Balls, her first wish was for Oolong to transform into a pair of women's undergarments, which was also the reason Wukong opposed allowing that lecherous pig to join their ranks. Shortly thereafter, a city emerged in the distance, and Wukong's eyes brightened as he recognized it as the territory of the Rabbit Army. Chapter 10. The last Dragon Ball. Wukong and Bulma arrived at a small town, whereupon the townsfolk, upon spotting Bulma's bunny girl attire, panicked and scattered in fright. Bulma was taken aback and queried, "What's wrong? Am I too beautiful for them to approach?" Wukong shook his head, unable to suppress a chuckle. "Bulma, perhaps your unique outfit is what they find strange." That moment, Bulma furrowed her brow. "Really? I just wanted to look a bit cuter." They debated. Two members of the Rabbit Army sprang forth from the side. Upon seeing Bulma's bunny ears, they paused in confusion. "You're not one of the Rabbit Army, are you?" Bulma, intrigued, inquired, "What is the Rabbit Army?" The members of the Rabbit Army, taken by Bulma's beauty, calculated among themselves. "This girl looks promising. We could take her back. Thus, they began to approach her, intent on abducting her. Terrified, Bulma cried, Wukong, they are villains. Quickly defeat them. Without hesitation, Wukong advanced and mercilessly delivered a punch to one of the Rabbit Army members, killing him instantly. Call your boss over, Wukong commanded the remaining member. The Rabbit Army member hastily activated his communicator to contact their leader, only to meet a similar fate at Wukong's hands, who dispatched him without remorse, effortlessly eliminating the two threats. See? There's nothing to fear, Wukong assured Bulma. Before long, a vehicle resembling a rabbit halted before Wukong and Bulma, from which a towering rabbit man, the leader of the Rabbit Army, leapt out. He surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Where are my two underlings? Wukong scoffed lightly, replying nonchalantly, I killed them. The rabbit leader, enraged, quickly composed himself, his eyes darting with cunning. He recognized his greatest advantage lay in his ability to transform anyone who touched him into a carrot. Thus, he extended his palm, feigning submission as he slowly approached Wukong. Wukong, internally smirking at his ploy, swiftly drew out his Rui Jingu Bang and shouted, Rui Jingu Bang, extend. The staff elongated in an instant, hurtling toward the rabbit leader, who, before he could react, was launched into the air like a shooting star. Bulma stood dumbfounded, asking in shock, Wukong, where did you send him? Wukong retracted his staff, laughing lightly as he replied, I sent him to the moon. Such a person deserves to be in a place where they won't be disturbed. After Wukong effortlessly vanquished the Rabbit Army, the townsfolk finally dared to emerge from their hiding spots. They cautiously regarded Wukong and Bulma with expressions filled with awe and gratitude. An elderly resident approached, trembling as he spoke, Thank you so much. We have long been oppressed by the Rabbit Army, and now we can finally return to our normal lives. Bulma smiled in response, saying, No need for thanks. We were just passing through. Wukong, nonchalantly waving his hand, dismissed the gratitude, as Wukong and Bulma sped away on the motorcycle. The scenery flashed by, and Wukong's anticipation for the next Dragon Ball grew ever stronger. Meanwhile, in a distant, shadowy castle, King Pilaf watched with keen eyes, urging Mai, Hurry up, or I'll feed you to the robots. Forced by his threats, Mai hastily intensified her efforts, casting a worried glance at King Pilaf. At last, she completed the Dragon Ball radar, prompting Pilaf to burst into laughter as he gazed at the new device. With this, I shall locate all the Dragon Balls and fulfill my dream of world domination. Seated in his ominous castle, King Pilaf fixated on the newly crafted Dragon Ball radar. The flickering dots on the screen indicated that 6 Dragon Balls were gathered together, precisely where Wukong and his companions were. Pilaf chuckled slyly, muttering to himself, That brat has inadvertently collected so many Dragon Balls for me. How convenient. He turned his sidekick, Shu, commanding Shu, Mai, take your robots and retrieve those Dragon Balls for me. Shu immediately stood at attention, pressing the button on his controller with a confident smile, responding, King Pilaf, I assure you those little brats won't even have a chance to resist. He then swiftly made his way to the underground warehouse. Boarding his combat-designed robot, accompanied by a deafening roar of engines, Shu and Mai piloted their robots, advancing rapidly toward Wukong and Bulma's location. That moment, Shu's thoughts revolved around a singular goal: seize the Dragon Balls and return for King Pilaf's generous reward. Meanwhile, as Wukong sat on Bulma's motorcycle, a sense of alertness suddenly washed over him. Though he appeared calm, he was acutely aware that Pilaf would send minions to snatch the Dragon Balls. Just then, he noticed a dark figure swiftly approaching in the distance. Wukong's instincts told him that this was surely one of Pilaf's subordinates. Shu, piloting the robot, zeroed in on Wukong and Bulma, launching a bomb. The bomb soared through the air in an arc, hurtling toward them. Wukong, quick on the uptake, brandished his Rui Jingu Bang and deflected the bomb, which detonated upon impact with the robot, causing it to sway precariously. Although the robot sustained heavy damage, its defenses remained formidable. Shu struggled to regain control, attempting to retaliate. Wukong, seizing the opportunity, leaped off the motorcycle, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang as he charged toward the robot. As Shu finally regained his footing, he was met with the force of Wukong's staff crashing down. After several strikes, the robot shattered, leaving Shu unconscious within. Wukong spared his life, contemplating that this lad might still prove useful in the future. Bulma, astonished by Wukong's strength, exclaimed, "Wukong, you're incredible. Without you, we could have been in real trouble." In the distance, witnessing Shu's defeat, felt a surge of fear and promptly fled back to King Pilaf's castle. She rushed inside, reporting breathlessly, "King Pilaf, the mission has failed. Shu was defeated by Wukong." King Pilaf, enraged, slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "That fool! He couldn't even handle a mere child." He quickly checked the Dragon Ball radar, discovering that Wukong and Bulma were approaching. Realizing they possessed 6 Dragon Balls, Pilaf's sinister smile broadened as he murmured, "Excellent, they are delivering themselves right to me," as Wukong and Bulma drew nearer to the castle. Its ominous Fade loomed before them. Wukong, internally assessing the defenses, recognized that tonight was a full moon, a lower-tier Saiyan. Seeing the full moon would cause him to lose his rationality and transform into a fearsome giant ape. He resolved to confront King Pilaf during the day. "Pilaf," Wukong called out to the castle, "if you don't come out soon, I'll leave with the Dragon Balls." Inside, Pilaf paced nervously, his short legs carrying him in agitation. Hearing Wukong shout, he felt a twinge of anxiety. He knew of Wukong's formidable strength. Yet the Dragon Balls were in Wukong's possession, and he had to obtain them. "Son Wukong, do not think you can intimidate me." Pilaf finally decided to emerge, stepping to the edge of the balcony. "You're just a little brat. You think you can get the Dragon Balls? How foolish." Pilaf and Xiaowu each piloted towering robots, leaping from the castle balcony and landing heavily on the ground, which emitted a dull thud. "Son Wukong, do not think you can easily seize the Dragon Balls today." Pilaf sneered, his robot's massive frame gleaming with cold metallic light. Wukong smiled faintly, gripping his Rui Bang tightly. "The Dragon Balls are in my possession. Come at me." Xiaowu's robot charged towards Wukong first, its enormous mechanical arms swinging down with force, aimed directly at Wukong's head. Wukong swiftly sidestepped, his golden staff moving with the speed of lightning, raising it to strike accurately against the robot's arm. With a resounding crash, the robot lost its balance, the twisted metal screeching audibly. Xiaowu gasped, commanding her robot to continue the assault as it extended a hand, energy gathering in its palm in preparation for a powerful attack. Wukong quickly ducked low and rushed towards Xiaowu's robot, delivering a fierce blow to its abdomen with the Rui Bang, the heavy impact producing a thunderous metallic roar, causing the robot to stagger and kneeled. That moment, Pilaf's controlled robot fired Cannonball, attempting to ambush Wukong. Reacting swiftly, Wukong rolled to the right, narrowly evading the shot, yet the explosion's shockwave still sent him tumbling. "Damn it, missed!" Pilaf bellowed in fury, preparing to launch another attack. Wukong rolled back to his feet, a subtle smile gracing his face. "Now it's my turn." He raised the Rui Bang high, channeling his inner strength, and brought it down forcefully upon Pilaf's robot. With a tremendous bang, the staff struck the robot's head, creating a massive dent in its metallic shell, which emitted a piercing electrical whine before losing power and collapsing to the ground. Xiaowu exclaimed in panic, her expression betraying fear as she realized the extent of Wukong's strength. Having effortlessly defeated Pilaf's robot, she watched in trepidation as Wukong approached her, causing her robot to retreat. "No, don't come any closer." Xiaowu frantically pressed the emergency escape button, and with a loud bang, she was ejected from the cockpit. She tumbled to the ground like a startled bird, scrambling to her feet and fleeing in haste. "Little lady, running away so soon?" Wukong taunted. "Since you're here, why not hand over the Dragon Balls?" Pilaf struggled to rise from the wreckage of his fallen robot, his face pale and devoid of its earlier bravado. Acknowledging that his robot was no match for Wukong, he attempted to placate him. "Brother-son Wukong, no need to be angry. I was merely jesting. We didn't truly intend to take your Dragon Balls. Then hand over your Dragon Balls," Wukong stated bluntly. Pilaf sighed in resignation, retrieving the last Dragon Ball from his pocket and slowly extending it towards Wukong. Wukong accepted the Dragon Ball, his face lighting up with joy as he brought it close for inspection. "Success! We've gathered all the Dragon Balls," Bulma cheered excitedly. However, Wukong, sensing the cunning look on Pilaf's face, felt a surge of caution that he knew this villain would never relinquish his desire to rule the world easily. And if any tricks were afoot during the wish-making, it could lead to trouble. Thus, Wukong dashed towards Pilaf, shouting in anger, as the Rui Bang glinted ominously in his grasp, crashing down towards Pilaf's head. Before Pilaf could react, the blow left him dazed, collapsing weakly to the ground. Wukong, gazing at the glowing Dragon Ball, turned to Bulma and inquired, "Bulma, what wish do you wish to make?" Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, "I want a handsome boyfriend." Wukong chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief, thinking to himself, typical Bulma, dreaming of a handsome boyfriend. Such a frivolous wish to prevent Bulma from squandering the wish. He boasted, "Bulma, whatever boyfriend you desire, when I grow up, I'll marry you." Bulma frowned, her expression skeptical. Really? Upon closer inspection, she realized that young Wukong was indeed quite handsome. "All right then, but you must not go back on your word." Of course, let's make a pinky promise, 100 years without changing. Whoever breaks it is a monkey. Wait, aren't you already a monkey, Wukong? I'm not a monkey. I'm a gorilla. Tisish, isn't that just a slight variation? After pondering deeply for a moment, Bulma finally sighed, her gaze reluctant yet understanding. "Fine, Wukong, this time the wish is yours." Wukong nodded emphatically, relieved to have secured the wish. He gathered the 7 Dragon Balls together, calling out with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, "Come forth, Shenron." Dark clouds surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping the sky, as if the entire world was being consumed. With a deafening roar, Shenron emerged from the Dragon Balls in a blaze of golden light, soaring into the heavens and illuminating the sky. The dragon circled majestically in the air, its deep, resonant voice declaring, "State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one." Shenron's eyes twinkled like stars, fixated on Wukong, awaiting his response. That Wukong's heart surged with excitement and anticipation, finally able to realize his heartfelt wish. "I wish to eliminate the flaw of my tail," he proclaimed loudly. Shenron nodded slightly, a mysterious glimmer in his eyes, speaking slowly, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Wukong felt a warm power coursing through his body. As Shenron's brilliance gradually faded, the 7 Dragon Balls reassembled into 7 shimmering orbs, which then scattered like shooting stars across the globe, disappearing into the horizon. Bulma observed the Dragon Ball radar in her hand, watching as the signal on the screen gradually diminished. Wukong turned around, patting Bulma on the shoulder. "Bulma, the Dragon Balls will turn to stone after the wish is made. We'll have to wait a year for them to restore. When we search for the Dragon Balls again, a new adventure will begin." Chapter 12. Apprenticeship with the flaw of his tail eliminated, Wukong no longer needed to hide it. Feeling considerably lighter, he realized he must hurry to Master Roshi's place to commence his training and enhance his strength. Turning to Bulma, he asked, "What are your plans now? Are you heading home?" Bulma smiled gently, nodding, "Yes, I need to return home. There are many matters to attend to. However, once your training is complete, you must come visit me in West City." "Sure," Wukong replied, feeling a warmth grow between him and Bulma. Remembering the need to stock up on food for his training, he requested some money from Bulma. She readily obliged, smiling as she handed him a capsule filled with cash. "Wukong, good luck with your training." Wukong scratched his head, grinning widely as he secured the money and waved farewell to Bulma. She tossed out a plain capsule, entering the cockpit, and waved goodbye through the glass. "Don't forget me." Wukong waved back, watching as Bulma's aircraft soared into the azure sky. "Kinto-1, let's go," Wukong shouted, the clouds speeding towards Master Roshi's island. En route, Wukong passed through a small town, his stomach grumbling, deciding to stop for provisions. He dashed into a local grocery store, using the money Bulma had given him to purchase an abundance of food. The capsules could store food, allowing him to access it instantly, without worrying about spoilage. Satisfied, Wukong left the town with a plethora of food capsules, thinking, "Now I won't have to worry about going hungry when I reach Master Roshi's. With my appetite, the old man's supply won't suffice." Wukong contemplated his training plan, deciding that he wasn't in a rush for Bulma to create a gravity chamber, as its efficacy would only be maximized after he obtained the Senza beans from Karen Tower. Once I get the Senza beans and enter the gravity chamber to train, my strength will surely skyrocket. Soon, Kinto-on whisked Wukong effortlessly over the ocean, drawing closer to Master Roshi's island. The scenery on the island was dreamlike in its beauty. Sunlight dancing upon the emerald waters, shimmering like jewels. Wukong's spirits lifted as he finally arrived. Wukong swiftly dove down. Landing gracefully before the came house, he surveyed the surroundings, yet the absence of Master Roshi was palpable. Shrugging his shoulders, he mused, could it be that Master Roshi is hiding inside, engaged in some indecorous activity? Thus, he approached the door, knocked lightly, and called out, "Grandpa, are you there?" However, no response came from within. Tentatively, Wukong pushed the door open, and the scene that greeted him left him utterly astonished. Master Roshi was seated on the sofa, his gaze fixated on the television screen, where an exercise routine featuring beautiful women was being broadcast. 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4. The graceful movements, synchronized with the rhythm of the music, sparked Wukong's imagination. With a resigned shake of his head, he silently criticized, "What a lecherous old man." Still indulging in such programs, he simply could not fathom how this formidable master of martial arts could be so captivated by such frivolities. Clearing his throat, Wukong attempted to interrupt Master Roshi's engrossment. Leaning closer to his ear, he exclaimed, "Grandpa, why are you watching TV? I'm here." Only then did Master Roshi snap back to reality. Turning to see Wukong, his expression one of surprise. "Oh, Wukong, you've arrived. Please amuse yourself. I'm currently engrossed in an important program." With that, he returned his focus to the television. Wukong, feeling exasperated, wandered around the room, inspecting the decorative items on the walls and browsing the books on the shelves. Boredom gradually creeping in. Consequently, he decided to step outside, standing in the sunlight and savoring the gentle caress of the sea breeze while contemplating his training. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Master Roshi remained obliviously absorbed in his important program, prompting Wukong to think, this old man truly is a pervert. Once the exercise routine concluded, Master Roshi approached Wukong. His eyes narrowed with satisfaction and said, "Wukong, since you are here, do assist me in finding a beautiful woman. Bring me back just one, and I shall accept you as my disciple." Wukong sighed inwardly, realizing that this old man was indeed just as portrayed in the original tale. He pondered, this is truly a daunting task. To find a beauty that would satisfy Master Roshi, I must seek out Lanchi. Reflecting on the matter, he noted that tonight was the night of the full moon, which would complicate his endeavors. So he addressed Master Roshi, "Grandpa, I believe I shall rest for the night and venture out to seek a beauty tomorrow." Master Roshi contemplated for a moment before nodding. Perhaps it is best to wait until tomorrow. I am not in a hurry. Let us rest for the night." The following day, as sunlight bathed the island, Wukong and Master Roshi stood at the edge of the beach. Wukong preparing to embark on his quest for a beautiful woman. Just then, a small boat appeared on the sea, gently bobbing with the waves. As the boat approached the island, a figure suddenly leapt from it, landing firmly on the sand. Wukong focused his gaze and recognized the newcomer as Krillin, a slightly shorter monk who sought to become Master Roshi's disciple. Clad in a simple monk's robe, his head shaved clean. Ignoring Wukong entirely, Krillin strode directly toward Master Roshi, launching into an enthusiastic self-introduction as he fervently requested to be accepted as a disciple. "I do not easily take on students," Master Roshi declared. Embodying the image of a martial arts master, Master Wu Tian, "This is my gift for seeking your mentorship." Krillin, keenly aware of Master Roshi's lecherous inclinations, presented a pile of magazines featuring beautiful women. Upon seeing the magazines, Master Roshi's eyes lit up, and he began to bleed from his nose, hastily collecting the magazines as if fearing exposure. Ahem, enough wasting time. He cleared his throat and turned to Krillin. "You two go find a beautiful woman. Remember to bring back one that I like. Complete this task, and I shall formally accept you as my disciples." "Jin Do Yun!" Wukong shouted, and the flying nimbus appeared before him. He effortlessly leaped onto it. Upon hearing this, Krillin thought to himself, what a splendid opportunity, and promptly followed suit, leaping onto the nimbus. However, due to his impure intentions, he lost his balance and fell. Ouch, that hurt. Wukong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. One cannot ride the Nimbus with impure thoughts. Come, I shall carry you. With that, Wukong hoisted Krillin onto his back, seated himself on the Nimbus, and soared into the distance. Chapter 13. Lan Shi as Wukong sat atop the Nimbus. He contemplated seeking out Lan Shi, yet the original tale provided no specific location for her. Thus, he turned to Krillin, who was perched behind him, and inquired, "Do you know where there are train tracks?" Krillin, taken aback and puzzled by Wukong's sudden question about train tracks, thought for a moment before pointing in a direction. "It seems there is a track over there. I have heard people mention it." Wukong nodded, adjusting their course toward the location indicated by Krillin. Meanwhile, in a bustling bar situated within a Western-style town, a welcome sign hung at the entrance, with cacophonous music and a myriad of laughter emanating from within. Inside, several patrons clad in cowboy attire gathered around a table playing cards, while the walls displayed wanted posters for bounty hunters. Among them, one poster prominently featured Lan Shi, whose image radiated beauty and mystery, captivating the attention of the bounty hunters. One of these hunters, a tall man with a prominent jawline and a cowboy hat, lounged in the bar, his gaze roaming as he awaited the rumored appearance of Lan Shi. "This time, I must capture her." A sinister smile crept across his lips. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair entered the bar, her slender figure and extraordinary aura causing a stir among the patrons, who initially mistaken her for Lan Shi. Upon closer inspection, they noted her blue hair, while Lan Shi was blonde, and they collectively sighed in relief. The bounty hunter, noticing the girl's striking beauty, approached her and ordered a whiskey. Just as he was about to speak, a gust of wind swept through the bar, sending dust swirling inside, causing the girl to sneeze. In that instant, she transformed. Her hair turned golden, and her expression became fierce, revealing her true identity as Lan Shi, sending shockwaves of fear through the crowd. "Lan Shi has arrived," someone shouted, prompting immediate chaos as patrons scrambled to flee. Lan Shi smiled slightly, yet her intent was far from merciful. With a swift kick, she sent the bounty hunter flying, and amidst his terrified screams, she deftly retrieved a machine gun from her bag and began firing at the crowd. Gunfire erupted throughout the bar, glassware and furniture shattering in a blaze. With a flourish, Lan Shi stowed her weapon and exited through the front door, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos and terror. Riding her motorcycle, Lan Shi arrived at the center of the train tracks near the town, halting her vehicle and coldly surveying the tracks ahead. Her eyes glimmered with cunning. It was clear she had orchestrated the events leading up to this moment. She retrieved a rocket launcher from her backpack, calibrated the sight, and awaited her target in silence. Not long after, the distant sound of a train whistle echoed, and a smile crept across Lan Shi's lips. As the train drew closer, she aimed the rocket launcher and pulled the trigger. With a deafening explosion, the rocket soared through the sky, striking the locomotive with precision, sending sparks flying as the train carriages lurched violently. Witnessing the chaos, Lan Shi wasted no time and dashed into the train carriage, where pandemonium reigned as passengers fled in terror. She swiftly seized a large bag of money, stuffing it in her backpack with fluid precision. After filling her bag, Lan Shi quickly exited the carriage, vaulted on her motorcycle, revved the engine, and sped away, kicking up a cloud of dust in her wake. Nearby, police officers received reports of the incident and promptly dispatched 2 patrol cars in pursuit of Lan Shi. The sirens blared harshly, and as they accelerated, the officers soon spotted the dust cloud kicked up by Lan Shi in the distance. Upon seeing the police cars, Lan Shi swiftly drew her pistol, and gunfire erupted as the officers exchanged shots while pursuing her. Just then, a few strands of hair fortuitously flew into her nose. Lan Shi's eyes widened in alarm, and she gasped, "Oh no!" Almost immediately, she sneezed violently, reverting to her blue-haired form and losing her balance, tumbling heavily from her motorcycle. The 2 officers, seeing this, quickly stopped their vehicle, brandishing their guns and shouting, "Lan Shi, you're under arrest." Lan Shi, panicking, cried out, "Help me!" This cry just happened to reach Wukong and Krillin, who were soaring above on the Nimbus. Wukong recognized Lan Shi's call for help and, without hesitation, flew toward her. He leaped from the Nimbus, performing a few acrobatic rolls in midair before landing steadily on the ground. He swiftly charged at one of the officers. delivering a powerful kick to the officer's abdomen, causing him to let out a muffled groan and instantly lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Simultaneously, Yukong unleashed a flurry of rapid kicks on another officer, mercilessly knocking him out as well. Yukong approached Lan Chi, helping her to her feet, and inquired, "Are you all right?" As Yukong and Krillin gazed at the blue-haired Lan Chi, they couldn't help but admire her beauty and allure. Although Lan Chi possessed a dual personality, in her blue-haired state, she was innocent and charming. "Let us take you back to meet Master Roshi. He will be thrilled to see you," Yukong said. The Navi Lan Chi paused for a moment, then replied, "Sure, I would love to meet this Master Roshi." Consequently, Yukong allowed Lan Chi to sit in front, while Krillin perched on Yukong's back, and together they ascended on the Nimbus cloud. The sensation of soaring through the air is truly delightful. Lan Chi exclaimed, her hair dancing in the gentle breeze, as if all her worries had been cast aside. Amidst their laughter and joy, the Nimbus swiftly carried them towards Master Roshi's small island. Upon their return to the island, Master Roshi was occupied in the restroom. Yukong called out loudly, "Grandpa, we've brought back a lively and lovely girl." Hearing the commotion, Master Roshi hurriedly exited the restroom, and upon seeing Lan Chi, his eyes sparkled with delight as he was overwhelmed by a nosebleed. He then exclaimed to Yukong and Krillin, "You two are officially my disciples today." Yukong and Krillin exchanged glances, filled with joy, while the innocent Lan Chi merely smiled, her expression further uplifting Master Roshi's spirits. "I am Lan Chi," she introduced herself, her voice melodious and sweet. "Hello, I am Master Roshi, and welcome to my island." Master Roshi responded eagerly, his gaze lingering on Lan Chi as if he yearned to know more about this enchanting girl. "I adore the ambience here. It feels like a vacation resort," Lan Chi remarked, her eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement as she surveyed her surroundings. Master Roshi, pleased by her enthusiasm, immediately inquired, "So, would you like to stay here for a while?" "Absolutely," Lan Chi replied without hesitation, her heart filled with anticipation for the enigmatic island. Chapter 14. Testing strength. Master Roshi pounded his chest with excitement, exclaiming, "Lan Chi, would you like to train together? I'm the greatest martial artist in the world." Krillin chimed in, "Indeed, all of Master Matato's disciples are top-notch fighters." Lan Chi hesitated for a moment before responding, "Then I shall not hold back." Upon hearing Lan Chi's agreement, Master Roshi quickly retrieved 3 sets of clothing from inside, exclaiming, "Quick, change into these. Then we can commence training." As Lan Chi took the garments and prepared to change in front of everyone, Krillin suddenly interjected, "Wait, are you planning to change here?" Lan Chi paused, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately decided, "I think I will change inside." With that, she walked towards the house. Master Roshi, frustrated, stomped his feet, lamenting, "Alas, I missed the chance to witness her beauty." Yukong opened the clothing, only to be taken aback. "What is this? It's not martial arts attire. It's a maid outfit." Krillin, equally astonished, looked at the outfit in his hands, his face reflecting resignation. Could it be that Master Matato wants us to wear women's clothing? Yukong thought to himself that since he was just a child, he might as well wear it. After donning the outfit, he had to admit that the maid's attire fit surprisingly well. Although peculiar in design, it was quite appealing, and the fabric felt cool and elastic. That moment, the blue-haired Lan Chi emerged from the house, looking both pure and alluring in the maid outfit, causing Yukong and Krillin to drool, exclaiming, "So sexy!" Suddenly, Lan Chi sneezed, and in an instant, her hair transformed to a golden hue, transforming her into the golden-haired Lan Chi. Master Roshi and Krillin were taken aback, as the golden-haired Lan Chi brandished a machine gun and opened fire on them, creating chaos. Yukong and Krillin evaded desperately, and even Master Roshi momentarily forgot his previous desires, hastily seeking cover. Just then, the golden-haired Lan Chi sneezed again, reverting to her blue-haired form, bashfully apologizing. "I'm sorry, I become quite violent when I sneeze." Master Roshi, startled, he set up the barbecue area, took out the food capsules, and prepared to grill his own meat. Before long, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air as Yukong savored the delicious barbecue, relishing every bite. Once he had eaten his fill and felt content, he leisurely made his way towards Master Roshi's abode. This dinner time arrived. Lan Shi brought forth a grand spread of dishes, a feast for the eyes that was utterly mouth-watering. Master Roshi, Lan Shi, and Krillin gathered around the table. Krillin, with a smug expression, glanced at Wukong, recalling his triumph in the competition, a confident smile playing on his lips. "This fish is exquisite. Lan Shi, you truly excelled." Master Roshi exclaimed between mouthfuls of the delectable fish. "What kind of fish is this? Its flavor is so unique." "It's puffer fish," Lan Shi replied with a slight smile, a hint of mischief glimmering in her eyes. Upon hearing the word puffer fish, both Master Roshi and Krillin froze, their expressions turning pale. Master Roshi's hand trembled, nearly toppling his bowl, while Krillin hastily covered his mouth, asking in horror, "What? Pufferfish? Isn't that?" "Indeed, pufferfish is edible." Lan Shi feigned innocence, batting her eyelashes. I could see that moment. Wukong, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle silently, thinking, "Serves you right for being so smug." Chapter 15. The training of Master Roshi. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on Wukong and Lan Shi. Lan Shi lay on her side, secretly watching the peacefully sleeping Wukong, feeling a rush of warmth and sweetness in her heart. Unable to resist, she leaned in closer and placed a soft kiss on Wukong's cheek, her face flushing slightly. Heart racing. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, yet Master Roshi and Krillin were utterly drained from the previous night's pufferfish dinner. Master Roshi, clutching his stomach, weakly called out, "Krillin, let's cancel today's training." Krillin nodded, muttering under his breath, "Why am I so unlucky to have eaten that kind of thing?" Lan Shi, concerned, asked, "Are you both all right? Would you like me to prepare something delicious?" "It's nothing, just need to rest a bit." Master Roshi replied, forcing a smile that still bore signs of discomfort. At 4 o'clock the following morning, darkness still enveloped the sky. Master Roshi rose early and quietly approached the beds of Krillin and Wukong, gently tapping their shoulders. "Wake up! Today we begin martial arts training." Krillin groggily lifted his head and rubbed his eyes. "So early?" Wukong, however, leapt up excitedly, a radiant smile on his face. "I'm all set." "You're always so full of energy." Krillin grumbled as he slowly got up. Yawning at this moment, Wukong donned a heavy backpack, its weight evident. Master Roshi curiously inquired, "Wukong, what are you carrying that bag for?" "It's a 50-kilogram weight," Wukong replied. Both Master Roshi and Krillin were taken aback. Master Roshi exclaimed, "You're putting such immense pressure on yourself right from the start of your training. You're quite the determined child." Krillin added resignedly, "What exactly are you trying to push yourself to?" Wukong chuckled, "To become a stronger martial artist, of course, I must strive hard." Master Roshi sighed, feeling a wave of appreciation. "Very well, let's see where your limits lie. Are you ready to begin training?" "Anytime," Wukong confidently responded. Master Roshi led Wukong and Krillin on a run to the local dairy shop. The three of them adjusted their breathing as they ran, and despite his age, Master Roshi kept pace with Wukong and Krillin. Upon reaching the dairy shop's entrance, Master Roshi pointed at the rows of milk bottles and cheerfully announced, "Today's training involves delivering these bottles of milk to every household. Each bottle must be placed in the milk box at the entrance without spilling. You must finish before the sun rises, understood?" Krillin's face fell at the sight of the milk bottles, and he muttered, "What kind of training is this? It's just delivering milk." Wukong and Krillin picked up their respective milk boxes and, following Master Roshi's instructions, jogged from house to house delivering the milk. Master Roshi followed alongside, occasionally correcting their running posture and teaching them how to maintain stability while running. Wukong quickly found his rhythm, his movements fluid and his pace swift. Krillin struggled a bit, but seeing Wukong's enthusiasm, he grit his teeth and pushed himself to keep up. "Run faster, don't stop," Master Roshi encouraged from the front, urging them to quicken their pace. Breathless, Wukong and Krillin collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Master Roshi stood beside them, a smile on his face. "That was just the training for dawn. Next, we have a morning session." Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Master Roshi. "Grandpa, what's next?" Krillin, however, lay on the ground with a pained expression, lamenting, "Another round? This is already exhausting." Master Roshi clapped his hands without mercy. Next, you'll be doing farm work. You're to help the farmers plow the fields. Remember, no tools allowed. Use your hands to till the soil and weed, building your arms' strength and endurance. Wukong immediately stood up and nodded. Understood. As long as it's training, no matter how tough, it's all good. Krillin sighed and slowly got up. Though internally he harbored some complaints, he didn't want to show any weakness in front of Wukong. He slapped his face to regain his spirits and followed Wukong into the fields. After toiling hard in the fields, Wukong and Krillin were left starving. Master Roshi led them back to the turtle house, anticipating a sumptuous breakfast prepared by Lan Chi. The dining table was laden with Lan Chi's delectable creations, and as soon as Krillin saw the food, his eyes lit up, and just as he was about to dig in, he carelessly picked up the pepper shaker on the table and waved it near Lan Chi. Consequently, the pepper spilled out, directly assaulting Lan Chi's nose. Lan Chi let out a sudden sneeze, and her gentle blue hair transformed into a fierce golden-haired demoness. Her eyes narrowed, and without a word, she pulled out a machine gun, unleashing a torrential barrage towards Master Roshi, Wukong, and Krillin. Master Roshi, pale with fright, quickly fled the dining room with Wukong and Krillin in tow. The three of them hid outside, and Master Roshi sighed. Well, it seems we'll have to eat out today. Wukong and Krillin exchanged glances, both bemused. Thus, Master Roshi led them to a nearby diner, where they could finally enjoy a peaceful meal. After breakfast, Master Roshi returned with Wukong and Krillin to the entrance of the turtle house and mysteriously pulled out 2 books with ambiguous covers from his pocket, handing them to them. Our task this morning is to study. We need to cultivate your focus. Wukong and Krillin took the books, puzzled, and upon opening them, their faces flushed crimson. Krillin muttered softly, Master Wutian, what kind of learning is this? Master Roshi earnestly explained, this is excellent material for focus training. You must concentrate and read it from start to finish to develop a mindset that maintains focus on anything. Wukong and Krillin obediently began to read aloud. Master Roshi stood by, watching them read earnestly, feeling secretly delighted. However, he failed to notice Lan Chi peering in from the window, her blue hair framing a face full of confusion, utterly bewildered by their peculiar form of study. By noon, under the blazing sun, Master Roshi led Wukong and Krillin to the shade of a large tree, laying out a grass mat, and leisurely reclined, comfortably closing his eyes for a rest. Though training was important, so too was taking a break. Master Roshi emphasized that learning to relax at the right time was essential to maintaining abundant energy. Wukong lay down as well. Despite his vigor, he thought a nap wouldn't be too bad. Krillin sprawled on the mat, quickly succumbing to drowsiness. Thus, the 3 of them rested under the tree, accompanied by a gentle breeze, slipping into a brief afternoon slumber. When the nap concluded, Master Roshi guided Wukong and Krillin to a road beside a canyon. The construction site was bustling with activity, with workers sweating profusely as they transported stones and earth. Master Roshi smiled at Wukong and Krillin. This afternoon's training involves helping everyone build the road, enhancing your strength and endurance. Wukong enthusiastically began to lift stones, while Krillin, though somewhat reluctant, had no choice but to engage in the physical labor. Sweat streamed down their faces as their arms began to ache. Master Roshi stood by leisurely, observing and occasionally offering encouragement. Well done. To become a martial arts master, merely practicing punches and kicks is insufficient. Everyday physical strength is equally vital. Wukong gritted his teeth, persisting, fully aware of Master Roshi's intentions. The more arduous the training, the faster his progress. The group arrived by the lakeside, where Wukong and Krillin stood at the water's edge, feeling a refreshing breeze off the shimmering surface. Master Roshi instructed them to swim to the opposite shore and back as part of their training. Without hesitation, Wukong dove into the lake, swiftly making his way to the other side. At first, Krillin intended to maintain a steady pace, but upon witnessing Wukong swimming with remarkable speed, he hurriedly quickened his own tempo. Midway through their swim, Wukong spotted a massive dark shadow gliding through the lake. It was a shark. The shark swiftly approached them, prompting Wukong to accelerate even further in an attempt to shake off the predator. Krillin, seeing the shark closely trailing him, felt a surge of panic and paddled with all his might. The two exerted every ounce of their strength to reach the opposite shore, and as the shark realized it could not catch them, it gradually slowed its pursuit. Master Roshi stood at the water's edge, waving them back urgently. Wukong and Clint took a deep breath and swiftly swam back to their starting point, ultimately returning to the shore just before the shark could close in again. By evening, the three had finally returned to Master Roshi's abode. Exhausted, Wukong and Clint found their legs weak and barely able to move. With a smile, Master Roshi remarked, "From now on, your training will be even more rigorous. In Clint, you must carry a 20-kilogram turtle shell during all your training sessions." Chapter 16. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Over the next 7 months, Wukong and Clint persevered through intense training every single day. Wukong gradually increased his load, reaching an astonishing 200 kilograms, a feat that left both Clint and Master Roshi questioning whether Wukong was even human. One day, standing against the backdrop of the setting sun, Master Roshi mentioned the forthcoming World Martial Arts Tournament that he encouraged them, saying, "You both should participate in the tournament, not for the sake of winning or losing, but to continually surpass yourselves in the final month of training." Wukong's burden escalated to an astonishing 250 kilograms, and his stamina and combat prowess soared at an incredible rate, possibly nearing or even surpassing that of Master Roshi. With only 1 day remaining until the tournament registration, Master Roshi donned a formal suit, looking quite sprightly. Observing Wukong and Clint, he smiled with satisfaction and said, "You may now remove your weights." Following his instruction, Clint and Wukong shed their burdens, and as they stripped away the dozens and hundreds of kilograms of weight, they felt an exhilarating lightness wash over them, as if shackles had been lifted. Master Roshi watched them with a mixture of pride and joy, saying, "Now, let us see how high you can jump with all your strength." Clint took a deep breath and leaped with all his might, astonishingly reaching nearly 100 meters in height. He gazed down in disbelief at the ground far below him. Wukong, on the other hand, executed a gentle leap, soaring even higher than Clint, reaching several hundred meters into the air. He performed a somersault mid-air and landed effortlessly. He speculated to himself that if he truly exerted himself, leaping several thousand meters would be within his capability. Master Roshi nodded approvingly and addressed Wukong and Clint, "Your progress is commendable, but remember, tomorrow's tournament is an opportunity for learning and exposure. The goal is not to win or lose, but to transcend the selves you were yesterday." Lan Chi presented a gift she had prepared with her own hands, offering it to Wukong and Clint. Upon opening it, they discovered a complete set of suits. Wukong and Clint were taken aback yet excited, quickly changing into the suits. Standing before the mirror in their formal attire, they couldn't help but chuckle. The suits fit them perfectly, although they were unaccustomed to such formal wear after habitually donning martial arts uniforms. They had to admit it made them appear quite dapper. Master Roshi approached, nodding in approval, and remarked, "Very good. You both look quite presentable in your formal attire." Master Roshi then ushered Wukong and Clint into a car. Preparing to head to the airport, as they departed, Lan Chi waved goodbye, smiling as she reminded them to be careful on their journey, assuring them she would keep a watchful eye on Master Roshi's abode. The airplane gradually descended under the starlit sky, landing at the airport on the island hosting the tournament. Master Roshi, Wukong, and Clint disembarked with excitement. Passing through the bustling terminal, they beheld the vibrant metropolis, the nighttime neon lights dazzling their senses. Exiting the terminal, Master Roshi hailed a taxi. The driver, a gregarious middle-aged man, noticed their formal attire and jovially quipped, "Are you all here for a vacation?" Master Roshi smiled slightly and replied, "No, we are here to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament." The driver's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to scrutinize Wukong and Clint. Such young kids participating in the tournament. Impressive. Are there an unusually high number of registrants this year, with many skilled fighters? As the taxi rolled along, the night scenery whizzed by, the neon lights weaving a vibrant tapestry. Master Roshi reclined with his eyes half closed, resting, while Wukong and Clint gazed around at the lively surroundings. After about half an hour's drive, they arrived at the tournament venue. Master Roshi paid the fare, and the three stepped out, gazing up at the magnificent venue before them. Even at night, the tournament grounds were brilliantly illuminated, with a throng of martial artists congregating at the entrance. Master Rashi registered Wukong and Klin for the tournament. Wukong scanned a registration list and quickly noticed a name, Jackie Chan. He immediately understood that Master Rashi had secretly registered under that name to conceal his identity. Just as Wukong was about to leave the registration area, a familiar figure approached them. It was Yamcha. With paw perched on his shoulder, clad in martial arts attire, he exuded confidence, clearly prepared for the competition. Yamcha halted before Wukong, provocatively declaring, "Son Wukong, this time I will definitely defeat you." Wukong blinked in surprise and replied, "I'm looking forward to it." At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from the crowd. "Wukong." Bulma greeted enthusiastically. "Wukong, you finally made it to the tournament. That is fantastic. I can't wait to see your performance." "Bulma, how did you know we'd be participating in the martial arts tournament?" Wukong inquired. "I heard about the tournament, and guess you wouldn't team miss this opportunity. I'm here to cheer you on," she exclaimed. Wukong playfully slapped Bulma's backside a few times. Master Rashi, observing, chuckled. "Let me go too." "Get lost," Bulma retorted, delivering a swift slap in return. Morning broke, and Wukong and Klin set off from the hotel, invigorated, following Master Rashi towards the World Martial Arts Tournament venue. Just before entering the venue, Master Rashi produced 2 sets of Turtle School martial arts uniforms from his bag, gifting them to Wukong and Klin. Unfazed by the curious gazes of the surrounding crowd, they changed into their uniforms right then and there. Indeed, the martial arts attire proved far more convenient for combat. Upon arriving at the tournament venue, Wukong looked up to see Bulma standing at the entrance, casting him flirtatious glances. Subsequently, Wukong, Klin, and Yamcha ventured into the backstage area together. The backstage was spacious and bustling, filled with a palpable tension. Competitors from around the world had gathered. Wukong surveyed the scene, noting some contestants stretching and warming up, while others engaged in sparring to hone their skills. They varied in physique and demeanor, yet Wukong recognized them as mere showpieces. Klin gulped nervously and whispered to Wukong, "Wukong, these competitors seem formidable." Wukong nodded with a smile, responding, "Yes, it's the perfect opportunity to test our skills and see how far we've come in our training." Chapter 17. Entering the finals, the preliminary rounds commenced, with competitors on 4 platforms eagerly preparing for battle. The top 2 from each platform would advance to the quarterfinals, and at this moment, Wukong and Klin's true abilities would be put to the test. Wukong stood on one of the platforms, facing a robust opponent with well-defined muscles. As the match began, with a signal from the referee, Wukong swiftly leapt into action, taking the initiative. His movements were light and rapid. A quick low kick sent his opponent tumbling to the ground, followed immediately by a spinning punch that caught his adversary off guard. In just 1 round, his opponent was unable to retaliate and was knocked down on the platform. That was surprisingly easy, Wukong thought, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, following Master Rashi's stringent training, Wukong had surpassed the novice he once was, exhibiting remarkable enhancements in both stamina and reflexes. On the other hand, Klin's first match unfolded quite differently. Standing on the platform, he faced none other than his former senior from the Shaolin Temple. This senior, larger in stature, had often bullied him. Each recollection of his days at the temple brought a weight to Klin's heart, as if he could still hear the mocking laughter of his senior. "Hey, Klin, how do you plan to lose today?" His senior sneered from across the platform, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. "Look at you. You dare to participate in the tournament." Kellen silently clenched his fists, a wave of unease surging within him. The memories of past grievances endured at the Shaolin Temple ignited a sense of unwillingness. Even anger, within his heart. "Don't speak so loudly. Today is different," he thought. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the turmoil within. As the signal for the match echoed through the arena, Kellen raised his fists, ready to engage. However, his senior brother swiftly launched an offensive, swinging his massive fists in an attempt to overpower Kellen. Yet, Kellen evaded with remarkable agility. In an instant of his opponent's unpreparedness, Kellen delivered a powerful kick that struck his senior brother's abdomen, sending him crashing against the outer wall of the arena with a resounding thud. Kellen stood momentarily stunned, astonished by the sheer force of his kick. In that moment, the demons within him were finally exorcised. Following the preliminary rounds of the martial arts tournament, the tense draw for the top 8 commenced. Wukong, Kellen, and Yamcha all successfully advanced. As the referee announced the draw results, the atmosphere intensified. Kellen faced the barbarian. Yamcha squared off against Jackie Chan, Namu against Lan Fong, and Kinnan against Wukong. Standing on the stage, Kellen's gaze was fixed on his opponent, a colossal figure exuding an overwhelming stench, reminiscent of someone who had not bathed in ages. The odor nearly unbearable. Coughing, Kellen covered his mouth, feeling dizzy as the barbarian approached him menacingly. I could see that moment. Wukong, perched at the edge of the stage, noticed Kellen's predicament and chuckled, unable to resist the urge to remind him. "Hey, Kellen, didn't you say you had no nose?" Kellen was taken aback, suddenly realizing that he did not require a nose to breathe. A flicker of enlightenment crossed his eyes as he kicked towards the barbarian without fear. The barbarian, caught off guard, was struck in the chest and immediately lost his balance, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. The referee declared, "Kellen wins." Yamcha stood on the stage, confidence radiating from him. He believed he could easily defeat the seemingly frail Jackie Chan. Convinced of his remarkable progress after a period of training, as the match commenced, Yamcha launched a fierce barrage of punches and kicks. However, Jackie Chan's movements were extraordinarily nimble, effortlessly avoiding each strike. Impressive evasiveness. Yamcha mused to himself, deciding to escalate his offense for a decisive blow. He unleashed the Wolf Fong fist, delivering increasingly powerful punches aimed directly at Jackie Chan. Yet Jackie remained unfazed, gracefully sidestepping the onslaught. Yamcha's heart sank at the realization of Jackie's incredible reflexes. Suddenly, Jackie Chan struck back with swift and precise movements, raising his palm with an intimidating force aimed directly at Yamcha. The air crackled with pressure as Yamcha, unable to react in time, lost his balance and was propelled backward as if shot from a cannon, crashing heavily outside the ring. The referee announced, "Jackie Chan wins." Yamcha rose from the ground, his expression dazed. Never had he anticipated losing the match so effortlessly. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he gazed at Jackie Chan with a complex look. Approaching Jackie, Yamcha inquired, "Are you Master Roshi?" Jackie Chan smiled faintly at the question, but remained silent, walking away with an impassive expression. Yamcha, now even more perplexed, resolved to investigate further. Backstage, he found Wukong and quietly asked, "Wukong, where has Master Roshi gone? The old man has been here, but hasn't shown himself." Wukong replied, raising an eyebrow. Yamcha pondered, "Jackie has been flirting with Lan Fong, which seems quite suspicious. I knew it. Jackie must be masquerading as Master Roshi." The thought of having lost to Master Roshi alleviated some of his frustration. On the arena, Namu faced off against Lan Fong. As the signal for the match sounded, Lan Fong swiftly attacked Namu. She first landed a punch on his shoulder, then followed up with a kick to his abdomen, her assault fierce and decisive. Just as Namu steadied himself to counter, Lan Fong suddenly feigned distress, crying out, "He is bullying me! He is bullying me!" Namu was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her unexpected tactic, feeling a mix of confusion and helplessness. This is a competition. Why are you behaving like this? However, as Namu opened his mouth to respond, Lan Fong seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, striking him in the lower back. Namu was sent sprawling across the stage, furrowing his brow as he muttered, "It seems I can't regard you as just a woman." Upon hearing this, Lan Fong flashed a peculiar smile, then without hesitation shed her outer garments, revealing her inner wear and adopting a seductive posture. Softly asking, "So, do you still dare to touch me?" Namu was taken aback, instinctively retreating as he found her tactics difficult to counter, as he stepped closer to the edge of the stage, perilously close to falling off. Memories of the villagers' hopes flooded his mind. He recalled their trust in him and clenched his fists, resolving, "I must not disappoint their expectations." Namu leaped into the air, descending forcefully with a palm strike to Lan Fong's shoulder. She instantly lost consciousness, collapsing onto the stage. The referee, witnessing this, promptly declared, "Namu wins." Wukong stood on the arena, his gaze fixed on his opponent, Kinnan, a massive and fierce flying dinosaur. As the match commenced, Kinnan ascended into the air. Unfurling his enormous wings, intending to overpower Wukong with his aerial prowess, he expelled a rubber ring from his mouth, swiftly ensnaring Wukong's body. Kinnan sneered, declaring, "You cannot escape. This is a weapon specifically designed to bind powerful foes. Surrender now." However, Wukong merely chuckled lightly, displaying no fear. His expression relaxed. Suddenly, an immense energy erupted from within him, and the rubber ring was torn to shreds by his strength. Kinnan stood in shock, watching his prized binding tool crumble before Wukong. His complexion paling. "How is this possible?" Kinnan murmured, terror filling his eyes. Wukong shook his hand dismissively, sneering, "You thought such trifles could restrain me. How naive." Witnessing Wukong effortlessly break free, Kinnan's confidence shattered. Initially so sure of his abilities to subdue Wukong, he now realized he was utterly outmatched. In a moment of despair, Kinnan raised a white flag, surrendering. "I give up. I am no match for you." As the semifinals began, the first match featured Kellen against Jackie Chan. Kellen commenced with full force, launching a rapid offensive. Yet, no matter how he swung his fists and kicked his legs, Jackie Chan effortlessly evaded his every move. Growing increasingly anxious, Kellen pondered how to penetrate his opponent's defenses. Just then, Yamucha from the sidelines could not suppress a mischievous smile, stealthily tossing a pair of women's underwear onto the stage. Jackie Chan caught sight of the underwear and, immediately captivated, lunged for it, seemingly forgetting the ongoing match. Seizing this rare opportunity, Kellen delivered a powerful kick, sending Jackie Chan soaring into the in mid-flight. Jackie Chan tumbled, appearing destined to fall outside the ring. Yet he executed the Kamehameha, directing the energy wave downwards. Using the reaction force to propel himself back onto the stage, Kellen stood in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such an extraordinary maneuver. In the moment of his disbelief, Jackie Chan had quietly circled behind him. Before Kellen could react, Jackie Chan lightly struck the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. The referee approached, confirming Kellen had lost consciousness, and then announced, "Jackie Chan wins." The match between Wukong and Nanwu commenced, with Nanwu immediately launching an aggressive assault, charging towards Wukong with remarkable speed. His fists and feet struck like a tempest, yet regardless of his fervent efforts, he failed to make contact with Wukong's form, who effortlessly evaded each blow. Realizing the futility of his frontal attack, Nanwu abruptly leaped into the air, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Sky Cross Fist. He descended from above, propelled by tremendous force. Aiming directly at Wukong, in calm repose at the center of the arena, Wukong regarded Nanwu's oncoming strike with indifference. It was only at the critical moment when Nanwu's fist drew near that Wukong casually countered with a punch, instantaneously striking Nanwu's fist, causing him to lose his balance and be flung outside the ring. Struggling to rise, Nanwu gazed at the effortlessly victorious Wukong, his expression filled with resentment that he muttered to himself. "I'd hoped to win the championship prize to bring water sources to my village." At that moment, a silent observer, Chung Long, disguised as Master Roshi, approached and discreetly pulled Nanwu aside. From his pocket, he retrieved a capsule and handed it to him, whispering, "Although this capsule appears unremarkable, it can store a vast amount of water. You may take it back to your village. I hope it proves beneficial." Grasping the capsule, Nanwu bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Thank you very much, Mr. Chung Long. This is an incredible boon for our village." Chapter 18. Wukong vs. Chung Long. The finals officially began, with Wukong and Chung Long exchanging determined glances. At the host's signal, Wukong swiftly charged at Chung Long, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Each of Wukong's punches carried immense power, gradually overwhelming Chung Long, who found himself retreating under the pressure. Internally astonished, he realized Wukong's strength had surged remarkably. Faced with Wukong's relentless assault, Chung Long decisively withdrew, gathering his energy with hands clasped, poised to unleash his technique. "Kamehameha!" he shouted, and a powerful energy wave surged towards Wukong. Undeterred, Wukong steadied himself, channeling energy into his palms, similarly proclaiming, "Kamehameha!" The two formidable energy waves collided at the center of the arena, producing a thunderous explosion and a brilliant flash that illuminated the entire venue. Causing the audience to shield their eyes, Chung Long was thrust backward by the shockwave, losing his balance and collapsing onto the arena floor, while Wukong staggered back a few steps before regaining his footing. Chung Long rose from the ground, utterly astounded, gazing at Wukong. He couldn't help but reflect, I never imagined that Wukong would surpass me, his master. Chung Long abruptly accelerated, executing his signature technique, the Phantom Fist, resulting in multiple afterimages of himself appearing in the arena. Leaving the spectators in awe, Wukong, witnessing this, smiled slightly and unleashed his own Phantom Fist. His form flickered across the arena with astonishing speed, even faster than Chung Long instantly. Chung Long found himself overwhelmed by Wukong's velocity, his vision swirling. Just as one of Chung Long's afterimages dissipated, Wukong's true form materialized directly in front of him, delivering a powerful punch to Chung Long's chest. The sheer force knocked Chung Long to the ground. Conceding defeat once more, the audience, including Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha, erupted into cheers for Wukong. Bulma waved her hands in excitement. Krillin jumped up in exhilaration, and Yamcha marveled. Wukong has become so formidable. Chung Long resolved to utilize his ultimate technique, the drunken fist, that he swayed unsteadily, appearing as though he might topple over. The audience watched in rapt attention, captivated by Chung Long's unique drunken fist stance. Wukong took a step back, carefully observing Chung Long's footwork. Keenly identifying a flaw, he struck out with precision, landing a powerful kick on Chung Long, sending him flying across the arena once more. The audience gasped in astonishment, while Krillin and Yamcha stared in disbelief. Chung Long struggled to rise, internally lamenting, Wukong's keen perception and combat prowess are indeed remarkable. Repeatedly struck down by Wukong, Chung Long felt a deep sense of humiliation as a master, unwilling to accept defeat in this match. To salvage his pride, he decided to employ his exclusive technique, the hypnosis. Chung Long began to move slowly in front of Wukong, exuding an enigmatic energy aimed at guiding Wukong's consciousness into a state of relaxation and hypnosis. However, Wukong, with keen insight, immediately discerned Chung Long's intent, and at the moment Chung Long initiated his technique, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Chung Long's chest. Bang! Chung Long was sent sprawling to the ground by the force of Wukong's strike. He managed to stand, an awkward smile appearing on his face. Goodness, Wukong, you are remarkably alert. Wukong chuckled, scratching his head. Old man, I've seen through your tricks long ago. Chung Long concentrated all his energy, generating a fierce electric current between his palms. Crackling ominously, his aura transformed into an imposing force, he shouted, Wukong, this is my ultimate technique, the world-shattering palm. Wukong stood opposite him, his expression serious, clearly sensing Chung Long's escalating energy, which seemed to harbor boundless power. He knew he could not withstand this blow-head dash on S. Chung Long swung his palm. The world-shattering palm surged forward, crackling with electric energy towards Wukong. Wukong reacted swiftly, vanishing from sight, evading Chung Long's attack with remarkable speed. The electric shock wave swept across the arena, creating a tempest that even rattled the edges of the stage. Wukong continued to maneuver rapidly within the arena, while Chung Long's strikes repeatedly missed their mark, leaving him slightly breathless. This kid's speed is truly increasing. The audience watched with bated breath, Krillin and Yamcha clenching their fists in anxiety, while Bulma shouted in terror, Wukong, you can do it! As Wukong dodged Chung Long's onslaught. He calculated his moment to strike. Though Chung Long's technique was formidable, it demanded tremendous stamina, WY waiting for the right opportunity. He knew he could exploit Chung Long's weaknesses, realizing that his world-shattering palm was failing to connect. Chung Long reluctantly retracted his energy that he acknowledged to himself that Wukong's speed had surpassed all expectations, and continuing with energy blasts would likely prove ineffective. Therefore, he assumed a combat stance and called out to Wukong. It seems we must settle this with fists and feet. Wukong nodded, a spark of excitement in his eyes, responding, bring it on, old man. Once more they faced each other, the tension in the air palpable. Chung Long initiated his assault. unleashing a flurry of swift punches aimed at Wukong. Wukong defended with remarkable agility, their fists and feet clashing, producing a series of deep, resonant thuds across the arena. Chung Long, a seasoned combatant, delivered rapid and precise strikes, each aimed at vital points. Yet, Wukong utilized his nimbleness and sharp reflexes to evade, occasionally seizing opportunities to counterattack, forcing Chung Long to retreat. The more they fought, the more astonished Chung Long became. Wukong truly was his prized disciple. Immersed in battle, Wukong suddenly spotted an opening in Chung Long's defense and unleashed a powerful punch to his side. Chung Long faltered for a moment, but quickly regained his balance, a proud smile gracing his face. "Not bad, kid. This isn't over yet." The two exchanged blows fiercely on the arena floor. While Wukong maintained a slight advantage due to his speed, Chung Long's vast experience allowed him to navigate perilous situations, resulting in a stalemate that captivated the audience. After hours of combat, Chung Long sensed his stamina waning and declared, "Wukong, let us settle this with one final blow." Chung Long bent his legs slightly, his muscles bulging, transforming into a formidable figure. He shouted, "Wukong, this technique is the culmination of all my strength." The Kamehameha. Wukong understood this was the decisive moment. He gathered his energy as well, his own aura surging, causing the ground beneath them to tremble. They exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that this strike would determine the victor. Kamehameha. Both Chung Long and Wukong shouted simultaneously, unleashing two radiant energy waves. The two powerful forces collided violently in the center of the arena, sending shockwaves that tore through the air, a deafening roar reverberating throughout the venue as the arena floor began to crack, debris scattering in all directions. Moments later, as the brilliance faded and dust settled, Wukong stood at the edge of the arena while Chung Long lay outside, a content smile on his face. The referee raised Wukong's arm, proclaiming, "The match is concluded. Son Wukong is the champion." The audience erupted into a thunderous applause and cheers, as Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha joyfully cheered for Goku. The host smiled as he handed Goku a bulging bag filled with 500,000 yuan in cash. Goku accepted the bag, surprised by its weight and the thickness of the bills inside. After the martial arts tournament concluded, Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and Yamcha awaited Master Roshi outside the venue to tea that moment. Master Roshi was frantically changing back into his classic attire in the nearby bushes. The thought of Goku having defeated him shattered his dreams of enjoying the prize money. Moments later, Master Roshi approached the group nonchalantly, chuckling. "Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. I was just watching the matches inside, but got lost in the crowd." Bulma shot him a glare. "Where on earth have you been?" "We've been looking everywhere for you." Master Roshi quickly deflected. "Oh, just wandering around a bit." At this point, Bulma cheerfully suggested, "Regardless, Goku won the championship today. Let's go celebrate." "It's on me." Goku's eyes lit up. "Really? Then I want to order a lot of delicious food." Krillin and Yamcha chimed in enthusiastically. Although Master Roshi was still preoccupied with the prize money, he seized the opportunity to agree. The group laughed and chatted as they made their way to the restaurant. Chapter 19. The Red Ribbon Army in the days following the martial arts tournament. The group was finally about to part ways. Goku felt he had reached Master Roshi's limits in training and harbored a desire to pursue higher goals. Intending to train alone, he expressed to Master Roshi, "Thank you for all your guidance, Master. I wish to train by myself to become stronger." Master Roshi nodded slightly, feeling a twinge of reluctance at Goku's departure, yet knew he had little more to teach him. Krillin voiced his desire to continue training under Master Roshi, stating, "Master Roshi, I'm not strong enough yet that I hope to stay with you and improve myself." Master Roshi had initially planned to enjoy some time alone with Launch after returning, but found it difficult to articulate this to Krillin, so he ambiguously agreed. Yamcha expressed his intent to keep training, eager to join Master Roshi's tutelage. Bulma, however, planned to return to West City as parting drew near. Goku shared his thoughts with Bulma. "Bulma, I would like a device that can increase my body's gravity. It would make my training much more efficient. Can you help me create one?" After a moment of contemplation, Bulma patted Goku on the shoulder with a smile. "Leave it to me. I'll design a gravity wristband that lets you adjust the gravity at will." Goku nodded with delight. bidding farewell to everyone before leaping onto his Nimbus cloud and flying off into the distance. While soaring through the skies on his Nimbus cloud, Goku suddenly spotted an intense aerial battle ahead. Countless fighter planes swarmed around a massive airship, emblazoned with the emblem of Emperor Pilaf. Goku realized this was a confrontation between the Red Ribbon Army and Emperor Pilaf over the Dragon Balls, and he quietly observed the skirmish from afar. The airship was relentlessly bombarded by the Red Ribbon Army, explosions erupting around it. The Pilaf trio aboard the airship were in a state of panic, left with no choice but to defend against the overwhelming aerial forces. With a resounding crash, the airship was pierced by fierce attacks, billowing smoke and rapidly losing balance as it began to descend. As the airship neared its destruction, Emperor Pilaf, Shu, and Mai hurriedly exited, deploying parachutes to float gently to the ground. However, upon landing safely, they were astonished to find themselves surrounded by Red Ribbon Army soldiers. Colonel Silver of the Red Ribbon Army approached with a sinister smile, commanding, "Pilaf, hand over the Dragon Balls. Our forces have been waiting for this moment." Pilaf sighed in resignation, realizing he had no escape. Faced with this dire predicament, he reluctantly retrieved the Dragon Balls from his pocket and handed them over to Colonel Silver. From a distance, Goku observed the Red Ribbon Army, claiming their prize, and swiftly mounted his Nimbus cloud. Stealthily trailing behind them, he maintained a careful distance to avoid detection. The Red Ribbon Army's fighter planes soared through the mountains, ultimately heading towards a massive military base. The base was fortified with defenses. Soldiers on high alert, surrounded by tall electric fences and watchtowers. Goku perched on a nearby hill, lying low to observe the situation at the base. Just as he was watching, a soldier from the Red Ribbon Army seemed to catch sight of movement in the distance. Raising a scanner towards the hill, Goku quickly ducked down behind a large rock, holding his breath and waiting for the soldier's gaze to divert. Though he was not in a rush to collect the Dragon Balls, he recognized that the existence of the Red Ribbon Army could potentially disrupt future history, especially since their survival might prevent the emergence of Android 18 to ensure the smooth progression of future events. It was imperative that he eliminate the main threat posed by the Red Ribbon Army. Goku gathered his thoughts and muttered to himself, "If it's for the future of that little beauty, then it's time for me to stretch my legs." Goku stood at the entrance of the base, his eyes sharp, no longer hiding, and charged directly in. Along the way, he hardly paused, with every punch thrown and kick landed. Red Ribbon Army soldiers fell before him, utterly no match for his strength. The soldiers, struck with terror at the sight of this whirlwind of a boy, could hardly offer any resistance. Hearing the commotion, Colonel Silver rushed over. He removed his shirt, revealing a body covered in scars, and grinned. Seemingly confident in his power, he assumed a boxing stance and shouted at Goku, "You little brat, let me show you what I can do." As Colonel Silver charged forward, Goku swiftly kicked him in the abdomen, the force sending him flying and crashing heavily to the ground, instantly knocking the breath out of him, causing the Dragon Balls to tumble from his grasp. Goku picked them up and tucked them away. With the Rui Jingu Bang in hand, Goku swung it with precision, shattering the base's structures, towers, and warehouses one by one. The military facilities crumbled under his fierce assault. And in an instant, the entire base was reduced to ruins, dust swirling in the air. After accomplishing this, Goku stowed away the Rui Jingu Bang, leapt lightly, and took flight on his Nimbus cloud, soaring away from the devastated Red Ribbon Army base with a sense of flair. Seated on his Nimbus cloud, Goku held the map he had discovered within the Red Ribbon Army base. His eyes scanned the various marked locations, contemplating his next course of action. He noted that one of the bases was under the command of General White, situated deep within the northern snow-capped mountains. "Let us head there first," Goku murmured, adjusting his direction northward. The air grew increasingly frigid, and the snow-covered landscape gradually came into view. The Nimbus cloud glided through the heights, drawing ever closer to General White's base. Goku gently descended, gazing at the snow-blanketed village before him. Shivering involuntarily, he approached a quaint little house and knocked gently on the door. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing a red-haired girl peering out, visibly surprised upon seeing Goku. "Hello, I'm Goku." He introduced himself with a warm smile. "I passed through here and heard that the Red Ribbon Army is causing trouble nearby. I want to help deal with them." The girl blinked and smiled back. "I'm Suno. You're here to help us, right? Goku scratched his head, feeling the chill on his face. I suppose so. But it's really cold here. Do you have any warm clothes I could borrow? Just then, Suno's mother emerged from the house, gently addressing Goku. Thank you for your willingness to help. Dear, please come inside and warm up. Suno handed Goku a set of her own winter clothes, and as he donned them, he immediately felt a surge of warmth. Thank you. It's even colder than I expected, Goku remarked, snugging the clothes tighter around him. As Suno helped him adjust the clothing, she said, Goku, brother, the Red Ribbon Army has captured our village chief and taken him to their base on the snowy mountain. Everyone in the village is frightened of them, and we truly hope someone can rescue the chief. Goku patted his chest and offered Suno a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I will definitely save the chief. Hearing this, Suno clenched her fists gently. Goku, brother, please be careful. There are many fierce soldiers in their base. Goku nodded confidently. I will. I'll bring the chief back in no time. Suno and her mother stood at the entrance, bidding farewell to Wukong as he departed. Wukong took a deep breath and began his ascent along the snowy path towards the base of the Red Ribbon Army. Chapter 20. Android number 8. Upon reaching the outskirts of Misruta, Wukong stood before the tower, gazing upward. The towering spire, shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, emanated a chilling and foreboding aura. Silence enveloped the exterior, save for the howling wind that sent shivers through the air. Standing on the snow-blanketed ground, Wukong inhaled deeply, scrutinizing the imposing structure before him. General White, perched atop the tower, spotted the audacious intruder below through the surveillance monitors. Observing the boy's fearless demeanor, General White snorted derisively and activated his intercom. Hey, you little brat, if you have the guts, come on up. Wukong lifted his gaze to the pinnacle of the tower, catching the taunt, his lips curling into a grin, eyes glinting with excitement. All right, I'll be right up. With that, he strode confidently toward the entrance, effortlessly pushing open the heavy door and stepping into the heart of Misruta. Harsh beams of light from the tower's neon lights cascaded down, elongating his shadow. Wukong cast a dismissive glance upward. Scoffing audibly, he moved forward, seamlessly traversing the first floor, dispatching several armed guards with precise strikes. Before long, he ascended to the second level. Here, the dim lighting cast an air of oppressive chill. Suddenly, the walls before him shifted, revealing a colossal metallic figure that thunderously emerged, its body gleaming with steel and emitting a heavy mechanical whir. Wow, that's enormous! Wukong exclaimed in awe, yet showed no hint of fear as he assumed a fighting stance. The metal giant swung its massive fist toward him. Wukong nimbly leaped aside, retaliating with a flurry of powerful punches that resonated with a dull thud as the figure began to deform and crack under the onslaught. With a steely gaze, Wukong quickened his attack, landing several blows to the giant's upper body. With a resounding crash, the upper half of the metallic being shattered, debris scattering in all directions, to the tower's apex. General White widened his eyes in disbelief, his hands trembling slightly as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. What in the world is this little monster? Ascending to the third level of Misruta, Wukong was met with an adversary clad in a purple ninja outfit, who stood with arms crossed, coldly sizing him up. Kid, you made it this far, but this is where your journey ends. The purple ninja swiftly formed seals and unleashed multiple clones, all charging at Wukong from every direction. Calmly assessing the situation, Wukong nimbly leapt and dodged, evading all attacks with precision as he threw punches. The ninja clones vanished one after another. Realizing he could not defeat Wukong head-on, the purple ninja bolted toward an iron door in the corner, pressing a switch that a thunderous sound echoed as a massive figure emerged. It was a towering android, its face gentle, yet unwilling to fight. The purple ninja brandished a remote control, threateningly addressing android number 8. 8, eliminate this brat, or I'll hit the bomb button and turn you into pieces. Android number 8 lowered his head, clearly reluctant to comply, but powerless to resist. Seizing the moment of the purple ninja's overconfidence, Wukong dashed forward, swinging his right fist to accurately strike the remote that it shattered into countless pieces, and the purple ninja, face pale with terror, fled in disarray. Turning to number 8, Wukong offered a warm smile. You're free now. You don't have to take orders from him anymore. Number 8 paused, seemingly touched by Wukong's kindness, and softly replied, "Thank you, young friend. I never intended to harm anyone." Wukong sincerely reassured him, "No need to worry, Uncle 8. I will defeat those bad guys." That Number 8 nodded. "I will accompany you. I know the structure of this tower inside out and can guide you to the village chief." Wukong's face lit up with excitement. "Great. Let us go together." As Wukong and Number 8 reached the next level of the tower, they encountered a labyrinthine maze. Number 8 was about to direct him. "Wukong, I know how to navigate this maze." But before he could finish, Wukong interrupted with a grin. "No need for that." With a swift punch, he smashed a large hole in the wall. One wall after another crumbled under his might, and with a resounding roar, a staircase leading to higher levels finally appeared. Number 8 stared in awe, exclaiming, "Wukong, your strength is truly astonishing." Wukong chuckled and beckoned No. 8 to follow as they continued their ascent. The duo arrived at the command room on the top floor of Misruta. Upon seeing them burst in, General White's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a furious outburst. 8. "You traitor! How dare you bring an outsider here?" Number 8 appeared conflicted and implored, "General, we can resolve this peacefully. Fighting is not the answer." Wukong observed Number 8, secretly finding the good-natured giant both kind and somewhat endearing. However, he had no intention of wasting any more time. In an instant, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent General White flying, resulting in his instant demise. Wukong approached the heavy iron door adjacent to the command room, wrenching it open to rescue the imprisoned village chief. Together with Number 8 and the chief, Wukong exited Misruta, standing outside like a tea that moment. Number 8 glanced anxiously at the base of the tower and remarked, "This place should no longer exist." He stepped forward and struck the wall with his mighty fist, creating a massive breach. As the bottom walls crumbled, the tower emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, slowly toppling before them, culminating in a thunderous crash that sent dust soaring into the air. Wukong gazed at the fallen structure and said to Number 8 and the chief, "Let us go. Everyone is free now." The trio returned to the village, which remained serene and tranquil. Suno and her mother brightened at the sight of Wukong returning with the chief. Their faces alight with surprise and joy. Suno's eyes sparkled as she joyfully exclaimed, "The chief is back! The chief is back!" She grasped her mother's hand, her face beaming with happiness. The chief looked at Suno and her mother. His voice choked with emotion. "Thank you for waiting for me. You've endured so much." He approached them, smiling as he gently patted Suno on the head. "Thank you, Brother Wukong. Thank you for saving the chief." Suno enthusiastically expressed her gratitude to Wukong. Wukong smiled, patting her shoulder. "It's nothing. Everyone is safe now." He gestured toward Number 8. "This is Number 8. He helped a great deal too." Suno and her mother, though initially surprised by No. 8, felt no fear. "Thank you." Number 8 scratched his head modestly. "You're welcome. I only did what I was supposed to do." The chief nodded appreciatively, looking at Wukong and Number 8. "Your assistance has brought hope to our village." "Thank you." Suddenly, Wukong recalled something and asked, "Number 8, don't you have a bead with stars on it?" Number 8 paused, retrieving an orange bead from his pocket, which glimmered with 4 red stars. "Is this it?" Wukong's eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, that's it. It's the Dragon Ball. I've been searching for it." Seeing Wukong's joy, Number 8 smiled softly and handed the Dragon Ball to him. "Since you need it, take it on me. It's just an ordinary bead." Wukong gratefully accepted the Dragon Ball, repeatedly thanking Number 8. "Thank you, Number 8. This means so much to me." Number 8 chuckled warmly, scratching his head. "No need to thank me. Wukong, as long as you like it. That's enough." Wukong carefully stored the Dragon Ball, gazing appreciatively at Number 8. "Number 8, you are truly kind. If you ever find yourself in trouble, feel free to call on me." "Since everyone is safe now, I'll take my leave," Wukong said, waving goodbye to everyone. Chapter 21. Bulma's invention. Seated atop the Nimbus cloud, Wukong held 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, and the image of Bulma flashed in his mind. If Bulma truly manages to create the gravity control bracelet, I could continuously enhance my abilities during training. Thus, he no longer hesitated and steered the Nimbus cloud toward West City. Before long, Wukong leapt from the Nimbus cloud, gazing at Bulma's sophisticated residence in awe. Bulma's house is truly unique. It stands apart from all others. Just then, a flying car came to a halt at the entrance. As the door swung open, Bulma poked her head out, spotting Wukong and exclaiming with delight, "Wukong, what brings you here?" Wukong waved his hand with a cheerful grin and said, "Bulma, I've missed you, so I came to pay a visit." Bulma rolled her eyes but still smiled as she approached him, warmly taking Wukong's hand. "That you've come at the perfect time. Please, come inside and have a seat," as Bulma ushered Wukong into the house. Several robotic servants stood in a row, greeting in unison. "Welcome back, miss." Wukong's eyes widened in amazement as he gazed at the robots, unable to resist leaning closer to one, circling it with curiosity. "These machines are incredibly advanced," he exclaimed. Bulma chuckled. "Of course, they're the creations of my father. Most of the robots in our home are his inventions." They continued deeper into the house, passing through a wide doorway, and were greeted by the sight of a magnificent garden filled with an array of exotic plants. Dr. Brief was kneeling beside a flower bed, watering the plants, with a lazy little cat perched on his shoulder. Raising his head, Dr. Brief spotted Wukong next to Bulma and smiled warmly. "So, this little fellow is Wukong? Bulma often speaks of you." Wukong, feeling shy, scratched his head and replied, "Yes, Dr. Brief, hello." He stole a glance at the cat on Dr. Brief's shoulder, unable to hold back a laugh. Bulma gently nudged Wukong with her elbow, proudly stating, "Dad, didn't I tell you that Wukong is amazing? He's the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament." Dr. Brief nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration. "Indeed, a remarkable child at such a young age. Since you're here, let us take a tour. Bulma, show Wukong around." Bulma led Wukong to the spacious upstairs hall, her face adorned with a mysterious smile. "Wukong, I've recently made a super cool new invention. Let me show you." Wukong blinked with curiosity. "What is it?" Bulma raised her hand, pointing at a bracelet on her wrist, and proudly declared, "This bracelet allows me to shrink instantly." With that, she pressed a button on the bracelet. In an instant, her form began to rapidly diminish until she was no larger than a chick, requiring Wukong to bend down to see her clearly. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment as he crouched down, his gaze fixed on the diminutive Bulma. "Wow, Bulma, you're truly a genius. You can really shrink yourself. It's incredible." Bulma stood proudly, her voice now tiny yet confident. "What do you think? Impressive, right?" Wukong nodded vigorously, his face filled with admiration. "Bulma, you're amazing with this invention. It'll be so convenient to go anywhere." Bulma smiled, pressing the button to return to her original size, and gently patted Wukong's shoulder. "I will create even more extraordinary things. Wukong, with me around, you needn't worry about lacking tools." Bulma retrieved another bracelet from her pocket and presented it to Wukong with pride. "Wukong, this is the gravity bracelet I made for you. It allows you to adjust the gravity from 1x to 100x at will. Just wear it, and you can increase your training intensity anytime, anywhere." Wukong's eyes lit up as he eagerly accepted the bracelet, exclaiming, "Bulma, you really made it. Now I can train even better." As he donned the bracelet and adjusted it to 2x gravity, he felt a significant weight enveloping his entire body, making his movements heavier. "Bulma, this bracelet is fantastic. You're a genius," he exclaimed, excitedly hugging Bulma and burying his head in her soft embrace, twirling around in joy. Bulma laughed, patting his back. "I knew you would love it, but be careful when using it, especially when trying high gravity for the first time. Take your time to adapt, and don't push yourself too hard." Wukong nodded earnestly. "Don't worry, I'll be careful." Just then, Bulma's mother entered, carrying a tray with several small wine glasses and a bottle of champagne. Approaching Wukong with a beaming smile, she bent down to inspect him and kindly asked, "So, you must be Bulma's friend, Wukong? What a delightful child." Wukong smiled back. "Hello, miss. I'm Wukong. It's a pleasure to meet you." Bulma's mother, hearing this, smiled even more gently. "Such a polite child. Would you like to try some of my fine wine?" Bulma's eyes widened, and she protested, "Mom, Wukong is still just a kid. How can you offer him that?" Bulma's mother waved her hand, chuckling as she said to Wukong, "Don't listen to Bulma. She has been quite rebellious lately and has a bit of a temper. Bulma flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed, and muttered, "Mom, don't say that in front of Wukong." Her voice was somewhat hurried, clearly trying to cover up her embarrassment, her hands fidgeting with her clothing. Wukong, listening to their exchange, tilted his head in confusion. "Bulma, why are you rebellious at such an age?" Bulma's face turned even redder, and after a moment of hesitation, she reluctantly replied, "It's just that being home alone is so boring." Wukong nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, then you can come and find me." Bulma huffed. "Humph, Wukong, follow me." "Okay, I'll come with you. Where are we going?" Bulma took a few steps forward, glancing back to give Wukong a playful glare. "Dante asked so many questions. Just follow me." Wukong, still blissfully clueless, cheerfully followed her. "All right, let us go. After all, I can go anywhere." Bulma's mother stood at the entrance, watching the diminishing figures of Bulma and Wukong. Her gaze softening, she furrowed her brow slightly, as if pondering something, perhaps reminiscing about her own youth. After a moment, she sighed gently, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Oh, that is how it is." She suddenly realized that Bulma's rebellion was not merely due to boredom, but rather stemmed from a special feeling towards Wukong. Perhaps the same feeling she had experienced in her youth, a fondness for someone, yet unsure how to express it, resorting instead to rebellion to mask her fluttering heart and anxiety. Chapter 22. An adventure with Bulma. Again, Bulma led Wukong into her spacious, high-tech workshop, filled with an array of advanced equipment. The control panels flickered with complex data, and several large machines hummed in the corners. The entire space meticulously organized. As Bulma busied herself at the control station, she turned to Wukong and asked, "Wukong, do you plan to continue collecting the Dragon Balls?" Wukong, slightly taken aback, regarded Bulma thoughtfully, guessing she might be feeling down and seeking an opportunity to clear her mind. He smiled and replied, "Sure, Bulma, let us go together." Bulma beamed at Wukong, retrieving the dragon radar, and upon glancing at it, was astonished to discover that Wukong already had 2 Dragon Balls with him. "Let us set off right now," she exclaimed. Upon reaching the entrance of Bulma's home, she paused and looked at Wukong. "If I were to shrink, I could easily sit in your arms, making it easier for you to ride the Nimbus." Wukong nodded, watching as Bulma pressed the button on her bracelet, instantly shrinking down to the size of a chick and hopping into the palm of his hand. Wukong carefully cradled her in his arms. Chuckling, "Hold on tight, Bulma. We're off." With the gravity bracelet set to 2x, Wukong felt the increased pressure on his body that he marveled at how the training effects of the gravity bracelet surpassed that of carrying the turtle shell, truly enhancing him at a cellular level. Bulma's inventions were always remarkable. As they flew, Bulma nestled in Wukong's embrace, peering out to survey the surroundings, complaining, "Wukong, this Nimbus is too slow. I should have taken plane." Hearing Bulma's grumbling, Wukong chuckled mischievously and accelerated the Nimbus, causing the wind to whip past them at breakneck speed. Catching Bulma off guard, he then playfully maneuvered the Nimbus in rapid circles, causing Bulma to squeal, "Ah, Wukong, slow down." Wukong, finding joy in teasing Bulma, laughed heartily until her protest became insistent, prompting him to slow the Nimbus down. All right, Bulma, you're such a scaredy cat." Bulma, her cheeks puffed with indignation, playfully slapped Wukong's chest. "Humph, if you scare me again, I'll shrink you too and see if you can still laugh." Wukong quickly put on an apologetic grin. "Just a little joke, don't be mad. We're almost at the next Dragon Ball-S location." He brought Bulma to an uninhabited island where the Dragon Ball lay, gazing up at the deserted isle, the only sound being the sea breeze rustling through the palm trees. Bulma retrieved the Dragon Ball radar and confirmed that the Dragon Balls were located deep beneath the sea. She prepared to extract the submarine capsule from her backpack and said to Goku, "Once I get the submarine out, we can dive down to search for the Dragon Balls." However, she suddenly froze, realizing that she had mistakenly brought the wrong capsule. What could be the reason for this? Bulma gazed perplexedly at the box, and then suddenly recognized that it belonged to her father. Curiously, she opened the box, only to find a single capsule inside. Pressing the button, the capsule transformed with a pop into a stack of thick, Riscom magazines. Bulma's expression shifted dramatically, her face flushed with anger. "What is this? My father actually stored such things in a capsule. Truly, what a lecherous old man. Seeing her face redden with indignation, Goku couldn't help but inquire, Bulma, what's wrong? What is this? Bulma, feeling embarrassed, turned her head away and huffed. You wouldn't understand, Goku. They're just some boring magazines. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Initially believing her parents to be deeply in love, she now discovered her father's salacious interests. Stomping her foot in frustration, I'm so disappointed in Dad. As if researching high technology isn't enough, he has to be interested in these things too. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from above. They looked up to see two aircraft from the Red Ribbon Army approaching them. The insignia on their fuselage clearly visible. Oh no. The Red Ribbon Army, Bulma exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. The pilots quickly spotted them and began firing. Goku reacted swiftly, flipping to shield Bulma behind him while shouting, Bulma, find a place to hide. After saying this, he leaped into the air, swiftly closing the distance to one of the planes. Before the pilot could react, Goku struck the cockpit with a powerful punch. With a loud crash, the aircraft lost its balance, spun in midair, and subsequently plummeted into the sea, trailing black smoke. The pilot of the second plane, witnessing this, panicked and intensified the firepower, aiming directly at Goku. Nevertheless, Goku nimbly maneuvered through the air, evading the shots with remarkable agility. Seizing an opportunity, he leapt onto the top of the second plane and slammed both fists down, causing the aircraft to crumple and lose power. Accompanied by the soldiers' terrified screams, before it too fell into the ocean, Goku gracefully landed back on the ground, dusted off his hands, and turned to Bulma with a relaxed expression, saying, Bulma, it's all taken care of. They were such a nuisance. Bulma let out a sigh of relief, her tension easing slightly, but she still replied nervously, it seems the Red Ribbon Army is also searching for the Dragon Balls. We must be cautious. Goku nodded, reassuring her, don't worry, with me around, no one can harm you. He then suggested, Bulma, how about we go to Master Roshi's place? His island isn't far from here, and he surely has a submarine capsule. Upon hearing this, Bulma frowned, recalling the old lecher who often gazed at her bosom, feeling exasperated. Really? We have to go to that old man's place? But for the sake of finding the Dragon Balls, I suppose I can endure it. Thus, Goku took Bulma on Kintoon and flew towards Master Roshi's island. When they arrived, Bulma remained in her shrunken state, nestled in Goku's embrace out on the island. Master Roshi was leisurely napping in a chair, surrounded by a plethora of magazines he adored. Upon seeing Goku approach, he opened his eyes wide with a beaming smile. Goku, what brings you here, my boy? Master Roshi rubbed his eyes, his face a tapestry of wrinkles from his laughter. Just then, Bulma sprang from Goku's arms, pressed the button on her ring, and instantly returned to her normal size, standing before Master Roshi. The sudden appearance startled Master Roshi, causing him to jump up and exclaim, Oh, Bulma, how did you pop out from Goku's arms? With hands on her hips, Bulma grinned proudly. What do you think, Master Roshi? Surprised? This is my newly invented shrinking ring. I can shrink and grow at will. She showcased the ring with delight. Master Roshi chuckled awkwardly, yet his gaze couldn't help but linger on Bulma's ring, murmuring, This invention is remarkable. I never would have imagined. He tentatively asked, Bulma, would you let me try it out? Bulma rolled her eyes, uninterested in Master Roshi's intentions, and bluntly replied, Forget it. I'm here to borrow a submarine capsule. Goku chimed in, grinning, Old man, we need a submarine capsule to search for the Dragon Balls at the bottom of the sea. You have one, right? Master Roshi, looking somewhat helpless, replied, Ah, I'm sorry, Goku and Bulma, but Krillin took the submarine capsule with him. He went shopping for groceries with Launch and probably won't be back for a while. Upon hearing this, Bulma frowned in annoyance, feeling somewhat impatient, but there was little she could do. Goku, however, appeared unconcerned, cheerfully saying to Bulma, No worries, we can wait. I could see that moment. Master Roshi leaned closer to Bulma with a broad smile, asking, Bulma, could I borrow that shrinking ring for a bit? Bulma immediately saw through his intentions, coldly stating, I know what you're thinking. There's no way I'm lending it to you. Master Roshi scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Oh dear, you're quite the clever girl. I just wanted to take a look, nothing more, truly. Bulma rolled her eyes and scoffed, I don't believe you. I know exactly what you're thinking. Without hesitation, she tucked the ring away, leaving Master Roshi no chance at all. Seeing his hopes dashed, Master Roshi let out a resigned sigh, yet his gaze still darted towards Bulma's ring, inwardly musing, "Ah, if only I could get my hands on that ring. I could study how girls live in the restroom and shower. How delightful that would be." As Goku and Bulma chatted with Master Roshi, Krillin and Launch returned to the island, piloting the submarine. After their long separation, Krillin and Goku exchanged pleasantries and discussed their training progress. Goku mentioned that he and Bulma needed to use the submarine to search for the Dragon Balls hidden beneath the sea. Hearing about the treasure, Krillin's eyes lit up. "I've heard there's a pirate treasure down there. Shall we take a look?" Bulma, excited by the mention of treasure, eagerly agreed. They boarded the submarine. The equipment ready, and the trio, Goku, Bulma, and Krillin, focused intently as they headed towards their destination. Shortly after their departure, a deafening roar echoed from the sky above Master Roshi's island. Several Red Ribbon Army planes circled overhead, and a group of soldiers in military uniforms descended from the aircraft. A commanding soldier stepped forward and addressed Master Roshi. "Old man, we know you were the doctor behind the Dragon Ball radar. So come with us quietly, or you'll regret it." Master Roshi smiled slightly, stroking his beard, showing no fear, but rather a calm demeanor as he replied, "You've got it all wrong. I'm not a doctor." The soldiers clearly did not believe him, raising their weapons to threaten him. Unfazed, Master Roshi calmly removed his sunglasses, unleashing a formidable aura. It seemed it was time to flex his muscles. He moved with lightning speed, swiftly dispatching the soldiers one after another. They were utterly unable to resist and fell to the ground in mere moments, leaving only one trembling soldier behind. Master Roshi clapped his hands and commanded, "Hey, kid, drag these guys away." The soldier nodded vigorously, nervously hauling the fallen soldiers onto the plane, hastily leaving the island with the remaining troops. Meanwhile, Goku, Bulma, and Krillin piloted the submarine, slowly entering the dark, mysterious cave at the bottom of the sea, where faint moss and peculiar marine life could be seen. As the beams from their searchlights swept across the cave walls, Bulma suddenly spotted the glimmer of a Dragon Ball. "Look, the Dragon Ball is over there," she exclaimed excitedly, pointing at it. Goku immediately swam over and carefully secured it in his arms. Bulma nodded joyously but then curiously suggested, "The pirate treasure might be deeper inside the cave. Should we go look?" In agreement, the trio decided to venture further into the cave. They exited the submarine and crawled into the depths of the cave. Unbeknownst to them, General Blue was stealthily tracking their movements, his soldiers cautiously leading the way. The cave was fraught with perilous traps. One misstep could trigger hidden mechanisms. Suddenly, sharp stone spears shot up from the ground and walls, and whirling hammers came crashing down one by one. The soldiers fell victim to the traps, their screams echoing through the cavern. General Blue observed coldly, following closely behind as his soldiers cleared the obstacles. He emotionlessly stepped over each fallen soldier, finally managing to navigate through the myriad of traps. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions had successfully traversed all the hazards. The trio found themselves in a vast, dilapidated underground harbor, where the dim light revealed the ruins of crumbling docks. An air of antiquity lingered, suggesting that this place had once served as a clandestine base for some nefarious group. Bulma's eyes widened as she surveyed the ancient remnants, whispering, "This appears to be an abandoned harbor base. Perhaps there truly is treasure to be found." Suddenly, a towering pirate patrol robot emerged unexpectedly from the shadows, its mechanical eye flickering with a menacing red light, locking onto the three of them. The robot swiftly raised its weapon, launching an attack. Goku reacted with lightning speed, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch that shattered the robot into countless fragments. At that moment, the walls of the base began to tremble, rocks crumbled, and debris rained down from the ceiling. "Run!" Goku shouted, grabbing Bulma and Krillin, and they dashed toward the corridor ahead. After traversing the corridor, they arrived at a deeper, more mysterious chamber, shrouded in darkness and filled with a dry scent. Bulma pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "I can hear the sound of water. There's an underground river." Goku gazed at the river, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "The treasure lies on the other side of that river. Let us go take a look." Without hesitation, the three leaped into the underground river. Bulma carefully clutched Goku's shoulder. With Krillin following closely behind, they swiftly swam through the turbulent waters and finally reached the opposite bank. General Blue soon followed. Undeterred by the loss of his soldiers to the traps, he leaped into the river. Gritting his teeth to pursue, Goku and the others, Goku, Bulma, and Krillin scrambled onto the shore. They were met with 3 ancient treasure chests, behind which stood a towering statue. The statue, imposing in its grandeur, boasted 12 arms, each wielding a different weapon, seemingly guarding the long-buried treasure. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Krillin swallowed hard as they approached the chests. Suddenly, the statue's eyes emitted a red glow, and all 12 arms swung into action, launching their weapons towards Goku and the others. Goku swiftly drew his Rui Jingu Bang, spinning it rapidly to form a barrier that deflected the oncoming blades. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as debris scattered around them. With a disdainful grunt, Goku leaped into the air, gripping his staff tightly, and struck down fiercely upon the statue. With a resounding crash, the statue shattered, stones cascading down, revealing a shower of dazzling gems and gold. Spilling across the ground, Bulma's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "So many treasures! Quick, let's pack them into the capsules." Goku urged her on with a smile, and without hesitation, Bulma retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket, swiftly collecting the scattered riches, while Krillin joined in the effort. Suddenly, a massive splash erupted from the water's surface as General Blue sprang forth from the river, his face a mask of cold fury. "You little brats, hand over the Dragon Balls and the treasure, or you shall not leave here alive." Seeing this, Krillin clenched his fists and confidently stepped forward. "Goku, let me handle him." As soon as he finished speaking, Krillin charged at General Blue, launching a rapid series of punches. However, General Blue was quick to react, dodging to the side to evade Krillin's blows and retaliated with a punch to Krillin's abdomen. Krillin staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his rage and leaped into the air, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed at General Blue's face. Unprepared, General Blue was knocked to the ground, leaving several gashes on his cheek. Rising to his feet, General Blue's face contorted with rage, his eyes blazing with fury at a deeply twisted individual. He was not only greedy for treasure, but also possessed an almost pathological obsession with cleanliness. Seeing his pristine face marred, he exploded with anger. "You wretched little brat," General Blue roared, activating his superpower. An invisible force suddenly immobilized Krillin, rendering his limbs rigid and unresponsive, despite his desperate struggles. With a sinister grin, General Blue raised his hand, preparing to strike Krillin down. Just then, Goku dashed in, delivering a single punch to General Blue's chest. The impact sent General Bola gazed at Wukong's expression, gradually lowering her guard. And with a faint smile, she handed the Dragon Ball to him, saying, "Since you insist, I shall entrust the Dragon Ball to you to the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army." Commander Rate was furiously pounding the table, shouting, "We have already suffered too many losses of our elite. That little brat is utterly lawless. It is time to deploy our trump card." He then made a call, commanding, "Send Tao Pai Pai over. I want him to deal exclusively with that little brat and eradicate him once and for all." The world's foremost assassin, Tao Pai Pai, arrived promptly at the summons. After coldly listening to Commander Rate's commission, he replied nonchalantly, "My fee is 100 million for a kill, but to celebrate my 20th year as an assassin, I shall give you a 50% discount, so it will only cost you 50 million. Tao Pai Pai extracted a massive pillar from the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army, hurled it 2,000 kilometers northward, took a running leap, and soared onto the pillar, flying towards the direction of Karen Tower. Tao Pai Pai thought to himself, "A brash kid like Wukong is hardly worth mentioning." Little did he know, Wukong was already awaiting him beneath Karen Tower. Standing beneath the towering Karen Tower, Bola approached Wukong, gazing up at the cloud-piercing structure with a hint of nostalgia, and said, "Do you know, Karen Tower has an ancient legend." Wukong turned his head, feigning ignorance, and asked, "A legend? What kind of legend?" Bola slowly replied, "It is said that this tower leads to a mysterious place where resides the extraordinarily wise Karen Sage. It is rumored that anyone who successfully climbs to the top of the tower may receive guidance from the Karen Sage and obtain a miraculous water known as Super Sacred Water, which greatly enhances one's strength when consumed. Wukong's eyes widened. Is there really such a place? That sounds incredible. Bola nodded, continuing, I have heard my father speak of the legend of Karen Tower. Many powerful individuals have attempted to ascend to its peak, but most have failed. It has been a long time since anyone has reached the top. In the midst of Bola and Wukong's conversation, a sound of breaking air echoed from the horizon. A colossal pillar hurtled down from the sky, crashing into the ground beneath Karen Tower, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Wukong was drawn to the sudden commotion, and upon closer inspection, he saw a figure standing firmly atop the pillar. It was none other than the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai. Upon witnessing this scene, Bola's expression darkened instantly. She clenched her fists and glared at Tao Pai Pai, exclaiming, This is sacred Karen Tower. No one is permitted to cause trouble here. Tao Pai Pai, standing atop the pillar, sneered coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Bola. Just as she was about to charge forward in fury, Wukong swiftly extended his hand to stop her. Uncle Bola, this guy is dangerous. Let me handle this, Wukong said. Bola hesitated for a moment, looking at Wukong, then fell silent before finally nodding. All right, Wukong, be careful. With a cold smirk, Tao Pai Pai leaped down from the pillar, landing lightly and fixing his gaze on Wukong. His tone dripping with contempt. So, you are the troublemaker they speak of? Do you even know who you are up against? Chapter 25. You're too slow. Wukong looked at Tao Pai Pai with a mocking grin, hands on his hips, and shouted, Is this the so-called world's greatest assassin? He doesn't seem that terrifying. Tao Pai Pai, thoroughly provoked by Wukong's derision, turned pale with rage, snorting, You little brat, how dare you underestimate me? Today, I will show you what true power is. With that, he darted towards Wukong like a flash, his palms striking with lightning speed, launching a ferocious assault. However, despite Tao Pai Pai's astonishing velocity, to Wukong, he appeared as slow as a tortoise. Wukong merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading Tao Pai Pai's relentless barrage, even finding time to chuckle. You're too slow. As Tao Pai Pai's attacks repeatedly missed their mark, his impatience grew. Seizing the opportunity, Wukong kicked out with force, landing a solid blow to Tao Pai Pai's abdomen. Caught off guard, Tao Pai Pai was sent soaring into the sky, tracing a parabolic arc. Wukong did not halt. He leaped into the air, moving so swiftly that the surrounding air shimmered. He caught up to the airborne Tao Pai Pai and delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing back to the ground like a meteor. Boom! Tao Pai Pai crashed heavily to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, he stood there, incredulous, his eyes filled with disbelief. Gritting his teeth, he bitterly sneered, You little brat, I didn't expect you to possess such strength, but don't get too pleased. The next move is one you cannot withstand. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he unleashed a sharp energy wave from his fingertips, his deadly technique, the Dodon Ray. The beam shot forth at incredible speed, aimed directly at Wukong. Yet Wukong remained unfazed, a smile gracing his lips as he raised a hand to meet the Dodon Ray, firmly halting the powerful energy with his palm, and the beam locked in a stalemate, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. The Dodon Ray ceased before Wukong's palm, its tremendous force seemingly dissipated by an invisible power. He cast a sidelong glance at Tao Pai Pai and remarked softly, Your Dodon Ray is nothing special. Tao Pai Pai's expression shifted drastically, his fingertips trembling, filled with shock and dread. He could hardly believe that this seemingly ordinary brat could so effortlessly neutralize his ultimate technique. Wukong let out a cold laugh. Lowering his hand that had blocked the Dodon Ray, squatting slightly as he began to gather his energy, he called out to Tao Pai Pai, Now it's your turn to experience my ultimate move. Tao Pai Pai's face paled, sensing the imminent danger, and he immediately attempted to escape. However, Wukong's palms were already radiating a searing white light. He shouted, Kamehameha! The immense stream of white energy surged forth from Wukong's hands, rapidly pursuing Tao Pai Pai's fleeing form, propelled by astonishing speed and power. As Tao Pai Pai soared through the air, he had no time to evade, and the Kamehameha swiftly enveloped him, but a thunderous explosion resonated through the air as Tao Pai Pai was struck head-on by the Kamehameha. obliterating the area around him into countless particles of dust. Wukong gazed at the dissipating smoke in the sky, confirming that Tao Pai Pai had left no trace behind. Bola stood in awe, her eyes wide with shock. She was well aware of Wukong's strength, yet she had never anticipated he could so effortlessly defeat the world's greatest assassin, Tao Pai Pai. After bidding farewell to Bola and UPA, Wukong hopped onto the Nimbus cloud, heading straight for the headquarters of the Red Ribbon Army. There, 2 Dragon Balls awaited him, and if he could obtain them, he would be one step closer to gathering all the Dragon Balls. He quickened his pace, the mist swirling around him as he sped forth. Meanwhile, at Kame House, Bulma was worried about Wukong's safety, especially after learning of the dangers posed by the Red Ribbon Army. She decided not to wait any longer and immediately began developing a small supersonic camera equipped with a lens, hoping to locate Wukong through the screen. The camera flew off, soon locking onto Wukong on the Nimbus cloud. Master Roshi, Krillin, and others gathered around Bulma, watching the screen with curiosity and concern. When Bulma calculated that Wukong's flight path was directed towards the Red Ribbon Army headquarters, everyone gasped in alarm. Master Roshi frowned. The Red Ribbon Army is not to be trifled with. It's too dangerous for Wukong to go alone. We must help him. Krillin clenched his fists. Bulma quickly pulled out her phone, contacting Yamcha. Wukong is heading to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters. We need a vehicle. Can you come pick us up? Yamcha quickly piloted a craft to Kame Island. Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, and the golden-haired launch boarded the vehicle, setting off with urgency. Commander Rate lounged in the control room. Observing the Dragon Ball signal approaching the headquarters on the screen, a satisfied smile emerging on his face, that he thought to himself, since Tao Pai Pai has completed his mission and eliminated that pesky little brat, it was time to warmly welcome him back. Rate had always held deep respect for Tao Pai Pai, and to avoid any misunderstandings, he decisively ordered the shutdown of the headquarters air defense systems, ensuring that Tao Pai Pai could enter the fortress without obstruction at the same time. Wukong soared on the Nimbus cloud, swiftly traversing through the Red Ribbon Army's defensive zone without hindrance. Spotting the distant castle drawing nearer, he excitedly increased his speed. Wukong chuckled inwardly, thinking, this misunderstanding has actually worked to my advantage, allowing me to smoothly enter their territory. He was acutely aware that Commander Raid had mistakenly identified him as Tao Pai Pai on the radar, granting him the opportunity to enter the castle unimpeded. Commander Rate arranged for a plane to welcome Tao Pai Pai. The pilot, filled with anticipation, peered through the window at the approaching figure, ready to greet him with a broad smile. However, when he realized that the figure was none other than the little brat who had caused significant losses for the Red Ribbon Army, his smile froze, his face turning pale as he frantically reported to headquarters. Commander! Commander! That little brat is that little brat. Before he could finish, Wukong was already upon them, swinging his Rui Jingu Bang and delivering a powerful strike to the plane. The pilot was suddenly engulfed in darkness, as the aircraft suffered catastrophic damage, its parts scattering like confetti, instantly transforming into a blazing inferno. Commander Root, upon hearing the pilot's final scream through the communicator, felt a heavy weight in his heart and hastily commanded his subordinates to switch to the base S surveillance feed. When the screen flickered to life, the figure of Wukong emerged. Riding on his Nimbus, he approached the castle with a serene gaze and an imposing presence, appearing to the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Army like a demon risen from the depths of hell. Commander Root's complexion drained of color, his eyes filled with dread. Impossible! Tao Bai had clearly killed him. How could he possibly appear at our headquarters? He slammed his hand on the table, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Root's voice rose in hysteria. Move! Everyone mobilize! Stop him at all costs! Chapter 26. Annihilation of the Red Ribbon Army. Wukong leaped from the Nimbus, landing steadily on the balcony of the Red Ribbon Army's castle. Soldiers surrounding him raised their rifles, aiming with trepidation, and in an instant, a hailstorm of bullets erupted. The cacophony of gunfire echoed, with rocket launchers and sniper rifles joining the fray, enveloping the entire castle in flames and smoke. Yet, Wukong advanced slowly, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. Bullets struck him without leaving a mark, and the explosions of the rockets merely shimmered past him, his form unwavering. The soldiers gaped in disbelief as this demon-like figure walked through the storm of bullets. Unscathed, cold sweat trickling down their brows, this supernatural being instilled a profound terror within them, their weapons feeling heavy and unwieldy. "This creature is no human. Flee!" one soldier shouted, igniting a wave of panic in an instant. The soldiers scattered like startled birds, abandoning their gear, too terrified to confront Wukong. Wukong surged forward, swiftly approaching the command room where Commander Root was stationed. Root's palms were slick with sweat, his face ashen. Clutching 2 Dragon Balls in his hands, as if they were his last hope, he shouted to his personal guard, "Bronk, protect me!" Bronk, furrowing his brow, looked at the terrified commander and inquired, "Commander, why have you expended so much manpower and resources to collect the Dragon Balls? What grand ambition drives you?" Root's expression darkened as he hesitated, before whispering, "I wish to grow taller." Bronk's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice laced with anger. "So many have perished. The army's resources are nearly depleted. And you merely seek to grow taller?" Root cast a scornful glance at Bronk, a hint of humiliation crossing his face. "You don't understand, Bronk. You don't know the pain of being short. In my youth, I was always mocked, bullied, and overlooked. I vowed to change all of that." A flicker of sorrow and resentment flashed in Root's eyes as he recalled the days of his torment. But at that moment, Bronk's expression shifted from shock to indifference. "How pathetic, Root," he said coldly, slowly raising the gun in his hand, aiming it at Root's head. "You!" Root exclaimed in terror. "The Red Ribbon Army does not require a leader like you." Before he could finish his sentence, Bronk pulled the trigger, the gunshot reverberating through the command room. The once mighty Commander Root collapsed, the 2 Dragon Balls slipping from his grasp, glimmering faintly as they fell. Bronk, expressionless, picked up the Dragon Balls, intending to leave. However, as he turned, Wukong's figure appeared at the doorway, observing the scene before him. Wukong scanned the surroundings. The soldiers in the command room had fled, leaving only Bronk standing there. Drenched in cold sweat, he struggled to maintain his composure, feigning calmness as he addressed Wukong. "Commander Root is dead. I am now the new leader. Son Wukong, your strength is unparalleled. Let us join forces. Together, we can rule the entire world." Wukong frowned slightly, impatience flickering in his eyes as he regarded Bronk. He had never harbored ambitions of world domination. His sole objective was to locate the Dragon Balls. Without uttering a word, Wukong charged at Bronk, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, Bronk was shattered by the force, collapsing to the ground. The ambitions of both Root and Bronk were reduced to ashes. And silence reclaimed the command room, save for the faint glow of the 2 Dragon Balls scattered on the floor. Wukong collected the Dragon Balls, carefully stowing them in his backpack. He counted. 6 Dragon Balls were secured within, leaving only 1 remaining. Just 1 more to go. Wukong murmured softly to himself, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, before turning to exit the command room. Standing at the castle entrance, Wukong contemplated that Bulma and Master Roshi might have already arrived. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, the distant roar of engines echoed through the sky as a small aircraft descended gently beside the road. Wukong, filled with excitement, rushed forward to meet Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and the blonde launch as they disembarked from the plane. Upon seeing Wukong, Bulma rushed towards him, her face etched with concern. "Wukong, how could you come to the Red Ribbon Army headquarters alone? It is fraught with danger." Master Roshi smiled slightly, speaking with earnestness. "Wukong, you are too reckless, and no matter how strong you are, you must exercise caution." Krillin and Yamcha exchanged worried glances. Krillin jokingly added, "Wukong, don't leave us behind next time. We want to help too." Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head nonchalantly. "It's fine. It's all taken care of. The Red Ribbon Army no longer exists." His tone was light and confident, as if everything he had just experienced was merely a trivial matter. Master Roshi took a deep breath, regarding Wukong with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. "Wukong, you have surpassed even me." Krillin and Yamcha exchanged glances, marveling. Wukong is progressing at an astonishing rate. The future is truly unimaginable, with Bulma and the others reassured by Wukong's unscathed appearance. Their anxieties finally eased. Just as they prepared to board the plane back to Cam House, Wukong expressed his intention to search for the final Dragon Ball. Bulma inquired, Wukong, are you truly going alone? The radar hasn't shown any signal for the last Dragon Ball. Wukong nodded, smiling. No worries, I know where it is if I waited for the radar to indicate its location. I might never find it, he silently rejoiced, recalling that before his journey, he had watched the Dragon Ball anime and knew the reason the final Dragon Ball had vanished from the radar. It was hidden by Emperor Pilaf. Bulma gazed at the radar, still seeing no signal for the last Dragon Ball, and began to suspect whether the radar was malfunctioning. Wukong explained that someone had concealed the Dragon Ball using a special method, rendering the radar ineffective. Wukong mounted his Nimbus and bid farewell to the group. Soaring towards Pilaf's location, as he sat on the Nimbus, he reminisced. Emperor Pilaf drove a very conspicuous pink Mercedes. The Nimbus flew swiftly through the air, and Wukong's keen eyes scanned the traffic below. With a sharp vision, he soon spotted a striking pink car in the distance that Wukong's eyes brightened, confirming that it was indeed Pilaf's vehicle. Chapter 27. A wish revisited. Wukong leaped onto the roof of Pilaf's car, smashing the sunroof with a swift kick. The vehicle shook violently, rolling over before coming to rest on the ground. The Pilaf gang scrambled out, disheveled. Pilaf rubbed his head, gazing at the approaching son Wukong with a complex expression. Filled with confusion, Pilaf wondered how Wukong had found the Dragon Balls despite having hidden them in a box undetectable by radar. He was perplexed but recognized that now was not the time to delve into such matters. Son Wukong, you've actually found your way here. Pilaf's eyes widened, secretly relieved that he had prepared adequately. Yet now you are no longer my match. As Wukong opened his mouth to demand the Dragon Balls, the Pilaf gang simultaneously produced capsules, from which enormous robots sprang forth, landing with a thud. Pilaf stood proudly beside his colossal creation. Behold, my latest invention, the Super Battle Robot, Pilaf Machine. The three robots were lifelike, their metallic surfaces glinting ominously. The Pilaf gang climbed into their respective machines, their faces adorned with arrogant grins, ready to defeat son Wukong in one fell swoop. Wukong stood by, observing them calmly, unhurriedly stating, Your robots are indeed impressive, but I have no intention of wasting time here. He pointed at the Pilaf gang. Now, hand over the Dragon Balls. Seeing that Wukong appeared unafraid. Even somewhat dismissive, Pilaf felt a surge of irritation but suppressed his fury. It seems you wish to experience my new toy. Come, son Wukong. Let us see if you can withstand it. Upon finishing their words, the Pilaf trio activated their respective robots, unleashing a relentless assault of massive mechanical arms and cannons upon Goku. Goku, with a slight smile, could hardly wait to bring this tedious battle to an end. He bent down, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang tightly in his hands, and murmured, Your robots are far too slow. Let us see if they can keep up with my speed. No sooner had he spoken than Goku transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the Pilaf demon god with scarcely a pause, moving with a ghostly swiftness. Too fast, the Pilaf trio gasped, utterly unable to perceive Goku's movements. Goku swiftly closed in on Pilaf's robot, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang with effortless finesse, shattering the demon god's protective shield. With a powerful strike, the robot lost its balance and crashed to the ground. Pilaf's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that son Wukong could dismantle their robot with such ease. Soaring into the air, the Rui Jingu Bang shimmered with a dazzling light as Goku smiled and declared, Your demon god is far too weak. Just how strong are you? Pilaf stammered, a flicker of fear beginning to creep into his heart. Goku yawned. Your robots are but paper dolls. Hand over the Dragon Balls. Pilaf and his subordinates ceased their struggles, fully aware that the son Wukong before them was a foe they could not withstand. With a sigh, Pilaf retrieved the Dragon Balls from his pocket and tossed them to Goku. Goku caught the Dragon Balls and contentedly placed them into his backpack, saying, Thank you for your cooperation. Humph! Pilaf gritted his teeth in frustration, yet could only watch helplessly as son Wukong departed. Riding on the Nimbus, Goku flew to a tranquil cliffside. The view was expansive, devoid of human presence, save for the sound of the wind sweeping over the cliffs and the vast, boundless sky, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. He dismounted from the Nimbus and slowly approached the edge of the cliff, sitting down and arranging the 7 Dragon Balls neatly in front of him. Goku gazed up at the distant sky, his mind beginning to ponder deeply. The 7 Dragon Balls lay quietly before him, emitting a faint glow, as if awaiting his decision. He understood that the Dragon Balls could grant any wish. But what wish would be most fitting? Goku rapidly considered various desires. He recalled the concern of losing his sanity when transforming into a giant gorilla, and contemplated wishes for immortality or the ability to adapt to any environment. A new thought emerged, activating his own potential in the world of the Dragon Balls. There were several methods to unlock one's potential, such as the perilous ultra-divine water, the potential development by the Namekian Elder, or the abilities of the old Kaishin. The risk of the ultra-divine water was considerable. A moment's carelessness could lead to death. Meanwhile, the Namekian Elder and the Kaishin were both far removed from Earth, rendering them unreliable at present. Goku mused. Although the divine power of the Earth-S dragon could not achieve omnipotence, it might be capable of unlocking his potential to a higher level, especially considering it belonged to a protagonist who could surge from 90,000 to 150 million in a single day. Taking a deep breath, Goku shouted, "Come forth, dragon!" Instantly, the 7 Dragon Balls radiated a blinding light, and the surrounding sky was swiftly engulfed in dark clouds, transforming the bright day into a night-like gloom. Lightning flickered between the clouds, and a thunderous roar resonated from all directions. A golden light surged skyward as a massive green dragon emerged, coiling from the 7 Dragon Balls, gradually taking form, and the majestic Shenron appeared in the sky. The dragon circled within the dark clouds, slowly lowering its immense head, its piercing eyes fixated on Goku, as its deep, authoritative voice resonated throughout the heavens. "State your wish. I can fulfill any desire." Goku looked up at this colossal being, briefly contemplating before declaring, "Dragon, please help me awaken my potential." As a mysterious light flashed in Shenron's eyes, the deep voice echoed, "Your wish has been granted." And no sooner had the words left its mouth than the enormous figure of the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering with golden trails of light in all directions before vanishing beyond the horizon. The sky cleared once more, sunlight cascading down as if the preceding darkness had never occurred. Goku closed his eyes, beginning to keenly sense the changes within him. His energy surged, coursing through his veins and filling every cell. The cliff beneath him trembled violently, unable to withstand the force, and stones began to tumble down. Concentrating his energy at the soles of his feet, Goku leaped lightly, executing the flying technique and stabilizing himself in midair. Though his body appeared weightless, it harbored an incredible power. Clenching his fists, he murmured, "This feeling is simply terrifying." Floating in the air, Goku reveled in the abundant power within him. Excitement bubbling, he pondered just how much stronger he had become. He furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "If only I had a power level detector right now, I could ascertain my battle strength." Chapter 28. Farewell. Goku mounted the Nimbus and soared towards Kame House. Kame House. Yamcha was earnestly beseeching Master Roshi to accept him as a disciple. Master Roshi feigned deep contemplation, stroking his beard, and slowly replied, "This matter of apprenticeship cannot be decided so hastily. Perhaps a special gift for our first meeting will hasten my decision." A knowing smile crossed his face as delightful images flitted through his mind. Yamcha appeared somewhat perplexed, prompting Krillin to lean in and whisper something into his ear. In an instant, Yamcha understood, pulling out several hundred Japanese-style DVDs from his capsule. Master Roshi discreetly glanced, and his eyes lit up. "Excellent. Excellent. You possess great talent. I have decided to take you as my disciple." Meanwhile, Goku sat atop the Nimbus, observing the gravity training ring. The current double gravity felt as light as a feather to him, prompting him to gradually increase it 3 times until he reached 10 times the gravity, which finally posed some challenge. Unable to contain his joy, he exclaimed, "It seems I have truly grown stronger." Ultimately, he adjusted the gravity training ring to 12 times, finding this pressure suitable for training. Before long, he spotted Kame House. Goku descended from the Nimbus, where he found Bulma, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha waiting for him on the island. Bulma immediately brightened, waving her hand and calling out, "Goku, you're back." The group gathered around, eagerly inquiring about his wish. Goku smiled and truthfully recounted his desire to have the dragon awaken his potential. Master Roshi, Krillin, and Yamcha concentrated intently on Goku, their astonishment growing as they sensed his seemingly unfathomable energy. Master Roshi marveled, "Goku, you're like a different person now. This training has truly been extraordinary." Yamcha grinned, telling Goku, "Goku, I am now also a disciple of Master Roshi." His voice carried no pride. The prospect of training under Master Roshi thrilled him. By the way, Yamcha continued, "Goku, I heard that the next World Martial Arts Tournament is approaching. Will you participate? We can have another match then." Goku nodded seriously. "Of course I will participate." Master Roshi chuckled. "The next World Martial Arts Tournament will take place in 3 years. During this time, you all must train diligently." Turning to Goku, he added earnestly, "Goku, this time you must seek new breakthroughs on your own. I can no longer teach you." Goku nodded gravely, contemplating a visit to Korin Tower to explore further paths of training. Upon hearing this, Yamcha confidently declared, "Goku, when we meet again in 3 years, I will surely be stronger. Just wait and see." Krillin chimed in with a grin. By then, I'll definitely be taller than you, Goku." Goku laughed as he patted Krillin on the shoulder, then turned to Bulma, teasingly saying, "Bulma, you won't still be as feisty when we meet again, will you?" Bulma immediately placed her hands on her hips, feigning anger. Goku waved goodbye to everyone, leaping onto the Nimbus and transforming into a golden streak of light as he flew towards Korin Tower. The group watched as Goku's figure gradually disappeared into the sky. Once he was gone, Master Roshi turned serious, facing Yamcha and Krillin, his demeanor shifting from the usual benevolence to one of sternness and resolve. He tapped his cane and stated firmly, "All right, Goku has embarked on his own path of training. We cannot lag behind. From today onward, your training must double." Yamcha nodded in agreement, declaring, "No problem. I will catch up to Goku's pace and show him my progress in 3 years." Krillin, with a serious expression, clenched his fists. "I will train hard and become stronger." Master Roshi smiled slightly. "Excellent. This training will not only enhance your physical abilities, but also your mentality and judgment. Do not harbor the illusion of achieving everything in one fell swoop. Cultivation knows no shortcuts. The prowess of Wukong is forged through relentless refinement, and you must also strive diligently." Thus, the training on Kame House commenced in full fervor. Wukong leapt down from the Kinto-on, and upon seeing the long-missed Beulah and UPA, he greeted them warmly. Beulah and his son were equally delighted to see Wukong, leading him to the hearth where delectable game was roasting. The trio sat around the fire, laughter resonating amidst the warm glow that illuminated their faces, creating an atmosphere of comfort and camaraderie. Wukong took a bite of the succulent grilled meat, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the towering Korin Tower, and said to Beulah, "This time, I shall ascend to the pinnacle of the tower to seek the wisdom of Master Korin to aid in my cultivation." Beulah nodded, expressing his heartfelt wish. "Wukong, I hope you find what you seek at the tower's summit." Little UPA, with wide eyes and a clenched fist, cheered, "Brother Wukong, go for it. I hope you become even stronger after reaching the top." Wukong, brimming with confidence, patted UPA on the shoulder and rose to his feet. Remembering that Master Cat particularly favored fish, he resolved to bring along some delectable specimens to curry favor with him during his studies. Wukong approached the riverbank, observing the agile fish swimming in the water. With swift reflexes, he caught a large fish, securing it in a capsule, and in no time, he had gathered a substantial haul. The fish wriggled energetically within the capsule, and Wukong, satisfied with his bounty, mused to himself, "This should surely delight Master Cat." He lifted his gaze towards the summit of Korin Tower, excitement bubbling within him. "This time, I shall harness Master Cat's guidance to master more sophisticated battle techniques. Rather than relying solely on brute strength, standing at the foot of the towering edifice, he felt a profound sense of awe wash over him. The base of the tower was shrouded in mist, rendering its apex invisible. "This is Korin Tower, the abode of Master Cat," Wukong thought, gripping the capsule filled with the fish he had caught, despite his current strength allowing him to ascend the tower effortlessly. Wukong chose to approach it with humility, deliberately moderating his pace as he climbed this monument to power and wisdom. With each deliberate step, he felt his mind growing increasingly tranquil as time passed. Wukong gradually drew closer to the pinnacle. Chapter 29. The Training at Korin Tower. Finally reaching the summit, he surveyed his surroundings but found no sign of Master Cat. The decor was simple yet unique, with a few slender pieces of furniture scattered about, exuding an ancient and serene aura. 3 jars, prominently placed in the center, caught his attention, each adorned with archaic symbols that seemed to emanate a mysterious power. Curiosity piqued, Wukong approached the jars, pondering. I have heard that these jars can reveal one's past, present, and future. With a thrill of anticipation, he opened one of the jars, and an extraordinary sensation enveloped him as the images before his eyes began to blur, gradually revealing scenes from his life. Within the visions, a child strikingly similar to himself embarked on various adventures and battled formidable foes, depicting what seemed to be Wukong's life trajectory. However, he soon realized that these were not his memories. Wukong contemplated, as a transmigrator, can this jar truly unveil my past and future? What I see appears to belong to this world. He felt a complex swirl of emotions, as the images were both familiar and entirely foreign. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration and resonance with the original Wukong's growth and adventures. Just as he was about to step away from the jar, a calm voice echoed in his ear. Wukong, please come up to the 2nd floor. Ascending the stairs, he arrived at the 2nd floor of the tower, where a diminutive white cat, Master Cat, awaited him in quiet contemplation. With a smile, Master Cat regarded Wukong, seemingly unperturbed by his arrival. Wukong approached, eager to greet him. Greetings, Master Cat. I am Wukong, here to seek your guidance in my cultivation. Master Cat smiled slightly, gesturing dismissively. I am aware of your endeavors. Not only do I know you are Kame's disciple, but I'm also aware of your defeat of Teapaipai. With a playful squint, Master Cat inquired, what could a strong lad like you possibly seek from me? Wukong scratched his head, responding earnestly, I feel there are many aspects of battle I do not fully grasp. I rely too heavily on sheer strength. I have heard that Master Cat possesses a wealth of experience, and I wish to learn some genuine techniques from you. Master Cat regarded Wukong with mild surprise, nodding his approval. Oh, a powerful individual who remains humble is indeed a rarity. Sitting at the tower's pinnacle, Master Cat scrutinized Wukong, slowly stating, I do not easily teach others. Wukong chuckled, producing a capsule, and with a gentle press, a feast of tender, luscious fish appeared before Master Cat. Master Cat's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he coughed lightly to compose himself, feigning nonchalance. Well, I suppose I could impart some knowledge. Observing the unmasked desire in Master Cat's eyes, Wukong could not help but chuckle. These fish were specially caught from the nearby river, brought for you to savor. Master Cat licked his lips, feigning calmness as he waved his hand. Since you have shown such sincerity, I shall teach you a few things. As he spoke, he swiftly gathered the fish, caressing them with satisfaction evident in his gaze. Wukong embarked on a new phase of training under Master Cat's guidance. Each morning, he rose to the gentle breeze atop the tower, engaging in a series of combat drills as directed by Master Cat. Every movement exuded intricate technique. The most vital lesson was the training of sensing nature. Master Cat led Wukong to the tower's edge, gazing out at the boundless sky and earth. Wukong, close your eyes and attune yourself to nature, Master Cat instructed softly. Wukong closed his eyes, focusing intently. He sensed faint energies emanating from all directions. The essence of life itself. Excellent. Now try to explore even further. Master Cat continued, guiding him. Wukong's consciousness expanded. Traversing countless mountains and rivers, he felt the laughter of children in a distant village, and further still, sensed the intensity of a fierce battle. He even discerned the presence of Kame, Bulma, and others on Kame House. This is the ability to sense ki, enabling you to foresee an opponent's movements in battle and distinguish between friends and foes from afar. Master Cat observed with satisfaction. You are learning rapidly. After a period of training, Wukong not only made significant strides in combat techniques, but also mastered the art of sensing ki. Thank you, Master Cat. Wukong bowed deeply, Expressing his heartfelt gratitude, he continued, Master Cat, could you possibly provide me with some senza beans? Master Cat shook his head, a hint of resignation in his tone. Senza beans are not easily cultivated and are rather scarce. Wukong, undeterred, replied, Then I shall catch some fish to trade with you. Master Cat looked at Wukong, momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. Oh, you intend to catch fish? By all means, go ahead. With excitement, Wukong leaped from Corin Tower, vanishing into the distance. Shortly thereafter, he returned, holding a capsule brimming with glimmering fish. Master Cat, I have caught 100 large fish. Please grant me 100 senza beans. Wukong exclaimed exuberantly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Master Cat's eyes widened in delight as he opened the capsule to reveal the sizable fish. A satisfied smile forming at the corners of his mouth. You are indeed a good child. Thus, I shall gift you 100 senza beans. Setting the fish aside, Master Cat produced a small pouch and retrieved 100 senza beans. Handing them to Wukong. Thank you, Master Cat. Wukong accepted the beans, his spirits soaring. Having spent considerable time atop Corin Tower, Wukong recognized that, despite his newfound skills, he required further training. Thus, he sought Master Cat's counsel once more. Master Cat, I have learned much, yet I desire to achieve an even greater breakthrough. Master Cat squinted, contemplating for a moment before speaking mysteriously. Your current training is indeed commendable, but if you seek a more significant breakthrough, I can direct you to a certain place, the temple above Corin Tower. Upon hearing the mention of a temple, Wukong feigned ignorance. A temple. There's a temple atop Corin Tower. What is that place? Master Cat nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the temple is overseen by celestial beings. If a martial artist can pass the temple's trials, they may gain access to deeper levels of power. Wukong felt a surge of excitement. Can one fly to the temple? The cat sage smiled faintly. The temple is protected by a barrier preventing direct ascent. Have you not been carrying the Rui Jingu Bang all along? This very staff serves as a bridge connecting Corinta to the temple. As long as you extend the staff at will, it will guide you directly to the temple's entrance. Wukong immediately grasped the cat sage's meaning. So, by merely lengthening the Rui Jingu Bang and following its lead, I can reach the temple. The cat sage nodded in affirmation. Wukong bid farewell to the cat sage and stood atop Corinta, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang. The staff elongated as if endowed with infinite elasticity. Piercing through layers of clouds and pointing towards the heavens, as Wukong ascended. He soared higher and higher, the clouds thinning beneath him as Corinta diminished from view, ultimately vanishing from sight. The staff broke through the final layer of storm clouds, revealing a magnificent temple suspended in the sky, shrouded in an enigmatic radiance. Chapter 30. Bobo's guidance. Walking upon the temple plaza, Wukong noticed a figure feeding birds on the opposite side, seemingly unremarkable. Approaching him, Wukong smiled and introduced himself. Greetings, I am Wukong. That I heard this is the temple. I've come to seek divine training. The man looked up, smiling as he rose to his feet, his tone calm. I'm Bobo, a servant of the divine To meet the deity. You must first defeat me. Wukong beamed with a radiant smile. Defeat you? Excellent. Let us commence. A fierce confrontation ensued between Wukong and Bobo in the temple plaza. The sounds of wind and clashing forces echoing amidst their rapid exchanges. Wukong's aura surged tumultuously as he maintained a state of 12-fold gravity, exerting himself fully to strike Bobo. Bobo's movements were almost devoid of superfluous actions. His motions were nimble and graceful, perfectly parrying Wukong's assaults without any unnecessary energy leakage. Each powerful strike from Wukong elicited only the faintest of reactions from Bobo, whose agility resembled a low-tier manifestation of the supreme, effortless technique. This indicated Bobo's complete mastery over his own energy, allowing for precise control in combat. Wukong attempted to break through Bobo's defenses by increasing his attack speed, yet Bobo consistently evaded with minimal movements. This guy's exceptionally strong, Wukong mused internally. Eventually, Wukong paused, catching his breath, and regarded Bobo, realizing he had yet to fully master the control of his energy. Bobo smiled at Wukong. Your speed and strength are impressive. Yet your attacks contain too much unnecessary motion. Just as Wukong prepared to adjust the gravity of his weight-reducing bands, a clear and authoritative voice resonated from within the temple. "Enter, son Wukong." Bobo glanced at Wukong, nodding slightly, signaling him to follow. "Come, the deity has summoned you." Wukong followed Bobo into the depths of the temple, where he encountered the deity, standing at the center of the temple. The deity bore a resemblance to King Piccolo, with green skin and a solemn expression. The deity's gaze fell upon Wukong, observing him with keen interest. "You come to train, I presume?" Wukong smiled slightly and nodded. "Indeed. I have many areas in need of improvement, and I hope to receive further guidance." The deity nodded, a glimmer of approval flashing in his eyes. "Your energy is remarkable, even more potent than I anticipated. In that case, Bobo shall continue to guide you." Wukong felt a stir of excitement within. He would finally receive higher-level training. The deity's calm voice resounded. "Bobo, take him to train." Wukong expressed his gratitude with a nod and followed Bobo to the training area. Bobo led Wukong to the temple plaza, where tranquility reigned and a gentle breeze swept through. Bobo regarded Wukong with calmness, pointing to a stone slab in the center of the plaza. "Wukong, sit there, think of nothing, and maintain inner peace like a stone." Wukong paused momentarily before comprehending that Bobo was instructing him to set aside his worries and cultivate his mental state. Approaching the stone slab, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and endeavored to empty his mind. Bobo stood nearby, observing, "Wukong, your strength is formidable, but without a tranquil heart, it is challenging to grasp the true essence of martial arts." The following day, Bobo escorted Wukong into the temple, halting in a chamber aglow with vibrant, multicolored light. Bobo operated a machine and addressed Wukong. "This device can transport you to any space. Your task now is to journey to Kuruo Mountain and retrieve the sacred crown there." Wukong nodded, stepping into the center of the swirling luminescence, peculiar energy enveloping him as the surrounding scenery rapidly shifted like a mirage. In the blink of an eye, Wukong found himself in a completely new world. He surveyed his surroundings, unable to suppress a thought. Does this count as a second crossover? The temple possesses such marvelous contraptions. Wukong gracefully leaped to the summit of a mountain, gazing up at a towering peak where the sacred crown awaited. Without hesitation, he darted towards the mountain like the wind. Soon, he reached the mountaintop, confronted by an ancient altar upon which the sacred crown rested. Wukong understood that this training was intended to hone his perception and evasion skills. He reached out, donning the sacred crown, and mused. "This feels akin to wearing the tightening spell." Closing his eyes, he attuned himself to the shifting energies around him. Suddenly, the skies darkened, thunder rumbled, and lightning crackled through the clouds. Wukong concentrated, utilizing his perceptive abilities to anticipate the lightning strikes. Yet the speed of the lightning was overwhelming. Initially, he was struck several times, each jolt causing him to grimace with pain. Such a sensation was truly exhilarating. The thunder roared as lightning lashed out like a furious dragon, but Wukong persisted in training his perception and dodging skills amidst the cacophony. Gradually, his reflexes sharpened, allowing him to detect the precursors of the lightning strikes. Deftly adjusting his posture as his movements became increasingly fluid, nearly synchronizing with the lightning's speed. Meanwhile, within the temple, the deity and Bobo observed Wukong's performance at Kuruo Mountain through a screen, marveling at his ability to master the rhythm of the thunderstorm and evade the lightning with agility. When the final thunderclap faded atop the mountain and tranquility returned to the skies, Bobo activated the machine, transporting Wukong back to the temple. Bobo smiled, praising, "Wukong, your performance was exceptional. You mastered such advanced agility in a remarkably short time." The deity approached, nodding in satisfaction as he regarded Wukong, softly reciting an ancient incantation. Wukong felt a lightness atop his head as the sacred crown lifted from him, floating in the air. On the third day, Bobo activated the transporter, and Wukong materialized beneath a colossal waterfall, the roaring sound of cascading water deafening. This time, Wukong's training focused on learning to precisely control his energy to cleave through the waterfall. He positioned himself before the torrent, inhaled deeply, and concentrated, pointing his fingers towards the rushing water. Attempting to release his energy. However, upon release, his energy burst forth like a torrential flood, erupting with a thunderous bang and creating a hole in the rocks behind the waterfall. Wukong chuckled wryly, scratching his head. It seems mastering the control of energy within a confined space will require further practice. Thus, Wukong began a series of repeated attempts, attuning himself to the flow of energy within his body while striving to regulate its intensity. After numerous tries, he gradually discovered the technique to concentrate his energy at a single point, stabilizing the energy released from his fingers. Once more, he faced the waterfall, precisely channeling a thread of energy to his fingertip, and with a swift motion, a broad gap formed in the waterfall, within the divine hall. The deity and Bobo observed Wukong's progress beneath the waterfall through the screen. When Wukong successfully parted the torrent, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bobo's eyes as he softly remarked, "Wukong's comprehension exceeds my expectations." The deity nodded slightly, watching Wukong's figure on the screen, stating, "To master energy control in such a short time, this child is indeed extraordinary." Chapter 31. 3 years, 1 day. As Wukong immersed himself in training, he suddenly heard Bobo calling him over. Wukong rose and approached Bobo, who extended his hand. "Wukong, do not move. I need something." As soon as the words left his lips, Bobo gently plucked a hair from Wukong's head. Wukong touched his head, puzzled. "Bobo, what do you need my hair for?" But soon he realized, his eyes lighting up as he thought, could it be for the water of life? Is Bobo planning to clone me? Moments later, Bobo emerged from the temple, accompanied by a figure mirroring Wukong's height and stature, wearing a mask. Wukong gazed at the clone in astonishment, marveling. The temple's methods are truly endless. He slightly moved his limbs, secretly pondering the true extent of the masked man's strength. Bobo stood quietly to the side, his gaze fixed on the fierce battle between Goku and the masked figure, their movements synchronized, exhibiting equal speed and power. Goku threw a punch, and the masked man swiftly retaliated with an identical angle, each strike landing with a resounding impact, causing the surrounding air to vibrate and dust to swirl. As Goku engaged in combat, he tested the limits of his opponent, discovering that no matter what technique he employed, the masked man could flawlessly mimic and counterattack. This intense exchange of offense and defense ignited Goku's fighting spirit to its fullest. Watching from the sidelines, Bobo felt increasingly astonished. He never imagined Goku's potential would be so extraordinary, exhibiting powers that surpassed his own expectations within such a brief period of training in the temple. Goku accelerated once more, his fists cutting through the air with a fierce energy, pressing relentlessly toward the masked man, who remained flawless in his defense, absorbing every blow without a hint of weakness. Finding an opening, Goku unleashed a rapid strike, sending the mask flying off, revealing a face identical to his own. Goku glanced at it, unable to suppress a sense of pride, thinking to himself, "I do look rather handsome." However, to avoid revealing his true feelings, he feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Why does this person look exactly like me?" Bobo smiled slightly and explained, "This is a Goku created from the life water of the temple. He possesses your appearance and strength, serving as your opponent in this training." Goku observed quietly, fully aware that this duplicate did not possess his entire power. From the earlier skirmish, he had already sensed that the combat ability of this replica was roughly equivalent to his own when using the 12-fold gravity training ring. Goku smiled faintly, thinking, it seems that although the life water is miraculous, it is not perfect. It can only replicate to a certain extent. During their ongoing battles, Goku not only scrutinized the movements of the replica, but also dissected his own shortcomings. Making immediate adjustments, day after day of sparring allowed Goku to gradually reach a new pinnacle in both mindset and technique. The replica acted as a mirror, exposing Goku's flaws in combat and aiding him in perfecting his abilities bit by bit. One day, Goku's heart was as tranquil as the sky, all distractions and emotions cast aside, and he felt as if he had merged with the fabric of the universe. With this moment of clarity, Goku achieved perfect precision and control in his movements. With every punch and kick executed flawlessly, even the slightest exertion was not wasted. In that instant, Goku completely overpowered the replica. Goku couldn't help but reflect that this transformation would allow him to endure battles far longer in the future. No longer gasping for breath after only a few exchanges, he recalled how the warriors from the original series often exhausted themselves too quickly due to poor control of their energy during combat. Time flew by, and Goku's training in the temple entered a deeper phase. Meanwhile, at a distance in the Turtle Hermit's abode, Yamcha and Krillin were also undergoing rigorous training under Master Roshi's guidance. Each day they faced a grueling regimen that intertwined stamina, speed, and combat techniques, constantly pushing their limits. Yamcha and Krillin grew increasingly united in their training, encouraging one another, especially during the physical training and reaction tests set by Master Roshi. Making rapid progress, Master Roshi was pleased with their advancements. Yet whenever they became overly self-satisfied, he would intensify their training, leaving no room for complacency. He was well aware that the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament was fast approaching, and everyone was striving hard for the competition. Yamcha and Krillin felt confident in their improvements, but they also understood that Goku was honing himself at an even higher level. The 3 years of training in the temple left a profound mark on Goku's heart. This period not only significantly enhanced his strength, but also brought immense growth in his control over energy and mental fortitude. However, he felt a twinge of regret, noting that he had only grown a few centimeters taller. At 15, he was still a little squirt. How would he ever find a girlfriend in the future? As he bid farewell to the deity and Bobo, Goku expressed his gratitude for their assistance. Bobo nodded calmly, while the deity gently waved his hand, his expression filled with hope for Goku's future. After saying goodbye, Goku grasped his Rui Jingu Bang tightly and flew down towards Karin Tower. Master Roshi, Bulma, Yamcha, Krillin, and Launch were already on the plane heading to the World Martial Arts Tournament Island. Preparing for takeoff at the airport, Yamcha and Krillin nervously discussed their training results, while Bulma gazed thoughtfully out the window, occasionally exchanging a few words with Master Roshi, and Launch listened with a smile. Upon returning to Karin Tower, the cat hermit observed Goku's arrival closely and noticed that Goku was exuding no energy, appearing almost like an ordinary person. With a tone of approval, he remarked, "Goku, your training in the temple has yielded remarkable results. Your control over energy is truly admirable." Goku chuckled, scratching his head as he exchanged pleasantries with the cat hermit. With a thought, he summoned the Nimbus Cloud. Although Goku had mastered flying, he still found riding the Nimbus to be more stylish and liberating. Imbued with a unique charm, the Nimbus responded promptly, and Goku nimbly leaped onto it, waving goodbye to the cat hermit. "Thank you for your care, cat hermit. I shall return to visit you," as Goku sat atop the Nimbus. The breeze brushed past his ears, and the blue sky and white clouds swiftly receded behind him. He contemplated his growth, realizing he had adjusted to the training intensity of the 50-fold gravity ring, and couldn't help but smile, thinking, "Now, I could easily overpower Vegeta." Goku estimated his battle power to be around 45,000. His training over the past 3 years had focused on martial arts and energy understanding, which formed the foundation of his skills. Images of Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and other friends floated through his mind, filling him with warmth. After 3 years apart, had they all grown stronger as well? Goku eagerly anticipated fighting alongside them again to witness each other's progress. He took a deep breath and called out in his heart, "The World Martial Arts Tournament. Here I come. Everyone, I'm back." Chapter 32 Reunion. After a long absence on the plane, Master Roshi suddenly fidgeted uneasily in his seat, furrowing his brow as he whispered, "Oh dear, why do I suddenly feel the urge to relieve myself?" As soon as he spoke, Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions turning awkward, unsure of how to respond. Bulma frowned and muttered under her breath, "Honestly, couldn't the old man have gone sooner? Why is he saying this now?" Just then, a flight attendant happened to pass by, overhearing Master Roshi's words. She smiled politely and reminded him, "I'm sorry, but the airplane's restroom is out of order. Please bear with it for a moment." Master Roshi displayed a helpless expression, rubbing his hands together and muttering, "Well, it seems I'll have to hold it in." After the plane landed, Master Roshi was almost the first to dash out of the cabin, heading straight for the airport restroom. Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and Launch waited outside in the lobby, feeling exasperated. After more than 30 minutes, Master Rashi finally emerged from the restroom, looking somewhat haggard but clearly relieved. Bulma complained, "What took you so long? What happened in there?" Master Rashi scratched his head, feigning nonchalance. "Oh dear, you know how it is. When one gets nervous, constipation can easily happen." The group stared at him in disbelief, and Krillin slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Master Rashi, you really are something else." The group took a taxi towards the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Along the way, Master Rashi gazed out the window leisurely, seemingly reminiscing about past competitions. Upon arriving at the venue and seeing the familiar towering arena, Krillin took a deep breath, filled with excitement, and exclaimed, "I really miss this. The day has finally come. After 3 years of training, we will finally see the results." Yamcha clenched his fists. "Yeah, this time I won't lose so badly." He glanced at Krillin and added, "Don't underestimate me. Just wait and see." Bulma smiled from the side. "Everyone has gotten stronger this time. I wonder where Goku has gone." She looked around, seemingly anticipating Goku's arrival. Master Rashi approached the registration desk and, after registering Krillin and Yamcha, couldn't help but ask the staff, "Excuse me, has Son Goku registered?" Upon hearing the name, the staff member suddenly recalled the previous champion, replying, "You mean the last tournament's champion, Son Goku? He hasn't registered yet." Master Rashi frowned, a hint of anxiety creeping in as he muttered to himself, "That kid wouldn't have forgotten about the World Martial Arts Tournament. Would he? He is always so careless. I wonder what he is busy with." Krillin and Yamcha paced back and forth at the registration desk, watching the clock approach the registration deadline, their expressions growing more anxious. Where could that guy Goku be? Krillin couldn't help but voice his concern, worry etched on his face. Yamcha sighed. "It's almost closing time. He wouldn't really forget, would he?" Wukong sat leisurely atop the Nimbus cloud, the distant martial arts arena gradually coming into view. He cast a brief glance and chuckled. "The timing is just perfect. I imagine they must be quite anxious by now." He patted the edge of the Nimbus, urging, "Nimbus, pick up the pace a little." In an instant, the Nimbus accelerated, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the martial arts venue. Meanwhile, Master Rashi, Krillin, and Yamcha awaited Wukong with mounting impatience when, unexpectedly, 3 uninvited guests appeared before them: Master Shun and his disciples, Tin and Kata. Master Shin surveyed Master Rashi with a smug expression, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, Master Rashi, you dare bring your students to compete?" He scoffed. "I dare say the championship shall be claimed by me." "The Crane School, you might as well withdraw early to avoid embarrassment." Master Rashi, upon hearing this, snorted coldly and retorted defiantly, "Old Crow, do not celebrate too soon. The champion has yet to be determined, so refrain from boasting." He added, "Your little tricks won't intimidate us, the Turtle School." Master Shin sneered, crossing his arms. "Humph, just wait and see. None of your lackluster disciples can hold a candle to Tien." Master Rashi glared at Master Shun, retaliating without hesitation, "Old bird, your 2 disciples are destined for a crushing defeat." The 2 exchanged barbs, while Krillin and Yamcha exchanged awkward glances, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the escalating tension. Tin and Kaiatsu, however, remained silent, their cold gazes fixed on Master Rashi and the others, seemingly dismissive of their presence. Master Shun huffed disdainfully and, accompanied by Tin and Kaiatsu, swaggered into the arena, turning back to provoke. "Just wait, Master Rashi. After today, you will witness the glory of the Crane School." In the final minute before registration closed, Wukong finally arrived at the venue. He leapt down from the Nimbus, landing before Bulma, Krillin, and Yamcha. The moment they spotted Wukong, they exclaimed in unison, "Wukong!" Wukong greeted them with a smile, while Master Rashi hurried to the registration desk, ensuring Wukong's name was submitted just in time. "All done. Wukong's name is in." Master Rashi sighed with relief and proposed eagerly, "Now that everyone is here, shall we go for a meal? One must be well fed to compete." However, recalling Wukong's prodigious appetite, his smile faltered and he inwardly regretted suggesting it. Wukong could eat enough for several people. Nonetheless, the group proceeded together to a nearby restaurant, and Master Rashi, with trepidation, followed along, silently hoping that Wukong would eat less this time. After a hearty meal, they returned to the hotel. Master Roshi suggested playing a few rounds of cards, and everyone readily agreed. Thus, Master Roshi, Wukong, Krillin, Yamcha, Bulma, and Launch gathered around for several hours of card games. Yet luck seemed to elude Master Roshi, who found himself losing woefully in nearly every round, scratching his head in frustration. Once fatigue set in, they retired to their rooms to rest. Late into the night, Krillin tossed and turned, excitement and anxiety swirling within him as he pondered the impending competition, rendering him unable to sleep. Finally, he decided to don his workout gear and go for a run to ease his nerves. Upon reaching a park near the hotel, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he discovered Yamcha. Yamcha, wearing a broad smile, waved at him. Can't sleep either. The next day, the martial arts arena was a bustling sea of people, spectators flooding in, their enthusiastic cheers echoing throughout the venue. Contestants made their way to the competition hall. Preparing for the upcoming preliminaries, Wukong, Yamcha, Krillin, and Bulma, along with Launch, proceeded backstage. Suddenly, Launch noticed Master Roshi was missing and inquired of Bulma. "Where's Master Roshi?" "He was just here. How did he vanish?" Bulma shrugged nonchalantly, jesting. "Perhaps he off to the restroom again. He always makes a beeline for it when he's anxious to..." In truth, Master Roshi had donned a classic Jackie Chan outfit, stealthily blending into the competitors' area. As Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha prepared backstage, they were taken aback to see Master Roshi dressed as Jackie Chan. His ludicrous disguise prompted muffled laughter among them. Wukong stepped forward in astonishment, asking Grandpa, "You're competing again?" Master Roshi, as Jackie Chan, feigned mystery, waving his hand, and coughed lightly. "Ah, no laughing, no laughing. I'm here to assess the results of your training over the years." He raised his chin nonchalantly, though inwardly he mused. "As a master, how could I allow my disciples to look down upon me? Over the past 3 years, I have trained in secret. This time, I must show Wukong and the others my true prowess." Chapter 33. Arrogant 10. The preliminary draw commenced, and Wukong, Krillin, and Yamcha found themselves placed in different groups, each anticipating their opponents. Yet Wukong remained indifferent to whom he might face. Just as they were preparing for the matches, Ten and Kaiatsu approached. Ten glanced at Wukong, raising an eyebrow, seemingly unimpressed, a fellow who exudes no martial prowess. Surely a novice, he then scrutinized Krillin, thinking, "This one appears to possess some skill." But nothing remarkable. The only one who caught his attention slightly was Yamcha, whom he regarded as merely slightly stronger than an average martial artist. Yamcha, sensing Ten's disdainful gaze, felt a surge of anger, his brow furrowing as he contemplated confronting the arrogant individual. Just then, Master Roshi intervened, blocking Yamcha's path, whispering, "Young man, do you wish to be disqualified before the match even begins?" Ten shot a glare at Master Roshi, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "And who are you?" Yamcha retorted with a smirk, "You don't even recognize the runner-up from last year, Jackie Chan? Truly ignorant." Ten scoffed, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "You let this old fool become runner-up? How pathetic." With that, he turned his back on them, leading Kaiatsu away. Yamcha clenched his teeth, seething with anger. "He's utterly insufferable. I'll teach him a lesson later. Let's see if he remains so arrogant." In the relaxation area outside the martial arts venue, Bulma and blonde Launch sat leisurely, sipping drinks and enjoying the calm before the storm of competition. Sunlight bathed them, with Launch clad in a revealing outfit and Bulma dressed casually, both appearing in high spirits. Master Shin approached, surveying the surroundings, and abruptly inquired, "Where's Master Roshi? Why is he absent?" Bulma shrugged lightly. Perhaps he has gone to relieve himself again. Clearly, she was disinterested in Master Shin's question, her tone laced with sarcasm. Master Shin raised an eyebrow. That old fool must be afraid his students will lose, fleeing home in fear. Bulma felt a twinge of irritation at his words and coldly replied, "You speak so casually, yet the strength of the Turtle School does not require your judgment." However, Master Shin paid no heed to Bulma's displeasure. Instead, he began to eye Bulma and Launch, grinning as he suggested, "You two must be the little darlings of Master Roshi. Stick with me, and I'll ensure you enjoy the finer things in life." Launch's expression darkened at his words, a flash of anger igniting in her eyes. Suddenly, she drew a machine gun and unleashed a barrage of bullets toward Master Shun. The gunfire echoed as bullets rained down upon him. Master Shun remained unfazed, calmly catching every bullet with his hands. Unharmed. Witnessing the spectacle, Bulma and Launch were left in shock. Master Shin nonchalantly adjusted his attire, remarking, "You youngsters are far too impulsive." With that, he waved his hand and strolled away, at the very moment when his opponent lost his balance. Yamcha unleashed a punch. This strike, seemingly effortless, was imbued with formidable strength. The martial artist was caught off guard, instantly struck by Yamcha's blow, and flew through the air like a kite severed from its string. Crashing violently against the wall beyond the ring, standing upon the stage, Krillin faced an opponent of towering stature, a 3-meter-tall underground boxing champion, who loomed over him like a colossal mountain. The underground champion let out a hearty laugh as he approached Krillin, seizing his waist with one enormous hand, intent on applying overwhelming force. Observing Krillin rendered immobile by the grip, he smugly proclaimed, "Kid, it seems today will be your downfall." A murmur of disbelief swept through the onlookers, each believing Krillin would soon capitulate. Yet, Krillin maintained his composure, offering a slight smile as he lowered his head in contemplation. Suddenly, he shot his gaze upward. "I'm done playing with you," with a cold smirk. Krillin struck fiercely against the champion's massive hand. Not only was the speed remarkable, but the power behind it was astonishing as well. The underground champion cried out in agony, his face paling instantly, and his grip on Krillin loosened. Just as the champion prepared to retaliate, Krillin swiftly repositioned himself, launching a rapid assault that landed a kick on the champion's arm. The underground champion, in excruciating pain, clutched his arm and collapsed to the ground, gasping and retching, ultimately losing consciousness on the ring. The thud of the underground champion hitting the floor reverberated throughout the venue, leaving the audience in stunned silence. The referee rushed to assess the situation, confirming the champion was utterly unconscious, and promptly declared Krillin the victor. Breathing a sigh of relief, Krillin stood on the stage, lightly dusting off his hands, wearing a faint smile as if the preceding strike had required no effort at all. Tianjin Fan found himself on the stage against a sumo wrestling expert, whose imposing figure was clad in traditional sumo attire, exuding an aura of formidable defense. Observers speculated among themselves, convinced that the sumo wrestler's defense would be impenetrable, leading to Tianjin Fan's inevitable struggle. Just as anticipation built for the match to commence, Tianjin Fan unexpectedly shed his upper garment, revealing a chiseled six-pack, a stark contrast to his usual demure appearance. Jackie Chan, observing from the sidelines, remarked, "The sumo wrestler possesses exceptional defensive capabilities." As the match began with the referee's signal, the sumo expert lunged forward with the ferocity of an enraged beast, his gaze locked onto Tianjin Fan. The audience was agape, bracing themselves for a breathtaking confrontation. However, Tianjin Fan's reaction was astonishingly swift. In an instant, he evaded the sumo wrestler's attack. The sumo wrestler, missing his target, stumbled forward, while Tianjin Fan deftly maneuvered behind him. With a powerful flying kick to the opponent's midsection, Tianjin Fan's force sent the hefty sumo wrestler hurtling backward to the ground. Throughout the match, Tianjin Fan's movements were fluid and precise, his speed rendering the spectators unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Only Yamcha, Krillin, Goku, and Jackie Chan discerned Tianjin Fan's lightning-fast strike in that fleeting moment. The referee approached to confirm that the sumo wrestler had lost consciousness and could no longer continue, declaring Tianjin Fan the victor. Standing atop the ring, Goku faced the towering Gappa King with calm resolve. Gappa King cast a disdainful glance at the youthful contender, clearly regarding Goku with contempt. Jackie Chan, from the sidelines, warned, "Gappa King is no ordinary fighter. He is a renowned martial arts expert in the underworld. Goku, exercise caution." Goku appeared utterly unguarded, seemingly fraught with vulnerabilities. Gappa King, seizing the opportunity, smirked coldly, "Little brat, don't blame me for what happens next." In an instant, Gappa King surged forward, preparing to unleash his signature heavy punch to topple Goku. Yet, just as his fist was about to connect, Goku extended his hand and seized Gappa King's fist. The champion, momentarily taken aback, attempted to break free, but no matter how hard he struggled, Goku's grip remained steadfast, akin to iron. "What?" He hasn't budged an inch, gasped the spectators, who expected Goku to be sent flying. Gappa King, astonished, widened his eyes in disbelief. Stammering, Who are you? Goku offered a slight smile, replying softly, I'm merely a young lad who loves martial arts. With that, Goku gently pushed, causing Gappa King to lose his balance and stagger back several steps, ultimately falling from the ring. Jackie Chan, Yamcha, and Krillin observed Goku's match with varying expressions. Krillin, scratching his head in bewilderment, remarked, What on earth has Goku become? His strength seems to have surpassed anything we've encountered before. It's utterly unfathomable. Yamcha pondered briefly, furrowing his brow as he stated, Clearly, he appears to be toying with his opponents, not exerting himself at all. Jackie Chan stood silently, though the turbulence within him was unmistakable. It seemed that his 3 years of secret training might not be sufficient. During lunchtime, Jackie Chan, Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha gathered in the contestants' dining hall, enjoying their meal and discussing the morning's matches when a commotion erupted. Goku looked up to see Tianjin Fan, seizing a waiter by the collar, furiously exclaiming, Is this the best you can offer us? This food is downright insulting. Witnessing the scene, Yamcha stood up, striding over with discontent. Tianjin Fan, this is the dining hall of the martial arts tournament. Not a place for your tantrums to... If you find a food unacceptable, go find another restaurant. Tianjin Fan turned, casting a cold glance at Yamcha. And who do you think you are to dictate to me? The two locked eyes, the tension palpable as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Yamcha clenched his fists, seething with rage. I've long found you insufferable. Tianjin Fan scoffed. I'm more than ready to face you. If you dare, I'll show you just how vast the gap between us truly is, as the confrontation teetered on the brink of explosion. Jackie Chan interjected firmly. Enough. Do you wish to be disqualified here? He stepped between the two, forcibly separating them. Tianjin Fan huffed dismissively, falling silent, yet he mentally noted Yamcha's provocation. Yamcha, equally dissatisfied, shot a glare at Tianjin Fan before grinding his teeth and returning to his seat. Krillin leaned into Goku, whispering, It seems Yamcha and Tianjin Fan are at odds now. Following several rounds of intense preliminary matches, Goku, Krillin, Yamcha, Jackie Chan, and others successfully advanced to the top 8, with Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi also making the cut. Prior to the quarterfinals, the competitors gathered to witness the draw for matchups. As the pairings were gradually revealed, the lineup for the quarterfinals was finalized. Yamcha would face Tianjin Fan. Jackie Chan would combat the werewolf. Krillin would take on Jiaozi, and Pudding would challenge Goku. Each participant harbored their own thoughts regarding the draw. Yamcha, in particular, fixated on Tianjin Fan, eager to finally settle the score in the official arena. Krillin cast a glance at Jiaozi, inwardly acknowledging his own fortuitous draw. Goku, Krillin, and Yamcha made their way to the audience section, finding Bulma and Blonde Lanchi. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, Master Roshi emerged from the crowd. Upon spotting him, Bulma quipped, Where have you been? Off to relieve yourself. Master Roshi quickly retorted, I wasn't relieving myself. I was secretly watching the preliminaries. You all performed admirably, and I believe you have a real shot at the championship. At that moment, Bulma surveyed the area, expressing her discontent. We arrived too late. We won't be able to see the matches from here. Before she could finish, Lanchi boldly brandished a gun, firing several shots into the air while shouting, Clear the way. Anyone who doesn't want to be hit by a bullet better make room. We demand the best seats. The audience, intimidated by Lanchi's bravado, parted to create a pathway. Master Roshi's eyes lit up in admiration. Nodding in approval. Excellent. That's the spirit. Lanchi. Bulma shook her head in exasperation, but she too relished the opportunity, joining the others as they advanced toward the front rows to secure prime viewing for the forthcoming quarterfinals. The host excitedly announced, the first match of the quarterfinals, Tianjin Fan versus Yamcha, is now underway. The crowd erupted in fervor, their focus riveted upon the ring. Tianjin Fan and Yamcha stood at opposite ends, locking eyes as the atmosphere thickened with tension. Yamcha sneered, Tianjin Fan, you can still concede now. Otherwise, prepare to have your teeth scattered across the floor. Tianjin Fan responded with a chilling smile. Arrogant brat, today you shall witness the true essence of martial arts. As the last syllable fell, Yamcha took the initiative to launch an assault, charging towards Tianjin Fan like a whirlwind. Tianjin Fan met him head-on, and in an instant, the two engaged in a fierce exchange at the center of the arena. The sound of fists and feet colliding was dense and rapid, leaving the audience struggling to grasp the intricate details of their movements. All that could be seen were two blurred figures clashing at breakneck speed. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce energy from their strikes reverberated, creating a powerful gust that swept from the arena into the air. Between their swift exchanges, the speed was akin to lightning, with dozens of blows delivered each second. Their battle was as intense as a dragon fighting a tiger, where even the slightest misstep could reveal a fatal flaw. Yamcha gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Behold my new wolf Fang fist." He assumed a claw-like stance, his aura surging dramatically, and launched himself at Tianjin Fan like a tempest. The wind from his punches howled forth, faster and more potent than ever, carrying the force to tear through the very air. Tianjin Fan remained composed, his eyes narrowed slightly, unfazed by Yamcha's imposing presence. That Yamcha's fists rained down like a torrential storm upon Tianjin Fan's face, chest, and abdomen, captivating the audience. Yet with every strike, Tianjin Fan deftly evaded or casually blocked. Despite Yamcha's fierce onslaught, he could never break through Tianjin Fan's defenses, as though he were striking an invisible barrier that rendered his attacks utterly ineffective. Tianjin Fan smirked dismissively and remarked, "Relying solely on speed and ferocity is futile." No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly sidestepped and delivered a powerful palm strike to Yamcha's shoulder. Yamcha felt a sharp jolt in his shoulder, causing him to stagger back several steps. Realizing that conventional techniques would not suffice against Tianjin Fan, Yamcha resolved to unleash the Kamehameha. He gathered energy in both hands, forming a formidable white energy sphere, and unleashed it towards Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan crossed his arms before his chest, summoning a powerful energy field that rebounded the Kamehameha back. Yamcha was taken aback and hastily leaped into the air to evade, before he could fully process the situation. Tianjin Fan appeared behind him with astonishing speed, mercilessly delivering a kick to his back, sending Yamcha crashing heavily onto the arena. The force of the impact left Yamcha dizzy, nearly unconscious. Tianjin Fan laughed coldly, descending from the air to deliver a crushing blow to Yamcha's knee. "Stop!" Krillin shouted anxiously, but it was too late to intervene. Tianjin Fan's attack was precise and ruthless, shattering Yamcha's shin bone, and the pain rendered him completely unconscious. The audience erupted in gasps, and Bulma was on the verge of tears. The referee immediately declared, "Tianjin Fan is the victor," and urgently called for medical personnel. Bulma quickly transformed into a flying carpet, lifting Yamcha, while Bulma and Launch hurried to follow, taking Yamcha to the hospital. The announcer declared the day's matches concluded, with the remainder to continue the following day. Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi also went to the hospital to visit Yamcha. Inside the hospital, silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere heavy with concern. Yamcha lay weakly on the hospital bed, apologizing softly, "I'm sorry, I couldn't win." "How embarrassing." Master Roshi patted Yamcha's shoulder, offering comfort. "Do not dwell on it. Young man, winning and losing are part of the journey. Your progress has been significant. It's merely that your opponent was too formidable." Yamcha nodded slightly, turning to Goku with an expression of determination and hope. "Goku, you must help me defeat that Tianjin Fan." Goku readily pounded his chest in assurance, replying, "Don't worry." Yet in his heart he pondered the future. In a few days, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan would become good friends. As night descended, Goku, Krillin, and Master Roshi arrived at an eatery to enjoy dinner. Just as they were relishing their meal, footsteps echoed at the entrance, and Master Crane entered with Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi, sitting down at the table beside them. Master Crane and Master Roshi leaned back against each other, raising their voices to inquire, "Tianjin Fan, how did the match feel today?" Tianjin Fan raised an eyebrow, sneering, "That guy was hardly worth mentioning. I could defeat him with one hand without breaking a sweat." Just as Master Crane basked in his triumph, Master Roshi feigned nonchalance, lifting his rear towards Master Crane's position, and suddenly let out a loud noise that filled the air with an awkward scent. Master Crane quickly covered his nose, his eyes widening in fury as he exclaimed, "You old turtle, This is utterly disgraceful. Master Roshi retorted with smugness. You old bird, better keep your two disciples in check. Otherwise, the next match will be just as pitiful. Chapter 35. Into the top for the following morning, the audience eagerly flooded into the martial arts arena. The atmosphere electric with excitement. When it was time for Jackie Chan to face the Wolfman, Jackie stood calmly on the stage, while the Wolfman wore a confident smile. Due to Goku's alteration of history in the previous martial arts tournament, Jackie had not obliterated the moon, and the Wolfman bore no grudge against him. Despite the Wolfman's enhanced strength, speed, and power, he appeared no threat in front of Jackie. Jackie observed the Wolfman's movements with calm determination. Skillfully dodging while discerning all his vulnerabilities in a moment of opportunity, Jackie swiftly launched an attack, knocking the Wolfman to the ground, rendering him unable to continue. The referee declared Jackie the winner, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. After a brief intermission, the next match commenced. Krillin charged at Jiaozi like a ferocious tiger, unleashing a rapid series of strikes. However, Jiaozi exhibited remarkable agility, evading every blow with finesse, leaving Krillin frustrated, determined to accelerate his pace. Krillin suddenly vanished from the arena. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as Krillin's figure flickered around the stage. Tianjin fans shouted from the sidelines, "To your left, Jiaozi, to your left." Yet Jiaozi, confused, muttered, "Which way is left?" In his moment of disorientation, his movements slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin struck Jiaozi with a punch. Jiaozi staggered back, forced to the edge of the arena, teetering on the brink of falling out. Suddenly, Jiaozi leaped into the air, astonishing the audience while Krillin stared in disbelief at the floating Jiaozi. He thought to himself, "How can this guy fly?" Jiaozi waved triumphantly in mid-air, launching wave after wave of energy blasts at Krillin. Unable to fly, Krillin could only dodge desperately across the stage as Jiaozi's attacks intensified. Krillin, while evading, had a sudden epiphany. Jiaozi could not differentiate left from right. Elated by this realization, Krillin decided to exploit this weakness. He began to dart rapidly back and forth across the arena, leaving Jiaozi bewildered, unable to discern where Krillin would strike from next, plunging him into chaos. In Jiaozi's moment of distraction, Krillin seized the chance. Leaping high into the air and delivering a powerful punch that connected with Jiaozi, Jiaozi was sent spiraling backward, barely stabilizing himself in mid-air to evade Krillin's follow-up attack. Gathering his energy, Jiaozi prepared to unleash a more potent energy blast. "Jiaozi, this time I won't hold back," Krillin declared, ready to give his all. Jiaozi suddenly pointed at Krillin, unleashing an even larger energy blast, illuminating the arena. As the brilliance faded, Jiaozi was shocked to find Krillin's figure missing. "What happened? Where did he go?" Jiaozi exclaimed, completely unaware that Krillin had jumped behind him. Kamehameha! Krillin unleashed the energy blast he had charged, striking the unsuspecting Jiaozi directly. Jiaozi was propelled backward, plummeting rapidly toward the ground. Just as he was about to land, Jiaozi summoned the last of his strength, activating his flight technique, wobbling back into the arena. His face pale and his stamina nearly depleted, he struggled to maintain his balance. Seeing Jiaozi floating again, Krillin charged once more. Just as he approached, Jiaozi unexpectedly unleashed his psychic powers, causing a sharp pain in Krillin's abdomen, nearly bringing him to his knees. This guy actually has psychic abilities. Krillin gritted his teeth, but the pain was unbearable that, in a moment of inspiration, he decided to pose a math question to Jiaozi, enduring the discomfort as he yelled, "Hey, Jiaozi, what S3 plus 4? Jiaozi froze. Furrowing his brow and raising his hand to count on his fingers, 3 plus 4 is, it's... Seizing the opportunity, Krillin lunged at him, delivering a punch that sent Jiaozi flying out of the arena. Krillin wins, the referee announced. Below the stage, Master Crane was infuriated, stomping his feet and pointing at Jiaozi, berating him, "You fool! You can't even solve such a simple math problem." Wukong approached Master Crane, casually remarking, "By the way, Master Crane, do you still recall your foolish brother, Tao Bai Bai? 3 years ago, I personally reduced him to mere ashes." Upon hearing this, Master Crane's expression darkened, and a flame of fury ignited in his eyes as he voiced his ire. "How dare you slay my brother?" He then turned his gaze towards Tianjin Fan, commanding, "Tianjin Fan, Should you encounter this Sun Wukong in the arena, ensure that you eliminate him and teach this little rascal a proper lesson. Observing Master Crane's seething rage, Wukong merely turned and strolled away leisurely. After the day's competition concluded, Wukong and his companions visited the hospital to see Yamcha, who was still confined to his bed. Krillin boasted, "Yamcha, I triumphed over Jiaozi." Yamcha propped himself up, curious, "How did you manage that?" "Jiaozi seems rather formidable." Krillin pointed to his head and chuckled. "Well, it was thanks to this. His arithmetic is rather lacking. I casually posed a simple addition question, and he froze, providing me with the perfect opportunity." Laughter erupted among the group, and Yamcha couldn't help but join in, exclaiming, "Krillin, you are truly becoming increasingly clever." As night fell, Wukong, Krillin, and Master Roshi slumbered soundly in their hotel room. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the balcony. It was Master Crane, clad in a stealthy outfit. He crept closer to Wukong, his eyes glinting with malice. Master Crane intended to strike Wukong down in one swift blow. But Wukong had anticipated his arrival, feigning a sudden awakening. Sitting up abruptly, he demanded, "Who goes there?" His loud exclamation startled Krillin and Master Roshi, who instantly roused and looked towards the shadow, realizing his plan had been thwarted. Master Crane muttered a curse under his breath and hastily leapt from the balcony. Wukong and Krillin quickly chased after him, pursuing him down to the street below a dimly lit corner. Master Crane emerged slowly, his expression sinister. Without hesitation, Krillin lunged forward, seizing Master Crane's mask and revealing his true identity. Wukong, witnessing this, urgently cautioned Krillin against rash actions. Master Crane glared at Wukong, his gaze filled with enmity. "Son Wukong, it was your hand that brought about my brother Tao Bai's demise. I shall avenge him." With that, Master Crane lunged at Wukong. Just then, a figure swiftly appeared, positioning himself between Master Crane and Wukong. It was Tianjin Fan. He extended his hand to block Master Crane, calmly stating, "Master, let me handle Son Wukong, that I will personally deal with him in the arena, avenging Lord Tao Bai and showcasing the might of the Crane School." Seeing Tianjin Fan's resolute demeanor, Master Crane gradually withdrew, snorting coldly, "Tianjin Fan, I hope you do not disappoint me." With that, he vanished into the shadows, upon returning to their hotel room and closing the door. Krillin, still caught up in the tension of the moment, muttered, "Master Crane truly is unscrupulous, attempting to ambush you under the cover of night." Wukong chuckled, reassuring him not to worry, then flopped onto his bed, stretching luxuriously while gazing at the ceiling, thinking, alas, playing along with them is indeed exhausting. The following morning, Wukong, Master Roshi, Krillin, Bulma, and Launch gathered at the restaurant for breakfast. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of delicious food. Curious, Krillin inquired, "Do you know who Wukong's opponent is today?" Bulma smiled slightly, eagerly responding, "It's Puff. He is a renowned fighter in the martial arts community." Master Roshi nodded and elaborated, "Indeed, Puff is a formidable opponent. He has garnered much acclaim in the martial arts world, and Wukong's match will not be an easy one." Bulma blushed and added, "Moreover, Puff is quite handsome, exuding a certain star-like charisma." Launch scoffed, rolling her eyes dismissively. "Umph, I detest that type." Wukong glanced at Launch, unable to suppress a thought. Launch has a soft spot for Tianjin Fan. Stifling a grin, he returned to his breakfast, pretending nothing had transpired, unaware of Wukong's internal musings. Launch continued to grumble about Puff's pretentious demeanor. Bulma, smiling at everyone, encouraged, "All right, let's fill our stomachs first. The upcoming matches are the main event." As Wukong walked along the road, a luxurious black car suddenly came to a halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing a grinning man in a suit, flanked by two bodyguards, who said, "Little brother, the venue for today's martial arts tournament has been changed at the last minute. Come with us. We will take you there." Wukong silently scoffed, thinking, this ruse is rather juvenile. The glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he pretended to agree. Just as the car door swung open, Wukong struck swiftly, delivering 3 punches in succession, knocking the 3 occupants unconscious before they could react. Amused by their incapacitated state, Wukong chuckled, moved the car to a nearby thicket to conceal it, dusted off his hands. and continued on his way to the tournament venue. The host enthusiastically announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome today's competitors to the stage." As his words echoed, all eyes turned towards the arena. There stood Puff, elevated above the crowd, flashing a confident smile and striking a dramatic pose. Then he leapt from the height, tracing an elegant arc through the air, executing several flips before gracefully landing at the center of the arena. Striking a dashing pose, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, with Puff's female fans waving their support items and screaming, "Puff Kuin, so handsome." Even Bulma's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "He really is quite dashing." Wukong ambled onto the stage, exuding an air of calm ease. Puff regarded his diminutive opponent with a disdainful smile, suddenly launching a punch aimed at Wukong's face, halting just inches away. Frowning in confusion, Puff queried, "Why didn't you dodge?" Wukong smiled gently, replying, "Because your punch lacks power." This remark ignited Puff's fury. He scoffed and turned towards the wall behind the arena, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the sturdy structure, sending debris flying and dust swirling. The host lamented, "Alas, that wall was just repaired." Behind the wall, Chung Long and Krillin witnessed the spectacle, Chung Long chuckling as he remarked to Krillin, "Thanks to him, the view is now much clearer, and we can finally see the match." Puff confidently proclaimed to Wukong, "Within 30 seconds, I will defeat you." With that, he assumed a battle stance and charged at Wukong like a gale. Wukong merely smiled faintly, sidestepping effortlessly in the next moment. The audience gasped as Puff found himself propelled off the stage. Bewildered, he stared at the arena, utterly perplexed as to how he had fallen. The host, momentarily stunned, quickly declared, "Son, Wukong wins." The crowd erupted in confusion, buzzing with speculation that Puff had inadvertently tumbled off the stage. Even Tianjin Fan, who had been closely observing Wukong, failed to catch the latter's swift maneuver, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He silently marveled, "This son Wukong is far more formidable than he appears." As the list of finalists was announced, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. The host revealed the draw results for the semifinals. The first match would feature Chung Long against Tianjin Fan, and the second match would pit Wukong against Krillin. Chapter 36. The semifinals. Upon hearing that he would face Tianjin Fan, Chung Long rose with a smile, stretching his shoulders and remarking to Wukong and Krillin, "Time flies. It's my turn to take the stage." Krillin, fists clenched with excitement, urged, "Master Chung Long, be careful with Tianjin Fan. He is a formidable opponent." Wukong offered an encouraging grin, saying, "Go for it, old man." Chung Long nodded, a smile gracing his face, rest assured that on the arena, Tianjin Fan scrutinized Chung Long coldly, a hint of disdain on his face as he scoffed, "Humph. Let us see what remarkable skills you possess." Chung Long smiled slightly. Unfazed, young man, no need to start off with such hostility. However, Tianjin Fan said nothing further, leaning forward into an offensive stance, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "Since you insist, I shall not hold back." With that, Tianjin Fan erupted into action, charging at Chung Long, his fist slicing through the air towards Chung Long's face. Not bad speed, but still lacking, Chung Long calmly replied, effortlessly dodging the initial assault. Tianjin Fan narrowed his eyes, sneering, "It seems you have some skill. However, the warm-up is over. Now the real match begins." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Tianjin Fan unleashed a surge of power, rushing toward Chung Long once more. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, battling from the ground into the air. The sounds of their fierce strikes and explosive energy rippled through the audience as they exchanged attacks mid-air, their forms a blur before plummeting back to the ground. Upon landing, Tianjin Fan and Chung Long continued their fierce combat, each strike filled with force. Although both combatants were evidently fatigued, their breaths quickening, they each cautiously probed the other's limits. Neither able to gain the upper hand. Jackie Chan took a slight step back, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young man truly possesses remarkable skills. Not only is he strong, but his endurance is commendable as well. With a faint smile, Jackie declared, "Now it's my turn to attack." And no sooner had the words left his lips than his figure blurred, transforming into 8 afterimages. These phantoms seemed to possess a life of their own as they spun rapidly around Tianjin Fan, launching assault from every conceivable angle, their speed dizzying and rendering it impossible to discern which was the true form. On the sidelines, Clint exclaimed in excitement, "Tianjin Fan is about to lose. Jackie is sure to win this." However, Tianjin Fan remained unfazed, instead smiling coldly and murmuring, "A mere parlor trick." His third eye granted him extraordinary vision, allowing him to swiftly scan each afterimage and dissect their movements in detail. In an instant, he pinpointed Jackie's true form and confirmed his actual position. With his target locked, Tianjin Fan unleashed a decisive punch aimed directly at Jackie. Caught off guard, Jackie was struck squarely in the chest by Tianjin Fan's powerful blow, the immense force sending him flying, crashing into the sturdy wall, which instantly splintered under the impact. Debris scat Jackie Chan, aware that his identity had been exposed, let out a sigh, his expression shifting to one of calm resolve as he spoke. "Tianjin Fan, I am indeed Master Roshi. I stand here today because I cannot bear to see you stray from the righteous path. You possess a rare talent and immense potential, yet you have chosen to devote yourself to one who brings you darkness." Tianjin Fan clenched his teeth and retorted, "Master Roshi, there is no need for your words. Master Crane has nurtured me. He is my benefactor. You know nothing of our bond. True martial arts does not lie in continued obedience, but in the pursuit of self. That is the path you tread, truly your own choice, or merely a goal imposed upon you by Master Crane?" Upon concluding his remarks, Jackie Chan slowly approached the edge of the arena. Tianjin Fan, observing Jackie's advance, wore a look of bewilderment. Jackie paused, turned his head slightly, and offered a faint smile, a glimmer of relief in his eyes, before gracefully leaping down from the stage. The referee hesitated for a moment, then announced loudly, "Tianjin Fan is the victor." The audience erupted in astonishment, with Tianjin Fan standing in the center of the arena, momentarily a loss. He had not anticipated such an ending. Why would he choose to withdraw when he still had strength to fight? Jackie Chan walked away without looking back, his silhouette bearing the weight of time. He waved gently, saying, "The future belongs to you young ones." Tianjin Fan stood dazed in the arena, gazing at Jackie Chan's departing figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. The host then declared, "Next, we shall witness the duel between Wukong and Krillin." The audience below held their breath in anticipation of the thrilling clash between the brothers in arms. On the stage, Krillin regarded Wukong with a sense of unease that he was acutely aware that Wukong's strength far surpassed his own, and a thought of conceding without a fight flickered through his mind. Wukong, perceptive to Krillin's apprehension, smiled gently and gave him a thumbs up. "Krillin, don't worry. Just give it your all. The heart of martial arts lies in progression, not stagnation." Krillin took a deep breath, his determination solidifying. He understood that he could not shy away. Even with the odds stacked against him, he would confront the challenge with the true spirit of martial arts. Thus, he assumed a fighting stance, vowing silently to exert every ounce of his strength. Wukong smiled slightly, awaiting Krillin's first move. Krillin quickly focused his energy and charged at Wukong with fervor. Below the arena, Bulma and Launch eagerly discussed the impending duel. Bulma propped her chin on her hand, her eyes glued to Wukong and Krillin, and remarked, "Who do you think will win?" "I believe Wukong is undoubtedly stronger than Krillin." Launch shook her head, responding earnestly, "Not necessarily. They are both disciples of Master Roshi. And Krillin is quite clever." Bulma chuckled and shrugged, "But Wukong always gives off the impression that he will win. Just look at his expression. He seems so relaxed." Launch countered with a defiant look. "Maybe Krillin has some new tricks up his sleeve. Don't underestimate him. He is very determined." Wukong stood firm, suppressing his energy to match Krillin's level. His every evasive maneuver was effortless, allowing him to predict Krillin's attacks without even needing to see them. Krillin launched a relentless barrage of punches and kicks at Wukong. However, each of his strikes was deftly sidestepped by Wukong, who moved like a shadow carried by the wind, always appearing precisely in the blind spots of Krillin's assaults. Despite Krillin's best efforts, he could not even graze Wukong's clothing. After enduring dozens of exchanges, Krillin was breathless, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead, his movements becoming increasingly sluggish. He gazed at Wukong with disbelief. Had Wukong truly grown this formidable? Wukong spoke softly. Krillin, focus your attacks. Do not waste energy on unnecessary movements, or you will quickly exhaust yourself. With that, Wukong began to demonstrate his understanding and techniques of martial arts through their battle, subtly teaching Krillin how to regulate his breathing, control his rhythm, and minimize his movements. After each thwarted attack, Krillin diligently adjusted himself, striving to keep pace with Wukong's movements while absorbing the wisdom imparted by his mentor. Tianjin Fan watched quietly from the sidelines, his heart tumultuous. He witnessed Wukong effortlessly countering each of Krillin's moves, even imparting martial arts principles through the very act of combat, a composure that stirred unease within him. As the match continued for several minutes, Krillin, drenched in sweat, began to grasp Wukong's earnest intentions. He wiped his brow and reset his stance. Wukong looked at him, eyes brimming with approval, nodding. "Well done, Krillin. You have truly made progress." At last, Wukong sensed that Krillin had reached his limits. With a swift motion, he unleashed a gust of energy directed at Krillin. Krillin attempted to steady himself, but the forceful wind pushed him back, causing him to slip and tumble from the edge of the stage. The host immediately proclaimed, "Son Wukong is the victor." As the sun set, painting the horizon crimson, its gentle rays cast a warm glow upon the earth. Bulma and Launch led Wukong and Krillin towards a nearby restaurant. After a day filled with intense competition, both Wukong and Krillin were ravenous, unable to resist salivating at the enticing aromas wafting from the establishment. "You both performed exceptionally today, especially you, Wukong," Bulma exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. "Let us celebrate this moment. Indeed, it is a rare occasion for you to push yourselves so hard. Order whatever you desire," Launch added enthusiastically. Wukong's eyes sparkled as he eagerly grabbed the menu, pointing at dish after dish without hesitation, exclaiming, this one, and this one. "I'll have them all." Krillin joined in, unabashedly ordering several dishes in one breath. Bulma and Launch exchanged amused glances, with Launch chuckling, "What a glutton! Yet after such a fierce battle, you've certainly earned it." Before long, the dishes began to arrive at their table, and Wukong and Krillin wasted no time devouring their meals. As Bulma and Launch ate, they listened intently to their animated discussions about the details of the day's matches. "Wukong, I threw hundreds of punches and couldn't land a single one. How did you manage that?" Krillin inquired. Wukong chuckled, providing a simple explanation while encouraging Krillin to continue honing his skills. Bulma and Launch listened with rapt attention. The last rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, enveloping the meal in a warm, cozy ambience. Chapter 37. Tianjin Fan's redemption in a hospital room. Yamcha reclined on his bed, listening to the announcement of the upcoming finals of the martial arts tournament over the radio. Suddenly, he threw off the blanket covering his legs and, despite the lingering pain, stood up with determination. Gritting his teeth, he leaned on his cane and made his way to the balcony, leaping down, undeterred by his unhealed injuries. As he hurried towards the venue, meanwhile, in a hotel room, Tianjin Fan sat cross-legged in midair, his eyes shut in contemplation. However, his mind was far from tranquil. The words spoken by Master Roshi on the arena echoed incessantly in his thoughts. Like a sharp blade piercing through his martial arts convictions, fight under the sunlight. Tianjin Fan murmured to himself, brow furrowed, "My strength has surpassed that of my master. Yet why do I feel a sense of confusion?" He opened his eyes and gazed outside, feeling as though a heavy fog enveloped his heart, obscuring his vision of the path ahead. This martial arts tournament was meant to bring him fame and demonstrate the might of the Crane School. Yet, as the competition progressed, the fighting spirit exhibited by Wukong, Jackie Chan, and the disciples of the Turtle School seemed to stir something deep within him. Taking a deep breath, Tianjin Fan quietly rose to his feet. He recognized that the battle before him might represent more than a mere contest of victory or defeat. It could signify a pivotal decision regarding his own mindset. In the hotel, Bulma glanced at her watch. Standing up and calling out to the others who were busy with their tasks, "Time is running short. Everyone prepare to depart." Meanwhile, Master Roshi remained seated on the couch, fixated on the television, where a fitness program featuring beautiful women was playing. He followed the rhythmic music with admiration, his eyes sparkling with appreciation, occasionally muttering, "What energy! Youth truly is a blessing. Unable to tolerate it any longer, the blonde launch strode over and struck Master Roshi on the head, exclaiming, "Are you seriously still watching this? The match is about to start." Rubbing his head in pain, Master Roshi chuckled. All right, I got it. I'm just savoring their enthusiasm." Bulma rolled her eyes and patted Krillin and Wukong on the shoulders, urging, "Let us go. The martial arts tournament is about to begin." Wukong grinned widely and nodded. All right. The group then set off together, exiting the hotel and embarking on their journey to the tournament venue. Wukong entered the backstage area, where he spotted Krillin following him. Wukong turned to Krillin with a smile, kindly saying, "Krillin, you should head to the audience section. Bulma and the others are waiting for you there." Krillin, feeling a bit puzzled, nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll go to the audience." Wukong reassured him, "Don't worry, I will win." Shortly thereafter, the host stood upon the arena, signaling that the contest was about to commence. His voice resonated. "Esteemed audience, today marks a highly anticipated final match. Let the competitors enter the stage." As the host's words echoed, Tianjin Fan and Wukong ascended the platform together. The cheers from the audience swelled, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere. The host gazed at the two contenders and proclaimed, "The match begins." Tianjin Fan was the first to strike, gradually intensifying his attacks, seeking to shatter Wukong's defense through sheer force. However, Wukong remained steadfast, his body as agile as the wind, unyielding and evading every assault with ease. Tianjin Fan's fists and feet were perilously close to Wukong, yet they never even grazed his clothing. Anger surged within Tianjin Fan. Gritting his teeth, he thought, "This cannot continue. I must devise a strategy." Suddenly, he leaped into the air, unreservedly unleashing his ultimate move, the Solar Fist. A blinding light instantly illuminated the entire arena, rendering it impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Wukong gradually closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the dazzling brilliance. Noticing Wukong's eyes shut, Tianjin Fan believed he had found his opportunity, and he launched a furious assault with unparalleled speed. His strikes were relentless and fierce, fists and feet descending upon Wukong like a tempest. Though Wukong kept his eyes closed, he acutely sensed the flow of Tianjin Fan's energy, swiftly discerning the trajectory of each attack, regardless of how Tianjin Fan altered his techniques. Wukong effortlessly dodged, as if he could perceive every movement of his opponent. Tianjin Fan's actions began to grow sparse and chaotic. With each attack easily detected by Wukong, he could not help but feel breathless. Each punch and kick seemed to vanish into thin air, as if an insurmountable chasm lay between him and Wukong. As Tianjin Fan prepared to launch another fierce onslaught, Master Crane subtly gestured towards Dumpling. From a distance, Dumpling's gaze remained fixed on Wukong, his hands aimed at him, channeling his psychic powers in an attempt to immobilize Wukong, guide Tianjin Fan towards clarity of heart. Wukong feigned being ensnared. Exhibiting a facade of vulnerability, he deliberately allowed Tianjin Fan's attacks to strike him, sending him hurtling back and crashing heavily onto the arena floor. Coughing, Wukong rose from the ground, a pained expression etched upon his face. Tianjin Fan stood perplexed, gazing at him, seemingly bewildered as to why he had so easily landed a hit on Wukong. He halted his movements, brow furrowed. "What is wrong? Why didn't you evade?" Wukong gasped, softly murmuring, "This was your doing, wasn't it, Tianjin Fan? You truly are despicable." Tianjin Fan's eyes widened in confusion. "What are you saying? I did nothing." Wukong continued, "I assent you're doing that my body suddenly cannot move." Suddenly enlightened, Tianjin Fan turned sharply to glare at Dumpling in the audience, shouting furiously, "Dumpling, do not interfere. This battle is between me and son Wukong. I do not require your lowly tactics." Dumpling, taken aback by Tianjin Fan's outburst, hesitated but did not cease his efforts. His feeble psychic energy continued to flow through the air, prepared to control Wukong's movements at any moment. Master Crane, noticing Tianjin Fan's shift in demeanor, expressed his displeasure with a fierce reprimand. "Tianjin Fan, you fool! Slaying son Wukong to avenge Tao Bai is of utmost importance. You waste time grappling with him. The means do not matter as long as you can win. All methods are permissible." Tianjin Fan's countenance darkened, for Master Crane's words struck him like a heavy hammer upon his inner core. Reflecting on his journey thus far, he began to discern that a philosophy steeped in violence and cruelty did not align with his true self. The once liberated spirit in pursuit of truth seemed to be warping under Master Crane's influence. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face Wukong. Wukong stood calmly, devoid of hostility, radiating a sense of tolerance and understanding. "You are mistaken, Master Crane," Tianjin Fan spoke in a subdued tone. "I no longer wish to tread the path you dictate, and my martial way should not be one of slaughter and vengeance, but rather a quest for freedom and the authenticity of the soul." Master Crane froze, his anger gradually morphing into disbelief. He seemed unable to comprehend Tianjin Fan's sentiments. His fists clenched tightly. "This is betrayal. You dare to betray me." Ignoring Master Crane, Tianjin Fan gazed deeply into Wukong's eyes, his resolve strengthening. "I refuse to be controlled any longer. I have made my decision. I shall forge my own path in martial arts." Wukong smiled gently, nodding in affirmation. "Tianjin Fan, you have made the right choice." At this moment, the audience began to murmur, sensing a profound shift in the dynamics of the battle. Yet, Master Crane remained unable to accept this reality, his expression darkening further as he muttered, "If you forsake me, you shall pay the price of solitude." The tension in the arena escalated dramatically. In a fit of rage, Master Crane issued a new command to Dumpling. "Dumpling, restrain son Wukong's movements. Do you dare defy me?" Dumpling lowered his head, visibly conflicted. "Master, Tianjin merely wishes to fight Wukong fairly." Before he could finish, Master Crane, consumed by fury, seized Dumpling by the collar, coldly stating, "Those who disobey orders must die. Dumpling, you are unworthy of being my disciple." Just as Master Crane prepared to strike Dumpling down, Master Turtle stood at the edge of the arena, gathering a brilliant white energy wave, glaring fiercely. "Master Crane, this is the martial arts tournament, not your playground for tyranny." Kamehameha. With a thunderous shout, the white energy wave surged towards Master Crane. Caught off guard, he was struck by the powerful energy wave, sent flying like a meteor into the distance. Vanishing from sight, Master Turtle, seemingly unfazed, clapped his hands and cheerfully addressed Tianjin Fan on the stage. "Rest assured, Master Crane is quite robust." Tianjin Fan paused momentarily, his gaze complex as he regarded Master Turtle. Before turning to Wukong, "Now, my sect no longer binds me. This battle transcends any factional dispute. Son Wukong, my aim is to seize the championship." Wukong regarded the now resolute Tianjin Fan, a smile gracing his lips. Quietly pleased with Tianjin Fan's growth, his little act had proven effective. Perhaps he should be awarded an Oscar for it. The Tianjin Fan before him was no longer the resentful and obsessed disciple, but a true warrior in search of his martial heart. Wukong inhaled deeply. "Tianjin Fan, come, let me witness your true strength." Tianjin Fan looked at Wukong, suddenly channeling his energy into the four-waist fist, sprouting 2 additional arms. With all 4 arms flashing like lightning, he unleashed a torrential onslaught upon Wukong. The arena was filled with a flurry of punches, Tianjin Fan's 4 arms moving rapidly around Wukong, each strike accompanied by the sound of air being split. The audience could scarcely discern the speed of the blows, only witnessing Wukong standing still, allowing Tianjin Fan's fist to land upon him wave after wave. In mere seconds, Tianjin Fan had unleashed thousands of punches, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, Wukong remained unyielding. Unaffected by the barrage, he smiled slightly, a teasing glint in his eye. "Tianjin Fan, are your fists giving me a massage?" Tianjin Fan was taken aback. Astonished, he had expected his 4-waist fist to inflict at least some damage upon Wukong, perhaps even force him to retaliate, yet his full-force assault proved utterly ineffective against Wukong. Gritting his teeth, Tianjin Fan repositioned himself. "Son Wukong, do not underestimate me." With a mighty shout, Tianjin Fan leaped into the air, hands clasped tightly together, concentrating his energy rapidly between his palms to form a blazing energy sphere. He roared, "Receive my ultimate move!" Kamehameha. The energy of the Kamehameha swelled, radiating blinding light as it hurtled towards Wukong. Observing the imminent energy wave, Wukong sighed softly, muttering to himself, Tianjin Fan. This move is going to obliterate the arena. With a gentle flick of his right arm, he redirected the Kamehameha's trajectory, sending it soaring into the distance where it erupted in brilliant light at the horizon. Tianjin Fan hovered in the air, his face a mask of shock, cold sweat beading upon his forehead. He had never anticipated that his prideful technique would be so effortlessly neutralized by Wukong. Observing that Tianjin Fan was utterly exhausted, Wukong resolved not to prolong their engagement any further. With a gentle leap, he soared into the air. Below, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi gazed in astonishment at Wukong, taken aback to discover that he too possessed the art of flight. Tianjin Fan was equally astonished, exclaiming, "You can perform the Crane School's ultimate technique?" Wukong, with a smile, replied, "Indeed, Tianjin Fan. The championship is mine," and no sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Tianjin Fan. Without hesitation, Wukong delivered a powerful strike to Tianjin Fan's back, who had no time to react and was sent hurtling away. Tianjin Fan flew rapidly out of the ring, crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a large crater and sending dust swirling into the air. The referee announced loudly, "Son Wukong is the victor." Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi erupted in cheers for Wukong's triumph, while Bulma and Launch excitedly waved their arms. As Wukong descended slowly back onto the stage, he addressed the fallen Tianjin Fan, saying, "You must find your own path in martial arts." Lying in the pit, though his body ached, Tianjin Fan was profoundly moved by Wukong's words. The host proclaimed loudly, "The World Martial Arts Tournament concludes here. See you in 3 years." After the event, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi approached Yamcha, with Tianjin Fan sincerely apologizing. "I was too harsh on you during the match. I am truly sorry." Yamcha smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. It's better than losing one's life to that moment." Master Roshi suggested, "Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, why not come to Kame House to train together and enhance your skills?" The blonde Launch, overhearing this, exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, that sounds fantastic. I love wild men." However, Tianjin Fan shook his head, smiling at Master Roshi. "Thank you for your kindness, Master Roshi. Although I betrayed my school, I remain a disciple of the Crane School. For now, I wish to explore the world with Jiaozi." Launch felt a tinge of disappointment, but after a moment, smiled and said, "Then let be pen pals. Tianjin Fan, remember to write to me." Master Roshi chuckled, saying, "Then let me treat everyone today. Let's go out for a meal." Krillin and Yamcha eagerly chimed in, "That sounds great." However, Wukong scratched the back of his head and said, "You all go ahead. I have a few matters to attend to, but I'll be back shortly." Bulma asked with some confusion, "Wukong, what could be so important? Is it more important than eating?" "Well, it is indeed quite important. You go on ahead. I will catch up soon." Wukong replied with a mysterious smile. Wukong sat cross-legged backstage in the martial arts arena, closing his eyes in deep meditation. He was aware that the minions of King Piccolo were drawing near, the chilling aura becoming increasingly palpable, yet he remained calm, patiently awaiting their arrival. Chapter 38. The first generation of King Piccolo Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, Tianjin Fan, Bulma, and Launch had already settled at the restaurant, the table laden with a sumptuous feast. Master Roshi, beaming with joy, picked up a piece of meat. However, Krillin appeared somewhat troubled, having yet to touch his chopsticks, frequently glancing towards the entrance with anxiety. Master Roshi remarked, "Krillin, you usually can't get enough of this. Why aren't you eating today?" Krillin smiled faintly, responding softly, "Master, I just want to wait for Wukong before I eat. I feel uneasy leaving him alone over there." Bulma, hearing this, set down her chopsticks and comforted him. "Wukong is probably just handling some minor matters. His strength is greater than we imagine, so there's no need to worry." Launch agreed. "Exactly. Wukong is the champion. Who would dare bully him?" Just then, a bat-like demon stealthily appeared in the martial arts arena, its black wings fluttering gently, its sharp gaze fixed intently on Wukong. In a sinister tone, it said, "Little brat, hand over the roster, or you will suffer a most gruesome fate." Wukong raised his hand, holding a book filled with the martial arts tournament participants' information, and calmly replied, "You're looking for this, aren't you?" The demon let out a harsh laugh, rasping in response, "Ha ha, clever little thing, but it seems you don't know my power. You cannot be allowed to live." With that, the demon's sharp claws lunged toward Wukong, swift as lightning. Just as the claws were about to strike, Wukong swiftly extended his hand, grasping the demon's arm, locking it with his fingers, and with a gentle tug. He effortlessly dislocated the demon's arm with a sharp crack. The demon emitted a piercing scream, its face contorted in pain, baring its teeth and glaring at Wukong, roaring, "How dare you!" Wukong regarded it coldly, slowly stating, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. This all that the minions of King Piccolo can do." The demon gritted its teeth, anger and fear shining in its eyes. It had never encountered such a formidable opponent. Wukong did not grant the demon a moment's respite. Taking advantage of its shock, he swiftly dislocated its other arm as well. The demon howled in agony. Its face drained of color, terror replacing its once fierce expression. Wukong coldly stared at the demon, now barely clinging to life, and said, "Go back and tell King Piccolo that my name is Sun Wukong. He should wash his neck clean. I will be coming for him." The demon, enduring the pain, cast a terrified glance at Wukong, trembling uncontrollably, and dared not utter another word. Dragging its mutilated body, it staggered towards the exit. Wukong watched the demon's pitiful form until it completely vanished from sight. At the dining table, everyone was enjoying the lavish feast while occasionally glancing towards the entrance. Bulma, checking her watch, muttered, "Why hasn't Wukong returned yet? We've been waiting for so long." Krillin set down his chopsticks, a hint of worry crossing his face. Where could Wukong have gone? What if he is in trouble? Master Roshi reassured them. "Don't you trust Wukong's abilities? He is probably off training and got delayed." Yet his words carried a hint of doubt as he unintentionally glanced towards the door, clearly unsettled. Just as everyone speculated, the door creaked open, and Wukong walked in. Dragon Piccolo cast a fleeting glance at him, and, with a voice low and dripping with disdain, remarked, "I shall consider it." Outside the airship, a series of faint and intermittent tapping sounds echoed as the creature Damblin, whose arms had been rendered useless by Goku, staggered onto the airship. Struggling, he used his head to push open the hatch, stumbling inside. The stumps of his severed arms oozed dried blood, yet his expression was one of profound agony. Upon witnessing Damblin's wretched state, the Pilaf trio's faces turned pale in an instant. They recoiled in fear, huddling together to avoid any collateral damage. Pilaf muttered in a barely audible voice, "Good heavens, how could he be reduced to this state?" The Demon King Piccolo glared at Damblin, a flicker of fury igniting his eyes as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Damblin, what on earth has transpired? Were you not sent to retrieve that roster?" Damblin fell to his knees, trembling as he stammered, "Master, there exists someone far stronger than we imagined. That boy is named Son Goku, and he utterly disregarded me." Enraged by this revelation, the Demon King Piccolo scoffed. "Son Goku, is it? Once I gather the 7 Dragon Balls and reclaim my youth, he shall be the first to face my wrath." Slamming his palm against the armrest of his throne, a glint of ruthless determination flashed in his eyes. No sooner had he spoken than Piccolo opened his mouth and slowly expelled a colossal egg, which crashed to the ground and split open, giving rise to a new demon. The creature stood tall, its appearance menacing, with a towering and imposing stature, a sinister grin plastered across its face. "Cymbaloo," Piccolo intoned coldly, fixing his gaze upon the newly emerged demon, his tone brooking no argument, hastened to collect the Dragon Balls. "There must be no mistakes." Cymbaloo bowed slightly, grinning as he replied, "At once, my lord." Piccolo's attention shifted to the prostrate Damblin, whose arms were utterly incapacitated. With a mere gesture, he directed a slender beam of light from his fingertip, his voice icy as he pronounced, "You are unworthy to remain by my side." As the words left his lips, the beam shot forth, instantly piercing Damblin's body. Damblin let out a low growl before collapsing, his life extinguished. The Pilaf trio trembled at the sight, their faces ashen, scarcely daring to breathe heavily, lest the wrath of the Demon King be directed at them. Chapter 39. Yachirobe Goku and his companions returned to the Kame House. Apart from Goku, Master Roshi, Krillin, Yamcha, and Tin were all diligently training, each preparing for the impending crisis. Krillin looked at Goku with curiosity and inquired, Goku, why aren't you at all anxious? Everyone else is working hard. Aren't you worried? Goku responded with a smile. Well, it's not that I'm not anxious, but I have my own plans. He understood that while the Demon King Piccolo posed a threat, confronting him directly at this moment might not be the wisest course of action. The offspring spawned by the resurrected Piccolo would emerge as a formidable warrior, one who could also serve as a companion and free caretaker for him. Simbalu, clutching the Dragon Ball radar, meticulously traced the glimmering signals, confirming that the target was nearby. A smile crept across his face. Right here, following the radar's guidance, he quickly pinpointed a rotund samurai named Yachirobe on the ground. A Dragon Ball hanging from his neck. His master Rashi smiled politely and said, Would you be willing to part with that orb? Upon hearing this, the pirate captain stroked the Dragon Ball in his hand and sneered. Sure, but it will cost you 1,000,000. Master Rashi rummaged through his wallet for a long time, only to discover a mere few dozen dollars remaining. With a resigned sigh, he lamented, Alas, we do not possess such wealth. The pirate captain's expression darkened upon hearing this, and he coldly gestured, prompting all his subordinates to raise their guns, aiming them directly at Master Rashi and his companions. Master Rashi shook his head in resignation, stating, I truly prefer to avoid violence. The pirate captain scoffed at this, unhesitatingly commanding, Fire! In an instant, gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon Master Rashi and his companions, creating a massive cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the pirates were astonished to find all the bullets suspended in mid-air, hovering before Master Rashi and his friends, not having harmed them in the slightest. It turned out that Jiaozi had used his superpower to freeze all the bullets in the air. In the next moment, with a gentle wave of his hand, the bullets flew back in reverse, accurately striking the legs of the pirates, resulting in a chorus of wails as they collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, the pirate captain's face turned pale, and he hurriedly handed the Dragon Ball to Master Rashi with great reverence, stammering, Please, don't make a move. Take the Dragon Ball and go. Master Rashi lightly patted the captain's shoulder and chuckled. It would have been better had we done this from the start. The three of them, now in possession of the Dragon Ball, turned and departed from the pirate ship. Chapter 40. King Piccolo faces misfortune before long. King Piccolo's airship arrived above the city of Akirolobe. Pilaf reported to Piccolo, My lord, we have arrived. King Piccolo opened his eyes, a chilling smile spreading across his face. Excellent. Upon seeing the airship in the sky, which bore a large character for demon, Akirolobe suddenly recalled the legends he had heard about King Piccolo during his childhood, leaving him flustered and stammering to Goku. What should we do? Goku, appearing nonchalant, replied, Did you not intend to roast his boss and eat him? Akirolobe's complexion turned ashen, trembling as he said, I didn't know his boss was King Piccolo. Goku shrugged in exasperation. That's not my problem. You put yourself in this situation, so you must face the consequences. King Piccolo and the Pilaf trio stood upon the deck of the airship. Pilaf, peering through a telescope, spotted the Dragon Ball hanging around Akirolobe's neck, his eyes lighting up with greed. However, when he noticed Goku standing beside Akirolobe, his expression shifted instantly, panic gripping his heart. That annoying brat is here too. Pilaf hastily turned to King Piccolo, saying, My lord, that little brat is Son Goku. Should we land and seize the Dragon Ball? King Piccolo scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Land? Too troublesome. With that, he stepped off the edge of the deck, plunging downwards towards the ground with great speed. His massive figure bore an immense pressure, resembling a descending demonic deity. Goku looked up at King Piccolo's descending form, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Finally, he's here. This will be fun. Meanwhile, Akirolobe broke into a cold sweat, instinctively taking a few steps back, desperately asking Goku, Hey, can you handle this guy? King Piccolo landed heavily, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. He coldly surveyed Akirolobe and Goku, his gaze landing on the Dragon Ball around Akirolobe's neck as he asked in a deep voice, Is it you who killed my child? Akirolobe instinctively nodded, then hurriedly corrected himself, stammering, No, it wasn't me. Goku unhesitatingly interjected, It was him. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Akirolobe glared at Goku in fury, exclaiming, You little brat, What nonsense are you spouting? King Piccolo's attention shifted to Goku, coldly hissing. And who might you be? Little brat? Goku remained unfazed, provocatively stating, I personally removed the arm of your other child. King Piccolo's expression darkened, his eyes flickering with a fiery rage as he coldly declared, Very well, two rebels gathered together. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down. With that, his aura erupted violently, pressing down upon Goku and a Chirolobe like a mountain. Goku maintained his composure, slightly tilting his head toward a Chirolobe, saying, It's too late to be afraid now. A Chirolobe's face turned pale as he swallowed hard, contemplating how he had found himself in this predicament, yet he mustered a fa-ade of calm, gripping his sword and standing beside Goku. King Piccolo's cold gaze fixed upon Goku and a Chirolobe as he slowly spoke. It seems I've been dormant for too long, allowing even you little brats to act insolently before me. Crushing you will be as easy as squashing an ant. As he spoke, a deep green energy radiated from his body. A chilling wind swirling around him, stirring up dust from the ground and causing the trees to tremble. A Chirolobe was overwhelmed by this formidable aura, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his grip on the sword trembled slightly. King Piccolo charged at Goku and a Chirolobe with incredible speed, landing a kick on a Chirolobe, sending him soaring into the clouds. King Piccolo quickly leaped up again, delivering another kick that sent a Chirolobe crashing back to the ground, creating a deep crater filled with dust. A Chirolobe curled up at the bottom of the pit, immobilized by the pain. Goku observed a Chirolobe's plight, recalling the scenes in the animation where a Chirolobe consumed the sins of beans as though they were mere snacks. He thought to himself, this fellow wasted so many sins of beans. Consider this a lesson learned. King Piccolo coldly fixed his gaze on Goku, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Little brat, now it is your turn. Goku crossed his arms, standing casually with a nonchalant demeanor, stating, You are no match for me. With your outdated form, you dare to think you can compete with me. King Piccolo trembled in rage, letting out a furious roar as he shot a searing beam of demonic light towards Goku. The beam zipped past Goku without even grazing his shadow. Goku's speed was akin to lightning, effortlessly evading all of King Piccolo's attacks. King Piccolo's fury intensified. Unwilling to relent, he unleashed dozens of demonic beams. Yet none found their mark. Each missed shot sent shockwaves through the ground, as if to vent King Piccolo's frustration. Don't get too cocky, you little brat, King Piccolo roared, tearing off his cloak to reveal the demon's symbol on his chest. His aura surged dramatically, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he charged at Goku with astonishing speed. King Piccolo unleashed a powerful punch at Goku, but it rebounded off Goku's body, sending him flying several meters away. Crashing to the ground and struggling to rise, only to spit out blood, his eyes brimmed with disbelief and shock as he stammered, Why do you possess such immense power? Goku approached King Piccolo with an indifferent expression, coldly stating, King Piccolo, your time has passed. King Piccolo glared at Goku, his anger mingled with deep-seated apprehension. Get lost, Goku said. As King Piccolo prepared to leave, Goku swiftly approached a Chirolobe, removing the Dragon Ball from around his neck and tossing it towards King Piccolo. King Piccolo looked down at Goku, letting out a cold snort. Little brat, you actually handed the Dragon Ball to me willingly. How unexpected. Once I regain my youth, be prepared to regret this. Goku shrugged casually, smiling as he waved his hand. Sure, hurry up then. I'll be waiting. King Piccolo's anger flared at Goku's dismissal, yet he understood that he could not defeat the brat before him at that moment. Suppressing his humiliation, King Piccolo turned and flew back to the airship. Pilaf and the others held their breath as they witnessed his despondent return, fearful of provoking his wrath. Pilaf, drenched in cold sweat, dared not ask further questions and hurriedly operated the airship, accelerating away from the area. As the airship receded into the distance, a Chirolobe slowly emerged from the crater, clutching his waist in pain, grimacing as he complained. Ouch, this is unbearable. Goku, you could have defeated him. Why did you let him go? Goku casually chuckled. Me? I just enjoy playing that he wants to regain his youth, so I let him. I'm actually looking forward to seeing him grow stronger. A Chirolobe looked at Goku, confusion etched on his face as he mumbled, You're really quite strange. King Piccolo sat upon the throne of the airship, clenching his fists, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented fury. Gritting his teeth, he commanded Pilaf, "Immediately locate the remaining Dragon Balls. We must act swiftly. I have endured enough." Pilaf hurriedly activated the Dragon Ball radar, astonished to discover that the remaining 5 Dragon Balls had already been collected and were rapidly approaching their location. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he reported, "Master, good news. The remaining 5 Dragon Balls are together. It seems they have been gathered by others, and they are heading our way." Upon hearing the news, Piccolo let out a cold smirk, a flicker of smugness crossing his icy visage. "Excellent. It appears that fortune favors me. I shall soon possess all the Dragon Balls. Once I reclaim my youth, I will take great pleasure in teaching that son Goku a lesson. He shall not escape my wrath so easily." Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Kaiotsu were aboard an aircraft, en route to their ultimate objective. The 5 Dragon Balls in their possession glinting with golden light under the sun. Master Roshi fixated on the Dragon Balls in his hands and spoke to the two. "The remaining 2 Dragon Balls are likely in the grasp of the Demon King Piccolo. If we can successfully seize them and summon Shenron, our wish shall be for Piccolo to vanish from this world forever." Chapter 41. Reclaiming youth. Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiotsu arrived at a secluded rocky area. Master Roshi carefully unearthed a pit in the ground and buried the 5 Dragon Balls within, patting down the soil to conceal their traces. They had meticulously orchestrated this plan to delay the Demon King Piccolo, creating an opportunity to retrieve the last 2 Dragon Balls from him. In a hushed tone, Master Roshi instructed, "Kaiotsu, you will hide behind the rocks. The moment we have the chance, we must snatch the Dragon Balls and gather all 7 to summon Shenron. Our wish is for Piccolo to be utterly eradicated." Kaiotsu nodded solemnly, taking cover behind the rocks, his focus unwavering. Tien nodded slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Master Roshi, calmly stating, "Our cooperation will determine our success. Once we acquire the Dragon Balls, Piccolo will lose all leverage." As Master Roshi surveyed the surrounding terrain, he quietly concurred, "Indeed, we must remain composed. Opportunities are fleeting, and we cannot afford mistakes." The Demon King's airship hovered slowly above them, a palpable tension thickening the atmosphere. Piccolo stood on the deck, his gaze coldly sweeping over the rocky expanse below, when Pilaf approached, saying, "Demon King, they must be hiding somewhere, waiting to ambush you." Piccolo chuckled derisively, glancing at the 2 Dragon Balls in his hand, cunningly plotting to ensure they could not easily obtain them. He tossed the Dragon Balls into the air, swallowing them whole, the orbs disappearing into his gaping maw and settling in his sinister belly. From behind the rocks, Tien witnessed this grim spectacle, clenching his fists, his expression grave as he turned to Master Roshi. "He has swallowed the Dragon Balls. At this rate, we must defeat Piccolo to retrieve them." With that, Tien shed his shirt, resolute to face the Demon King. Master Roshi, seeing this, urgently interjected, "Tien, do not act rashly. This is our responsibility. I must stop him." Tien steadfastly replied. Master Roshi sighed, producing a spray bottle from his robes, and, taking advantage of Tien's moment of distraction, sprayed him swiftly. Tien collapsed, unconscious before he could react. Master Roshi gently dragged him behind the rocks, lamenting, "I wish to prevent any further senseless sacrifices." Master Roshi raised his voice towards Kaiotsu, concealed behind another rock. "Kaiotsu, the previous plan is null and void. No matter what occurs, you must not reveal yourself." Kaiotsu hesitated, anxiously peering through the crevice of the rocks at Master Roshi that a sense of unease gripped him. Yet he nodded, tightening his fists, striving to maintain his composure. He understood that Master Roshi's decision must be rooted in grave necessity. "How dare an old man challenge me?" Piccolo sneered down at Master Roshi, his eyes filled with disdain. "Demon King Piccolo," Master Roshi bellowed, "do you truly believe that swallowing the Dragon Balls makes you invincible? I shall not allow it. Old man, do you really think your frail strength can impede me?" Piccolo scoffed that in Roshi's abode. Bulma intently monitored the Dragon Ball radar, witnessing the 7 Dragon Balls finally converge on the screen, glowing brightly in red. Her expression turned grave, an unsettling feeling intensifying in her chest. Have Master Roshi and Demon King Piccolo already encountered each other? Lan Chi inquired, her brow furrowed with worry. Bulma remained silent, hastily retrieving a communicator to contact Master Roshi. She pressed the call button, urgently exclaiming into the device. "Hello, Master Roshi, do you read me?" Master Roshi, static crackled through the communicator, yet no response emerged after a prolonged silence. Bulma's brow furrowed tighter, her eyes brimming with anxiety. Beside her, Lan Chi and Krillin wore serious expressions, anxiously awaiting a reply, but the communicator remained ominously silent. What if something has happened? Krillin's voice trembled slightly at that moment. Demon King Piccolo and Master Roshi stood face to face. Locked in a tense standoff, Piccolo coldly scrutinized Master Roshi, sneering, "You old man must not have heard of my great name to dare challenge me." "We are not meeting for the first time," Master Roshi replied, his demeanor calm. Piccolo paused, then scoffed dismissively. "You merely speak grandiloquently. The Dragon Balls are in my possession. Come and take them if you can. My attacks may indeed fail to harm you, but I know a method to seal you away." Master Roshi replied with a tranquil smile. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly, unease creeping into his heart. "Why, Master? You must have heard of him." He paused momentarily before solemnly uttering the name. Master Mateto. Upon hearing this name, the mocking smile on Piccolo's face froze, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The name struck him like a bolt of lightning, eliciting memories of the humiliation he suffered when sealed away, revealing a flicker of fear he could not conceal. As the Demon King stood in shock, Master Roshi swiftly produced a capsule from his robes, pressing it and tossing it to the ground. In an instant, an ancient rice cooker materialized before them. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, as if confronted by a nightmarish vision from his past, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. Meanwhile, hidden behind the rocks, gradually regained consciousness, his eyes fluttering open. Though his body remained immobile, his gaze fell upon Master Roshi poised before the rice cooker, hands raised in the stance to perform the Mafuba technique. Tien's heart raced as he realized Master Roshi intended to use the Mafuba to seal away the Demon King. The sacrifice required was immense, filling him with shock and sorrow as he thought. "Master Mateto, are you truly willing to pay the price of your own life to seal away the Demon King Piccolo?" Master Roshi inhaled deeply, his hands emanating a potent surge of energy, gathering the essence of the Mafuba. His aura intensified, causing the air around him to tremble with the accumulation of energy. Master Roshi silently recited his Master Mateto's teachings, resolutely vowing to seal away the Demon King Piccolo once more, even at the cost of his own life. Piccolo, witnessing Master Roshi channeling the Mafuba, felt his fear intensify as he let out a ferocious roar. Attempting to maintain his composure, yet instinctively recoiling several steps, as he retreated, he shouted, "No, it's impossible. I shall not be sealed away again." Suddenly, a warm aura enveloped Master Roshi, causing the energy of the Mafuba to dissipate instantly. Master Roshi turned to see Goku arriving. With a smile, Goku said, "Old man, you mustn't stake your life against the Demon King Piccolo. It's not worth it. Goku, you must leave this place at once. You are still too young and cannot defeat the Demon King." Master Roshi exclaimed anxiously. Goku continued to smile, nodding reassuringly. "Leave it to me." He confidently stepped forward, addressing the still reeling Piccolo. "It seems we meet again so soon. I'll give you a chance. Since the Dragon Balls are here, summon Shinron." Master Roshi gasped in shock at Goku's words, exclaiming, "Goku, what are you doing?" He could not comprehend why Goku would offer Piccolo such an opportunity. "Old man, do not worry. I have it under control," Goku replied with a reassuring smile. Piccolo scrutinized Goku, skepticism and caution evident in his eyes as he quietly asked, "Are you serious?" Goku smiled nonchalantly, flicking his finger, causing the 5 buried Dragon Balls to soar into the air, tracing an arc before landing before the Demon King, radiating a soft golden glow. "Now hurry and reclaim your youth," Goku said calmly. Piccolo eagerly expelled the 2 Dragon Balls from his mouth, the 7 Dragon Balls arranged neatly before him, shimmering faintly, all eyes fixated upon them. Piccolo lowered his head, pondering silently, evidently uncertain of how to proceed next. He furrowed his brow and coldly asked, "How does one summon Shinron?" Instantly, a wave of silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone taken aback, seemingly astonished that Piccolo was oblivious to the fundamental steps of summoning Shinron. Goku lifted his gaze, chuckling softly at Piccolo's towering figure, but he pointed towards the Dragon Balls and casually stated, "Just shout at the Dragon Balls. Come forth, Shinron." Piccolo took a deep breath, gazing intently at the Dragon Balls before him, and quietly called, "Come forth, Shinron." As Piccolo's voice echoed, the Dragon Balls began to shimmer with a dazzling light, the brilliance of the 7 orbs intertwining, illuminating the surroundings, as if the air was imbued with some enigmatic power. The radiance of the 7 Dragon Balls erupted instantaneously, converging into a blinding golden beam, soaring upwards like a shooting star piercing the night sky. The golden light ascended higher and higher, ultimately coalescing into a colossal Shinron, whose majestic form coiled through the air, with eyes burning like fierce flames, seemingly embodying boundless authority and strength. Shinron looked down upon Piccolo, his voice resonant and profound. "Speak your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled." Piccolo's heart raced with exhilaration, his eyes glinting with greed. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and eagerly declared, "I wish to return to a younger, stronger body. Is that possible?" Shinron's fiery eyes flickered, and his deep voice replied, "A trivial matter." The radiant beam of light shone down upon Piccolo, and his aged form began to transform. His skin tightened and regained elasticity, the wrinkles on his face swiftly smoothing out, as the essence of aging was completely dispelled. As the beam gradually faded, Piccolo had reverted to his youthful appearance, muscles taut and spirit vibrant, radiating vitality and strength. "This is the feeling. Amazing. This is my true power," Piccolo exclaimed joyfully. Meanwhile, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu looked on in astonishment. Although they had anticipated this, witnessing Piccolo's rejuvenation left them utterly shocked and desolate. Goku, however, remained intrigued by Piccolo's transformation, musing to himself, "He still looks ugly." Chapter 42. Handsome for no more than 3 seconds far away at Rashi's house. Bulma, Launch, Yamcha, and Krillin gazed upward at the suddenly darkened sky, an unsettling feeling washing over them. Bulma exclaimed in surprise. Could the sky have turned black because someone summoned Shinron? Perhaps Master Roshi had successfully called forth Shinron, granting them the opportunity to eliminate the Demon King Piccolo. Meanwhile, on the desolate battlefield, the Demon King Piccolo reveled in the surge of youthful power, a look of ecstatic joy on his face. Clenching his fists, he felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through him, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Shinron looked down at Piccolo and said in a low tone, "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." Suddenly, Piccolo smirked coldly and shouted at Shinron Dai. He abruptly opened his mouth and unleashed a brilliant golden blast, hurtling towards Shinron. The magical light radiated a deadly glow, carrying an aura of destruction as it swiftly approached Shinron. Shinron was momentarily taken aback by Piccolo's sudden attack, unable to defend himself as he saw the magical light closing in that critical moment. Goku flicked his finger, releasing an invisible force that instantly dissipated Piccolo's magical light as if it had never existed. Shinron quickly regained his composure, glancing nervously at Piccolo before transforming into the 7 Dragon Balls, emitting a golden glow as they scattered across the globe. Clearly, he had been startled by Piccolo's assault, grateful for his swift escape, for otherwise he might have met his demise. Piccolo was momentarily stunned, then glared furiously at Goku, his eyes revealing an unmasked intent to kill. The rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo fixated his cold stare on Goku. His eyes glimmering with ferocity and disdain, he felt the surging power within him. And now, the boy who once instilled fear in him was no longer a threat. In his mind, no one could thwart his ambition to dominate this world. With a derisive chuckle, Piccolo raised his hand, looking down at Goku with a hubristic tone. "Son Goku, you have no idea who stands before you. I shall transform this world into the realm of the demon race, forcing all to grovel at my feet." His voice echoed in the air, laden with boundless malice and arrogance, as if he had already proclaimed his victory. Goku remained unfazed, lifting his gaze to meet Piccolo's. His face still adorned with a relaxed smile, entirely unaffected by Piccolo's threat. Observing Piccolo lost in his own world, Goku interrupted with a cold smirk. "Piccolo, you can go die." Piccolo blinked in surprise, as if he had heard an absurd joke, casting a disdainful glance at Goku. However, in the next instant, Goku pointed lightly, and a surge of energy sliced through the air, piercing through Piccolo's chest, creating a fatal void as blood gushed from the wound. Piccolo's body began to sway, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Goku. His cells struggled to mend the injury, but the rapid loss of vitality overwhelmed his healing abilities. Pain and fury etched across his face. Silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone present stunned into speechlessness by the scene. The Pilaf gang on the distant airship, Piccolo's minions, along with Master Roshi, Tin, Hikaru, all stared dazedly at Piccolo's faltering figure. Piccolo gasped painfully. Trembling, his eyes filled with rage and indignation, he glared fiercely at Goku, his heart ablaze with the flames of vengeance. Knowing he was beyond saving, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, gritting his teeth as he expelled a green egg from deep within his throat. Sending it soaring towards the distant horizon, he murmured with bitterness and despair, "My child, avenge me and kill Son Goku." Piccolo's gaze gradually dimmed, his massive form slowly collapsing to the ground. Lifeless, his shadowy essence dissipated, leaving behind an eerie stillness. Master Roshi cautiously approached, his demeanor wary, kicking Piccolo's corpse a few times to confirm the Demon King was indeed dead, before exhaling a long sigh of relief that he turned to Goku. His heart filled with complex emotions. Each time a dire crisis arose, Goku always managed to turn the tide with incredible power, as if he were born to create miracles. Lying on the ground, Tien slowly pushed himself up, gazing at Goku's back. Feeling both astonished and bitterly amused, he realized that during the World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku had not fought with all his might. Their previous battle had merely been Goku playing around. While he had remained blissfully unaware that moment, Master Roshi couldn't help but ask, "Goku, what should we do about the egg Piccolo spat out before he died? If it is indeed his offspring, it could cause trouble in the future." Goku chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't worry about it. When it grows up, it'll come looking for me at the next World Martial Arts Tournament." Seeing the Demon King Piccolo defeated, the Pilaf gang and Piccolo's minions were instantly struck with terror, hastily steering their airship to flee. Pilaf nervously shouted as he maneuvered the controls, "Hurry! Hurry! We can't afford to provoke this Son Goku." Mai and Shu similarly turned pale, fearing Goku might eliminate them as well. The airship wobbled as it accelerated away, disappearing into the distant skyline in a matter of moments. Goku glanced at their fleeing direction, a slight smile playing on his lips, understanding that the Pilaf gang served as the comic relief of the Dragon Ball world. He had no intention of holding them accountable and simply let them escape. Goku, Master Roshi, Tien, and Kaiatsu returned to Roshi's house. Upon seeing their safe return, Bulma, Yamcha, Launch, and Krillin eagerly rushed to greet them. Before anyone could inquire about the situation, Master Roshi wore a relaxed expression and slowly said, "Rest assured, the matter of the Demon King Piccolo has been resolved." Bulma paused, perplexed, and asked, "Resolved? You mean the Demon King Piccolo has been eradicated?" Master Roshi nodded and recounted the events. It was Goku who defeated the Demon King Piccolo. Even after Piccolo regained his youth, he was no match for Goku. In the end, Piccolo perished at Goku's hands. Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback. Bulma looked at Goku in disbelief, then excitedly embraced him. "Goku, you really did it! You saved everyone!" Krillin stared in awe, exclaiming, "Goku, you are incredible! You truly didn't show your full strength during our match at the tournament." Goku scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Yamcha added, "Having a partner like you brings such peace of mind." Launch exclaimed with excitement, "We must celebrate this. Today, you are the hero for everyone." As night fell, Launch and Bulma busied themselves in Roshi's house, finally presenting a lavish dinner. The table was laden with delectable dishes, the aroma tantalizing, stirring appetites. Everyone gathered around the table, and Launch sat directly beside Tin. She gazed tenderly at Tianjin Fan, occasionally leaning in close, even taking the initiative to serve him food. Tianjin Fan, typically composed and unflappable. Felt his cheeks flush under Lon Chi's ardent gaze, and his hands, holding the chopsticks, trembled slightly, unable to meet her eyes. Meanwhile, Bulma sat attentively beside Goku, watching him devour his meal with fervor, and she continually added more food to his bowl. Goku, make sure to eat plenty. You must have exerted quite a bit of energy earlier, right? With his mouth full, Goku replied, albeit indistinctly, Thank you, Bulma. The food here is truly delicious. Krillin observed Goku's rapid consumption of his meal and Bulma's relentless serving. Unable to resist teasing, Goku, your stomach is practically a bottomless pit. Even Bulma is struggling to keep up. Goku, blinking with amusement, laughed heartily. This isn't even a lot. When I'm hungry, I could eat 100 times more. Bulma chuckled helplessly, saying, Oh, I just love seeing Goku enjoy his food so much. Master Roshi, witnessing Tianjin Fan's flushed face and Goku's greasy grin, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. What a rare sight today. Both Goku and Tianjin Fan are receiving special attention. The room erupted with laughter, and the atmosphere became lighthearted and warm. Chapter 43. Goku, come stay at my house following the resolution of the King Piccolo incident. The warriors on Earth remained vigilant, acutely aware of the significance of strength. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Dumpling resolutely committed themselves to intensifying their training over the next 3 years in preparation for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Simultaneously, Goku sought out Bulma, requesting her assistance in crafting a more advanced gravity training device and collaborating on the development of a spacecraft. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately immersed herself in her design concepts. She smiled, saying, The gravity device can be ready in no time, but the spacecraft is a different matter altogether. To meet your training needs, it will require specialized features. But fear not. Despite the complexity, I can handle it. Goku beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude to Bulma. Their companions looked on curiously, prompting them to ask, Goku, what do you need a spacecraft for? Are you planning to go on an adventure in space? Goku simply smiled and replied, Not for fun. I intend to train in the cosmos. Only by facing various challenges in space can I grow stronger. Upon hearing Goku's plans, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Dumpling felt an immense pressure rising within them. They were acutely aware that the gap in strength between themselves and Goku was widening, igniting a sense of urgency in them to double their efforts in hopes of catching up to Goku at the upcoming tournament. At that moment, Bulma announced she was heading home and suggested to Goku, Why don't you come to my house for a few days? We could discuss the spacecraft design and see if you have any specific needs. It would be more convenient. Goku, grinning broadly, replied, Sure, plus, Bulma's house has so much delicious food. Bulma chuckled to herself, thinking how innocent Goku still was. She piloted her capsule aircraft, speeding back to her spacious mansion with Goku in tow. Goku leaned against the window, excitement radiating from him as he envisioned the forthcoming cosmic adventures. Upon arriving at her research studio, Bulma began meticulously discussing the design requirements for the spacecraft. The studio was filled with the glow of high-tech instruments. Walls adorned with blueprints and project ideas, brimming with a palpable technological ambience. Bulma mused, since you plan to train in space, this spacecraft will need to withstand extreme environments and provide ample oxygen and food supplies. The gravitational conditions in space are quite complex, but since you have the gravity device, you need not worry too much about that. Goku nodded enthusiastically, saying, Right, but the spacecraft needs to be sturdy. If we encounter any cosmic monsters or asteroids, it shouldn't suffer immediate damage. Bulma reassured him with a smile. Don't worry. The spacecraft's exterior will be made of the most durable alloys, heat-resistant and impact-proof. Additionally, I will equip it with an energy shield to withstand asteroid impacts. As for food, I will set up a fully automated food processing system. Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's fantastic. If the spacecraft could go even faster, that would be perfect. Bulma nodded, marking a new notation on the blueprint. While achieving faster-than-light travel isn't feasible for now. I can install a pulse drive that may not be as swift as light speed, but it represents the most advanced propulsion technology available, allowing the spacecraft to navigate freely through space. Goku inquired curiously. What is a pulse drive? Will it be fast? Bulma explained. The pulse drive utilizes powerful energy pulses to propel the spacecraft, with sufficient speed to cover most interplanetary distances, even reaching extraterrestrial regions near Earth. Moreover, it has relatively low energy consumption, making it suitable for long journeys. Goku nodded. That sounds sufficient. I can hardly wait. After dedicating much of the day, Bulma finally completed the new gravity training device, wiping the sweat from her brow. She proudly presented it to Goku. Goku, this device can set gravity from 1 to 500 times and supports thought control. The best part is it can meld with your skin, rendering it completely invisible. What do you think? Am I impressive? Goku eagerly donned the device, feeling it seamlessly integrate with his skin as if it had vanished. With a mere thought, the device accurately adjusted the gravity. Goku leapt into the air, throwing himself into Bulma's embrace, refusing to let go, and excitedly exclaimed, "Bulma, you're absolutely amazing. With this device, my training will surely reach new heights." Bulma couldn't help but laugh, gently ruffling Goku's hair. "Well, you must put in the effort. Don't waste the care I put into making this device." Glancing out the window at the darkening sky, Bulma smiled at Goku. "It's already dark. You must be starving, right?" Goku rubbed his belly, his eyes lighting up as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm so hungry." Bulma chuckled and led him to her spacious, luxurious dining room, instructing the robotic servants, "Prepare dinner promptly, and make sure to have plenty." Soon the robotic servants brought forth an abundant feast. Goku wasted no time. Diving into the meal with gusto, he consumed an astonishing amount of food, reducing the table's offerings at a staggering rate, causing the robots in the kitchen to work frantically. One robot, observing Goku's appetite, appeared momentarily stunned, its mechanical eyes glimmering with surprise. "Is this consumption level a system anomaly?" Bulma couldn't help but laugh. "You'll get used to it. Just prepare more in the future." Goku, satisfied, patted his belly and beamed at Bulma. "Thank you, Bulma. The food is truly delicious." After dinner, Bulma and Goku returned to the studio. Bulma immersed herself in her research, adjusting the spacecraft's design and components while occasionally glancing at Goku. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Goku entered a deep state of training that he focused on regulating his gravity, lightly adjusting the device to 60 times. Suddenly, a powerful pressure enveloped him, causing him to sink slightly. His breath became erratic, and he felt a heaviness in his chest. Closing his eyes, he inhaled deeply, attempting to calm the chaotic energy within him. His training method was unique. Each time he increased the gravity, he had to tame the wild energy, ensuring it flowed smoothly. As he stabilized his turbulent energy, his combat strength steadily increased. Bulma, glancing at him from the corner of her eye, noticed beads of sweat forming on his brow. Goku is truly a prodigy. His training method is entirely different from others. As Goku adjusted his breathing, gradually calming the energy, he realized that Bulma's gravity device was indeed remarkable, serving as an exceptional aid for his training. After a while, Bulma rubbed her sore shoulders and turned to see Goku meditating in the corner, smiling as she said, "Goku, let us call a day to go take a shower and get some rest." Goku paused, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face as he thought, "Are we going to take a bath together again? I'm already 15. However, Bulma thought nothing of ITT or Goku's height and appearance resembled that of a 7 or 8-year-old child, and his innocent nature made her feel there was no need for concern. She led Goku toward the bathroom, preparing for a relaxing soak in the hot springs. Following Bulma, Goku couldn't help but feel a sense of delight, thinking that life was truly wonderful. As Bulma helped scrub Goku's back, she curiously examined his small frame and asked, "Goku, why do you never seem to grow up? At the age of 15, why do you still appear to be a child?" Wukong scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I don't know, Bulma." Bulma blinked playfully and said, "Others still think you're my younger brother. But don't worry, maybe one day you'll suddenly grow taller after taking a bath." Bulma changed into her comfortable pajamas and led the freshly washed Wukong into her room. She smiled at him and said, "Why don't you squeeze in with me tonight? After all, you don't take up much space." Wukong eagerly nodded, leaped onto the bed, and snuggled into the warm blankets. Before long, both of them drifted into slumber, enveloped by the stillness of the night. Chapter 44. Departure from Earth a week later. Bulma excitedly announced that the spaceship was finally complete. She took Wukong to the backyard, pointing proudly at the shiny silver spacecraft, saying, Wukong, what do you think? This will be your vehicle for training. Wukong gazed at the high-tech vessel, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Bulma pressed a button, and the hatch slowly opened, with a ladder extending automatically. She led Wukong inside, explaining, this spaceship is equipped with a fully intelligent system that supports fully automated piloting. You only need to tell it your destination, and it will take you there, adjusting its course and avoiding obstacles along the way. Wukong nodded, not fully comprehending the complexities of the technology, but he smiled in relief at the thought of not having to worry about flying. Bulma continued, I've also added an emergency storage compartment filled with food, medicine, and training equipment. It can even simulate varying gravity environments. Although you have gravity rings, it's always good to have an extra layer of security. Wukong joyfully wandered around the spaceship, his face alight with excitement, exclaiming, Bulma, you're amazing. Bulma chuckled. Just be careful on your journey, train hard, and don't damage the spaceship. Remember to come back and share your stories from the universe. Hearing this, Wukong's eyes sparkled, and he replied with a grin, Sure. Bulma, it would be so much fun if you went to the universe with me. He envisioned the two of them traversing the cosmos together. Excitedly shaking his fist, Bulma nodded with a smile, saying, But not just yet. There is still a lot of work to be done at home. Once I have some free time, we can explore the mysteries of the universe together. You'll have to be my guardian then. Wukong confidently patted his chest. Count on me. I will protect you and ensure no one bullies you. Before departing, Wukong respectfully approached the deity in the temple and said, Deity, thank you for assisting me in my training. The deity smiled gently and nodded in response. Wukong, there's no need for thanks. It is my duty as the guardian of Earth. You are the key to resolving the crisis with King Piccolo, and I should be the one to thank you. However, Wukong understood that King Piccolo and the deity were intertwined, and the deity had not actively sought to eliminate Piccolo, evidently for his own reasons. Although Wukong harbored doubts, he chose not to question the deity's actions. Sensing Wukong's thoughts, the deity inquired, Did you come to the temple today for something specific? Wukong replied, Deity, I wish to see the spaceship you once traveled in. I've heard it is very old and might contain valuable information. Upon hearing this, the deity nodded and instructed Bobo to take Wukong to the secret chamber of the temple. In the corner of this chamber stood a somewhat aged but still sturdy spaceship. Its surface bore the marks of time, yet one could still feel its former power. Bobo approached the ship, patting its metallic exterior, and said, This spaceship was brought by the deity from a distant galaxy. Though it appears old, its systems are still fully operational. Wukong was greatly intrigued by the vessel and asked, Does it contain star map data? I need detailed maps, especially information about various regions of the universe. Bobo smiled slightly. Of course, it holds a wealth of cosmic information collected during the deity's travels. However, extracting this data requires a certain skill. With that, Bobo began operating the control panel of the spaceship, transferring the star map data to a portable device. Wukong watched the data on the screen with rapt attention, thinking how this information would greatly aid him on his upcoming journey. All right, the data has been copied, Bobo said, handing the device to Wukong with a smile. You can check it at any time. Wukong accepted the device, expressing his excitement. Thank you, Bobo. You've really been a great help. No need for thanks, Wukong, that I hope the data proves useful to you. Bobo replied with a smile. Wukong gratefully nodded and flew back to Bulma's house. After successfully inputting the star map data into the spaceship's system, Bulma clapped her hands in satisfaction, saying, All done. Now the spaceship can navigate accurately to Namek. Wukong watched in awe, unable to contain his admiration, giving her a thumbs up. Bulma, you are truly remarkable. You can solve any problem. Flattered by his praise, Bulma laughed playfully. Of course, just look at who I am. When you return from the universe, make sure to let me assist you again. Wukong grinned sheepishly and nodded earnestly. Absolutely. With Bulma's help, I feel at ease. With his prepared pack slung over his shoulder, Wukong stood before the spaceship and said to Bulma, It's time to set off. See you at the World Martial Arts Tournament in 3 years. Although Bulma had known of his departure beforehand, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance, a trace of concern reflected in her eyes. Wukong, remember to be careful. The dangers in the universe are no less than those on Earth. Wukong smiled gently and nodded. "Don't worry, Bulma." Bulma waved her hand lightly, trying to maintain a smile. "Safe travels. Come back soon." The spaceship sped through the cosmos, the screen displaying a countdown of 20 days until arrival at Namek. Wukong relaxed in his seat, pondering. It seems the spaceship is quite fast. The universe of the Dragon Ball world is vastly different from the one in my previous life. He quickly adjusted his mindset and immersed himself in his daily gravity training. Beginning at 60 times Earth's gravity, he increased the intensity by 5 times each day, his body gradually acclimating to the pressure. However, as the intensity escalated, the burden became heavier at a few times. Wukong found himself utterly exhausted, relying on the magical beans to recover quickly and continue his training. After 20 days, Wukong completed his training under 155 times gravity, surpassing his limits. The spaceship's navigation system emitted a notification, and the screen indicated they were nearing their destination. Through the window, Wukong spotted the outline of Namek, a green planet suspended in the dark expanse of the universe, significantly larger than Earth in the distance. 3 stars were positioned at various angles around Namek, maintaining their distance from each other, forming a unique trinary star system. Wukong gazed at the scene before him, marveling. No wonder the legends say Namek has unpredictable weather. It's due to the influence of these 3 stars. Contemplating this, Wukong couldn't help but wonder, do Namekians also need to dehydrate to survive? It would be interesting to find out. Wukong's dedication during this period of rigorous training was not merely to enhance his physical strength, but to accumulate potential. He understood that the greater the potential he amassed, the greater the rewards would be when he eventually tapped into that potential. The spaceship gradually entered Namek's atmosphere, and the foreign scenery filled Wukong with excitement. Once within the atmosphere, Wukong activated the spaceship's life scanning system to begin searching for the distribution of life forms on Namek. The screen gradually revealed biological information from various locations on the planet. And soon, a village's coordinates appeared on the spaceship system. Wukong gently pressed a button, and the spaceship descended smoothly to a clearing near the village, landing steadily. Standing at the hatch, Wukong took a deep breath. Savoring the fresh and unfamiliar air, he pressed a button on the spaceship's exterior, and the entire vessel instantly shrank to the size of a capsule. Wukong stored the capsule in his pocket, filled with anticipation as he murmured to himself, "The adventure on Namek begins here." Chapter 45. Namek. Wukong closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the various energies present on Namek. Indeed, this planet not only possessed pure natural energy, but also had several distinctly powerful auras dispersed across its surface. He quickly detected 7 strong energies emanating from different directions, each exuding a sense of stability and guardianship. Wukong surmised that these 7 auras belonged to the guardians of the various villages on Namek. In the distance, there was an even stronger presence, robust and profound, radiating an aura of intimidation. A flicker of intuition stirred within Wukong as he pondered the identity of the source of this formidable aura. It must be the mightiest warrior from Namek, the guardian of the Grand Elder, Nail. Steeling himself, he set forth towards the nearest village, resolved to meet the Namekians there and to immerse himself in the customs and culture of this planet. Upon entering the Namekian village, he was greeted by several distinct Namekians who approached him with a mix of curiosity and caution. However, they soon laid aside their reservations, encircling him with bemused smiles. Among them was an elder named Moru, tall and dignified, exuding a calm demeanor befitting his status as the village elder. He warmly welcomed Wukong, saying, "Welcome to our village, friend from afar," esteemed within the village. Moru seemed to sense Wukong's energy and perceived no malice within him, thus offering to show him around the settlement. Soon after, a youthful and exuberant Namekian named Karu joined them, his face alight with excitement as he introduced himself. "I am Karu. I've heard that beings from the cosmos possess remarkable strength. Are you truly formidable?" he inquired, his eyes gleaming with wonder as he discreetly reached out to feel Wukong's attire, seemingly enchanted by the novelty of it all. Another Namekian, slender yet sharp-eyed, introduced himself as Toka, a warrior tasked with the village's defense. Unlike the others, he regarded Wukong with a measure of suspicion, whispering to Moru, "Elder, what if he brings danger?" Yet, Observing Wukong's unthreatening demeanor, he gradually relaxed. Moru guided Wukong through the village, sharing insights about Namekian customs and the legacy of their guardianship. They passed by trees bearing green fruit, a local delicacy unique to Namek. Moru offered Wukong one of the fruits, and upon taking a bite, Wukong savored the sweet juice that burst upon his palate, nodding in approval. It's truly delightful. This fruit is specially cultivated to restore one's energy instantly. Kairu proclaimed proudly as Wukong grew more familiar with the villagers. Moru gently remarked, "You must have a purpose for coming here, do you not?" Wukong nodded slightly, replying, "Indeed, I have come seeking assistance, as I have heard of a Grand Elder." Moru nodded and gestured toward the distance, saying, "The Grand Elder resides over there. You may seek his guidance." With that, Wukong soared into the azure sky. Flying towards the depths of Namek's majestic mountains, he slowed his pace, attuning himself to the flow of energy around him as he glided through the gentle mountain breeze. In the distance, he beheld the Grand Elder's abode, a grand stone palace perched atop a lofty peak, encircled by magnificent sculptures and ancient Namekian runes, exuding an aura of mystery and solemnity. Wukong descended upon the expansive mountain and approached the Grand Elder's residence, his gaze falling upon the venerable figure seated upon an immense stone throne. The Grand Elder was of imposing stature, his countenance radiating peace and wisdom, as if he were a guardian of the planet's past and future. Beside him stood Nail, the mightiest of Namekian warriors, his demeanor stern and commanding, radiating an air of inviolability as he scrutinized Wukong. With respect, Wukong stepped forward and bowed slightly, introducing himself. "Greetings, Grand Elder. I am Wukong, having journeyed from Earth to seek your counsel." The Grand Elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze profound and gentle as he regarded Wukong, nodding ever so slightly. "Ah, a warrior from Earth. I sense the formidable energy within you. Your journey must be fraught with challenges. Welcome, Wukong." Yet Nail's piercing gaze remained fixed on Wukong, coldly asserting, "Earthling, our Namek does not welcome outsiders who may pose a threat." His fists clenched, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Wukong quickly raised his hands, smiling reassuringly. "I harbor no ill intent. I come seeking knowledge and exchange. I have heard that Namek possesses mysterious powers, and I am eager to witness them." The Grand Elder gestured for Nail to ease his vigilance and calmly addressed Wukong. "I perceive your sincerity and the goodness of your heart. Perhaps I can assist you in enhancing your cultivation on Earth." Joy illuminated Wukong's eyes as he excitedly replied, "Really? That would be wonderful." The Grand Elder smiled faintly, nodding, "You possess immense latent energy within. I can help you unlock a portion of it, aiding your future advancement." Wukong stood by, awaiting the Grand Elder's guidance. The Grand Elder raised his gaze, kindly watching him, gently beckoning, "Child, come forth." Heeding the call, Wukong stepped forward, positioning himself before the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder raised his hand slightly, indicating Wukong to bow his head. Obediently, Wukong complied, feeling a warm energy emanating from the Grand Elder's palm, enveloping him gently atop his head. The Grand Elder closed his eyes, channeling the mystical powers of Namek. The latent energy within Wukong surged forth like a spring, a wave of intense warmth coursing through him as his aura amplified with the Grand Elder's influence. Each pulse of energy seemed to release long-buried potential, invigorating his being. Wukong trembled slightly, yet more so with an indescribable exhilaration as he sensed his strength ascend to a new realm in an instant. After a considerable time, the Grand Elder gradually withdrew his hand, opening his eyes to reveal a gentle smile. "Your potential is boundless. I can only assist you thus far," he said kindly. "May this power aid you on your future path." Wukong, exhilarated, clenched his fist and bowed deeply to the Grand Elder, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Elder. I shall make the most of this power." After expressing his thanks, Wukong resolved not to pursue the Dragon Balls of Namek any further. Feeling that he had already troubled the Grand Elder enough by seeking assistance in unlocking his potential without offering any substantial aid in return, upon departing the Grand Elder's residence, Wukong found an open space and attempted to set his gravity training device to 500 times Earth's gravity. He felt a significant increase in physical strain, yet he managed to adapt with ease. After stretching his limbs, he mused, "I never anticipated such rapid advancement. This gravity device is becoming insufficient." Gazing up at the starry sky, Wukong contemplated, are there any supergravity planets akin to neutron stars within this universe? Training in such an environment would undoubtedly present a greater challenge. As he pondered, he sensed his inner strength becoming more robust. He speculated, my battle power must have surpassed Frisia's first form by now. He set a personal goal. Once his battle power reached 3 million, he would endeavor to transform into a Super Saiyan. Only then would he truly step into a higher realm. Wukong retrieved the capsule from his waist pouch, pressing it gently to restore his spaceship to its original size. He leaped inside, adeptly activating the systems and opening the star map. Searching for nearby interstellar trading posts amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, fixating on the markers on the star map, Wukong felt a surge of excitement, thinking, it is time to explore other realms of the universe. He input the coordinates of the trading post, and the spaceship roared to life, launching into the interstellar highway with a thunderous engine roar. Chapter 46. Android Star. Upon arriving at a bustling interstellar trading post, Wukong beheld a vibrant scene where myriad alien beings traversed the myriad shops, the atmosphere brimming with the peculiar essence of extraterrestrial civilizations. As he marveled at the advancements of alien technology, he wasted no time in inquiring about Android Star. Wukong navigated the trading post, seeking information on Android Star at first. He felt confident, believing that this lively place would house many well-informed individuals. However, his efforts did not yield the expected results. He approached a stall selling star maps, run by a small green alien with large, expressive eyes. Wukong smiled and asked, "Excuse me, do you know where I might find the coordinates for Android Star?" The small alien paused, shaking his head. "Android Star? I've never heard of it." "Sorry, kid." Disappointed but undeterred, Wukong continued on his quest. Along his way, he encountered a group of tall, red-skinned warriors adorned with decorative interstellar medals. Observing their seasoned demeanor, Wukong approached them politely, asking, "Good sirs, have you heard of Android Star?" The red-skinned warriors exchanged glances, some frowning while others simply shook their heads with amused smiles. "Little one, what kind of rare star are you seeking? Places like Android Star are not targets for us. We've never heard of it." "Haha." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wukong scratched his head and awkwardly chuckled before moving on in search of the next lead. For the next few hours, he questioned nearly every vendor and passerby at the trading post, the owner of a mechanical parts shop, a vendor of alien fruits and vegetables, and even merchants selling bizarre souvenirs. However, each time he mentioned the planet Android, the other party either expressed confusion or outright shook their heads in refusal. Some even suspected he was recounting tales of legend, jesting that perhaps he had indulged in too many ancient interstellar adventure novels. Gradually, Wukong felt a sense of despondency, pondering how it could be so difficult. Could the coordinates of this planet truly be so elusive? Just as he began to lose heart, an elderly, slender alien donned in a hood quietly approached him and whispered, "Young one, the news of Android is not something one can inquire about casually." Upon hearing this, Wukong's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly leaned in to ask, "Do you possess information regarding Android?" The elder lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. "Android is a secretive realm, known only to a select few. That if you truly wish to locate it, you must seek out the Interstellar Navigation Tower. Perhaps you will find the information you require there. However, be warned, some intelligence comes at a cost." Renewed with hope, Wukong thanked the elder and set off towards the navigation tower, resolutely determined to spare no effort in discovering the coordinates of Android. Following the elder's guidance, he navigated through the bustling crowd and arrived at the Interstellar Navigation Tower. The tower soared into the clouds, adorned with radiant decorations and flickering star maps that exuded a sense of advanced technology. Inside, a diverse array of individuals traversed the space. Adventurers in search of opportunities, merchants accompanied by bodyguards, and even some eccentrically dressed explorers seemingly on a treasure hunt. Wukong made his way directly to the hall of the navigation tower, targeting an information officer seated at the front desk. The officer wore a uniform emblazoned with star maps, his demeanor cold and cautious, clearly accustomed to various characters. Wukong approached with a smile and inquired, "Hello, I am seeking the coordinates of Adrat. Could you provide me with some clues?" The officer appraised Wukong with a dismissive glance, curling his lips slightly. "Adrat? Do you think just anyone can find it? Information is hard-earned, and the price for providing details about Adrat is not trifling." Having anticipated this, Wukong nodded and produced several bags of interstellar currency exchanged from the trading station, placing them on the counter. The officer's expression shifted, revealing a modicum of eagerness as he gestured for Wukong to follow him. Wukong trailed the officer through a series of security checks until they reached a dimly lit back room. The officer unfurled a simple star map, pointing to a remote area of the star system, whispering, "This is the approximate location of Adrat. However, that region is frequently beset by interstellar storms, making navigation challenging. Once you arrive in the star field, you will need to rely on your own skills to locate it." Wukong silently committed the coordinates to memory, thanked the officer, and returned to his ship. He input the coordinates of Adrat into the ship's system, activated the engines, and departed from the interstellar trading station. Seated within the ship, Wukong gazed at the gradually emerging star map coordinates on the screen. Filled with anticipation and trepidation, he understood that Adrat was not merely a planet rich in legends. It might also harbor a unique combat technique that could potentially aid him in further enhancing his strength. The ship darted swiftly between stars and planets, and after several days, Wukong finally approached the enigmatic star field. As the officer had foretold, interstellar storms were indeed frequent and fierce, almost at regular intervals. Storm warnings flickered on the ship's dashboard. Wukong carefully maneuvered the ship, adjusting its course to evade the turbulent currents. Yet he still found himself jolted several times, the vessel shaking violently, a testament to the arduousness of this journey. Just as the storms began to subside, a faint signal suddenly appeared on the radar screen. Wukong's heart leaped with joy as he promptly adjusted the ship's trajectory toward the signal's source. Minutes later, a mysterious planet loomed into view. Verdant vegetation and violet oceans cloaked its surface, and the entire planet seemed to emit a gentle glow, radiating a serene aura. Confirming the planet's characteristics, Wukong exclaimed to himself, "This must be Adrat." He gently landed the ship on the planet's surface, opening the hatch to be greeted by a rush of fresh air. Floating stones hung in the sky above Adrat, while peculiar creatures roamed nearby, exuding an essence distinctly different from Earth. Not far along, Wukong spotted several inhabitants of Adrat approaching him. They were tall and slender, their expressions calm and friendly. One elder smiled and nodded in greeting, saying, "Welcome, Scion from distant realms. We have sensed your arrival." Wukong bowed slightly and politely replied, "Thank you for your warm welcome. I have heard of a special skill known as instant transmission. Might you be able to enlighten me about it?" The elder nodded with a smile, leading Wukong toward the village. Along the way, Wukong curiously observed everything around him. The architecture of Adrat was unique, seemingly constructed from a natural rock that harmonized seamlessly with the surrounding environment. In the village center stood a circular plaza, dominated by a stone tablet inscribed with runes. The elder explained to Wukong, to learn instant transmission, one must first calm their mind and meditate, attuning oneself to the flow of their energy, then using their will to sense the target's essence, thus enabling the transition between spaces. Wukong listened intently as the elder guided him to a place of meditation. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath. The elder stood nearby, instructing him to focus on perceiving the flow of energy. After months of diligent effort, Wukong finally mastered the technique of instant transmission. Despite his exceptional talent, he found the complexity of this skill to be quite challenging. Each day, he engaged in meditation and practice, sensing the flow of energy. There were moments when he questioned whether he would successfully master the skill. Yet he never spoke of giving up, always immersing himself wholeheartedly in the endeavor. Initially, Wukong could only perform instant transmission over short distances, each attempt leaving him dizzy, as if he had lost all sense of time and space. However, as time passed, the flow of energy within him became increasingly smooth, and his mindset grew steadier. He gradually transitioned from instinctual responses to precise control over instant transmission. Now, Wukong could freely teleport across Adrat, effortlessly traversing dense forests, leaping over mountains, and crossing oceans. With each jump, he experienced an unparalleled sense of exhilaration and freedom, as though he had transcended the confines of time and space, rendering him omnipotent. One day, after training, Wukong sat on a patch of grass on Adrat, gazing at the massive floating stones in the sky, a swell of emotion rising within him. He had managed to extend the distance of his instant transmission from a mere few hundred meters to tens of thousands of kilometers, even allowing for brief crossings between different planets. Although some distance limitations remained, this ability was already immensely powerful for him. This is incredible. This skill gives me the feeling that I can reach anywhere in an instant. Wukong chuckled to himself, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within him. Chapter 47. The means of survival in space. One day, under the evening starlight, Wukong engaged in a casual conversation with Qi'er from Adrat, eagerly sharing his adventures across various planets while Qi'er listened with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Wukong inquired about experiences in cosmic exploration. Qi'er, though the Adratans are not a martial race, you possess unique talents. Are there other races in the universe with special abilities? Qi'er pondered for a moment, his gaze reflecting depth. Wukong, in the universe, the forms of life are not limited to what we already understand. Among us interstellar travelers, there are ancient wisdoms that speak of certain races that have truly mastered the ability to survive in space. Survive without relying on ships? Is it possible for someone to exist solely with their body in the cosmos? Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, they can endure the pressures and cold of the vacuum. This ability is not acquired overnight. It is cultivated through millennia of evolution and inner refinement. It is said they undergo a special form of mental training, enhancing their physical capabilities and establishing a subtle connection with cosmic energy. Qi'er smiled faintly. That sounds incredible. Can I also learn such techniques? Where can I find them? Wukong asked eagerly, his eyes alight with anticipation. Qi'er patted Wukong's shoulder. In the star system surrounding Adrat, you may occasionally encounter these cosmic travelers. They often frequent certain specific interstellar relics, which serve as sacred ground for their cultivation. That's fantastic. I must seek them out. Perhaps I can indeed learn this survival skill, Wukong exclaimed, filled with excitement. Qi'er smiled encouragingly. The interstellar relics are not far. Since you have this intention, it would be worthwhile to investigate. However, be prepared. Their training is not easy. Wukong. With Qi'er's guidance, Wukong ventured to a remote star system surrounding Adrat, where the light was dim and the stars sparse, exuding an aura of mystery and antiquity. Wukong piloted his ship to a gentle landing near the interstellar relics encircled by a belt of asteroids. The air here seems to be suffused with an enigmatic energy, instilling within him an extraordinary sense of tranquility. As Wukong stepped out of the spacecraft and surveyed his surroundings, he contemplated that this interstellar relic appeared to be the fabled site where the cosmic wanderers underwent their training. Taking a deep breath, he recalled Qi'er's admonition. Patience is paramount here. Thus, Wukong resolved to wait, attuning himself to the essence of the starry sky. Shortly thereafter, an alien clad in simple attire, radiating a faint silvery glow, approached with measured steps. His gaze exuded tranquility, as if he could see through everything. Sensing no trace of hostility from the alien, Wukong stepped forward to greet him. Greetings, I am Wukong. I have heard that you possess the ability to survive in the cosmos. I am eager to learn this skill. The alien smiled slightly and introduced himself. I am Gila. You wish to learn how to thrive in the universe. This is no trivial endeavor. However, given your determination, I am willing to teach you some fundamental cultivation techniques. Gila explained to Wukong that survival in the cosmos does not rely on formidable muscles or strength, but rather on harmonizing one's life force with the cosmic energy to achieve a state of resonance. He gestured for Wukong to sit cross-legged, close his eyes, and relax his mind, to feel the flow of energy between his body and the surrounding starry expanse. Following Gila's instructions, Wukong sensed his breath gradually becoming faint. Yet he felt himself merging more deeply with the rhythm of the universe. Gila softly stated, "This state is called ethereal symbiosis. You must allow your essence to attain a harmonious equilibrium with the cosmic breath. Do not rush the process. Patiently embrace this sensation, and in time, you will gradually adapt to existing in a vacuum. Deep within the cosmos, Wukong diligently practiced day after day. Meanwhile, on Earth, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Yamcha, and Krillin were enduring grueling training. Running with heavy stones on their backs, their clothes soaked in sweat. During a running break, Tianjin Fan paused, furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly exclaimed, "If we continue like this, although we can sense progress each time, the gap between us and Wukong will only widen. With this level of training, we may never catch up to him." Krillin also halted, nodding in agreement. Indeed, Wukong's rate of growth is astonishing that we must find a way to break through this bottleneck. We cannot remain stagnant at this stage. Yamcha, deep in thought, suggested, since we cannot match his pace, perhaps we should seek more formidable training resources or travel to Karen Tower. The training there might be more suited to us. Thus, they resolved to embark on a journey to Karen Tower. Upon arriving, they met Karen, the hermit. After a thorough exchange and a series of trials, Karen recognized their determination and consented to allow them to continue their training at Karen Tower. Over the course of 2.5 months, their physical prowess and combat skills underwent remarkable enhancement, their bodies and minds growing increasingly resilient. As they prepared to push further, Karen presented them with the Rui Jingu Bang. This staff will aid you in traversing the Heavenly God Temple and continue your training. I believe you will find further refinement there. Tianjin Fan and the others set off towards the Heavenly God Temple atop the Rui Jingu Bang. Upon arrival, they encountered Popo, who bore a calm demeanor. In the grand hall of the Heavenly God Temple, they surveyed their surroundings and noticed that the visage of the Heavenly God closely resembled that of the Demon King Piccolo. Despite this striking resemblance, they felt no excessive astonishment, for they had long been aware of the connection between the Heavenly God and Piccolo. Tianjin Fan could not help but whisper to Krillin, "This is truly incredible. He looks exactly like Piccolo." The Heavenly God cast a measured glance over the group and spoke slowly. "I understand your goal is to catch up to Wukong, but cultivation is not an endeavor that yields immediate results." At this moment, Popo stepped forward. "I will guide your training, and you will experience the path that Wukong once undertook." The group nodded in unison, aware that the upcoming training would be even more arduous. Yet they felt no fear. Tianjin Fan stepped forward confidently, his gaze resolute. "We are prepared." "Excellent," Popo smiled faintly. "Then let us begin with the fundamentals." He led them to the plaza of the Heavenly God Temple. "You have come here not only to enhance your physical abilities, but more importantly, for the cultivation of your inner selves." Standing before them, Popo's gaze was sharp yet serene, as if he could penetrate the innermost thoughts of each individual. "While your current cultivation is commendable, true strength lies not merely in physical prowess and technique, but in possessing a heart as tranquil as the sky." Tianjin Fan remained silent, pondering Popo's words. Wukong once trained here, learning how to maintain composure amidst the fiercest battles, preserving a serene state of mind. Your task is to reach such a realm and master true power. The subsequent training methods diverged entirely from what Tianjin Fan and the others had anticipated. Popo instructed each of them to sit down and commence meditation. They were to cast aside all distractions and concentrate on perceiving their own inner selves. That Popo's voice was deep and steady. Imbued with a soothing power, do not rush for results. Cultivation is a long journey, and the tranquility of the mind is paramount. They began to meditate as per Popo's guidance. Initially, Tianjin Fan and the others found their minds rife with restlessness, a torrent of chaotic thoughts flooding their consciousness. Tianjin Fan continuously attempted to dispel these distractions, yet each time, they felt like invisible shackles binding their spirits. Let go of these thoughts, allowing them to drift by like clouds. Popo's voice resonated once more, calm yet imbued with a subtle guiding force. Tianjin Fan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Striving to empty his thoughts, he ceased to resist the emerging notions and instead quietly observed them, allowing them to float within his mind without being swayed. Dumpling, Yamcha, and Krillin were also endeavoring to enter this meditative state, discovering it to be more challenging than physical training. Physical training could yield progress through relentless effort, while achieving inner peace required the relinquishment of all distractions and desires, letting the mind settle naturally. Each individual's progress varied. Some quickly entered the meditative state, while others remained ensnared in their inner turmoil. Popo refrained from interrupting, observing them in silence. Chapter 48. Wukong has grown taller. Time passed quietly, and the preparations for the world's #1 martial arts tournament were in full swing, creating an exceptionally vibrant atmosphere throughout the city. However, the weather today was less than ideal. The sky was overcast, dark clouds loomed, and torrential rain poured down, causing people on the streets to hurriedly pass by, their umbrellas swaying precariously in the wind. At a street corner near the registration site, Lanchi stood under a large umbrella beside Master Roshi. The two scanned the distance intermittently. Master Roshi, dressed in a dapper suit, squinted slightly behind his old sunglasses. Appearing somewhat anxious, "Where are they?" he exclaimed, wiping the rain from his face. On such an important day, how could they possibly forget? Lanchi looked up at the sky, noting that the rain was intensifying and the street scene was becoming increasingly blurred. She softly remarked, "Perhaps they were delayed by something. Don't worry. They will arrive shortly." Just as she finished speaking, a taxi suddenly pulled up. The door swung open, and Bulma emerged, elegantly holding a large umbrella. Dressed in a fitted short skirt that accentuated her perfect figure. Paired with high heels, she walked with a light and steady gait. Her short hair appeared even more polished in the rain, and her lips, painted with bright lipstick, curled into a confident smile, exuding an undeniable charisma even amidst the downpour. "Bulma!" Lanchi called out, waving to her with a smile. Upon seeing Lanchi and Master Roshi, Bulma approached and said with a warm smile, "I'm so sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the way. I got delayed. You two have been waiting here for long. Haven't you?" Master Roshi chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. Not at all. We haven't been waiting long." He cast a glance at Bulma's attire. A flicker of appreciation in his eyes. "You look quite spirited today." Bulma smiled modestly, a hint of pride gleaming in her eyes. "Of course, today is the registration day for the tournament. How could I not dress up a bit?" Master Roshi's tone then turned slightly wistful. Krillin and Yamcha, 3 years ago, upon seeing Wukong's strength, vanished without a trace. Everyone claimed they were off to train, but who knows where they actually went? Bulma sighed. "Yes, everyone is scattered. Alas," Master Roshi lamented, "the path of cultivation is sometimes like this. One cannot rush it. If only they could settle their minds like Wukong did early on, their training speed would surely differ." Bulma offered a resigned smile. However, Wukong's pace is indeed faster than others. It's hard to fathom how he does it. She paused, her gaze softening slightly, but when he returns this time, he will undoubtedly be formidable. Just then, while Bulma and Master Roshi were conversing, a child's balloon suddenly slipped from their grasp and floated up to the branches of a nearby tree. The little child, upon seeing the balloon stuck, began to cry with tears welling in their eyes. "Wah, who can help me get the balloon down?" Hearing the commotion, Bulma immediately turned her head, and upon seeing the child's distress, her heart softened. She approached gently, tenderly stroking the child's head, and reassured, "Don't cry. Sister will help you retrieve it." Bulma tiptoed and stretched her arms, yet she was still just a tad short. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she turned to Master Roshi, saying, "Master Roshi, could you please assist me? I can't reach it." Master Roshi squinted his eyes, a mischievous smile gracing his face. "Oh, no problem. Leave it to me." He stepped forward, extending his hand to grasp the balloon, but soon donned a lecherous expression and playfully remarked, "Bulma, since I'm helping you with the balloon, how about I also have a little feel there?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Bulma immediately reacted, her gaze turning icy as she swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Master Roshi. "Don't go too far." Master Roshi, stunned by the slap. Master Roshi's smile faded, standing straight with a feigned innocence as he rubbed his face, saying, "I didn't mean it. I was just joking." Just as Bulma and Master Roshi were about to continue their conversation, a hand suddenly reached out, gently retrieving the balloon from the branches and handing it to the child. Bulma and Master Roshi turned to see a tall figure standing before them, holding an umbrella and dressed in peculiar attire, clearly out of place for this era. The person stood upright, their demeanor calm. obscuring their face with the umbrella, seemingly in no rush to attract attention. They smiled at Bulma and Master Roshi, their voice clear and tranquil. Bulma, old man, Launch, how have you all been? Bulma, Master Roshi, and Launch stared at this person in bewilderment, confusion swirling in their minds. Who is this person? They seemed not to recognize him. Bulma furrowed her brow slightly, a glimmer of doubt in her eyes, as she couldn't help but inquire. Who are you? The person did not rush to explain, but rather continued with another question. Where are Krillin, Tin, and Yamcha? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Bulma and the others shifted from confusion to shock. And Bulma instinctively spoke, her voice trembling. Could it be... Goku chuckled, raising his umbrella. Sorry, Bulma. Everyone, it's been a while. With a sudden gust of wind, the rain finally ceased, and everything around them seemed exceptionally tranquil. Goku looked at the still-dazed Bulma, Master Roshi, and Launch, unable to suppress his laughter. Hey, why is everyone so stunned? Goku chuckled, folding his umbrella and standing before Bulma, a hint of pride in his eyes. Bulma, I've finally grown taller than you. Bulma continued to stare at him in bewilderment, as if she had yet to fully recover from Goku's transformation. Noticing this, Goku raised an eyebrow playfully and remarked, Is it that I've grown just a little taller in these 3 years that you all fail to recognize me? Launch, standing nearby, suddenly interjected, A little taller? Goku, you've grown quite a lot. It's like you're an entirely different person. Goku scratched his head, a bashful smile breaking across his face as he lowered his gaze to Bulma. As Bulma's eyes began to clear from their confusion, she gradually focused, realizing that not only had he grown taller, but his entire demeanor had matured and stabilized. Bulma paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, softly stating, Goku, you've become quite handsome. Goku, upon hearing this, felt a rush of bashfulness, scratching his head. Really? I haven't changed much. I've just been training a bit more these years, getting stronger, that I truly didn't recognize you. Bulma murmured to herself, a wave of inexplicable emotions stirring within her heart. Just as everyone continued their discussion, a loud call echoed from a distance. Participants of the tournament, please register promptly. Goku turned his head towards the source of the voice and saw a staff member of the martial arts tournament calling out loudly through a megaphone for participants. Goku, hurry and register. Don't waste any time, Master Roshi urged as he noticed Goku, still standing there. Goku nodded, turning to head towards the registration area, but suddenly stopped to ask, by the way, have Krillin and the others registered yet? Master Roshi grimaced, a hint of helplessness in his smile. They haven't arrived yet. They're probably on their way, and I didn't expect you to get here first. Goku made his way to the registration area. Master Roshi, Bulma, and Launch remained behind, watching Goku's retreating figure. Master Roshi squinted, murmuring, This kid has changed so much. He's even taller than me. He was always such a little runt. How is it that he now? Launch, watching Goku's silhouette, couldn't help but laugh. You always claimed to be the strongest martial artist in the world. It seems you might soon be surpassed by Goku. Master Roshi, with a defiant expression, retorted, Humph. Not necessarily. Although Goku is taller than me, he still has much to learn. I've spent years training to reach my current level. He is merely benefiting from youth. Bulma, however, gazed at Goku with a complex mix of emotions, softly stating, he used to be just a little rascal, always acting mischievous. But now he truly seems to have matured. Launch nodded in agreement, right? He hardly seems like the same person anymore. Especially his aura. It is completely different from before. Bulma narrowed her eyes, contemplative. Perhaps after all those years of training, Goku has indeed become more composed. I must admit, it's quite astonishing. Chapter 49, The Gathering of Friends having successfully registered. Goku, followed by Bulma, Master Roshi, and Launch, made their way to the resting area beside the venue, awaiting the arrival of Tin, Krillin, and Yamcha. Time ticked away, yet Tin and the others still had not appeared. Master Roshi paced anxiously, his eyes frequently darting towards the entrance of the arena, growing increasingly worried. Why haven't they arrived yet? Registration is about to close. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. What could Krillin and the others be so busy with that they haven't shown up yet? Bulma stood nearby, slightly frowning, feeling uneasy as well. And no matter how busy they were, They shouldn't delay the tournament registration like this. Could they have forgotten this day? Launch appeared somewhat impatient. Goku approached them, glancing at the clock, raising an eyebrow. Could it be they've run into some trouble? Master Roshi looked around, suddenly having an idea, declared, "I'll go ask the staff if I can register for them." As he spoke, he strode quickly towards the registration area, leaving Bulma and Launch curious in his wake. Soon, Master Roshi returned, a look of discontent on his face as he approached Bulma and Launch. They said it has to be the participants themselves present. No one can register on their behalf. Even last year's runner-up ISNT exempt. He paused, then inquired, "What do you think happened to them?" Launch couldn't help but roll her eyes. Didn't they say they would come? Seriously, what is going on? Master Roshi immediately turned back to the staff. How much time is left? The staff member checked their watch and replied nonchalantly, 5 minutes left until registration closes. What? Master Roshi exclaimed, panic setting in. So if they don't make it, they can't register? The staff member nodded. Correct, there can be no delays. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Master Roshi returned to Bulma and Launch. Worry gnawing at him. What do we do now? How could they possibly reach the registration area in such a short time? Bulma sighed. Though she too was concerned, she could only shake her head helplessly. Honestly, what could be taking them so long? Upon hearing this news, Goku remained unfazed, turning to survey the surroundings. It's all right as long as they arrive. Everyone needn't be so anxious that you're so relaxed. Master Roshi shot him a glare. Don't you see everyone is in a frenzy? Goku stood off to the side, his gaze gently sweeping across the area, a faint smile gracing his lips. He quietly sensed the energies around, aware that Tin and the others were nearing. With only 1 minute left until the deadline, the staff member yawned, evidently growing tired of the last-minute registrants, preparing to pack up and leave. Bulma and the others stood anxiously to the side, their anxiety escalating as time slipped away, becoming increasingly heavy-hearted. Just as the staff member began to gather their belongings, a sudden surge of powerful energies pierced the air, and 4 figures dashed past Bulma and the others like lightning, their speed so swift that Bulma and the others barely had time to react. In an instant, these 4 figures halted before the registration desk, their feet firmly planted on the ground. As Bulma and the others looked up, they spotted Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Zhaozi's figures appearing at the registration desk. Finally, they have arrived. A sigh of relief escaped Bulma's lips, accompanied by a faint smile. Goku stood nearby, glancing at these familiar friends, unable to suppress his admiration. These guys really do make an impressive entrance. The staff, regaining a semblance of energy, glanced at the clock and noticed that less than half a minute remained until the deadline. Their lips twitched slightly, yet they extended their hands to prepare for registration. Hurry up, time is running short. After Tianjin Fan and the others completed their registration, they made their way directly to Master Roshi's side. Respectfully greeting their teacher, Krillin was the first to step forward, his face beaming with pride as he exclaimed, "Master Roshi, look how much I've grown." Master Roshi appraised Krillin, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, quite impressive, Krillin, that you've grown taller and stronger. At that moment, Goku approached, gently patting Krillin on the shoulder. Feeling the familiar force, Krillin looked up to see the towering figure, momentarily stunned, before his eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Goku, it's really you. How did you grow so tall?" Goku scratched his head, smiling as he replied, "I suppose it's due to diligent training. I've gradually grown taller." Upon hearing Krillin's exclamation, Tianjin Fan and Yamcha turned to look at Goku, their expressions a mix of astonishment and curiosity. "Goku, it's been 3 years, and your transformation is truly unexpected," Tianjin Fan remarked, secretly gauging Goku's strength. Though Goku had not released any energy, he still emanated an invisible pressure. Yamcha added with a smile, "It seems we must take this martial arts tournament seriously. Goku, you are truly someone to look forward to." Goku smiled slightly. "We'll see who prevails on the arena." Master Roshi cheerfully addressed everyone. "I've booked the hotel. You all should head over to prepare for tomorrow's competition." Nodding in agreement, Goku and the others followed Master Roshi towards the hotel. Along the way, Tianjin Fan walked beside Master Roshi, questioning curiously, "Master Roshi, aren't you participating in this martial arts tournament?" With a chuckle, Master Roshi waved his hand dismissively, feigning mystery as he replied, Let you young ones take the spotlight this time. As for this old man, I'll just watch your performance." At the back of the group, Bulma leaned closer to Lan Chi, gazing at Goku's tall figure, and couldn't help but softly exclaim, "Goku has really grown up, and he's becoming more handsome by the day." Lan Chi glanced at Tianjin Fan's figure and laughed. "Indeed, Goku is quite handsome, but I still find Tianjin Fan even more charming." Bulma teased, "It seems you're still favoring Tianjin Fan." The two exchanged knowing smiles. And amidst the fresh air following the rain, they continued towards the hotel, laughing lightly. That night, within the hotel, the soft glow of lights from various rooms illuminated the surroundings. Heavy rain poured down again, and the occasional rumble of thunder added a touch of tension to the pre-competition night. In Bulma and Lan Chi's room, Bulma hung a handcrafted Akoka doll at the window, symbolizing peace and luck. Watching the raindrops patter against the glass, she whispered, "I hope everything goes smoothly in tomorrow's competition." Lan Chi chuckled teasingly. "Were you afraid of? You're Bulma. What grand scenes haven't you witnessed?" Meanwhile, Goku and Krillin nestled in their beds. Reminiscing about the past 3 years of training, Krillin excitedly asked Goku, "Goku, what have you learned out there? Your energy feels much more restrained compared to 3 years ago, almost as if you've reached an entirely different realm." Goku smiled, recalling, "I've learned a great deal, not just powerful combat techniques, but also some unconventional ways to comprehend strength that I truly hope to witness the fruits of your training tomorrow." In the adjacent room, Yamcha was recounting his thoughts to Puar. "Over these 3 years, I've never allowed myself a moment of complacency, always striving to keep pace with Goku." Puar listened eagerly, responding, "Yamcha, I believe you will shine brilliantly this time." In the same night, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi sat in silence within their room. Tianjin Fan gazed pensively out at the heavy rain, repeatedly questioning himself. Just how much has Goku learned out there? Regardless, I am determined to surpass him. Chapter 50. The preliminary rounds begin amidst the heavy rain of the night. Lightning cleaved through the sky, and only a handful of hurried pedestrians traversed the streets. A child stood transfixed before a shop window, captivated by the exquisite toys inside, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck the massive clock atop the bell tower, and with a deafening crash, fragments of the clock plummeted from above, heading straight for the unsuspecting child. At that critical moment, a figure swiftly appeared beside the child. The person calmly raised a finger, and a sharp beam of light shot forth, instantly reducing the falling debris to dust that dissipated into the air. The child's mother rushed over, cradling her child in her arms, her heart racing as she expressed her gratitude to the figure. However, that figure merely paused momentarily, their gaze cold and indifferent, before vanishing into the curtain of rain and darkness. The mysterious savior, devoid of any sentimentality, was none other than the solitary figure of King Piccolo. Though he held disdain for human entanglements, he revealed a flicker of kindness in that pivotal moment. The following day, the weather was clear, and the martial arts tournament venue was adorned with vibrant fireworks. As children cheered and gathered around, eagerly watching, "Old man, did you bring my martial arts uniform?" Goku inquired cheerfully as he approached Master Roshi. "You all have grown so much. Why are you still thinking about wearing my turtle school uniform?" "I actually didn't bring it. You wouldn't fit into your old one anymore," Master Roshi remarked, observing Goku's now towering figure with a sigh. It seems it's time for a new one." Goku scratched his head, a bit embarrassed but smiling as Goku and the others arrived at the arena, preparing to face the forthcoming competition. Krillin and Yamcha donned their familiar turtle school uniforms, looking particularly spirited, just when everyone least expected it. Goku appeared wearing a brand new turtle school uniform. "Goku, why did you wear that? I thought you were going for a new look," Krillin exclaimed in surprise. I had it ready all along. No matter how much I grow, I can't abandon the spirit of turtle school," Goku declared, patting his uniform proudly. Just as Goku and the others were preparing for the competition, a figure slowly approached, cloaked in a white cape with green skin and piercing eyes. The unmistakable presence of King Piccolo loomed. An oppressive aura enveloped the surroundings, causing Yamcha, Krillin, and Tianjin Fan to break into a cold sweat, despite their years of training and perceived growth in strength. The shadow of King Piccolo remained an indelible mark. "This guy is already this tall at just 3 years old. He's growing much faster than me." When I have Gohan, he'll be around Piccolo's age. No wonder they got along so well in the original story. Goku mused, observing Piccolo with keen interest. Piccolo's gaze bore into Goku, exuding a chilling hostility, as the two stood in silent confrontation, neither willing to speak first. A palpable tension filled the air, as if they were competing to see whose aura was more formidable. Suddenly, a hand clapped Goku on the shoulder from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by a familiar face. The girl, clad in a simple martial arts uniform with glossy black hair and a spirited gaze, smiled and called out, "Son Goku." Goku blinked in surprise, his eyes lighting up as he replied, "Chi-Chi, it's really you." His astonishment quickly gave way to joy as he realized Chi-Chi had also arrived at this bustling martial arts tournament. "Wow, what a beautiful girl. I'm so envious of Goku." Krillin and Yamcha whispered excitedly to each other. Both unable to contain their admiration for Chi-Chi's grace and beauty, Chi-Chi couldn't help but smile at their words, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly. She looked at Goku, her eyes filled with familiar warmth and tenderness. "Hey, Chi-Chi, I didn't expect you to join the tournament as well. Are you ready to showcase your skills today?" Goku asked, his spirits lifted. With a playful glint in her eyes, Chi-Chi responded, "Humph, no matter how strong you are, I'm not afraid." Her teasing tone suggested she was in the mood for some friendly banter with Goku. Instantly, the atmosphere lightened as Krillin and Yamcha continued to exchange glances, their envy palpable. These two seemed to really know each other well. Their relationship appears quite close. They shared a knowing look, both envious of Goku's connection with someone like her. Outside the arena, though the audience couldn't see the matches within, the crowd remained densely packed. Master Roshi found himself squeezed at the front of the crowd, surrounded by enthusiastic young women. Seizing the opportunity amidst the throng, he discreetly leaned in toward a nearby beauty, suddenly burying his face in her bosom. The beautiful woman, startled, immediately retaliated with a sharp slap, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses?" The turtle hermit was momentarily dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. However, such incidents were merely commonplace for him. While rubbing his cheek, he donned a confident smile and continued to boast, "Ha ha! Do not let my age deceive you. In my youth, I was a formidable force in the martial arts world. I am the greatest master under heaven." As soon as his words fell, several women began to gaze at him with admiration, even requesting his autograph. Bulma, standing nearby, cast him a disdainful glance and could not help but retort, "Turtle hermit, your shamelessness has reached new heights." Relying on hot air for sustenance. Meanwhile, the group of women remained captivated by the turtle hermit, engaging him in conversation as if completely enchanted by his aura of supreme mastery. The drawing of lots for the preliminary round commenced. Jiaozi, standing aside, squinted at the lots and then waved his hand gently, using his supernatural abilities to ensure that Goku and the others drew lots for different groups. Goku glanced at his lot number, nonchalantly curling his lip, seemingly indifferent to the outcome, while Krillin clutched his number nervously, anxiety etched on his face. Unable to resist, he turned his head to steal a glance at Chi-Chi, who stood out in the crowd in her simple martial arts attire. Krillin's heart raced, and he swallowed hard, clearly entranced by Chi-Chi's smile. Goku, noticing Krillin's infatuation, chuckled softly to himself, thinking this guy and Chi-Chi together seemed quite fitting. "Hey, Krillin, why do you keep staring at that lovely girl?" Goku approached, teasingly. Krillin was taken aback, his cheeks flushing deeper as he hurriedly looked down, stammering, "I am not doing anything. I just think Chi-Chi is really cute." Goku was scheduled for the first match, and all eyes were drawn to him. Standing in the arena, he yawned, exuding an air of complete calmness. The spectators below began to murmur, lamenting, "Poor King Choppa, he has to face Son Goku again. What terrible luck." This comment reached King Choppa's ears, stirring irritation within him. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "It should be Son Goku who is unfortunate." He glared at his nonchalant opponent, deciding to forego further conversation and launch an attack without hesitation. King Choppa assumed a fierce stance. Muscles tense, his gaze fixed intently on Goku, he thought to himself that he could not allow this opponent to have an easy time. He had to give it his all. "Come on," King Choppa roared, charging at Goku with astonishing speed. His right hand aimed viciously at Goku's chest, intending to deliver a decisive blow. Yet, Goku stood motionless, exhibiting no reaction whatsoever, as King Choppa's palm descended, ready to strike Goku. The latter suddenly vanished, taken aback. King Choppa swiftly scanned his surroundings. His eyes filled with wariness, he looked left and right, up and down, but could not locate Goku's presence. The arena fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had ceased. Just as anxiety gripped King Choppa's heart, he suddenly felt a gust of wind behind him, and in an instant, Goku appeared at his back. King Choppa screamed in terror, attempting to turn and counterattack, only to hear a gentle whisper of breath beside his ear. Whoosh! King Choppa had no time to react. He was effortlessly blown away by Goku's gentle breath, soaring off the stage like a feeble leaf. The audience erupted in astonishment, while King Choppa landed heavily on the ground, utterly disoriented. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Krillin stood at the sidelines, having witnessed Goku's incredible strength before. Yet each time he took action, they could not suppress their shock. So powerful, Tianjin Fan murmured, a complex expression on his face that I can hardly believe how he does it. Yamcha nodded deeply. It's simply astonishing. Even I couldn't see how he made his move. That Krillin's eyes widened as he observed Goku standing effortlessly in the center of the arena. An involuntary smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, Goku, he has surpassed us, as they marveled. Their attention shifted to Chi-Chi, who wore a smile, her gaze fixed on Goku, her eyes reflecting joy and pride, though she remained silent. Anyone could discern her delight in Goku's performance. He is becoming increasingly formidable, Chi-Chi thought to herself, a tender glimmer in her eyes. In contrast, Piccolo, standing at a distance, appeared rather dismissive. Shrouded in shadows, a cold smile played on his lips. Seemingly indifferent to the entire spectacle him, King Choppa's strike was nothing more than a trivial skirmish. As the competition progressed, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Krillin, and Chi-Chi's opponents were all easily dispatched, the atmosphere gradually shifting to one of lightheartedness. Each participant performed exceptionally well, particularly Goku, who effortlessly defeated his adversary, leaving little doubt as to the outcome. Just as everyone prepared to relax, the atmosphere in the arena abruptly changed. When it was Jiaozi's turn to compete, he was suddenly struck down by a fierce attack, collapsing unconscious onto the stage. The audience erupted in a flurry of confusion, many unable to comprehend what had transpired. Jiaozi, Tianjin Fan exclaimed, rushing toward the stage. His expression turning grave, he crouched down to check on Jiaozi, discovering him unconscious, pale-faced, and breathing rapidly, clearly injured. What happened? Yamcha furrowed his brow, approaching. This is impossible. He hadn't even finished speaking. His gaze suddenly froze as he spotted a figure standing at the opposite end of the stage. Bai, Tianjin Fan gritted his teeth. Indeed, the one appearing at the edge of the stage was none other than the former master of the Crane School, Bai, compared to his previous self. This Bai was noticeably different, clad in a pink combat suit that had evidently been transformed into a mechanical form. Goku and the others hastily approached, their expressions complex as they regarded the mechanical Bai. Goku could not help but chuckle lightly, stepping forward to say, I never expected you, Bai, to become a machine. Bai's gaze locked onto Goku, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Son Goku, you dare to show your face here? Truly seeking death? Don't be too hasty to exit. Wait for me to take your life. His voice was chilling, sending shivers down the spine. He then turned to Tianjin Fan, resentment brimming in his eyes. And you, Tianjin Fan, traitor of the Crane School. Once I deal with Son Goku, you shall be next. Goku fed Jiaozi a senzu-bean, and he quickly regained consciousness, standing up and rubbing his head. Thank you, Goku, Jiaozi said, looking a bit embarrassed. The reason I lost was that when I saw my opponent was my master, Bai, I was so frightened that I couldn't make a move. And he took me down in one blow. Tianjin Fan looked at Jiaozi. Don't worry, Jiaozi, I will avenge you. Though Bai has become a machine, he is ultimately a minor character. You need not fear him any longer. Jiaozi lowered his head, gratefully glancing at Tianjin Fan. Thank you, Tianjin Fan, but Tianjin Fan patted Jiaozi's shoulder. You have shown enough courage. Do not blame yourself. Rest assured, I will handle someone like Bai. Chapter 51, Mechanical Tao by the list of contestants for the top 8 was finally revealed, and the atmosphere in the arena became tense. Tao by, Tianjin Fan, Chi-Chi, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and a mysterious contestant named Yachi were among them. Yachi, wearing a mask that concealed most of his face, clearly intended to keep his identity a secret. Goku's gaze settled on Yachi, a glimmer of contemplation crossing his eyes, despite Yachi's efforts to obscure his appearance. Goku recognized him immediately, thanks to the familiar aura and stature. However, Goku understood that it was best not to speak too much in the competition, since the other party chose to conceal their identity. It was best to maintain that air of mystery. The Supreme Kai did not attend this martial arts tournament. Goku mused silently. Perhaps he believes we could defeat Piccolo. During the break, Goku, Yamcha, and Krillin made their way to the audience stands, intending to chat with the Turtle Hermit and unwind as they settled into their seats. Krillin could not help but speak up. The first match is Tianjin Fan against Tao Bai. Tao Bai? Wasn't he killed by you, Goku? How is it possible that he's come back to life? Upon hearing this, the Turtle Hermit was taken aback, his expression instantly turning serious. Do not worry. Although that rascal Tao Bai has returned, he poses no threat to Tianjin Fan, Goku reassured, dismissing the concern with a wave of his hand. Krillin, still bewildered, looked at Goku questioningly. Goku, Tao Bai knows all of Tianjin Fan's techniques. Regardless, Tianjin Fan must exercise caution. Wukong smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, Tianjin Fan has now become exceedingly powerful. Even the formidable Tao Bai cannot defeat him. And no sooner had he spoken than a familiar figure approached them. Master Crane, his expression grave and brow furrowed. He stepped before Master Roshi and the others, speaking in hushed tones. While your turtle school still has its remnants, you must flee at once. With that, Master Crane turned abruptly and left without waiting for a response. The host announced that the competition was about to commence, and the audience below was already in a frenzy, the venue teeming with people. Bulma, Lan, and Master Roshi found themselves pressed together like sardines in a can, unable to make any headway. Bulma furrowed her brow, observing that the crowd showed no intention of parting. Grasping Lanchi's shoulder, she whispered, Lanchi, what should we do? We can't possibly squeeze through. Lanchi pursed her lips, suddenly struck by an idea. She picked up a piece of grass and lightly tickled her nose. The next moment, Lanchi let out a tremendous sneeze, her golden hair billowing dramatically as her aura shifted instantly. A crisp crack echoed as Lanchi pulled the trigger. Gunfire erupting. The surrounding spectators, startled, scrambled to either side, creating a wide path. Thank you so much, Lanchi. Bulma chuckled, unable to contain her laughter as she witnessed the scene. At last, the trio navigated through the crowd to the prime viewing spot. Lanchi stowed her machine gun with a satisfied nod, declaring, now we're set. Who dares to obstruct me? Bulma rolled her eyes, remarking, what a road bully you are. This girl surely needs to be kept in check. Meanwhile, Master Roshi murmured quietly beside them. On the ring, Tianjin Fan stood, his gaze fixed intently on Tao Bai across from him. His thoughts drifted back to his youth when he was merely a novice martial artist, often on the receiving end of Tao Bai's rigorous training, leaving him battered and bruised. Tao Bai stood on the opposite side of the ring, sneering at Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, you shall never hope to best me. His tone dripped with disdain, his eyes radiating confidence and arrogance. Dismissing Tianjin Fan entirely, a flicker of complex emotions crossed Tianjin Fan's eyes. Nostalgia mingled with pain. Tao Bai was the master uncle who had subjected him to the most stringent training. As a child, Tianjin Fan had once considered giving up under the weight of Tao Bai's demands. Yet, it was precisely this relentless discipline that had forged his strength. You once claimed I could never triumph over you. Today I shall prove you wrong, Tianjin Fan murmured, fists clenched tightly. You are naively mistaken, Tianjin Fan. You may have grown stronger, but you will forever be unable to defeat me, Tao Bai sneered, his voice laced with ridicule. In an instant, Tao Bai lunged at Tianjin Fan with blinding speed, his palm aimed directly at Tianjin Fan's chest, accompanied by a piercing whoosh. A cold glimmer flashed in Tianjin Fan's eyes, just as Tao Bai's attack reached him. He sidestepped with the swiftness of lightning, His movements light and agile, he countered with a perfectly executed kick to Tao Bai-Bai's abdomen. Taken by surprise, Tao Bai-Bai was sent flying, crashing forcefully against the edge of the ring. Coughing, Tao Bai-Bai fell to the ground, slowly rising, his eyes flashing with fury and indignation. Rubbing his abdomen, he stood up, his earlier nonchalance replaced by an icy, murderous intent. "Indeed, you possess some skill," he muttered to himself. Charging once more at Tianjin Fan that moment, Tianjin Fan raised a hand, halting him. "Stop. Are you surrendering?" Tao Bai-Bai asked, momentarily taken aback, a hint of confusion flickering his eyes. "No, surrendering is not in my nature. However, regarding the incident with the dumplings, let us consider it forgotten." Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply, seemingly struggling to contain his inner rage. "Is this your way of pitying me? You've merely learned a couple of tricks and now dare to act so arrogantly?" Tao Bai-Bai retorted coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Do you truly believe that you can best me now?" Tianjin Fan's figure suddenly vanished from Tao Bai-Bai's line of sight, and in the next instant, he materialized behind him. Gently, Tianjin Fan tapped Tao Bai-Bai on the shoulder, his voice calm yet tinged with confidence. "My current prowess surpasses yours." Tao Bai-Bai froze momentarily, turning around to find astonishment etched across his face. He had not anticipated Tianjin Fan's swift appearance behind him. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. "When did you sneak behind me? You claim to be stronger than me. How shameless!" Upon hearing Tao Bai-Bai's reaction, a smile flickered across Tianjin Fan's face. Though he had not intended to boast, this moment undeniably filled him with a sense of pride. "The truth is undeniable," Tianjin Fan replied, his tone modest yet unable to mask his genuine feelings. Tao Bai-Bai launched an assault, his movements a blur, each strike imbued with tremendous force aimed directly at Tianjin Fan. Yet, Tianjin Fan remained composed, effortlessly dodging every attack with precise agility. His gaze locked onto his opponent. His form fluid as he evaded with grace. Just as Tao Bai-Bai lunged again, Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, swiftly grasping one of Tao Bai-Bai's wrists. With a sharp crack, he twisted Tao Bai-Bai's wrist behind his back, forcibly shoving him toward the edge of the ring. Tao Bai-Bai lost his balance, teetering perilously close to falling out. "Is this your way of conceding?" Tianjin Fan remarked coldly, preparing to conclude the confrontation. However, just as Tao Bai-Bai was about to plummet, one of his metallic wrist attachments shattered, revealing a gleaming dagger. Tao Bai-Bai swung the dagger fiercely at Tianjin Fan's chest. Tianjin Fan's gaze hardened. Reacting swiftly, he sustained a cut that drew blood. Yet he did not falter. Anger surged within him, and feeling the sting of pain, he gritted his teeth, his heart ablaze. "You dare to injure me?" As Tao Bai-Bai charged once more, Tianjin Fan seized the dagger's handle, forcefully snapping it in two. "Such petty tricks will not bring me down," Tianjin Fan declared, a blend of fury and calm in his voice. The host, witnessing Tao Bai-Bai's illicit weapon use and the escalating chaos, swiftly grabbed the microphone and announced loudly, "The outcome of the match is clear. Tianjin Fan is the victor. Tao Bai-Bai is disqualified for employing a weapon." Yet, Tao Bai-Bai's wrath remained unabated by the ruling. His face contorted into a mad grin, his gaze fixated on Tianjin Fan as he roared, "I care not for victory or defeat. I will kill this brat." Before he could finish, the broken metal wrist snapped again, revealing a black cannon muzzle that glimmered ominously. "Behold my super whole wave," Tao Bai-Bai bellowed, pressing a button on his wrist, unleashing a golden energy wave that shot toward Tianjin Fan like a bolt of lightning. Gasps erupted from the audience, who had believed the match concluded, only to witness Tao Bai-Bai's reckless second assault. A cold light flickered in Tianjin Fan's eyes. He shouted, gathering all his energy, unleashing a powerful gust that obliterated the golden wave. The super whole wave dissipated upon contact with Tianjin Fan's aura, leaving him unscathed. Tao Bai-Bai's expression twisted further in disbelief. He could not fathom how his formidable attack had been rendered ineffective by Tianjin Fan. Rage consumed him. Nearly driving him to madness, he readied himself for an even more potent strike, but was suddenly restrained by Tianjin Fan's hand pressing firmly on his shoulder. "You are no longer worthy to stand on this ring." Tianjin Fan's voice resonated with authority. In an instant, Tianjin Fan unleashed a swift kick to Tao Baibai's chest, his speed and power overwhelming. Tao Baibai collapsed, unconscious, having lost all ability to fight. Without pausing, Tianjin Fan approached the fallen Tao Baibai, lifting him and bringing him before Master Crane for further handling. "Take him away. Let him never appear before me again," Tianjin Fan stated flatly, his tone devoid of emotion. Master Crane stood impassively, casting a cold glance at Tianjin Fan before hoisting Tao Baibai onto his back. Though discontent brewed within him, he could only silently acquiesce to Tianjin Fan's dominance. "You ungrateful wretch, utterly ignorant of your own limitations. Remember, having reached this point, your fate is sealed," as the Crane Hermit carried Tao Baibai on his back. He turned around and scolded with vehement disdain, his tone brimming with loathing and anger. Tianjin Fan offered no reply, his head bowed in deep contemplation. He silently approached the backstage area, reflecting on the battle he had just fought with Tao Baibai. Yet his heart remained laden with complex emotions. This victory had come easily to him, but the heavy premonition in his heart never faded. Chapter 52. Wukong, will you marry me or not? It's my turn next, Wukong declared. Krillin glanced at the schedule, a hint of an awkward smile gracing his face. His opponent is that lovely girl at that moment. Chi-Chi approached, and upon seeing her, Krillin's face flushed crimson as he stammered, struggling to find the right words. However, Chi-Chi's gaze was fixed not on Krillin, but directly at Wukong. Wukong and Chi-Chi stood on opposite sides of the ring, their eyes locked onto one another. "Son Wukong, allow me to witness your strength," Piccolo observed coldly from the side. "Will you marry me or not?" Chi-Chi stared intently at Wukong, her eyes filled with irritation, evidently recalling the time in their childhood when Wukong had rejected her marriage proposal. Wukong was taken aback, his expression turning awkward. Why bring this up during a match? He felt bewildered, unsure of how to respond. In the audience, Krillin and Yamcha were dumbfounded, scarcely believing their ears. This charming girl wishes to marry Wukong? Bulma and Master Roshi suddenly recalled that the girl standing in the ring was none other than the daughter of the Ox King. Chi-Chi did a wave of dismay washed over Bulma, her expression dimming slightly as an unsettling thought crossed her mind. What if Wukong actually agrees to Chi-Chi's proposal? What on earth are you two talking about? Yamcha questioned, glancing between the two with a confused expression. Yet the tense atmosphere of the match remained unchanged, with all eyes eagerly awaiting Wukong's answer. "Defeat me, and you won't have to marry me," Chi-Chi exclaimed angrily, her eyes ablaze with fury, clearly frustrated by Wukong's silence. Seeing Chi-Chi's agitation, Wukong understood that her words were spoken in anger, yet he felt a sense of helplessness. He scratched the back of his head and chuckled lightly. "All right, let's focus on the match first." He thought to himself that he would deal with this matter privately after the contest. In the audience, Krillin and Yamcha remained in a state of shock, bewildered by the exchange between the two. Bulma, however, fixed her gaze on the ring, her heart a tumult of emotions, observing the interaction between Wukong and Chi-Chi. She felt a complex mix of feelings that moment. Chi-Chi appeared to be more in line with Wukong's ideal type. "Are you ready?" Wukong smiled gently at Chi-Chi. "Come on, I'll make you regret it." Chi-Chi ceased her argument, pursing her lips, her gaze sharp as a blade. "Chi-Chi, your strength is quite formidable," Wukong remarked, watching as her punches and kicks nearly landed on him. Yet he did not retaliate, allowing her to vent her frustrations. He understood that although Chi-Chi was angry, her attacks posed little real threat. Every strike Chi-Chi delivered landed forcefully against Wukong, her speed and power commendable, yet she could not breach his defenses. Her face was etched with anger, clearly unable to reconcile Wukong's demeanor. She had initiated the challenge, yet it felt as though she was battling a wooden dummy. "Can you be serious for once?" Chi-Chi huffed, her punches beginning to slow. Witnessing Wukong maintain his relaxed smile only fueled her fury further. With a faint smile, Wukong raised his hand to block one of Chi-Chi's punches, then abruptly unleashed a gust of energy, propelling her out of the ring. As Chi-Chi felt her balance falter, she tumbled out of the ring and fell to the ground. "The match is over. Son Wukong is victorious," the announcer proclaimed loudly. Piccolo sneered at the scene on the ring, disdain evident on his face. "What a dull fight." Wukong approached Chi-Chi, extending his hand to gently help her up. You're strong, Chi-Chi, but I had to win this match. Wukong's tone was calm, though his eyes betrayed a hint of regret. Chi-Chi brushed off the dust from her attire, her eyes still simmering with defiance. You really infuriate me. In the audience, Bulma and Launch exhaled in relief, observing the interaction between Wukong and Chi-Chi. Master Roshi sighed softly. That foolish boy just doesn't understand. Oh, you really think Wukong is oblivious? He's doing it on purpose. Launch observed, a glint of amusement flickering in her eyes. After the match concluded, everyone gathered, awaiting Wukong's decision. Would he accept Chi-Chi's proposal or decline? Wukong felt a tumult of emotions within him. Before him stood Chi-Chi, youthful and charming, seemingly the girl he had once known, yet he was compelled to confront the contradictions within his heart. After a moment of silence, he finally made his choice. I'm sorry, Chi-Chi, but I can't agree to your proposal. Wukong's voice was subdued. Chi-Chi froze, tears welling in her eyes as she crouched in a corner, unable to suppress her sobs. Her heart felt as though it had been cleaved in two, utterly abandoned. Krillin observed this scene with a heavy heart, yet he understood that he could not intervene. He could only watch in silence. Have you truly made up your mind? Master Roshi asked, frowning as he approached Wukong. Yes, I cherish my training and spend much of my time away from home. If I were to marry Chi-Chi, I wouldn't be able to be there for her, which could cause her pain. I wouldn't be fair to her. Wukong nodded. His words were simple yet laden with meaning. He recognized that he could not lead a conventional married life as others did, nor did he wish to cause Chi-Chi any anguish while she waited. Chi-Chi's sobbing echoed in the air. While Wukong lowered his head, guilt weighing heavily on his heart, that Krillin's match is about to start. Let's watch the contest and allow Chi-Chi some time to herself. Wukong suggested to everyone, his tone tinged with a sense of helplessness and remorse. Krillin glanced at Chi-Chi, still huddled in the corner, feeling pained but nodding in agreement as he prepared to head to the ring, knowing he needed to focus on the match. This clash with Piccolo will be quite interesting. Yamcha remarked softly, Indeed, that Piccolo fellow is not easily defeated. Wukong mused, contemplating his own upcoming confrontation with Piccolo. As Piccolo stood calmly in the ring, his gaze was icy, seemingly uninterested in any challenge other than that posed by son Wukong. Let the match begin, the announcer's voice rang out, permeating the air with a palpable tension that Krillin's energy was well concealed. Wukong was surprised by his ability to achieve such stealth. He observed that Tianjin Fan and Yamcha also appeared to be suppressing their energies. Intrigued, he wondered if they had also trained in the Sacred Land. What an impressive opponent, Piccolo scoffed, casting a sideways glance at Krillin, who had garnered his respect for his ability to mask his energy. This Krillin, I find increasingly difficult to understand, Wukong thought to himself, recognizing that Krillin had become a more formidable adversary, heightening his anticipation for the match. Wukong turned to glance at the corner where Chi-Chi sat, still cradling her face in her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly. She was crying bitterly, tears streaming from her fingers, her once bright eyes now clouded with despair and pain. She wished to shield her vulnerability from others. Yet the torrent of emotions had become overwhelming. Wukong sighed quietly, his heart a tumult of feelings. He had not intended to cause Chi-Chi sorrow, but his rejection had severed the bond between them like a merciless blade. Though he believed his choice was for her own good, witnessing her tears stirred a pang of guilt within him. Wukong felt a weight in his heart, knowing that Chi-Chi's pain was far deeper than he had anticipated. This decision was indeed a difficult one. Yet the match continued. Wukong took a deep breath, lifting his gaze to the ring where Krillin and Piccolo awaited. What a hassle, Wukong muttered under his breath. Chapter 53. Krillin's stunning performance in an instant. Krillin assumed an offensive stance, unhesitatingly unleashing two golden energy blasts. The energy waves zipped across the ring with the swiftness of lightning, directly targeting Piccolo with astonishing force. As Piccolo's eyes narrowed slightly, he sensed the impending threat and ascended into the air without hesitation, attempting to evade the two energy blasts by gaining altitude. However, Krillin's energy waves were relentless. They swiftly adjusted their trajectories, pursuing him with unwavering determination, as if they possessed a sentient awareness that guided them precisely towards Piccolo. A cold glimmer flickered in Piccolo's eyes as he disdainfully snorted, subsequently unleashing two beams of dark energy from his gaze. The dark energy struck the energy waves directly, shattering them instantly and erupting into a thunderous cacophony, illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. Humph, such simplistic tactics. Piccolo smirked with pride, but before he could finish his thought, Krillin, utilizing his agile form, leaped into the air and delivered a sudden kick from behind. Caught completely off guard, Piccolo was struck by the blow and propelled away as if launched by an immense force. Barely maintaining his balance and almost tumbling out of the ring, the audience erupted in astonishment, having not anticipated Krillin's ingenious assault on Piccolo, which had granted him the upper hand. You certainly possess some skill. Piccolo steadied himself, pausing momentarily to direct a gaze toward Krillin, his eyes glinting with a hint of coldness. Boom! Krillin charged at Piccolo with remarkable speed, his fists flying with astonishing rapidity, landing several blows in the blink of an eye. Each punch was accompanied by a powerful gust of air, echoing with resounding thuds that Piccolo's form was battered repeatedly, gradually losing his equilibrium. Suddenly, a heavy punch struck him squarely in the chest, sending him soaring like a kite severed from its string. Crashing violently against the edge of the ring. Regaining his footing, Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Krillin with a mocking sneer, his eyes gleaming with fury. You foolish little brat. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? I'm merely toying with you. In an instant, Piccolo's physique began to shift. His arms swelled with muscle as his energy surged dramatically, sending powerful waves of pressure rippling through the air, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Behold, this is my true power. Piccolo's deep voice resonated with a palpable threat as he swung his robust arms, the energy swirling around him. The audience gasped in awe, some even stepping back in fear. Bulma Yamcha silently swore to himself. He was no longer the naive boy who merely relied on Master Roshi's teachings. Opposite him, Aki donned a mask that obscured his expression, revealing only the cold, predatory glint in his eyes, reminiscent of a beast stalking its prey. Yet, Yamcha understood that behind this mask lay a formidable opponent, one far from ordinary. That he knew well that Aki's presence in this competition was anything but trivial. The tension between them intensified as their gazes locked, freezing the atmosphere in an instant. Yamcha swiftly entered a combat-ready state, while Aki remained calm and composed, gradually assuming his stance with a subtle smile. Aki suddenly lunged forward, extending his hand with lightning speed towards Yamcha. The velocity was so astonishing that it nearly eluded perception. Yamcha, however, reacted swiftly, dodging Aki's assault with a sharp movement, then countering with a punch that cut through the air like a thunderclap. Aki deftly sidestepped, evading Yamcha's strike and retaliating with a knee to Yamcha's abdomen. The impact caused Yamcha to stagger back momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Intrigued, Yamcha gritted his teeth before he could fully process the situation. Aki launched another relentless series of attacks, each strike delivered with merciless precision. In that moment, Yamcha had no time to consider anything beyond evading each blow, his body moving with fluid grace and agility. Undeterred, he unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all his strength into that singular blow. Aki, underestimating the force behind it, attempted to evade, only to be caught by the gust of Yamcha's fist against his shoulder. Aki staggered back several steps, his expression instantly turning grave. Seizing the moment of Aki's miscalculation, Yamcha swiftly capitalized on the opportunity. He launched a punch without hesitation, his fist connecting squarely with Aki's face. Aki's body was propelled backward, crashing heavily onto the stage, his complexion pale and clearly devoid of the will to resist. Yamcha emerged victorious, the host promptly announced, standing in the center of the arena. Sweat dripped from Yamcha's forehead, yet his face radiated an unmistakable joy. I have finally reached the semifinals. Yamcha murmured to himself. Overwhelmed with emotion, he closed his eyes, tears unconsciously escaping from the corners. That I did it. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his composure amidst the cheers of the crowd, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease and fulfillment. Yamcha is so much stronger than Aki, Wukong remarked softly. His keen insight into combat allowed him to discern that, although the duel was intense, Yamauchi's fighting skills and adaptability far surpassed Aki's. Particularly in that final blow, Yamauchi had astutely exploited Aki's vulnerability, delivering a decisive strike, a testament to his precise control over the rhythm of battle. This guy is truly becoming stronger, Wukong thought, a proud smile gracing his face as he marveled at Yamauchi's growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the lineup for the semifinals has been confirmed, the host declared excitedly. Next, we will witness the match between Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan. The other match will feature Piccolo against Yamauchi. The audience erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, the atmosphere charged with anticipation. Each spectator eagerly awaited these two exhilarating encounters, particularly the showdown between Wukong and Tianjin Fan, which had become the focal point of attention. Wukong stretched leisurely as he approached the stage. Beside him, Tianjin Fan appeared more composed than usual. Despite the fierce desire to battle shining in his eyes, he maintained a calm demeanor, in a shadowy corner of the arena. Chi-Chi crouched, secretly observing Wukong's figure. Her face was etched with sadness, evidently still reeling from the previous rejection. Upon hearing the host announce Wukong's match time, a pang of resentment stirred within her. Why am I so unimportant? Chi-Chi murmured softly, tears glistening in her eyes, her emotions tumultuous. Despite the turmoil within, she chose not to depart. Instead, she concealed herself behind the stage, yearning to catch another glimpse of the man who had turned down her proposal. Her heart still filled with longing and hope. Kellen noticed Chi-Chi lurking in the shadows. She was fixated on Wukong, her eyes brimming with concern and expectation, standing at the side of the stage. Kellen felt a surge of emotions. He reminisced about the competition between him and Wukong since childhood. Time and again, Wukong had inadvertently eclipsed him in every aspect. Martial arts prowess, stature, even charisma. Yet today, Kellen found himself with a newfound resolve. Observing Chi-Chi's gaze upon Wukong, he silently vowed. Since Wukong does not harbor feelings for Chi-Chi, he would bravely pursue her himself. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that once the martial arts tournament concluded, he would seize the right moment to express his feelings to Chi-Chi. Regardless of the outcome, he would not let this opportunity slip away. Unbeknownst to Wukong, Kellen's thoughts were racing. Were he aware, he would undoubtedly support Kellen. For in Wukong's eyes, Kellen was the most suitable match for Chi-Chi. They were both earthlings, their personalities complementary, understanding one another deeply on the stage. Wukong nodded slightly, calmly stating, "Give it your all, Tianjin Fan." Of course, Tianjin Fan growled. Unleashing his energy with the ferocity of a beast pouncing on its prey, the air around him pulsating with pressure. Yet Wukong remained steadfast, his gaze tranquil, as if he had anticipated this moment. His stance was as solid as a rock, his expression unwavering, arms slightly bent, seemingly awaiting Tianjin Fan's assault. The atmosphere grew thick with tension as the audience collectively held their breath, fixated on the impending clash. Could Tianjin Fan's full-powered strike breach Wukong's defenses? Questions swirled in every spectator's mind. Chapter 55. Solar Fist, Nine Suns. Tianjin Fan surged forward, launching a rapid attack, his form nearly vanishing from the stage, feet light and swift. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, his fist, accompanied by the sound of air being cleaved, struck fiercely at Wukong's abdomen, the force distorting the very air around them. Tianjin Fan's speed was so extraordinary that even the onlookers struggled to track his movement. Yet Wukong remained unmoved, his expression serene, as if he had foreseen this sequence. Just as Tianjin Fan's fist was about to make contact, Wukong's figure vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind Tianjin Fan, swiftly delivering a powerful strike aimed at his back. This rapid exchange was so swift that the audience could scarcely comprehend their movements, only perceiving a flurry of afterimages, the air alive with the sound of their fists colliding, reverberating throughout the arena. The two figures flickered on the stage, merging into the very air itself, their slightest motions elusive. The winds howled, echoing the thunderous clashes as the arena trembled under the weight of their battle. The spectators could only watch in awe as the stage appeared empty. The only sounds reverberating through the air were the shattering of air and the resonating impacts, the intensity escalating with each blow, accompanied by deafening crashes that tugged at the heartstrings. Each collision of fists and feet resonated like a hammer, striking steel, sending tremors through the arena. The audience could only witness the storm of air stirred by the fury of their punches. Collectively holding their breath, straining to see through the chaos, yet unable to discern the whereabouts of the two combatants, in that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze. Wukong and Tianjin Fan had vanished from sight, leaving only the sounds of heavy impacts and the crack of air in their wake, tightening the collective nerves of onlookers. Calmly observing from the sidelines, Piccolo's gaze pierced through the distorted air, perceiving the unfolding battle with clarity. Each of Tianjin Fan's relentless strikes pursued Wukong with a thunderous ferocity, his speed almost ethereal. Wukong, akin to an unbound shooting star, evaded with pinpoint accuracy, appearing behind Tianjin Fan just as the latter launches attacks, effortlessly neutralizing every move. Moments later, the two figures on the stage materialized once more, as if coalescing from the void, returning to the surface, their breaths steady and devoid of fatigue. Wukong and Tianjin Fan stood firm, facing each other, their eyes shimmering with unspoken determination. While it appeared tranquil, both individuals could sense the powerful aura of the other subtly fluctuating. Master Roshi gazed at the scene in astonishment, a glimmer of shock and admiration flickering in his eyes. After such an intense battle, the fact that neither had even broken a sweat was truly impressive, he exclaimed, his voice laced with undeniable surprise. Suddenly, a piercing gunshot shattered the silence. The audience turned in unison. As the golden-haired Lan Shi stood amidst the crowd, brandishing a machine gun and unleashing a barrage into the sky. Tianjin Fan, you can do it, Lan Shi shouted, her voice brimming with excitement and passion. The fight on stage momentarily paused. As Goku and Tianjin Fan's gazes were drawn towards Lan Shi's bold actions, Goku grinned, seemingly amused by her audacity, while Tianjin Fan appeared somewhat embarrassed, casting a fleeting glance at her, though the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He pondered, this woman truly plays by her own rules. Goku, if your speed is only this fast, Tianjin Fan said coldly, his eyes fixed on Goku, then you won't escape my third eye. Goku smiled faintly, a hint of mischief glinting in his eyes. Not necessarily, he replied, suddenly brandishing a red belt. Tianjin Fan was taken aback, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the familiar belt. His brow furrowed, alertness creeping in. Why does that belt look so familiar? But before he could react, Goku swiftly flicked the belt, sending it flying towards Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan hadn't finished his sentence when he felt his pants loosen, and upon looking down, he was instantly dumbfounded. His trousers had fallen down, only his white underwear remained, exposed to the laughter of the crowd. Huh! The audience erupted into raucous laughter, the atmosphere of the martial arts arena filled with levity. Tianjin Fan's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He hastily yanked up his trousers, stammering, how could this happen? When did you take my belt? Goku, standing by, grinned cheekily, a playful glint in his eye. Hey, don't rush, I thought you were so focused on me that your pants were about to drop. He feigned innocence, though his expression was one of triumph. Bulma, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh, completely disregarding her usual composed and dignified demeanor. Goku, you're too mischievous. Humph. Tianjin Fan glared at Goku fiercely, his anger palpable. Yet he knew he had been outsmarted. It seems my secret technique must make an early appearance, he said, fastening his belt. Regaining his composure, he took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening to, I look forward to it. A secret technique sounds impressive, Goku remarked, crossing his arms casually. Though my secret move may not rival the Kamehameha, you will certainly not evade it, Tianjin Fan asserted, locking eyes with Goku. Then I shall see what technique you possess that I cannot evade. Goku replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Tianjin Fan inhaled deeply, assuming a specific stance to unleash his secret technique. Suddenly, the arena became a blur, and 4 silhouettes of Tianjin Fan appeared simultaneously, dazzling the audience. Haha, Tianjin Fan, you can perform magic too? Goku remarked, wearing a relaxed smile, seemingly unfazed by this tactic. Piccolo, observing from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he muttered. Tianjin Fan, you're quite impressive. Krillin, wide-eyed in shock, whispered, is that the afterimage technique? As his words fell, the audience began to murmur, evidently captivated by Tianjin fans' display. Each Tianjin fan moved rapidly across the stage, their speed rendering their true positions nearly indistinguishable. Goku watched the figures with calmness, casually remarking, "Oh, so it's this kind of technique. Indeed, it's not simple point," one of the Tianjin fans said coldly. "This move isn't easy to counter, especially in close combat. No matter how fast you are, you cannot fend off 4 simultaneous attacks." In an instant, all 4 Tianjin fans vanished, their speed challenging the audience's ability to follow. Nevertheless, Goku effortlessly dodged their rapid onslaught. His form danced across the stage, as if gliding through the air, avoiding each strike with finesse. Each time Tianjin fan launched an assault, Goku deftly sidestepped, swiftly relocating. Tianjin fan's expression grew increasingly grave. He realized he could not prolong this exchange. If he continued in this manner, he would merely exhaust himself while his secret technique would remain ineffective. Thus, Tianjin fan swiftly dispersed to the 4 corners of the arena, each one coldly fixated on Goku. "Goku, no matter how formidable you are today, you cannot escape this move." Tianjin fans' voice resonated from all directions, simultaneously channeling their energy to gather immense power. The third eye of each Tianjin fan glowed brightly, and golden beams shot forth from their eyes, precisely targeting Goku in the arena's center at blinding speed. The beams intertwined, striking Goku in an instant. "Goku!" Bulma cried out in alarm from the audience, while other spectators shielded their eyes, fearing to witness the outcome. Smoke enveloped the arena, the force of the explosion resembling that of a miniature nuclear blast, sending shockwaves throughout the venue. Dust swirled in the air, obscuring the view of the stage. "Goku! What now?" Bulma shouted anxiously, her eyes filled with worry. Moments later, the smoke began to clear, and the center of the arena remained eerily calm. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed nervously on the stage. Suddenly, a light-hearted chuckle emerged from the haze. Goku strode forth, completely unscathed, not a shred of his clothing harmed. He brushed off the dust from his attire with a casual smile. His demeanor relaxed as usual. That was more of a tickle than anything, Goku teased, a hint of mockery in his tone. Tianjin fan stood stunned, disbelief written all over his face. "How are you completely unhurt?" He stammered, utterly baffled by the unfolding events. Piccolo observed coolly from the side, his heart stirred with unexpected intrigue. He had not anticipated Goku's effortless counter to Tianjin fan's ultimate move. "Tianjin fan, your secret technique has a glaring weakness." Goku stated with a grin. "My technique has no weaknesses," Tianjin fan retorted, momentarily taken aback before responding coldly. Goku smiled subtly, opting not to elaborate further. He swiftly soared into the sky, vanishing from the spectator's sight in an instant. "You can't escape," Tianjin fan shouted, a glint of cold determination in his eyes. "I have 12 eyes." As soon as he finished speaking, the third eyes of the 4 Tianjin fans unleashed powerful beams towards Goku in the heavens. The 4 beams intertwined, homing in on Goku's position with deadly precision. Yet Goku smiled lightly in midair, turning swiftly to wave his hand. "Tianjin fan, I'll borrow your technique for a solar flare." As his words fell, 9 massive suns ignited in the sky, each radiating blinding light, the searing glow illuminating the entire arena and surrounding air. Almost all spectators shut their eyes, unable to withstand the dazzling brilliance. Even the martial arts competitors felt the intense heat, their garments beginning to smoke in the oppressive warmth. Tianjin fan was utterly unprepared for this move. The searing light engulfed his vision, rendering everything a blur. The brilliance of the solar flare overwhelmed his third eye, leaving him unable to adapt to the blinding illumination in that moment. The 4 Tianjin fan figures were consumed by the scorching radiance, vanishing into oblivion. Goku materialized behind the 4 Tianjin fans, swiftly striking them down, sending them tumbling off the stage as the blinding sunlight receded. Only Goku remained standing, grinning effortlessly. "I win." Tianjin fan stood rooted in place, gradually retracting his duplicates, returning to his original form. His breathing labored, clearly astonished by Goku's solar flare. "Goku," Tianjin fan managed to say, "your solar flare is truly formidable." "Your technique isn't too bad either, but it pales in comparison to my solar flare." Goku replied with a playful grin as Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead. He chuckled in response. Tianjin Fan's expression was complex. Though he was reluctant to admit it, deep down he understood that the gap between himself and Wukong was still far too great. If Tianjin Fan were to venture to Namek and unlock his potential, he would undoubtedly become the strongest warrior on Earth. Wukong mused that with the conclusion of the match, he could not help but admire Tianjin Fan's formidable strength. He believed that not only could Tianjin Fan create various formidable martial arts techniques, but his power was also continually on the rise, suggesting that he was now nearly on par with Piccolo. You should enjoy yourselves while you can. Soon, I shall dismantle you piece by piece. Piccolo said with a cold smirk that he stood high above, gazing down at the battlefield, seemingly envisioning a scene where he wielded complete dominion. Chapter 56. Yamcha's new technique, what a pity, Yamcha sighed, clearly feeling a twinge of regret. Regret is unwarranted. Wukong has yet to unleash his true strength. After all, he hasn't even utilized the Kamehameha. Tianjin Fan remarked as he approached them. Shaking his head, Krylin's eyes widened in disbelief, hardly able to trust his ears. What? Wukong's strength hasn't been fully tapped. What then does his true power look like? No one could estimate Wukong's full potential. Tianjin Fan's gaze flickered. When will he finally unleash his full power? Krylin could not help but inquire. Tianjin Fan smiled slightly. At the most critical moment, Wukong will undoubtedly reveal his true strength, and it is then that the real terror will manifest. Moments later, the announcer's voice boomed. Next up is Piccolo versus Yamcha. Go for it! Defeat him! Krylin shouted at Yamcha. Rest assured, I will give it my all, Yamcha replied with a faint smile. Yamcha stepped onto the stage, surveying his surroundings, and saw Piccolo standing in the center. Coldly staring at him, Piccolo's tall and imposing figure resembled an insurmountable barrier. I thought you might choose to forfeit, considering you're aware of my strength. Surely you wouldn't want to invite trouble, Piccolo sneered slowly. I have no reason to back down. Even knowing your might, I refuse to give up. I've been steadily improving, and this time, I won't let you have it easy. Yamcha's heart tightened momentarily, but quickly regained composure. Very well. Let me see just how strong you truly are. Piccolo's eyes glimmered with a hint of disdain as he lowered his head, his voice deep and menacing. With the announcer's command, the match officially commenced. Yamcha focused intently, his eyes fixated on Piccolo's every move, his heartbeat gradually steadying that I can take you down in just a few moves. Piccolo declared coldly, his gaze never leaving Yamcha, a hint of contempt evident in his expression. However, I apologize, my true target is not you, but rather son Wukong. Humph, who can't talk big? Yamcha muttered under his breath before charging at Piccolo. His speed was so swift that he was nearly indistinguishable. Darting across the stage like a bolt of lightning, his fist surging with fierce wind as it struck toward Piccolo. With lightning reflexes, Piccolo crossed his arms to block the attack, the sound of their collision resonating with a dull thud, sending shockwaves that kicked up a cloud of dust. With each clash of fists and feet, the air seemed to twist, and the ground beneath them trembled slightly. Yamcha's movements were both swift and agile, his continuous barrage making it difficult for Piccolo to defend entirely. Yet every blow from Piccolo was imbued with lethal power, equally formidable that Yamcha's momentum surged as he lunged at Piccolo like a whirlwind. The powerful fist wind causing Piccolo's clothing to ripple. Wolf Fong Fist. Yamcha roared, his fist, laden with surging energy, struck fiercely at Piccolo. Before Piccolo could react, the force of the punch unleashed a torrent of violent wind, driving him back step by step. Piccolo's expression shifted slightly. He quickly retreated, attempting to create distance, but Yamcha's relentless assault was like a shadow, each punch landing squarely on Piccolo's chest and shoulders, causing him to sway. Suddenly, a heavy punch from Yamcha landed squarely in Piccolo's abdomen, eliciting a muffled grunt as Piccolo stumbled back several steps, on the verge of falling. This is my true power, Yamcha shouted fiercely, intensifying his offensive to overwhelm Piccolo. However, Piccolo was not so easily defeated. His gaze sharpened, and in a flash, he seized Yamcha's right leg. Before Yamcha could react, Piccolo yanked hard, causing him to lose his balance. Humph! Piccolo sneered softly. Then, with a swift motion, He hurled Yamcha like a rag doll across the stage. Yamcha spun in the air, feeling as though his body were being torn apart, but just as he was about to hit the ground, he quickly adjusted his posture and landed firmly on the stage. "Is this all your strength?" Piccolo mocked, regarding Yamcha with a trace of disdain, seemingly unconvinced that he had any stronger techniques to counter him. Yamcha inhaled deeply. "No, I still have one final move." With that, Yamcha slowly extended his right hand, palm facing upward, as if sensing some force in the air. His aura began to coalesce rapidly, the air around him tightening. Energy fluctuations intensifying. As Yamcha's energy gathered, a golden sphere of light began to form in his palm. "Behold my spirit ball," Yamcha shouted, and as his voice echoed, the golden aura rapidly expanded, transforming into a lightning-fast energy sphere that shot straight toward Piccolo. A flicker of surprise crossed Piccolo's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure, soaring into the air to evade the tempestuous energy sphere. As he watched the spirit ball fly past him, Piccolo wore a smirk of surprise. Not a bad technique. But at this level, it poses no threat to me. What Piccolo did not anticipate was that Yamcha had not given up. His gaze remained locked on the spirit ball, and he began to manipulate its trajectory with his mind. The golden sphere suddenly shifted direction in mid-air, as if it possessed a will of its own, rapidly chasing after Piccolo. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock as he instinctively darted away, trying to shake off this erratically moving energy sphere. But it followed him closely, adapting to each of his maneuvers. That it was as if some powerful force was guiding the spirit ball, accurately locking onto Piccolo's position, seemingly impossible to evade, beneath the stage. Master Roshi stood up in astonishment. What kind of technique is this? How can he achieve such precise control? He understood, well, that while the spirit ball was inherently powerful, its trajectory was typically linear, unable to make sharp turns to track a target. Yet, Yamcha had managed to transcend this norm. Wukong gazed intently at the golden sphere on the stage, his heart filled with awe. Yamcha's mastery over energy had reached an astonishing level. "This thing possesses a tracking ability. It's truly remarkable," Wukong mused silently, recognizing that the tracking characteristic of the spirit ball was the most worthy aspect to learn. Such a skill, capable of precisely pursuing an enemy, required not only a keen sense of energy, but also an exceptionally high level of control during its execution. Perhaps I could explore this. Maybe the Kamehameha could also achieve a similar tracking effect. Wukong contemplated. Although his Kamehameha was powerful, it typically required precise aiming and strikes. Enhancing its agility by incorporating features like the spirit ball's tracking ability would undoubtedly present an intriguing challenge. If I can adapt the Kamehameha to function like the spirit ball, it should exert greater pressure on my foes. Despite already possessing immense strength, he never ceased to pursue improvement. However, he decided to hold off on experimentation until after the match, as this was not the time to develop new techniques. "Your spirit ball is indeed impressive, but still insufficient," Piccolo remarked coldly. Turning to face the approaching golden sphere, he extended his palm, and a beam of dark energy shot forth like lightning from his hand. Swiftly colliding with the spirit ball, in an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted as the golden sphere and the dark energy collided, sending shockwaves that reverberated throughout the stage, whipping up a fierce wind. Yamcha halted, his gaze somewhat despondent. He knew he had done his utmost with his ultimate technique, yet it still seemed inconsequential before Piccolo. With a long sigh, he gradually relaxed his clenched fist, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. "I can see," the announcer declared. "Piccolo is the victor." Piccolo displayed no signs of excitement. He merely cast a calm glance at Yamcha. In contrast, Yamcha bowed his head and approached the edge of the arena, casting an apologetic glance towards Krillin and Goku below. "I'm sorry, I couldn't hold on until the end." Chapter 57. Do you wish to dominate the world? The finals will commence in 10 minutes. Everyone may take a short break, the host announced. However, the atmosphere of the competition remained taut, unyielding even in the face of respite. Piccolo stood in one corner of the arena, his cold gaze fixed upon Son Goku, his eyes brimming with profound calculation and unwavering resolve. Today's battle was pivotal to his future. He knew well that defeating Son Goku and becoming the champion of this martial arts tournament would set him on an unstoppable path towards his ambitions to become the ruler of Earth. His strength, wisdom, and the absolute power he was about to wield would render him invincible. Goku must win. We cannot allow Piccolo to succeed, Bulma thought anxiously, forcing herself to calm down as she watched Goku. Krillin stole a worried glance at Goku. Piccolo's strength was truly formidable, and his underlying ambitions were terrifying. Goku, you must be cautious, Krillin silently prayed. You better be mentally prepared. I shall dismember you into 8 pieces. Piccolo sneered coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Fixated on Goku. Oh, you intend to dismember me. I shall prepare accordingly. Goku replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back, his tone relaxed. However, you better be ready to play the caretaker. After the fight, you'll need to help wipe my sweat. Piccolo's expression darkened instantly, his eyes narrowing as fury ignited within him. Bastard! Who is your caretaker? He roared in anger, the air around them seemingly solidifying under the weight of his rage. Haha, looks like you're a bit anxious. Don't worry. I'll go easy on you during the match, Goku said lightly, his eyes still exuding a provocation. Piccolo's fury was on the verge of eruption, his aura surging violently, creating an oppressive atmosphere that enveloped the arena. Suddenly, a torrential rain began to pour, prompting the crowd to scurry under the eaves for shelter, waiting for the rain to cease before resuming the match. Krillin and Yamcha took the opportunity to rest nearby, while Bulma glanced up at the sky occasionally, appearing somewhat anxious. This rain has given you more time to contemplate how to face me, Piccolo remarked with a cold smirk. Once the rain subsides, we shall see who laughs last. Goku shrugged in resignation. Despite the imminent clash between the two, the rain seemed to serve as the only buffer. At last, the rain ceased, and the air became significantly fresher. The audience returned to their seats, eagerly awaiting the final showdown. The host stood beside the arena, excitedly announcing, "Ladies and gentlemen, the finals are about to begin. Please prepare yourselves for the most spectacular showdown." Piccolo and Goku strode towards the arena, their steps steady, the atmosphere instantly thickening with tension. "Prepare yourself," Piccolo declared, shedding his cloak and regarding Goku with a hint of mockery. "Prepare for what?" Goku asked, momentarily taken aback, a trace of confusion in his voice. Of course, for the awareness of death. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Piccolo's eyes as he let out a chilling laugh. This statement fell like a heavy stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring countless ripples. As the gong for the finals sounded, the air grew dense with anticipation. Everyone held their breath, eager for the pinnacle of the conflict to commence. Piccolo and Goku stood at opposite ends of the arena, their gazes locking, the spark of battle igniting between them. "The match begins." As the referee's voice faded, Piccolo lunged towards Goku like a bolt of lightning, his form nearly vanishing from sight, his speed beyond comprehension. In that fleeting moment, Goku's eyes shone with calmness, and without hesitation, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Piccolo's abdomen. In that instant, Piccolo was forcefully propelled backward, crashing onto the arena floor, astonishment and anguish flickering in his eyes as his complexion paled dramatically. The rapidity of the change left the audience stunned, barely able to register that Piccolo had suddenly collapsed before Goku. As if struck down by an invisible force without any forewarning, the referee rushed to Piccolo's side, immediately commencing the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 9, Piccolo finally managed to tremble and support himself, barely rising to his feet, his face ashen and breathing heavily. A look of shock crossed Piccolo's face. Clearly, he had not anticipated that Son Goku could inflict such a grievous injury with a single punch, a complete surprise to him. "Weren't you going to dismember me? Weren't you aiming to dominate the world?" Goku stood there calmly, observing the reeling Piccolo, a slight smile gracing his lips, his voice low yet filled with authority. Piccolo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of cold, murderous intent glinting in his eyes, evidently taken aback by Goku's formidable strength, which had wounded him with such ease. Enraged, Piccolo's aura surged violently, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. "Unforgivable," he bellowed, his voice rife with resentment and murderous intent. Piccolo leapt into the air, resembling a green lightning bolt, swiftly ascending and unleashing an unparalleled aura of malice. "You all shall perish," Piccolo's voice thundered. Extending his hands towards Goku on the arena floor, his energy beginning to surge violently, as Piccolo's roar echoed. A massive wave of demonic energy rapidly coalesced, golden energy rippling between his palms, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. The instant the wave was unleashed, the intense energy caused the surrounding air to convulse violently, the audience being pushed back by the overwhelming force, some nearly losing their footing. Piccolo's wave hurtled towards Goku with ferocity, the very fabric of space contorting under its might. Yet, Goku remained composed, unperturbed by the onslaught. He simply smiled slightly, and with a flick of his right hand, effortlessly redirected the wave's trajectory. With a gentle motion of Goku's palm, the magical wave, originally aimed at his chest, abruptly altered its course, soaring like a meteor straight into the sky. Whoosh! The crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld the magical wave streaking towards the distant moon with astonishing speed. The moment the wave collided with the lunar surface, a colossal explosion reverberated through the heavens, shattering the moon into countless fragments that scattered like shards of glass. Heavens! The audience gasped collectively, their eyes wide in disbelief at the cataclysmic spectacle unfolding before them, utterly unable to comprehend the scene. The explosion of the moon resembled a miniature interstellar battle, as if a terrifying cosmic force had descended in an instant. Piccolo hovered in the air, his eyes wide with disbelief, completely unprepared for such an outcome. "This is impossible. My magical wave. It was deflected," he stammered in shock. Goku stood on the arena, a slight smile on his face, casually remarking, "Your magical wave possesses quite the power. Too bad it couldn't reach me." His nonchalant tone and composed demeanor suggested that he regarded Piccolo's attack with little concern. Below, Bulma, Krillin, Yamcha, and others stood agape, having never witnessed such an extraordinary battle. Even more astonishing was Goku's ability to so effortlessly deflect Piccolo's wave and alter its direction with seeming ease. What level of power is this?" Krillin exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment, utterly unable to fathom Goku's might. "Goku, he's truly unbeatable," Bulma murmured to herself, her eyes filled with admiration and awe for Goku. Meanwhile, Piccolo had begun to recover from his shock, his expression dark as storm clouds, rage simmering within him. "Son Goku, you have truly caught me off guard," he ground out through clenched teeth, an even fiercer murderous intent igniting in his gaze. "Since this is the case, do not blame me for being unmerciful." Goku considered that the moon was not something Master Roshi could obliterate with the Kamehameha wave. In the early comedic episodes of Dragon Ball, Master Roshi was able to destroy the moon merely for comedic effect. Here, the moon was comparatively small, akin to the size of an island. Goku had no intention of ending the fight abruptly. Instead, he prepared to let Piccolo expend more energy. Hovering in midair, Piccolo's deep voice echoed through the atmosphere. "Now I shall unleash my ultimate technique." His muscles bulged, golden light illuminating the surroundings like the sun. The very air trembling in response, Piccolo's hands pointed sharply at Goku on the arena, a tremendous energy gathering in his palms, before erupting forth with unimaginable might, the super explosive demon wave. "This should do the trick." As Piccolo pondered silently, Master Roshi stood nearby, his expression grave as he observed the confrontation between Piccolo in the sky and Goku on the ground. He couldn't help but mutter, "Goku is in peril. This time he may truly face a formidable threat." The super explosive wave surged toward Goku with astonishing speed, an overwhelming sense of pressure rendering the air nearly frozen. Goku's figure appeared remarkably resilient amidst the tumultuous energy. As the imminent strike approached, Goku let out a ferocious roar that seemed to pierce the heavens, reverberating throughout the arena. The power within Goku erupted in an instant, his golden aura intensifying and shining ever more brilliantly. An invisible force propelled the super explosive wave into a fierce distortion in midair, abruptly altering its trajectory back toward Piccolo's position. "What?" Shock registered on Piccolo's face as he struggled to comprehend the spectacle before him. He could hardly fathom that a force could redirect his own attack. He hastily reacted, deploying a key barrier in a desperate attempt to block the returning energy, but it was too late. The super explosive wave traced a dazzling arc through the air, mercilessly striking Piccolo's form. The deafening explosion echoed, sending shockwaves that toppled trees on the ground, creating chaos as debris flew through the air. As the smoke from the explosion began to dissipate, Piccolo's silhouette emerged, clearly battered and heavily wounded. Haha, how does it feel to be struck by your own technique? Goku stood atop the arena, gazing at the ragged, panting Piccolo with a smirk of disdain. You are courting death. Piccolo's eyes burned with fury, his countenance darkening. He growled in a low voice. Before he could finish, he descended abruptly onto the arena, his feet thudding against the ground with a resounding crash. His muscles bulged instantly, and his aura surged like a tempest, crackling with electricity. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Piccolo's body began to expand rapidly. His muscles swelling with unimaginable strength, he grew increasingly colossal, ultimately towering like a small mountain, nearly consuming the entirety of the arena. Each muscle radiated a menacing aura, as if it could tear the very fabric of the world apart. The surrounding spectators fled in terror, the scene descending into chaos. Launch, Bulma, and others hastily retreated, witnessing Piccolo transform into a monstrous beast. Many were unable to grab their belongings, leaving a trail of discarded items in their wake. Only Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and a few Dragon Ball warriors remained steadfast, their expressions grave, clearly aware that Piccolo was about to unleash an even more powerful assault. This is dire. Master Roshi stroked his beard, his gaze heavy with concern. Piccolo's strength has exceeded our wildest imaginations. Everyone, be cautious, Tien Shinhan warned in a somber tone, clearly on guard for Piccolo's next move. Meanwhile, Launch cast a sidelong glance at the announcer. Chuckling coldly, you really are dedicated to your job, standing here in such peril. Let us move towards Tien Shinhan. This place is too dangerous, Bulma declared, no longer hesitating as she took Launch's hand and sprinted to a safer location. The announcer, flustered, hurried after them, muttering, how could this match have turned into such a spectacle? You dare mock me. Today, I shall show you what true power is. Piccolo's gaze bore down on Goku, his voice a thunderous roar. Consumed by rage, Piccolo lifted his enormous foot and brought it crashing down toward Goku, causing the entire arena to tremble. Yet, in an instant, Goku vanished. Humph! Goku scoffed, reappearing before Piccolo. Before Piccolo could react, Goku stood before his massive belly, unhesitatingly throwing a punch that landed squarely on Piccolo's abdomen. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated as Piccolo's gargantuan form was sent hurtling away, soaring through the sky, piercing the clouds, and breaking through the atmosphere, ultimately launching into the vastness of outer space. How is this possible? Piccolo bellowed, his voice echoing, but his figure gradually faded into the endless cosmos. Tien Shinhan, Master Roshi, and others stood dumbfounded, watching as Piccolo's colossal form was propelled like a meteor. A profound silence enveloped the arena, broken only by the wind and the lingering tremors of the distant battle. Goku. Could he really be this strong? Tien Shinhan's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured. He knocked Piccolo away with a single punch. Goku has achieved such heights. Master Roshi gripped his staff tightly, astonishment etched on his face. He had always known Goku was powerful, yet this level of strength far surpassed his expectations. Launch 2 stared wide-eyed at Piccolo, now hurtling toward outer space. Incredulity etched across her features. This is beyond absurd. In the vastness of outer space, Piccolo's massive form resembled a rogue meteor, drifting through the infinite cosmos. As his consciousness began to fade, he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, his body gradually reverting to its original shape, shrinking back into the familiar form of Piccolo. Goku flashed to Piccolo's side, confirming he had lost the will to fight. He grasped Piccolo's arm and effortlessly carried him back to the arena. Hey, everyone, watch closely, Goku exclaimed joyfully, tossing Piccolo back onto the arena with a resounding thud. Though still unconscious, it was evident he could no longer continue fighting. The announcer paused momentarily before clearing his throat and announcing, "The battle is concluded. Son Goku emerges victorious, although the audience had long since scattered, leaving only the Dragon Ball warriors and the steadfast announcer. Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, and Krillin remained, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. "Goku, you're incredible." Tien Shinhan couldn't help but exclaim. "You truly live up to your reputation, Goku." Even the Demon King Piccolo was dispatched with such ease. Krillin added with a chuckle. However, Krillin soon hesitated, asking, "Goku, what do you plan to do with Piccolo now? Letting him go seems inappropriate." "Well, let's just release him. After all, he's my adversary. There is no need to annihilate him completely." Goku replied, furrowing his brow slightly as he spoke softly. With that, Goku suddenly produced a senzu bean from his pocket and stuffed it into Piccolo's mouth. "Goku, what are you doing?" Krillin and Tien Shinhan gasped in astonishment, their eyes widening. "That you've defeated Piccolo. Why would you give him a senzu bean? To help him recover? Relax. Once he wakes up, he won't be my opponent anymore, but he needs to regain some strength to leave." Goku replied nonchalantly. Moments later, as Piccolo swallowed the senzu bean, its potent healing properties activated. His body began to tremble violently as his damaged muscles and organs healed, and his stamina rapidly returned. Seconds later, Piccolo's eyes snapped open, and he regained consciousness. "Humph." Piccolo shook his head forcefully, rising to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Goku. "Son Goku, you may have won this time, but don't get cocky. One day, I will defeat you. You can't die yet. I still need a babysitter at home." "Haha," Goku replied with a slight smile, standing beside him. Upon hearing this, Piccolo's anger intensified, nearly spitting fire, yet he took a deep breath and coldly declared, "Today, I will let you walk away with a smile, but next time, I will make you regret it." With that, Piccolo turned and soared into the sky, gradually disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 58. Return to Bowsy Mountain. Goku and his companions entered their usual Chinese restaurant. The owner, upon seeing them, immediately broke into a warm smile and approached, exclaiming, "Ah, the big eaters have arrived again. Welcome, welcome. Haha, today you must prepare something special for me. At least dozens of bowls of noodles," Goku said with a cheerful grin, patting his belly. "Indeed, you're right. With big eaters here, I must prepare a more lavish spread." The owner's eyes sparkled as he turned to the kitchen and waved his hand, signaling to begin preparing large quantities of dishes. The others also ordered several of their favorite dishes, nearly clearing the menu as everyone selected their most cherished delicacies. Yamcha ordered a variety of meats, Bulma opted for some healthy vegetables, Krillin consistently chose numerous soups, while Launch picked out several spicy dishes, clearly in good spirits today. The owner gazed at the nearly 10-meter-long menu they had ordered from, a proud smile creeping across his face as he thought, "Next year, I could buy a new car. This group is truly a blessing for my business every time they visit." During the meal, laughter echoed continuously. Despite having just endured a thrilling battle, the atmosphere of the table was filled with joy and relaxation. As Wukong devoured his food with great gusto, he did not forget to jest with his companions. "Speaking of which, Piccolo has left today, but he will surely return to challenge me in the future." Bulma raised an eyebrow. "You are always so optimistic. It makes me a bit concerned. What if the next encounter goes awry? Then I will fight back. A worthy opponent is one who cannot be defeated." Wukong replied nonchalantly, his mouth full. "You are such a simple-minded fellow." Krillin chuckled, "But I truly admire you for handling even Piccolo so easily." Laughter erupted around the table as steaming dishes were brought forth. The atmosphere light and joyous, the tension from the recent battle dissipated by the delightful feast and merriment. However, this bountiful dinner, while delightful, was not enjoyed by everyone, particularly Chi-Chi. She sat nearby, her eyes frequently darting towards Wukong, an air of unease surrounding her. Finally, unable to restrain herself any longer, she spoke with a hint of anticipation in her voice. "Wukong, will you marry me or not?" This question momentarily stilled the lively atmosphere. Wukong glanced at her, an awkward smile creeping onto his face as he scratched his head. "Chi-Chi, haven't I told you? I never said I would marry you. You were just overthinking things." Chi-Chi was taken aback, a flicker of embarrassment and disappointment crossing her face, yet she refused to concede easily, her tone growing urgent. "But I like you. Wukong sighed in resignation and waved his hand dismissively. Chi-Chi, what I mean is, I have many responsibilities right now. I haven't really considered marriage to tea that moment. Wukong suddenly turned to Krillin, patting him on the shoulder and whispering in his ear, Hey, I'm leaving Chi-Chi to you. Huh? What did you say, Wukong? Krillin exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Wukong chuckled lightly. You are known for your charm with the ladies. This one is on you. Are you joking? Krillin's face turned crimson with embarrassment, his mouth twitching as he spoke softly. Hey, Chi-Chi, don't be upset, Wukong said, scratching his head. You know how I am. I don't really think about these things. Fighting is my main focus. Chi-Chi gazed at Wukong's oblivious expression, her emotions growing increasingly complex. Her eyes softened slightly, but the disappointment still lingered at the corners of her mouth. All right, fine, she replied quietly, clearly resigned to reality, though her heart was not entirely willing. Krillin glanced at the subtly tense Chi-Chi and sighed. Wukong, can you take this seriously? Wukong looked innocent. Hey, I am serious. I'm giving her a choice. I haven't figured out myself. So whatever, as the delightful dinner drew to a close, everyone knew it was time to bid farewell. Tianjin Fan stood up and patted Dumpling on the shoulder. All right, Dumpling, let us go train. This is a good opportunity to enhance our skills. Yes, Tianjin, I too feel I have much to improve upon. I must work harder. Dumpling nodded. The two exchanged glances before saying their goodbyes. We'll take our leave now. Take care, everyone. Wukong watched them depart, a sense of reluctance in his heart, yet he understood that everyone had their own paths to tread. Master Roshi immediately noticed Chi-Chi's state, approaching her and gently patting her shoulder. Chi-Chi, what is the matter? You seem a bit down. Would you like to relax at the Kame house? Chi-Chi looked up in surprise at Master Roshi. She replied softly, I just feel a bit unsettled. Perhaps it's about Wukong. Wukong is indeed a troublesome fellow. When he is in a bad mood, a few days at the Kame house could help him unwind and shift his perspective. Master Roshi smiled. You could help with some chores there. It would also serve to relax you. Chi-Chi glanced at Wukong. Though still somewhat dissatisfied, she recognized this as an opportunity to calm down and regain her composure. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. All right, the Kame house will do. I'll go there to clear my mind. Wukong observed Chi-Chi, slightly furrowing his brow, but choosing not to say more. He understood that Chi-Chi needed time to process her feelings. Once everyone had departed, Wukong stood in place, gazing at their retreating figures, momentarily lost in thought. Riding the Nimbus, he slowly flew towards Baozi Mountain, a tinge of sentimentality filling his heart. Baozi Mountain, the place where he first ventured into this world and met Bulma, had once seemed so foreign, yet now it had become his most familiar sanctuary. The gentle breeze caressed his face as Wukong leaned out from the cloud, relishing the long-awaited sensation of freedom. Memories surged within him, and he couldn't help but smile. Despite the countless challenges and confusions along the way, fighting alongside friends and overcoming obstacles together truly made him feel like the happiest person alive. Baozi Mountain, I am finally back, Wukong murmured softly, the familiar landscape approaching. The mountain's visage unfolding before him, he was eager to return to his humble abode, to enjoy a moment of tranquility, knowing full well that he could not linger there for long. Battles and adventures would always beckon him back. Last, the Nimbus descended gently upon the peak of Baozi Mountain. Wukong jumped off, standing atop the mountain and surveying his surroundings. Everything remained peaceful, the mountain breeze whispering, the white clouds floating leisurely. As if nothing had changed, he took a deep breath, allowing his body to relax. Perhaps I should stay a little longer, Wukong thought, a slight smile gracing his lips as he finally felt a measure of calm. On this familiar land, even time seemed to slow its pace. Though the scenery before him was tranquil as ever, he was acutely aware that such peaceful days would not last indefinitely. The world of Dragon Balls was fraught with peril, perpetually filled with unforeseen challenges and formidable foes, that he closed his eyes, gently attuning to the energy within him. Though he had never formally measured it, he could distinctly sense the fluctuations of his power. He estimated that his combat prowess had surpassed 3 million. Once upon a time, he had pursued strength solely for the sake of training, never truly contemplating the responsibilities that such power would entail. Seated atop the mountain with his legs crossed, Wukong quietly contemplated the future, The emergence of extraterrestrial warriors was an undeniable reality. More and more powerful beings would soon take notice of Earth's existence. Wukong inhaled deeply, gazing at the horizon, a whirlwind of complex emotions surging within him. Perhaps he was no longer the boy who lived only for battle. Now, he understood that beyond fighting, he also needed to consider how to protect those dear to him and safeguard this world. Chapter 59. The self-tracking Kamehameha. Wukong's life had entered a serene cycle. He had finally laid down his burdens and began to relish this rare moment of tranquility. At Bowsy Mountain, he lived like an ordinary hermit. His daily life simple yet fulfilling. Each morning, he would rise early, inhale the fresh mountain air, and venture into the woods. Hunting and fishing became his new routine. The mountain was teeming with wildlife, and Wukong had grown accustomed to weaving through the trees, effortlessly capturing prey with his extraordinary sensing abilities. Occasionally, he would use his strength to fell a large tree, splitting it into firewood to fashion a rudimentary grill, roasting fresh meat and savoring solitary meals. In the afternoons, he often sat by the crystal-clear stream, fishing pole in hand, basking in the leisurely life of angling. The stream here was cool and clear, with fish swimming about. Whenever a sizable fish bit, Wukong would effortlessly reel it in. Looking at his catches, he chuckled to himself. This is far easier than fighting. The most relaxing moments came when the afternoon sun cast its warm glow upon the grass of Bowsy Mountain. Wukong loved to lie on the grass, hands behind his head, gazing up at the azure sky. Allowing the gentle breeze to caress his face, he would quietly watch the clouds morph into various shapes. Occasionally pondering life, perhaps yawning unconsciously, feeling as though everything was so simple and beautiful. At such times, he bore no weight of battle, only tranquility and warmth. This feels wonderful. I wish I could do nothing and think of nothing every day. Wukong contentedly closed his eyes, tilting his head to bask in the sunlight. However, despite the serene tranquility of his surroundings, he was acutely aware that he could not remain in this peaceful state indefinitely. At this moment, he simply wished to savor this fleeting leisure, temporarily casting aside thoughts of battles, pressures, and responsibilities. Occasionally, he would unconsciously reminisce about the days spent with Krillin, Master Roshi, Bulma, and others, particularly the recent martial arts tournament, where the laughter and joy of his friends lingered warmly in his heart. After enjoying a brief respite, Wukong resolved to enhance his skills, especially his control over the Kamehameha technique. Although he had already mastered the fundamental moves of the Kamehameha, he understood that with his innate talent, refining his ability to direct the energy and even achieve an automatic tracking effect would greatly improve his performance in combat. Standing atop a large rock on the Bowsy Mountain, he closed his eyes and concentrated on the energy flowing within him. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel his inner energy, condensing it into a Kamehameha sphere. Each time he unleashed the technique, he would keenly perceive its trajectory, pondering how to enable it to automatically track his opponent's movements. Wouldn't it be even more formidable if the Kamehameha could adjust itself based on the enemy's position? Wukong mused silently, a bold idea forming in his mind that he steadied himself, focusing intently, when suddenly he sensed a unique fluctuation unlike anything he had experienced before. He concentrated his energy on the Kamehameha, guiding its flow with his consciousness. The moment he unleashed the technique, the energy appeared to be directed by his will, swiftly altering its course towards a distant rock. Just then, a small creature darted past the rock, and astonishingly, the energy of the Kamehameha auto-corrected itself, precisely targeting the creature and striking it. Success! Wukong exclaimed joyfully in less than half a day's time, leveraging his extraordinary talent and heightened perception of energy. He had finally mastered the automatic tracking Kamehameha. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He believed this technique would grant him a significant advantage in future battles. This was even simpler than I had imagined. It seems my control over energy is truly becoming more refined, Wukong thought, unable to suppress a proud smile. However, he mused, if his opponents possessed such skills as well, it would be all the more exhilarating. After spending several leisurely days on Bowsy Mountain, his thoughts returned to the persistent goal that had long plagued him: how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Sitting atop the mountain, he gazed across the valley. his mind gradually honing in on the energy within him. Wukong understood that becoming a Super Saiyan was not merely a matter of unleashing anger. It entailed a comprehensive awakening of Saiyans' potential. His aim was to discover a method to truly transcend to this level, rather than relying solely on emotions to unleash power. Super Saiyan, he whispered to himself, and could see that moment. A memory surfaced regarding the mechanics of how Saiyans transformed into Super Saiyans. He recalled hearing that Saiyans possess a substance known as S cells, and as they fought and accumulated energy, the number of S cells increased, thereby lowering the difficulty of transformation. Perhaps Dr. Gero had collected Saiyan cells and discovered the S cells within them, subsequently creating powerful androids. This explains why the androids are so formidable. Wukong quietly concluded, suddenly enlightened. If Dr. Gero could uncover S cells and utilize Saiyan cells to create androids, perhaps I could leverage the S cells within me to uncover the secret to transformation. After deep contemplation atop Baozi Mountain, Wukong finally made a decision that he recognized that merely training within his current parameters would not suffice to unlock his Super Saiyan potential. The 500 times gravity of the weighted training gear no longer posed a challenge. He understood that he needed to seek out a more intense environment, more extreme conditions to compel himself to break through his limits and accumulate additional S cells. Gravity, Wukong murmured to himself, realizing he required a more stringent training environment to accelerate the activation of his potential. If the weighted gear was ineffective, then he must seek a more formidable planet. Wukong recalled hearing of certain special planets in the cosmos, where gravity far exceeded that of Earth, potentially reaching thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater, ideal for extreme training. Such planets might be lethal to other beings, but for Wukong, they represented a perfect challenge, that he surmised that in such an environment of overwhelming gravity, he could expedite the accumulation of S cells and thus awaken his Super Saiyan potential. The universe is vast. There must be a planet that meets my needs, Wukong resolved, his goal becoming clear. He knew that if he could find a suitable planet with intense gravity, he would be able to break through his limitations in no time. Determined, Wukong departed from Baozi Mountain, embarking on his cosmic journey in search of a planet that could unleash his potential. Silently, he utilized instant transmission, appearing above Master Roshi's house. From above, he gazed down at his familiar companions, Master Roshi, Krillin, and Chi-Chi, gathered outside, sharing laughter and stories. Wukong sighed softly, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet he understood that he must leave to pursue a stronger self. Without disturbing anyone, he took a quiet glance and departed. Next, Wukong employed instant transmission once more, arriving above Bulma's home in West City. Observing Bulma leisurely playing with her cat outside, he smiled gently at the charming scene, but chose not to interrupt her. Having left Earth, Wukong found himself unburdened by attachments. He had learned to survive in the void of space, flying freely in environments devoid of air and gravity. As he accelerated through the cosmos, he gradually became aware of the vastness and solitude surrounding him. Upon reaching the distant expanse of space, he beheld the infinite universe, stars twinkling faintly, as if the cosmos awaited in silence. But he paused. Floating amidst the vastness, gazing at the starry sky, a sense of insignificance washing over him. Despite his immense power, he felt trivial in the face of the boundless universe. Indeed, this is the endless cosmos. Wukong murmured, his gaze drifting into the distance. Yet within him, there was no trace of fear or confusion, that on the contrary, the grandeur of the universe filled him with an unprecedented sense of freedom and tranquility. It seems finding a supergravity planet will require venturing even further, Wukong mused, a slight smile curving his lips. Chapter 60. Super Saiyan at full power. After drifting in space for a moment, Wukong decided to take action. That he closed his eyes, focusing on the aura of the interstellar trading station he had previously visited. Moments later, he leaped gently and vanished from the cosmos, reappearing above the trading station. This station was situated at a bustling interstellar crossroads, surrounded by a myriad of ships and merchants from various planets. Wukong did not linger outside, but flew directly into the station's main hall. In the center of the hall, he observed an array of screens displaying information about various planets and items. with some interstellar travelers browsing and trading. Wukong approached an information terminal and selected to purchase a comprehensive interstellar manual containing data on various planets. The data package included information on the gravity, environment, species, technological levels, and danger ratings of millions of planets. Wukong swiftly perused the material, seeking a suitable planet for his training. The planets with thousands of times the gravity posed no challenge for him. He considered their gravity levels merely a slight burden. He continued sifting through the information until his gaze finally settled on a particular planet. The planet was named Uramar, boasting a staggering gravity of 10,000 times that of Earth, with an extremely harsh environment, ideal for extreme training. That Wukong's heart leapt with joy. This was precisely the planet he had been searching for. 10,000 times gravity. This is a challenge worthy of my limits, he thought to himself. This gravitational environment exceeded his previous expectations and would undoubtedly aid him in further stimulating the S cells within him, accelerating the accumulation of his Super Saiyan potential. Without further delay, Wukong checked the specific location of Uramar on the terminal. The planet was located a considerable distance away, spanning several star systems. After a year of travel and space jumps, Wukong finally reached the edge of Uramar's star system. Throughout this time, he had piloted the ultra-light-speed spacecraft he purchased, traversing multiple star systems while continuously training and honing his strength along the journey. Though he felt on the verge of transcending into a Super Saiyan, he consistently refrained, intending to accumulate even greater potential before making a singular leap to full-powered Super Saiyan. When Goku's spacecraft finally came to a halt near planet Ulma, he beheld the immense orb from a distance. The gravity of Ulma was extraordinarily potent, and Goku understood that if he ventured too close, the ship might be adversely affected by the gravitational forces. Thus, he resolved to maintain a safe distance, completing the remaining journey at breakneck speed. Inside the cabin of the spacecraft, Goku sensed the intense gravitational fluctuations emanating from the planet, although the outer design of the ship was robust enough to withstand such gravity. Goku was acutely aware that once he entered the planet's gravitational field, he would encounter a far more arduous environment, where even flight would become exceedingly difficult. He sealed the spacecraft's door, leaping out, ready to confront the powerful gravity of the planet. Goku took a deep breath, attuning himself to every subtle flow of energy and pulse of strength within him. At that moment, his aura was more concentrated than ever, and the S cells within him were gradually accumulating. Though he had not fully broken through, he knew the true challenge was just beginning. Goku propelled himself into space, swiftly heading towards Ulma, with each surge of speed. He felt his energy swell, his heartbeat quickening in tandem. As he approached the gravitational core of Ulma, the overwhelming sense of pressure intensified. This sensation not only purified his aura, but also sharpened his focus. As the S cells within him continued to amass, the planet's gravity was truly remarkable. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Goku's eyes, for he knew he was one step closer to a genuine breakthrough. As Goku penetrated the gravitational field of Ulma, he was swiftly ensnared by its formidable pull, every muscle in his body enduring immense pressure. With the speed increasing, he was compelled to decelerate, yet ultimately, he succumbed to the overwhelming gravitational force, plummeting towards the planet's surface. The tremendous impact sent him crashing down, but fortunately, his aura quickly enveloped his body, shielding him from harm. Rising to his feet, Goku cast his gaze around. The planet's surface was composed of high-density metal, incredibly solid, each rock appearing remarkably weighty. There was no sign of life here, only an extreme desolation. Nevertheless, Goku had no need for sustenance. He could now rely on the energy of the universe to replenish his vitality. The gravity here was truly extraordinary. Goku absorbed the surroundings, recognizing that this was indeed the place for him to push his limits. In the days that followed, Goku embarked on his solitary training on this planet. Each day, he endeavored to adapt to the extreme gravitational environment, his body gradually growing stronger. Every muscle being forged in this harsh setting, he understood that he needed to cultivate a more potent aura and strength within this extreme environment to fully unleash his latent potential. One day, a year later, Goku finally sensed that he had reached the pinnacle of his accumulation. Standing amidst metallic dunes, he felt the surging currents within him. His combat prowess had grown so formidable that he could traverse this planet freely. Gravity was no longer an impediment. Although he had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, he possessed sufficient power to do so at any moment. After a year, he had finally reached his limit. Goku inhaled deeply, fists clenched, the desire and passion within him erupting in an instant. He let out a low growl, his aura surging dramatically, creating a tempest around him. His hair transformed into a golden hue. His eyebrows followed suit, and his eyes became a brilliant emerald, radiating dazzling light. A full-powered Super Saiyan. Goku's voice resonated with boundless strength, as if he were enveloped in a mysterious energy. At last, he had succeeded. Not only had he transcended his limits, achieving the state of Super Saiyan, but he had also attained full power. This newfound strength distorted the very air of the planet, causing the metallic surface to tremble around him. Goku felt an unprecedented surge of power, every fragment of strength within him being completely unleashed. A slight smile graced Goku's face as he sensed every cell in his body rejoicing, his heart brimming with an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. Following his transformation into a Super Saiyan, the planet's gravity, a staggering 10,000 times that of Earth, scarcely affected him as a Super Saiyan. His physical attributes and strength had dramatically increased, rendering the planet's formidable gravitational force no longer a threat. He felt as though his energy was nearly boundless. He maintained his full-powered Super Saiyan form, soaring and training freely upon the planet's surface. As time passed, Goku gradually acclimated to the full-powered Super Saiyan state. His movements remaining remarkably agile, even under such intense gravity, he resolved to forego relying on senzu beans for recovery, opting instead to enhance his endurance and physicality through rigorous, sustained training. With each flight and every energy technique he executed, he honed his skills further. Meanwhile, back on Earth, his companions had not remained idle, especially Piccolo, Ten, Krillin, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu, who, having witnessed Goku's terrifying prowess at the World Martial Arts Tournament, felt the stark gap between themselves and Goku, prompting them to intensify their training. Through relentless contemplation and practice, Piccolo further mastered powerful techniques, significantly enhancing his strength and combat skills. Compared to his animated counterpart, the current Piccolo excelled in both stamina and energy techniques. Ten, too, progressed in his energy wave techniques, refining his combat skills and bolstering his control over energy. His once confident fighting style had matured, with agility and endurance in battle surpassing his previous capabilities. Though Krillin was at a height disadvantage, his inherent intelligence allowed him to swiftly elevate his strength. Through diligent practice, Krillin's energy attacks and reaction speed improved considerably. Yamcha and Kairatsu, unwilling to be outdone, intensified their physical training and energy perception. Despite their slightly lesser talents, their unwavering efforts led to a steady enhancement in their combat abilities. At this juncture, the tale of Dragon Ball reaches a temporary pause, with Goku training in the cosmos, while his companions on Earth continually elevate their strengths. Although no adversaries currently loom on the horizon, their growth and accumulation of power have prepared them for future challenges. 3 years hence, a new chapter is poised to unfold. The saga of the Dragon Ball Z warriors shall officially commence, welcoming even more formidable trials and powerful foes. Chapter 61. My parents are Krillin and Chi-Chi. The story of Dragon Ball Z finally commenced, as Goku concluded his training in the cosmos and prepared to return to Earth. Unlike before, he no longer relied on a spacecraft. Instead, he harnessed his formidable instantaneous movement ability to swiftly close the distance to Earth. With each teleportation, Goku felt increasingly at ease, as if the vast distances of the universe were no longer obstacles for him. During his journey, Goku continuously sensed the fluctuations of his aura and the energies within him. Although he had attained the full-powered Super Saiyan state, his training had never ceased. He often focused on manipulating his energy in the air, keenly attuning himself to every detail of his strength, ensuring that he would not inadvertently fall into a bottleneck. However, just as he was nearing Earth, a faint energy signature caught Goku's attention. That he held his breath, concentrating intently to discern the source of that energy. Though it was exceedingly weak, Goku could distinctly perceive that it bore the unique essence of a Saiyan, tinged with a sense of familiarity. This must be Raditz, Goku thought to himself, his Saiyan brother. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku swiftly flew towards the source. His speed was remarkable, and he almost instantaneously drew closer to the energy, the silhouette of a small spacecraft gradually materializing in the distance. As he approached, he discerned that it was a small spacecraft heading towards Earth. Making a playful face at the spacecraft, Goku ceased to maintain his distance, accelerating beyond it in an instant. Soon, the beautiful blue planet Earth came into view. A smile crept across his face, warmth flooding his heart. "Friends, I am home." And no sooner had he thought this than he surged towards Earth, hurtling through space and entering the planet's atmosphere. As the air grew denser, Goku slowed his speed, gliding leisurely while savoring the familiar land, scenery, and essence. After 5 years of solitary training, Goku felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia for Earth. He gently closed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air, attuning himself to the pulse of the Earth. In that moment, he felt as if he had returned to his original self. Goku soared effortlessly, his destination set on Master Roshi's small abode, the place he had reminisced about countless times. Filled with laughter and cherished memories that this moment, at Master Roshi's house, Bulma was piloting an aircraft, landing it and walking into the house to greet everyone with a cheerful hello. Klin and Master Roshi joyfully exclaimed, "Miss Bulma, what brings you here?" Bulma, with a smile gracing her lips, replied, "You called for me to come and play, so here I am." Master Roshi, chuckling as he gazed at Bulma, teased, "It's been quite a while since we last met. I see you would have come without my invitation. How heartless of you." With that, he took a hearty sip of his drink. Bulma entered the room carrying a bag of gifts, her smile gentle as she declared, "These are steamed buns, just a small token of my affection." She handed the bag to Master Roshi, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Master Roshi accepted the gift with a twinkle in his eye and said with a grin, "We are no longer strangers. A mere touch from you would suffice to satisfy me." As he spoke, he leaned closer to Bulma. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and slapped Master Roshi, indignantly exclaiming, "Master Roshi, you haven't changed a bit, you old pervert." Master Roshi rubbed his cheek where he had been struck, mumbling, "Oh, come on, I was just joking, Miss Bulma. I don't need to be so angry." That moment, Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen, holding a platter of snacks, accompanied by an adorable little girl. Seeing Chi-Chi, Bulma waved enthusiastically, "Chi-Chi, it's been ages." Chi-Chi smiled back and replied, "Bulma, indeed it has. And who is this little girl?" Bulma's gaze quickly fell upon the small girl beside Chi-Chi, prompting her to inquire, "What is your name?" The little girl looked at Bulma with innocent curiosity, unabashedly answering, "I'm Marin." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, adding to her cuteness. "Who are your parents?" Bulma furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of confusion as she asked again. "They are Klin and Chi-Chi," Marin replied with a cheerful grin. Bulma was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief. She turned to Klin and Chi-Chi, exclaiming, "You two actually got married?" Yes, that's right," Klin said, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face as he scratched the back of his head. Chi-Chi, blushing slightly, added, "Yes, Marin is our daughter," her eyes reflecting a soft affection for the little one. "Wow, what a surprise. I thought you two would remain single forever. I can't believe you got married so quickly." "That's wonderful news," Bulma exclaimed with delight. "What about Lanchi?" "Why, isn't she here?" Klin sighed, his gaze turning somber. 5 years ago, Lanchi left with Tianjin Han, and we haven't heard from her since." Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression turned contemplative as she lowered her head in silence for a moment. "I see. That is truly lamentable," she replied, shaking her head with a hint of nostalgia, then quickly smiled, attempting to lighten the mood. "However, it's nice that we're all gathered here now. Indeed, the most important thing is to cherish those who are present and not to dwell too much on what is lost." Klin nodded, a flicker of concern crossing his face before he quickly regained his smile. "Yes, as long as everyone is well, that's what matters," Bulma echoed, her tone imbued with relief. Klin eagerly opened the gift box Bulma had brought, revealing several steaming buns neatly arranged inside. A delightful aroma wafted through the air, prompting Klin to lick his lips in anticipation, his eyes lighting up. "Wow, these buns smell amazing." "You only think about food," Try one and see if they're indeed the best buns I've made, Bulma teased, observing Clint's eager demeanor. Clint wasted no time in grabbing one, taking a bite, and instantly displaying a look of sheer satisfaction. These are incredibly delicious. Bulma, when did you become such a culinary genius? Bulma proudly lifted her chin, declaring, Humph, did you doubt my skills? Of course, they are top-notch. As she spoke, she took a seat. Chi-Chi glanced at Clint and laughed. It seems you only care about eating. You've nearly devoured the buns before they were even fully presented. Hee hee, can you blame me? Bulma's cooking is just that good, Clint replied, his mouth full of the last bite. Wearing an expression of pure bliss, ate tea that moment. Goku had flown to the entrance of Master Roshi's house. He walked in slowly, observing his friends gathered together in a cheerful atmosphere. With a smile, he greeted, Hi everyone. All present were taken aback, abruptly halting their activities as they chorused. Goku, Bulma, Clint, Chi-Chi, Master Roshi, and the others looked at Goku in astonishment, unable to believe his sudden appearance. I'm back. Hope I'm not interrupting, Goku said, grinning and scratching his head. Goku's back. What a surprise. Bulma's eyes sparkled as she approached him with a smile. Chi-Chi set down the bowl she was holding and stood up. Beaming at Goku, you finally returned. We've all been waiting for you. I know, I'm back now. Considered a little surprise for everyone, Goku nodded happily. Clint stepped forward, you my friend. Always show up so unexpectedly. You nearly gave me a heart attack. The atmosphere grew lively as everyone gathered around, and Bulma jokingly remarked, Goku, you're not planning to go off training for ages again, are you? Not for the time being. If I keep training, the people on Earth might forget who I am, Goku chuckled. Clint looked at Goku, slightly embarrassed. By the way, Goku, I need to tell you something. Chi-Chi and I are married now, and we have a daughter named Marin. He gestured toward Marin, who was happily bouncing around and greeting everyone. Goku, unfazed, flashed a relaxed smile. Oh, you two finally tied the knot. Well done, Clint. He patted Clint on the shoulder, his tone teasing. Only my good friend would rush into marriage so quickly. Yeah, I didn't expect to have a family so soon. Everything feels just right, Clint replied, scratching his head with a smile. Bulma chimed in, You two are becoming more mature by the day. Hurry and bring us along with you. Just then, Goku caught a hint of a sigh from Bulma, and an odd sensation washed over him. He turned to look at Bulma, only to find her gazing at him with a peculiar expression, one that hinted at unspoken emotions, stirring something within him. Goku thought to himself, could it be that Bulma has feelings for me? His mind whirled with confusion as he pondered the meaning behind her gaze. Given that Bulma had always been lively and forthright. What's with you? Lost in thought again. You come back without contacting anyone, and we've all been missing you, Bulma remarked, noticing Goku's distracted stare. And no, it's nothing. I was just contemplating some things. Really, I came back to enjoy some time with everyone, Goku stammered, hastily waving his hands to dismiss his earlier thoughts. Chapter 62, A Power Level of 5, A Weakling in a Distant Farm. A middle-aged man was laboring in the fields when he suddenly spotted a streak of fire soaring through the sky, resembling a meteor rapidly descending. The blaze grew brighter, eventually crashing to the ground nearby and erupting in a cloud of dust. Startled, the man dropped his tools, retrieved his rifle, and hurried toward the site, muttering, Could that be a meteorite? Upon reaching the scene, he discovered a large crater, at the center of which lay a small spacecraft. The exterior of the vessel was charred, as though it had just survived a fierce descent. The man's heart raced as he cautiously approached. Just then, the spacecraft's door swung open, revealing a tall alien figure clad in battle attire. With long hair cascading down and a serious expression on its face. This alien was Raditz, Goku's brother. Raditz scanned the surroundings, noting the quiet and intact landscape, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seems the inhabitants of this planet are still alive. He murmured, referring to Kakarot, the foolish one that the man, trembling all over, felt his legs quiver involuntarily, his lips turning pale as he stammered. Who are you? As he spoke, he cocked his rifle, his finger poised on the trigger. Eyes filled with fear, Raditz regarded the man coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. He activated a scouter, which emitted a faint glow before displaying the data. Power level 5, that Raditz glanced at the reading. a contemptuous smile creeping onto his face. "What a weakling," he scoffed, shaking his head disdainfully before striding forward with a steady, imposing gait. Each step felt as though it were inexorably drawing closer to the Uncle-S life. The palpable tension in the air causing his heart to pound like a drum. "Stay back," the uncle cried in terror, gripping his gun tightly. Though his legs trembled, he dared not lower it. Suddenly, a glint of madness flickered in his eyes as he fired a shot at Raditz. The bullet traced a slender path through the air, emitting a piercing sound as it hurtled toward Raditz. However, Raditz merely smiled faintly, his gaze brimming with disdain. With an effortless motion, he caught the incoming bullet in his hand. "Pathetic," Raditz murmured, the bullet spinning lightly in his palm before he flicked it back with a casual gesture, sending it racing toward the Uncle-S chest with almost no resistance. Raditz coldly surveyed the Uncle-S lifeless body, showing no hint of compassion, only a slight frown. What a useless individual. Suddenly, Raditz's scouter emitted a rapid, beeping sound, prompting his gaze to dart across the screen, which displayed a formidable presence located 880 kilometers away. Raditz furrowed his brow, a thought crossing his mind as he muttered softly, "Who could that be? Is it Kakarot?" Without a moment's hesitation, he took flight toward that direction. Piccolo stood atop a massive rock, his figure tall and imposing, his eyes sharp as blades, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. The gentle breeze stirred, billowing his flowing cloak, and he appeared both cold and authoritative, like a solitary mountain, impervious to intrusion. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness crossed his face. He squinted slightly, as if sensing something. His ears twitched subtly, and then a chilling aura gradually spread through the air. He slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing into the distance, as if he had detected a substantial, unfamiliar presence swiftly approaching. Although the energy was powerful, surpassing that of many ordinary warriors, Piccolo felt no alarm. Instead, a cold smile crept upon his lips as he mused. "Ah, it seems some ants are approaching." Raditz descended like a meteor before Piccolo, the air beneath him tearing apart with a faint rumble as he landed. His aura loomed like a colossal mountain, instantly enveloping the entire area in a powerful sense of oppression. That he coldly scrutinized Piccolo, his eyes devoid of emotion, his voice devoid of warmth. "You are not Kakarot? Who are you? What business do you have with me?" Piccolo stood atop the rock, unflinching as he returned Raditz's gaze. "That I am not looking for you," Raditz replied with a light chuckle, his tone dismissive. "Then what brings you here?" "Seeking death." Piccolo arched an eyebrow, his gaze sharp and his tone laced with disdain. Raditz laughed heartily, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. You possess quite the spirit." He activated his scouter, swiftly scanning Piccolo's combat data. When the screen illuminated, Raditz's expression shifted immediately, his eyes widening with shock. The data read, "Combat power 3500. This is impossible," Raditz exclaimed in disbelief, unable to mask his astonishment. Such strength existed on this planet, and he had never encountered such an individual. "Are you frightened?" Piccolo asked nonchalantly, his tone dripping with provocation. "If you seek death, I would not mind indulging you. Apologies. I am not here to fight. I only came to find Kakarot." Raditz quickly corrected himself, realizing his words might have been misconstrued. In recent years, Piccolo's mindset had undergone a significant transformation. He was no longer the warrior who merely resorted to anger 5 years prior. Had anyone dared to act so brazenly before him, they would have been reduced to mere rubble by his fist. "Kakarot?" Piccolo raised an eyebrow, shaking his head. "I do not know anyone by that name." "What are his distinguishing features?" Raditz breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing his opponent had not immediately attacked, allowing himself to relax slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Kakarot has a tail." It should be one of his most noticeable traits. That a sudden realization struck Piccolo, his mind conjuring the image of Son Goku. Son Goku does indeed have a tail. You are referring to Kakarot. "Aren't you? That monkey?" Piccolo interjected, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. He matched the description. "Well, it seems you are aware of him." Raditz nodded, a hint of surprise evident in his eyes. Piccolo inhaled deeply, coming to a realization. "I know him. His name is Son Goku." He paused for a moment. arching an eyebrow slightly. If you truly seek him, what is your relationship to him? I am his brother, Raditz declared, his expression turning serious, a deep aura pressing upon the surrounding air. Piccolo's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Raditz, somewhat taken aback. So, Son Goku had a brother of considerable strength. This was news to him. However, Piccolo refrained from further inquiries, merely pausing briefly before stating, I do not know where Son Goku is. You shall have to find him yourself. His tone was flat, as if this matter held little significance for him. Upon hearing Piccolo's response, Raditz felt an inexplicable pressure welling within him. Throughout their conversation, Piccolo's cold presence and formidable combat power had been a constant source of oppression, but he quickly made a decision. Lightly jumping back, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, Raditz thought it best to avoid conflict with this adversary. I shall take my leave, Raditz said, refraining from further conversation with Piccolo. As soon as his words fell, he swiftly ascended into the sky. Departing rapidly from the scene, he flew at great speed, his heart racing with unease, accelerating further, fearful that Piccolo might suddenly pursue him. After flying a considerable distance, Raditz glanced back to confirm that Piccolo was not in pursuit. Allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, suspended in the air, he reached for his scouter, watching as the data on the screen fluctuated rapidly, when he noticed a powerful energy wave displayed. Excitement surged through him. 12,990 kilometers, an exceptionally formidable combat power. This must be Kakarot. Raditz's heart brimmed with anticipation as he accelerated without hesitation, racing toward that direction. The air violently tore around him, the surrounding scenery retreating at lightning speed. Chapter 63. Brother, I implore you to come with me. Inside the Kame house, Chi-Chi stood in the living room, her brow slightly furrowed as she observed Marin lazily lounging on the sofa. Engrossed in play. Marin, hurry up and study, Chi-Chi commanded, her tone brooking no argument. Pouting, Marin reluctantly rose to her feet, but upon seeing her mother's stern expression, she ultimately complied and scampered to her room. As she walked away, she muttered, honestly, it's always studying. It's so dull. Chi-Chi exhaled with relief and turned toward the kitchen, preparing to whip up some snacks for everyone. Her management style remained as strict as ever, yet infused with a motherly tenderness. The house resonated with the rhythm of her bustling presence. Goku sat on the sofa, observing the scene before him, feeling a swell of emotions. He chuckled to himself. Thank goodness Chi-Chi married Krillin. Had she married me, as a poor student, I would have struggled to endure her disposition. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile, internally acknowledging Chi-Chi's personality truly suits Krillin, and they appear to be very happy together. Although his marriage with Chi-Chi had not materialized, he still regarded her as a friend, their bond strong enough that he felt no regret regarding the matter. Under the setting sun, outside the Kame house, the group stood by the seaside, relishing the cool ocean breeze. The waves gently lapped against the rocks, creating a melodious sound, while the air was infused with a salty sea aroma. Goku, Krillin, Bulma, and Master Roshi gathered together, chatting and relaxing, reminiscing about the days they had spent together. Goku inhaled deeply, gazing out at the distant horizon, and suddenly spoke. Do you all remember our childhood adventures in search of the Dragon Balls? We truly encountered a plethora of adventures. Bulma chuckled, recalling those times. Indeed, we were so determined to find the Dragon Balls, only to stumble into so much trouble. Krillin looked at Goku, an idea suddenly striking him. How about we gather the Dragon Balls once more? Perhaps we could make a wish or do something fun. Goku shook his head. I seem to have no wishes left. All my past desires have been fulfilled, and everyone is doing well. There is nothing in particular I yearn for. Krillin felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly shifted his focus. He picked up a small stone, applying force as he hurled it into the sea. The stone arced gracefully through the air before beginning to skip across the water's surface, dancing like a performer, eventually floating several hundred meters before gradually sinking beneath the waves. Hey Krillin, you're quite skilled at skipping stones, Goku remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes as he watched Krillin's actions. What do you expect? I practice every day to achieve such distance. Krillin raised his head with a sense of pride. Wukong picked up a larger stone, smiled faintly. and with a flick of his finger, hurled it towards the sea. The stone gently rebounded on the water's surface, gaining speed as it soared farther and farther away, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon, completely out of sight. Wow, Wukong, that throw was astonishingly far. Clint exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. I hardly practiced. It was just a casual throw, Wukong replied with a smile. Master Roshi, standing nearby, furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, Wukong's strength seems to have increased once again. Just as everyone was relaxing and chatting, Wukong suddenly raised an eyebrow and spoke, We have a visitor. Everyone paused for a moment, turning to look around, but saw no one. Bulma frowned. Who would come at this hour? We certainly haven't received any word. Impossible. There's not a soul in sight, Klin echoed, glancing around with confusion etched on his face. However, in an instant, the air seemed to thicken, as if a disquieting presence began to permeate the atmosphere. Master Roshi and Klin both sensed an overwhelming aura of killing intent, their hearts constricting as they instinctively froze in place. The change in Master Roshi's expression was palpable, his demeanor turning grave. This is an enemy. Klin also grew alert, clenching his fists. This presence is too powerful. That moment, a figure suddenly shot down from the distant sky, slicing through the tranquil sea. The individual moved with such speed that the naked eye could hardly follow, swiftly approaching before gently landing before them. Clad in armor and adorned with a peculiar device upon his head, he emanated an intense aura of pressure, his gaze icy, causing the very air around him to feel dense. Kakarot, his deep voice thundered, locking onto Wukong. You look just like your father, Kakarot. Klin and Bulma exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Bulma whispered to Klin, Kakarot, when did Wukong change his name? Raditz disregarded the earthlings, his eyes flashing with anger as he questioned in a low tone, Kakarot, what is happening on this planet? Wasn't your mission to exterminate all humans? Klin, sensing the escalating tension, felt a surge of indignation rise within him. He stepped forward, positioning himself between Wukong and Raditz, pointing at the latter and declaring, Sir, cease your nonsensical tirade and leave this place at once. A moment later, a grave voice emerged from the communicator. Raditz? What brings you to contact us at this hour? Is there an urgent matter? Raditz inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. The situation is dire and requires immediate action. That I've located Kakarot. He is on Earth and possesses far greater strength than we anticipated. If you do not hurry, we may miss a crucial opportunity. But on the other end, the Scions fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating Raditz's words before responding. Are you certain he is truly that powerful? Can you not handle him alone? Do you require both of us to assist? Raditz nodded, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He resolutely replied, He is even stronger than I imagined. I am confident that you both can defeat him. Come quickly. Understood. The voice on the communicator grew more serious. We will head over immediately. Remember, Raditz, if you deceive us, the consequences will be yours to bear. A chill ran through Raditz as he nervously nodded. Hastily terminating the communication, he knew there was no turning back now. Vegeta and Nappa sat on a desolate planet, the flickering glow of the campfire illuminating their faces amidst the surrounding silence. Vegeta casually tore at the arm of a beast, chewing on raw flesh, yet his gaze remained fixed on the distant sky. As he ate, he cast a disdainful glance at Nappa beside him. Nappa stood quietly, a hint of uncertainty etched on his face. He was aware that Vegeta's emotions were always complex, and Raditz's failure had evidently left him displeased. My prince, are we to set off for Earth? Nappa inquired, his tone tinged with hesitation. Although he shared a decent rapport with Vegeta, he understood the necessity of being cautious in his presence, as Vegeta's temperament could shift dramatically. Vegeta tore off another piece of meat, swallowing slowly. His eyes still locked on the heavens, the derisive smile crept across his face, a hint of scorn curving his lips. That fool Raditz cannot even handle such a trivial matter. He actually expects me to intervene. It is utterly laughable. His tone exuded an air of superiority, clearly indicating that he was unfazed by Raditz's failure, perhaps even contemptuous of it. However, the prince was intrigued to see just how formidable this Kakarot truly was. The disdain in Vegeta's words gradually morphed into a provocative curiosity, a glimmer of battle lust igniting in his eyes. Rising to his feet, Vegeta brushed off the dust from his attire. Then let us depart. Nappa. With that, he leaped into the air, activating their ship to journey towards Earth. Their vessel roared to life, departing the barren planet and soaring toward its destination like a tea-came house. Raditz stood aside, his expression grave as he informed everyone. My two companions, Vegeta and Nappa, will arrive on Earth in approximately 1 year. Goku approached and swiftly removed the scouter from Raditz's head. Raditz was momentarily taken aback, but did not resist. Goku handed the scouter to Bulma, casually stating, Bulma, could you see if this device could be improved? Also, remove the listening function. Bulma took the scouter, her gaze sharpening slightly, indicating her understanding that do not worry, Goku, I will eliminate the listening function. Improving this device is well within my expertise. As Raditz observed Bulma with the scouter, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Although he was unaware of the extent of Earthling's technological prowess, it was evident that Goku did not intend for his equipment to continue causing trouble on Earth. He chose to remain silent, his mind racing with thoughts of the impending events. Listen well, Raditz. Goku continued, oblivious to Raditz's shifting expression. I will not allow anyone to easily infiltrate Earth as for your so-called companions. I could crush them with the same ease as squashing ants. Do not harbor any unrealistic fantasies. Raditz regarded Goku with a mix of disdain and resignation, aware that he had little room for resistance. Goku contemplated the situation. Although Raditz was his elder brother, he was indeed a challenging individual to prevent Raditz from causing chaos. Goku resolved to leave him in Piccolo's care, hoping that Piccolo could impart some discipline. Sensing Piccolo's energy nearby, he instantaneously transported both himself and Raditz to Piccolo's location. Upon arrival, they found Piccolo standing upon a massive rock, his expression steely. Feeling the sudden surge of powerful energy, Piccolo turned sharply, his eyes landing on Goku and Raditz. Goku, what is this? Are you two brothers teaming up to challenge me? Piccolo spoke with a hint of provocation. Goku chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Piccolo, it's been 5 years. I merely came to see how you were doing. Nothing more. He then shifted to a serious tone. Piccolo, could you keep an eye on Raditz for me? If he misbehaves, feel free to teach him a lesson. Goku glanced at Raditz, a playful tone lacing his words. Just don't kill him. Raditz felt a chill at Goku's words. Being subjected to such treatment by his own brother was indeed disheartening. The formidable Piccolo before him, with a power level of 3,500, rendered Raditz acutely aware that he was no match for either Piccolo or Goku. Though resentment brewed within him, he could only accept this arrangement, swallowing his pride. Piccolo, having listened to Goku, offered a slight smirk, a cold amusement in his voice. Rest assured, Goku, I have no issue with this trivial task. Your brother seems quite suited for me to practice my skills on. He then turned to Raditz, a glint of amusement in his eyes. But you would do well to behave. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Raditz understood that this powerful being was not jesting, and his only thought was to remain inconspicuous and avoid inciting their ire. Piccolo regarded Goku, a challenge glimmering in his gaze, confidently declaring, So, Goku, shall we engage in a duel once more? Over the past 5 years, my strength has significantly increased. Goku, hearing this, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, then without hesitation unleashed his energy. The surge of power swept through the air like a tsunami, causing the entire earth to tremble. Far away at Kame House, Bulma, Krillin, and the others were thrown into a frenzy, rushing outside with anxious expressions as they stared at the tumultuous Is this an earthquake? Bulma exclaimed in alarm. Meanwhile, Piccolo, feeling the terrifying energy emanating from Goku, froze momentarily. The intensity of Goku's aura was nearly unbearable, an abyss of power that seemed unfathomable. His heart raced, cold sweat beating on his brow. As his energy began to spiral out of control, faced with such overwhelming strength, Piccolo found his earlier confidence wavering, his body trembling slightly. Goku reined in his energy, offering a relaxed smile. Piccolo, are we still fighting? He looked at Piccolo with a glint of mischief in his eyes. You certainly don't appear ready for a battle. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead, his complexion paling as he finally could not restrain himself. No more fighting. Goku, I just remembered that I have a training regimen to follow. I should return to my training. Raditz stood nearby, his initial arrogance completely quashed by Goku's overwhelming presence, his legs buckling involuntarily to the ground. The oppressive force made him feel as insignificant as an ant, unable to lift his gaze. Previously, he had been plotting how to betray Goku and join Vegeta upon his arrival on Earth to target Kakarot. However, after experiencing Goku's unparalleled strength, Raditz's resolve faltered completely. Chapter 65. Bulma's intentions upon returning to Kame House. Goku explained to everyone. I have sent Raditz to Piccolo. He will be kept in check to prevent any trouble. He spoke casually, yet internally resolved to ensure that Raditz would be adequately restrained under Piccolo's guidance. Bulma nodded in response, then stated, the internal materials of that scouter cannot be found on Earth. I must return to my lab to study and see how to improve it. After finishing her words, she turned and boarded her vehicle. Goku, would you like to accompany me to my home? It has been such a long time. We could chat. The group watched as Bulma prepared to leave, and suddenly, she poked her head out and smiled at Goku. Sure, I have no plans anyway, Goku replied with a grin. Without hesitation, he hopped onto Bulma's vehicle, and together they soared towards West City. As they flew, the vehicle glided through the cerulean sky, starkly contrasting with the bustling cityscape below. Bulma piloted the craft smoothly through the azure expanse. While Goku animatedly recounted his cosmic escapades and adventures, his demeanor light and cheerful, he recounted how he cultivated his abilities on a planet with overwhelming gravity, how he interacted with various alien races, and shared some amusing anecdotes. Bulma listened with rapt attention, occasionally chuckling softly, marveling at the richness of Goku's recent experiences, which could easily be woven into a book. You have truly become quite the storyteller. Goku, Bulma remarked with a smile, her eyes brimming with admiration. Oh, not at all. Just some mundane occurrences. Goku chuckled heartily. After a delightful flight, the pair finally arrived at Bulma's home. She piloted the flying vehicle smoothly into her spacious courtyard and turned to Goku, saying, all right, we've arrived. Let's head inside and discuss what's next. Goku nodded, and together they entered Bulma's abode, which was filled with an array of high-tech devices and experimental apparatuses. That it was evident that Bulma was quite accustomed to working in this technologically infused environment. Bulma gestured towards the sofa. Please, have a seat that I need to attend to a few matters. She then turned and walked into the adjacent laboratory. Goku, unfazed, sat on the sofa, casually picking up the remote control from the table to jest at the television programs. At that moment, Bulma emerged from the lab, holding a small device, her excitement palpable. Goku, this is a portable energy detector I've recently developed. Theoretically, it should be more precise than Raditz's detector. Yes, she spoke. She handed the device to Goku. Take a look. I can adjust it if there are any issues. This looks impressive, Bulma. You truly are a genius, Goku remarked, examining the device closely before bursting into laughter. Bulma chuckled with pride. Of course, however, some components still require refinement. After all, the materials available on Earth are limited, and many technologies must be sourced from outer space. She paused, gazing at Goku. But speaking of which, how do you feel about those adventures and battles in the universe now? Are you feeling a bit weary? Actually, I don't feel tired at all. Training only makes me feel stronger. Besides, with such an expansive universe, there are plenty of intriguing experiences to encounter. However, there are some matters I should contemplate seriously, Goku replied, furrowing his brow as he stroked his chin. Bulma, seated beside the table, looked at him with a playful glint in her eyes, gently setting down her utensils before suddenly saying, Goku, perhaps I should seriously consider the idea of marriage. As she uttered this, she instinctively leaned closer to Goku, seemingly anticipating his reaction. Goku's eyes widened slightly, and he instantly grasped Bulma's implication, momentarily taken aback. Although he had never fully comprehended Bulma's sentiments, he could sense the subtle atmosphere surrounding them. Bulma smiled at Goku, her gaze tinged with mischief. What's wrong? Did I catch you off guard? Her tone carried a light-hearted teasing, clearly not treating the topic with utmost seriousness. Goku, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and shyly chuckled. Bulma, you know I'm quite the straightforward guy. The notion of marriage is a bit complicated for me. His words were somewhat vague, yet he understood the essence of Bulma's statement. However, if there's nothing pressing, I'd like to grab a bite to eat. He added after a moment of silence, finally looking up at her. Bulma instructed a robot to prepare a feast, the aroma wafting through the air. Upon seeing the array of dishes, Goku's eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but swallow hard in anticipation. Although he was capable of drawing nourishment from energy in the universe, Earth's cuisine remained his ultimate delight. Wow, Bulma, this looks absolutely delicious, Goku exclaimed, unable to contain his enthusiasm as he eagerly began to dig in. You are truly incorrigible. Yet you can certainly appreciate the joy that Earth's food brings you. Bulma chuckled, observing Goku devouring his meal. As he ate, Goku responded, Indeed, there's a unique flavor to Earth's food that simply cannot be replicated. Especially these dishes, they are incredibly delicious. He relished each bite, as if each morsel filled him with profound satisfaction. Although you have grown stronger than ever, you remain the Goku who adores good food, which is wonderful, Bulma mused, smiling as she watched him enjoy his meal, a nostalgic warmth blossoming within her. After satiating his hunger, Goku wiped his mouth and began to examine Bulma's newly invented energy detector. The device bore some resemblance to those he had encountered previously, yet its functions were far more intricate. It not only measured energy levels, but also sensed mineral energies, various electromagnetic energies, and could even scan for specific energy fluctuations. This is truly remarkable, Bulma, Goku exclaimed as he explored its capabilities. Not only can it measure energy, but can also detect the ambient energy around us. You are amazing. Isn't it fascinating? I spent quite a bit of time developing it. Now, you can perceive not only your own energy, but also the energy fluctuations in your surroundings, which will aid you in your training. Bulma remarked, watching Goku play with her invention with a smile. Goku focused intently on the detector's display screen, scrutinizing the data. Here are energy readings of some minerals. I had never noticed these before. This detector's functionality is indeed impressive. He adjusted a few buttons, and the screen immediately revealed various minerals along with their emitted energy signatures. What are your plans moving forward? If you don't have any, why not stay at my place? Bulma suggested with a smile directed at Goku. Without hesitation, Goku replied, Sure, I have nowhere else to go, so staying here sounds great. He said this while continuing to explore the energy detector. Appearing completely at ease, observing Goku's relaxed demeanor, Bulma found herself flooded with complex thoughts that Goku's innocent smile, his powerful aura, and his unrestrained manner left her momentarily entranced, causing her heart to race and a blush to creep onto her cheeks. What is the matter, Bulma? Goku turned around, noticing her unusual expression with curiosity. Bulma was caught off guard, quickly composing herself and forcing a smile. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered something. She hastily lowered her gaze, pretending to nonchalantly tidy up the items on the table, her mind racing with thoughts. Goku remained oblivious to her unease, stretching by the window. It's wonderful here. The scenery is lovely. Living here is truly comfortable. His tone was carefree, seemingly unaware of the emotional turmoil brewing within Bulma. Bulma bit her lip, casting a furtive glance at Goku, a swirl of mixed emotions rising within her. Chapter 66. Capturing Vegeta as a pet in the days that followed. The interactions between Goku and Bulma became increasingly effortless. Aside from bathing and sleeping, they spent nearly every moment together. Whether dining, training, or engaging in light-hearted conversations, Goku and Bulma always found common ground, and despite years of separation, the distance between them had scarcely widened. Bulma would occasionally jest that it felt as if they had returned to their carefree, innocent childhood. She often shared her latest inventions or entertaining news from Earth, while Goku would reminisce about their childhood adventures or discuss training techniques. Their conversations flowed freely, devoid of awkwardness, as if they shared an innate understanding. Whenever Bulma gazed at Goku with a smile, he would always respond with genuine laughter, and there was no barrier between them. Bulma increasingly realized that Goku's smile was more enchanting than ever. Even simple statements like "I'm hungry" or "this is delicious" would make her heart race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, in the distant reaches of the universe, Vegeta and Nappa were awakening from their slumber in the spaceship's cryogenic chamber. After a prolonged period of sleep, both appeared somewhat disoriented. Vegeta opened his eyes, surveying the interior of the ship before calmly stating, "There's a small planet nearby. It should fetch a good price." Nappa nodded in agreement, promptly assisting Vegeta in operating the ship's controls as it swiftly launched toward the planet. The vessel descended like a meteor, crashing onto the surface, causing the ground to tremble and dust to billow. Once the ship landed, Vegeta and Nappa emerged, greeted by an eerie silence and an air of desolation. All around lay scenes of utter devastation. It was evident that this planet had been ravaged by some catastrophic event. Nappa cast his gaze downward, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "Can such a planet truly fetch a good price?" Vegeta shot him a cold glance, his voice low and measured. "Before we discuss its sale, let us first assess the resources." Just as they were about to proceed, the ground began to quake violently, and from the soil emerged two colossal robots. Within these machines operated local natives who, clearly, were unaware of the identities of Vegeta and Nappa, one of the robot operators. Upon spotting them, could not help but scoff. These two seemed to be aliens, and quite hideous at that. "Let's capture them for King Moai. He will surely be pleased." That Vegeta's brow furrowed slightly, a surge of anger swelling within him. Yet he maintained an outward calm, his eyes glinting with a dangerous aura. Nappa, poised to retaliate, was halted by Vegeta's raised hand. He coolly surveyed the robots and said in a steady tone, "This is a rare opportunity. Let us first meet their King Moai." Hearing Vegeta's words, Nappa raised an eyebrow in evident confusion, yet he chose to comply with Vegeta's directive. Consequently, the two were shackled with metallic handcuffs by the native robots and escorted to the residence of King Moai. As they traversed the ruins of what was once a thriving city, they were flanked by desolation. Wild grass and crumbling edifices abounded, signifying that this planet had long endured a cataclysm. Seemingly stripped of its former vitality, they passed through a vast wasteland and arrived before a grand palace. The stone columns outside were adorned with strange symbols, emanating an ominous aura. It was clear that this location had once served as the seat of power on the planet. And now, its master, King Moai, still wielded dominion over it. Vegeta and Nappa were confined to a dimly lit cell, the cold, hard metal door slamming shut, sealing their fate. The guards regarded them with icy stares, their voices devoid of emotion. "You shall remain here quietly, awaiting King Moai's decision." The cell was dark and cramped, the air thick with a musty odor, while a pile of unidentified refuse and dilapidated equipment lay in one corner. A few local prisoners sat despondently in the shadows, their expressions numb, as though they had grown accustomed to their bleak existence. One prisoner, appearing to be in his 40s, emaciated and filled with resentment, fixed his gaze upon Vegeta and Nappa, murmuring, "King Moai dares to capture even aliens. Does he not fear the trouble he is inviting? You have arrived in an opportune moment. You may not know this, but even my wife was taken by Moai. I was powerless to resist." As he spoke, a flicker of anger and helplessness crossed his eyes, but he quickly bowed his head, clearly tormented by his own impotence. Vegeta and Nappa sat at the opposite end of the cell, their gazes icy as they regarded the prisoner, clearly disinclined to engage with him. The Vegeta's eyes were devoid of any emotion as he leaned against the wall, lost in thought amidst the darkness of the cell. Nappa, in contrast, impatiently shook his head, evidently uninterested in the prisoner's lamentations. Inside the foreboding palace, dim lights illuminated the opulent yet chilling walls, and a barely perceptible scent of blood lingered in the air. King Moai reclined on a gilded throne, leisurely observing the dueling arena below. In the center of the arena, two burly warriors were engaged in a life-and-death struggle, blood splattering as the defeated one met his demise, his lifeless body discarded to the side. How dreadfully tedious! King Moai sighed, tapping the armrest of his throne, clearly having lost interest in the spectacle. His gaze swept over the arena, and after a moment of silence, he gestured to one of his subordinates. "Is there anything entertaining happening?" One of the subordinates cautiously approached, respectfully replying, "My king, we have recently captured a few aliens. They are currently detained in the cells and appear to possess some unusual strength. Upon hearing this, King Moai's eyes lit up with interest. He smirked wickedly. "Oh, aliens, bring them forth, that if they are pleasing to the eye, I shall keep them as pets. If not, haha, they can be sent to the arena." After all, there is little of amusement left. Just as he spoke, the grand doors of the palace suddenly creaked open, and Vegeta and Nappa strode in, their demeanor composed, as if the palace posed no threat to them whatsoever. King Moai's gaze sharpened, scrutinizing the two unfamiliar aliens, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Clearly, Vegeta and Nappa had managed to enter his palace without any escort. King Moai regarded them with a mocking smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Such ugly aliens. It seems there is no need to keep you as pets." He waved his hand dismissively, continuing to mock. "However, if you possess any skills, you may duel with my warriors. If you succeed, I shall grant you any request. But I truly do not believe you can win." His tone dripped with sarcasm and nonchalance. Exuding confidence in his subordinates, he surveyed the room, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "I merely wish to see what color the blood of aliens is. Now, let us give you an opportunity to fight." And no sooner had he finished speaking than one of Moai's warriors, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive double-edged sword, charged towards Vegeta and Nappa with ferocity. The warrior's movements were swift, the blade glinting ominously, poised to strike. Vegeta remained unmoved, a cold smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with disdain as the warrior drew closer. Vegeta extended a single finger to eye in an instant. The air seemed to still. Vegeta's energy remained undisturbed, yet a brilliant beam of light erupted from his fingertip, slicing through the air with the precision of a laser. The beam shot forth with incredible speed, leaving no time for the warrior to react. His body was pierced in an instant, blood spraying forth as he faltered, lifelessly collapsing to the ground. "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, retracting his finger, his gaze devoid of compassion. Clearly, such an adversary was of no consequence to him. The atmosphere within the palace turned eerily silent, all eyes wide in disbelief at the event that had just transpired. The so-called formidable warrior had been effortlessly dispatched by a mere finger for Vegeta. King Moai's expression shifted, the initial arrogance and confidence replaced by a barely concealed shock. He had clearly underestimated Vegeta's strength. As even his most capable subordinate had stood no chance, Vegeta fixed his cold gaze upon King Moai, his voice unwavering. "You stated that should we win, any request would be granted. Therefore, I now demand this planet." King Moai's face turned ashen, momentarily stunned, before his fury ignited, his voice rising to a fever pitch. "What did you say? This planet is mine. How could I possibly relinquish it?" Nappa, standing beside Vegeta, chuckled softly and added, "Did you not hear? We seek not just the planet, we desire the lives of everyone on this entire world." This proclamation struck like thunder, reverberating ominously in King Moai's ears. His rage surged uncontrollably, his eyes gleaming with a fiery light as an aura of murderous intent enveloped him. "You seek death." King Moai's voice was as cold as steel, his fist crashing down upon the table in a fit of rage. "You dare threaten me? You must be tired of living." Within the grand hall of Moai, Vegeta and Nappa stood surrounded by his numerous subordinates. The Moai's men brandished their weapons, charging at the duo with menacing intent. Nappa let out a derisive laugh, suddenly bringing his index and middle fingers together, while curling the other three fingers into a fist, his palms slightly open as he concentrated his energy. A tremendous surge of power coalesced behind him, causing the air to tremble. Moments later, Nappa thrust his hand upward, bellowing, "Super explosive wave." A colossal wave of energy erupted from his palm, carrying an overwhelming destructive force. All of Moai's assailants, caught off guard, were reduced to mere ash in the wake of the energy wave, leaving not a trace behind. "You worthless trash are hardly worth my time," Nappa stated coldly. His eyes filled with contempt. The palace fell into an immediate hush, the remnants of destruction surrounding them. Vegeta and Nappa stood unscathed, as though their previous actions had been nothing more than a casual gesture. King Moai, perched on his elevated platform, turned ashen. He could scarcely comprehend the scene before him. His elite warriors have been annihilated without a trace of resistance. This is impossible. Who? Who exactly are you? Moai shouted furiously, his eyes filled with terror. Who are we? You have no right to know. All you need to understand is that the planet and your life are no longer under your control. Vegeta cast a cold glance his way and remarked nonchalantly. Moai clenched his teeth and promptly pounded on the console beside him, urgently commanding, "Release Yeti immediately." "Hurry!" At his command, a massive iron door slowly creaked open, revealing an enormous creature. It was a terrifying monster. Towering over 10 meters tall, with a robust physique, bulging muscles, and a body covered in hard scales, its face adorned with sharp tusks. Madness glinted in its eyes as it trudged heavily towards Vegeta and Nappa. "This is my final trump card. Yeti, it will tear you apart," Moai bellowed. "Nappa, deal with it casually." Vegeta waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern for the colossal beast. Nappa stood before Yeti, his indifferent gaze fixed on the monstrous creature. Showing no hint of compassion, he simply grasped Yeti's thick finger. Yeti let out a pained growl, attempting to break free, but Nappa's strength far surpassed its own. With a sudden force, Nappa twisted Yeti's finger off. A deafening scream of agony echoed through the hall as Yeti's massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, causing the entire palace to shudder violently. Nappa regarded the enormous creature before him with an impassive expression. He casually raised one hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The wave struck Yeti's body, exploding upon impact. The once formidable Yeti was obliterated in an instant, leaving not even a bone or residue behind. Witnessing Yeti's swift demise, fear erupted in Moai's eyes. He momentarily froze before turning to flee, his footsteps frantic as if desperate to escape some impending doom. The former air of authority and arrogance had vanished, replaced by a profound sense of despair. "Trying to run?" Vegeta scoffed. With a mere flick of his finger, the air trembled. A wave of energy was released from his fingertips, slicing through the air with lethal precision, striking the fleeing Moai. With a sharp crack, the powerful energy wave pierced through Moai's back, sending him crashing to the ground, blood instantly staining the floor. The local residents, witnessing Vegeta and Nappa effortlessly vanquish Moai, surged forward, exuberantly shouting, "Saviors! Saviors! You have rescued us!" Their voices brimmed with excitement and reverence. Yet Vegeta and Nappa paid them no heed, indifferent as they navigated through the crowd and returned to their spacecraft. Once the ship was operational, Vegeta and Nappa aimlessly soared through the skies. The scenery of the planet whizzed past the windows, but neither had the inclination to appreciate it. After a spell, Vegeta cast a cold glance around, revealing a hint of weariness in his gaze. "This planet is truly worthless," he remarked dismissively, his tone laced with an innate arrogance and indifference towards all things. Nappa nodded in agreement. "Indeed, aside from some dilapidated resources, there is nothing here worth lamenting." Thus, Vegeta piloted the ship beyond the planet's atmosphere, venturing into the vastness of outer space. As they traversed the boundless sea of stars, Vegeta suddenly glanced back at the planet, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Let it be obliterated." Vegeta's voice was low and menacing as the ship's hatch opened. Standing at the edge, he extended a hand, his fingertip subtly moving, and a colossal wave of energy rapidly condensed at his fingertip. This wave emanated a cataclysmic aura, illuminating the entire universe as it streaked across the sky like a meteor, striking the unsuspecting planet. With a deafening roar, the planet erupted violently, a massive fireball expanding in the vacuum of space, its dazzling light consuming everything in its path. The remnants of the planet scattered like meteors after the explosion, gradually vanishing into the depths of the cosmos, leaving behind a profound silence in the darkness. Vegeta observed this spectacle in silence, a faint smirk gracing his lips. The destruction of a planet is truly a beautiful sight. His tone was filled with a sense of enjoyment and satisfaction at the calamity, akin to an artist admiring his completed masterpiece. Nappa, standing nearby, gazed at the starry expanse with a complex expression before turning to Vegeta and inquiring, "I wonder if that planet called Earth holds any value. That I've heard there are some strong beings there. Perhaps they might offer us a challenge." Vegeta chuckled lightly, his eyes brimming with disdain and scorn. Earth, if it is worthless, then let it be destroyed. His tone was casual, yet it exuded an undeniable sense of menace, as if he had already sealed Earth's fate. Nappa chuckled, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Then let us go see. Vegeta seemed eager to find an intriguing target, and Earth was their next destination. Chapter 67. Goku, let us marry one day. In Bulma's backyard, Bulma and Goku sat leisurely, basking in the warm sunlight and savoring delicious food. Bulma gazed at Goku, her eyes flickering with complexity, before suddenly speaking. Goku, let us marry. Goku, holding a cup of drink, froze at her words, accidentally spraying the beverage all over Bulma's clothes. Bulma gasped in shock, hastily wiping the drink off her attire. Her face a mixture of confusion as she looked at Goku. Goku, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide with incomprehension and marriage. Goku stammered, seemingly unable to process it. Are you joking with me? Bulma chuckled softly upon hearing Goku's response. Though her eyes retained a hint of seriousness, I am not joking, Goku. Didn't you say you have nowhere to go? I think if we enjoy being together like this, why not get married? Goku stared at Bulma, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Marriage? He had never truly considered such a thing, especially with Bulma. While he felt a deep friendship with her, even akin to family, the idea of marriage seemed rather abrupt. But we've always just been friends. I send team marriage a bit unsuitable. Goku scratched his head. I understand you might not be ready, but this is something I've seriously contemplated. What do you think? Bulma sighed gently, shaking her head at I haven't thought about this. I feel a bit lost, Goku admitted, looking helplessly at Bulma. That's all right, Goku. You can take your time to think about it. I just believe that if we both cherish each other, perhaps we could give it a try. Bulma smiled gently, as if she had anticipated Goku's reaction. As Goku looked at Bulma, memories of their time together flooded his mind. Countless adventures and trials they had faced. Their bond had indeed grown increasingly intimate. Take your time, Goku. Don't rush. I'll be waiting for your answer. Bulma smiled when Goku remained silent for a while. Goku nodded, although his mind was still somewhat muddled. He sensed Bulma's sincerity and anticipation. He thought to himself that perhaps he should truly contemplate this matter like a tea that moment. Bulma playfully added, but Goku, if you don't agree, I might just kick you out of the backyard. So think carefully. With that, she made a shooing gesture towards him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Goku chuckled at her humor, feeling relieved. Come on, don't be so serious, but I think I really need to ponder this. He grinned at Bulma. I will give it serious thought. That's good to hear. I await your good news. Bulma nodded lightly, her smile deepening. That night, as moonlight spilled through the window, Goku lay in bed, hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling, yet Bulma's words echoed in his mind. Goku, let us marry. This phrase was like a stone cast into the tranquil lake of his heart, creating ripples of thought. Goku repeatedly pondered the idea of marriage. He had never genuinely entertained such a notion, especially with Bulma. Despite their enduring friendship, and at times, Bulma felt like a family member, the sudden mention of marriage from her lips left him feeling somewhat bewildered. He closed his eyes, memories of the years they had shared resurfacing. Bulma's unwavering care for him, her companionship during his training, and her steadfast presence amidst countless dangers and challenges. They had evolved from mere friends to someone occupying a unique place in his heart. Whenever he encountered difficulties, Bulma always stood by his side without hesitation, and each time, what he received from her was not merely assistance, but rather an intangible support and encouragement. What am I truly thinking? Goku pondered silently to himself. He turned over, furrowing his brow, and gently pressed the back of his hand against his forehead. Goku was not accustomed to contemplating such intricate emotional matters. His heart had always been in a state of carefree bliss, accustomed to living life as he pleased, and to a world devoid of such complex emotional entanglements. Yet today, Bulma's sudden mention of marriage thrust him into a perspective he had never anticipated. Was she truly serious about this? Goku mused, what would our marriage be like? He couldn't help but start envisioning a life married to Bulma. Each morning, he could awaken to her radiant smile and share mundane moments with her. She would care for him in times of need and comfort him when he was weary, and he would continue to accompany and protect her But this time, it would transcend mere friendship, embodying a deeper commitment and responsibility that existed between spouses. Goku remained silent for a long while, Bulma's voice echoing in his mind. Subtle changes began to stir within his heart, feelings he had long overlooked now crystallizing with remarkable clarity. Perhaps I could give it a try, Goku whispered to himself. He closed his eyes, striving to calm his racing thoughts. He knew that Bulma had offered him a chance, and he was determined not to squander it. That night, Goku tossed and turned in bed for quite some time, until at last, in a fleeting moment, he sank into a deep slumber. The following morning, sunlight poured through the curtains, illuminating the room, and Bulma was already awake. Dressed in comfortable loungewear, she tiptoed into Goku's room. Inside, Goku lay on the bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, seemingly still lost in the thoughts of the previous night. Bulma observed his dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle, feeling a sense of triumph. It appeared that Goku hadn't entirely dismissed her words. She quietly approached the bedside, her eyes gleaming with mischief. She knew Goku was a pure-hearted individual, though somewhat careless. His feelings for her had always been exceptionally sincere. With a gentle leap, she landed on the bed, unhesitatingly diving into Goku's embrace, resembling a playful kitten seeking affection, her tone soft yet teasing. "Goku, have you made up your mind?" Her voice carried a hint of playful reproach, and the corners of her mouth curved upward, revealing her anticipation. Goku was momentarily taken aback by her sudden advance, his eyes widening in surprise, almost springing from the bed. Especially in the early morning, the Saiyans' intense energy and vitality stirred within him an exhilarating thrill. "Bulma, what are you doing?" Goku stammered, utterly unprepared for Bulma's unexpected intrusion. Bulma's laughter grew more exuberant, and witnessing Goku's bashful demeanor filled her with even greater delight. She nestled closer, relishing the moment of his fluster, thinking to herself that while Goku was straightforward, his feelings for her had always been genuine. "Come on, Goku, promise me," she urged, her voice laced with a touch of coquetry and a hint of hopeful expectation. Goku gazed blankly at Bulma, nestled in his arms. His cheeks flushed with warmth. With her so close, a fresh fragrance enveloped him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The complex thoughts that had clouded his mind moments before were now enveloped by Bulma's warmth, and all confusion and uncertainty dissipated in an instant. Thus, Goku finally made his decision. "Very well." He inhaled deeply, and in a hushed tone, declared, "I promise you, Bulma, let us marry." Though the words were simple, Goku's gaze held an unprecedented resolve and sincerity. Upon hearing this, Bulma was instantly overcome with an indescribable joy, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "You finally agreed." She tenderly pinched Goku's cheek, a subtle smile playing on her lips as she happily leaned against him. She felt Goku's heartbeat, sensing a seriousness and determination she had never encountered before. In the world of Dragon Ball, marriage did not require elaborate ceremonies, nor did it necessitate tedious documentation and procedures. There were no grand weddings, no relatives or friends in attendance, not even a marriage certificate, only a covenant of hearts. With the simplest of intentions, Bulma and Goku entered the realm of matrimony, lacking any ostentatious decor or so-called wedding banquet. Bulma smiled gently at Goku and placed a simple ring upon his finger. Goku, though somewhat bewildered, looked into her eyes filled with earnestness and resolve, and he too slipped a ring onto her finger. "Bulma," Goku murmured softly, his voice tinged with shyness. Unable to meet her gaze, yet his steadfast heart spoke with a force greater than any words. Bulma nodded gently, her face adorned with a smile that exuded a purity and satisfaction unrelated to age. Saying, "Yes, Goku." Her voice was soft yet resolute, devoid of any hesitation. She understood that Goku's heart was the most genuine, and his feelings for her needed no external validation. They had no splendid wedding gowns, nor were there petals scattering from the sky. They simply stood by each other, their heartbeats and breaths intertwining, and that genuine emotion became their most beautiful vow. This wedding was so simple that it scarcely qualified as a ceremony. Yet for them, such simplicity and directness felt all the more authentic and profound. For Goku, Marriage was not a formality, but a commitment to face the future alongside Bulma. For Bulma, no extravagance was necessary, for she knew that as long as Goku remained by her side, even the simplest moments would suffice to constitute her entire happiness. In that simple yet profoundly heartfelt moment, the world seemed to fade into insignificance. Whether it was the vastness of the universe or the clamor of Earth, in Bulma and Goku's world, there existed only one another. The vow and commitment held in their hearts transcended all forms of constraint. No matter what the future held, I will always be by your side, Goku whispered. Bulma nestled into Goku's embrace, smiling as she closed her eyes. In Bulma's home, her mother sat on the sofa, sipping a glass of fine wine, when she glanced at the clock, muttering, "This child promised to have me wait here. She has something to discuss with me. It's already noon. Why is she still not here?" Bulma's mother set down her wine glass, frowning with impatience. She awaited Bulma to share something significant, yet her daughter had yet to appear. Suddenly, Bulma's mother recalled that Bulma and Goku had been spending time together in the room. She wondered what had transpired. Curiosity bubbled within her, but she felt it prudent to grant her daughter some space. She stood up, intending to fetch some water from the kitchen, knowing her daughter's temperament. Matters often needed to wait until Bulma was ready to speak. At that moment, Bulma's mother heard soft footsteps descending the stairs. She turned to see Bulma coming down with a smile, looking radiant yet somewhat bashful. "Mom, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting," Bulma chuckled as she approached. "Were you and Goku deciding something?" Bulma's mother paused, a premonition stirring within her. "Yes, Mom, we're getting married," Bulma beamed. Just then, Dr. Briefs entered, and upon hearing Bulma's announcement, he couldn't contain his joy. His vivacious daughter was finally getting married. Although Bulma had once claimed she would focus on her work, if she didn't marry soon, she might end up as an older single woman. Bulma called upstairs, "Goku, hurry down." Moments later, Goku appeared from the stairs, a hint of shyness in his demeanor as he stood before Bulma's parents. Upon meeting the gazes of Bulma's mother and father, Goku softly uttered, "Dad, Mom." His voice carried a trace of nervousness. After all, it was his first time in this role. Despite their long-standing friendliness, today was a significant occasion. Bulma observed Goku's awkwardness and couldn't help but laugh. The Goku she usually saw was brimming with confidence, whether as an invincible warrior or a carefree child. Now, however, his demeanor struck her as both endearing and amusing. She playfully pinched his arm, chuckling. "What's wrong? Are you afraid to meet my parents?" Goku momentarily froze, lowering his head and murmuring, "No, just feels a bit strange." Bulma's parents exchanged glances, smiles illuminating their faces. Her father patted Goku on the shoulder, speaking kindly. "Goku, don't be nervous. We've long considered you part of the family." Her mother, also smiling, raised her glass, proclaiming, "Today is your big day. How can we celebrate without good wine?" She gently lifted her glass, signaling everyone to join in the celebration. Though Goku felt somewhat embarrassed, he sat down nonetheless, relieved that Bulma's parents were not as intimidating as he had imagined. Bulma leaned beside him, softly chuckling, "Look, your parents welcome you so warmly. There's no need to be so anxious." Chapter 68. Bulma, teach me. I'm clueless. That night, Bulma and Goku's marital chamber was adorned with a cozy and romantic ambience, with gentle lighting casting a warm glow upon the bed, creating a comforting atmosphere. Bulma had donned a seductive nightgown, standing by the bedside to tidy up. Goku couldn't help but gaze at her, feeling his heartbeat quicken as his eyes involuntarily roamed over her every detail. Sensing Bulma's allure, he swallowed hard, his heart racing ever faster. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Goku's mind. Would transforming into a Super Saiyan intensify this atmosphere? He mused internally, surely Bulma could handle it. After all, the power and presence that came with becoming a Super Saiyan were immensely formidable, perhaps adding a spark to this night. Goku pondered. A mischievous smile crept onto his lips, but he quickly realized that Bulma might be startled. The transformation into a Super Saiyan was not merely an enhancement of strength. The fluctuations in energy and the visual changes were quite pronounced. Goku felt uncertain about whether he could truly manage it all. On his wedding night, Goku was undeniably nervous, having never experienced such a situation before. Though he was a genius in battle, he seemed somewhat clumsy when it came to interpersonal relationships and emotions. Bulma, observing Goku's dazed expression, couldn't help but smile tenderly. Goku, don't be nervous. Just relax. Bulma gently grasped Goku's hand, comforting him that we are already married. You needn't worry about these things. We have plenty of time to take it slow. I don't really know what to do. I only knew how to fight before. I'm clueless about everything else. Goku scratched his head awkwardly, laughing nervously. Bulma chuckled softly, her warm smile easing Goku's tension. She moved closer to him, wrapping her arms around his waist and gently caressing downward. It's all right. I will help you. You need not be afraid. Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of playful tenderness. At that moment, the two embraced tightly, and Goku felt an unprecedented sense of ease as his anxiety gradually dissipated. That night, Bulma and Goku hardly closed their eyes. Although Bulma felt somewhat fatigued, witnessing Goku's earnestness warmed her heart. She knew that while Goku may struggle with these matters, he always endeavored to do his utmost. As time passed, Bulma's eyelids grew heavy, realizing that they would indeed stay awake through the night. Goku, having overexerted himself for a prolonged period, also felt his energy waning, his initial enthusiasm now dulled. As dawn approached, they finally found a moment to pause. Goku, you're too strong. You've exhausted me. Bulma lay on the bed, yawning. Bulma, I feel like I can't go on either, Goku replied, wrapping his arms around Bulma while closing his eyes. The two fell silent, drifting into a profound slumber, so deep that even dreams could not awaken them. It wasn't until the afternoon, when sunlight filtered through the curtains, that they finally stirred awake on the soft bed. Bulma was the first to open her eyes, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. Oh dear, it's already afternoon. I can't believe I slept for so long. She rubbed her eyes and glanced at Goku beside her, who was still asleep, his head resting on her hair, clutching a ball tightly, sleeping soundly like a child. What a big child! Bulma couldn't help but chuckle. In the days that followed, Goku and Bulma enjoyed a carefree and joyful life, returning to the places where they once adventured together, reliving their cherished memories. Although some years had passed, they still found joy in those recollections. One day, Bulma took Goku to Bowsy Mountain, the site of their first encounter. That time, Bulma had been riding a motorcycle, and Goku had accidentally crashed into her. Goku, do you remember? Bulma stood atop Bowsy Mountain, pointing down at the winding path below, smiling as she asked, of course I remember. You rode in on your motorcycle, and I crashed right into you, sending you flying. Goku looked around, then smacked his head, laughing. Indeed, you were so clumsy back then, you didn't even see me coming on my motorcycle and just ran out, tossing me off. Bulma giggled. Hey, I didn't see the road clearly back then. Goku scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. But you weren't angry at all. Bulma shrugged. What good would it do to get angry? I felt sorry for you, a poor country boy. She pointed at Goku with a teasing glint in her eyes. But who would have thought that later on, you would always want me to research all sorts of strange things? That is because I have a heart that isn't afraid of trouble, Goku replied, laughing even more heartily. Back then, none of us could have imagined we would end up like this. Bulma's smile softened significantly. I never envisioned it either, Bulma thought at that time. I didn't understand what friendship and companionship meant, but now it's clear to me. Goku gazed at her, his eyes growing tender. You were always so carefree back then, unafraid of anything, even crashing into me without suffering too badly. Bulma smiled, turning her gaze toward the horizon. I just wanted to have dinner sooner. Goku scratched his head, a hint of regret in his eyes. Silently, Goku and Bulma stood atop the mountain, reminiscing about their past adventures and joyful times that a few days later, Bulma discovered she was pregnant, a revelation that brought immense joy to both of them. Goku was as excited as a child, following Bulma around and incessantly discussing their future child. One evening, Bulma and Goku sat on the balcony outside, gazing at the starry sky, discussing names for their future child. Goku, we need to prepare a name for the baby, Bulma said softly. I've thought of one. If it's a boy, we'll name him Son Gohan, Goku exclaimed, instantly giving a thumbs up. Bulma nodded. Son Gohan? Not bad, quite meaningful. After all, he is your son and should inherit your name. Her eyes sparkled with affection. What if it's a girl? A girl. Goku's mind raced, silently recalling names from the anime. Yet none came to mind. Actually, I don't know either, he coughed, scratching his head awkwardly. Haha, Goku, how could you not have thought of this? Don't rush. We need to give her a special name. Nothing too casual. Bulma chuckled. Goku was in a panic, sweating profusely, thinking, how can I, with such poor language skills, come up with a good name for our daughter? He clutched his head, trying to squeeze out a good name from his mind. Well, how about we name her Sun Gulin? Goku suggested hesitantly. Sun Gulin. That sounds quite nice. That's it, Bulma said joyfully. While enjoying a blissful life with Bulma, Goku remained relentless in his pursuit of strength. Every day, he would take time to instantaneously travel to the universe's supergravity planets to continue his rigorous training. Compared to when he first arrived at planet Bulma via spaceship, Goku's strength had surged tremendously. He could effortlessly confront most opponents in his normal state, even feeling confident in defeating formidable foes like Frieza with his current base power. Although he could transform into Super Saiyan 2 at any moment, Goku chose to continue building his potential patiently, waiting for the right moment to break through and attain an even higher realm. His training was no longer solely about increasing combat power, but about transcending himself and challenging greater limits. With each training session, Goku felt his strength steadily rising, and his body and spirit had undergone a qualitative transformation. Moreover, he understood that even if the current enemies were insignificant, future threats still loomed. Goku dared not let his guard down. Despite his growth rate far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, he still had a long road ahead to become the strongest in the universe. Goku instantaneously transported to an unknown galaxy. Standing in the vastness of space, facing a massive, shimmering star, he sensed that this galaxy held no signs of life. Empty save for that brilliant star and two lonely planets drifting silently, making it an ideal place for him to test his current formidable power. Then, let us transform into a Super Saiyan, Goku murmured to himself, and immediately a powerful surge of energy erupted from within him, his hair swiftly turning golden and his eyes gleaming with a green light. Instantly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his internal power more vigorous than before, causing the very fabric of space around him to tremble slightly beneath his feet. He sensed the energy fluctuations around him, quickly adjusting his state and concentrating his energy. Then he brought his hands together at his side and shouted, Super Kamehameha! With a resounding cry, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from between his hands. The volume of the ki blast swelled instantaneously, warping the surrounding space with its sheer force. The ki wave resembled a colossal comet, hurtling towards a star with an unstoppable might that in this moment. The Super Spirit Bomb exhibited an unprecedented potency under the transformation of Super Saiyan. The ki wave traversed the vastness of the galaxy at an astonishing speed, almost instantly covering an entire light year. Crashing violently into the star erupted in a violent explosion, tearing apart the surrounding space, with powerful radiation and debris scattering in all directions throughout the cosmos. The brilliance of the explosion illuminated the entire galaxy, causing even distant planets to tremble under its force. Standing amidst the cosmos, Goku observed the star's destruction with a calm demeanor, devoid of any sense of triumph. Chapter 69. Goten is born. 10 months swiftly passed, and Bulma's belly grew increasingly large. Goku tended to her with utmost care each day. Though clumsy, his sincerity and concern were evident. At long last, the day arrived for the birth of Goku and Bulma's child. In the hospital, Goku was a bundle of nerves, his palms sweating as he paced back and forth. He occasionally peered anxiously towards the delivery room, filled with anticipation and trepidation, when the nurse emerged to inform him that both mother and child were safe. Goku leapt into the air, his face alight with uncontainable joy, and rushed into the delivery room. Bulma appeared somewhat fatigued, yet wore a blissful smile. Goku gently accepted the child from the nurse, and upon seeing that the little one was a boy, his face lit up with elation. He proudly lifted the child high, exclaiming, "This is Goten, our little Goten." Witnessing Goku's exuberance, Bulma couldn't help but chuckle, feeling that all her struggles were worthwhile. Goku, filled with curiosity, picked up Bulma's energy detector and aimed it at little Goten. He pressed the button, and the detector emitted a series of beeps as the numbers on the screen rapidly fluctuated 0.1010001000. The number soared, and Goku's eyes widened as the detector finally settled at an astonishing 10. 000. Bulma. Our child is incredibly powerful, Goku exclaimed in shock. Bulma glanced at the detector. Although she lacked a concrete understanding of battle power, Goku's expression told her that this number was significant. She raised an eyebrow and smiled. Perhaps it's because your genes as a father are exceptionally formidable. Goku considered this. Finding it plausible, he reflected silently. After his genes underwent a transformation through the activation of Super Saiyan, it was inevitable that such power would be passed on to Goten. With this in mind, he mused that a battle power of 10,000 for a newborn was actually quite modest. Modest, you say? Are you indulging in a bit of humble bragging? If those aliens outside knew, they would probably be too frightened to approach. Bulma laughed, covering her mouth. Well, that's for the best. It saves us from any disturbances. Goku scratched his head. He gazed down at little Goten in his arms, unable to suppress a proud smile. It seems I have much to teach you, Goten. A month later, Bulma's household was abuzz with excitement. Although Goten was merely a month old, the growth rate of Science was astonishing. He could not only walk steadily, but even run a few steps on occasion. The Goten's small figure darted around the house with boundless energy, leaving both Bulma and Goku somewhat overwhelmed. Bulma, our son's appetite is massive, rivaling my own as a child, Goku remarked, watching as Goten polished off an entire jug of milk and simultaneously grab a handful of snacks to munch on. Thankfully, we have plenty of money at home. Otherwise, you two gluttons would have devoured us into bankruptcy. Bulma leaned back in her chair, a cup of coffee in hand, a smile playing at her lips. Well, eating a lot is the key to growing fast. Goku scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Daddy, I want more meat. Goten piped up, raising his head and speaking in a sweet, babyish voice. Bulma chuckled and shook her head. All right, little master, there's still roasted chicken in the kitchen. Eat slowly. Don't choke. She couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate they were to have a spacious home, with ingredients replenished daily in the kitchen. Otherwise, they simply couldn't keep up with the appetites of these two. That this little guy is bound to surpass even me in strength someday. Goku mused, gazing at Goten's greasy little face, sitting in the courtyard. Goku watched Goten darting around. Filled with excitement and vitality, he took out the energy detector and quietly measured Goten's battle power, which surged to an astounding 20,000. This little one is only a month old. Hasn't he even begun training, and is already this strong? Could he be akin to Broly, surpassing even my own innate talent? Goku pondered. The image of Piccolo surfaced in his mind. He recalled Piccolo's training progress. Noting that while his power had increased, it paled in comparison to the current Goten. If Piccolo were to train Goten, it could be an excellent idea. But what if Goten accidentally knocks Uncle Piccolo down? What then? Goku scratched his head in distress, envisioning Piccolo's complex expression after being easily bested by Goten. This won't do. Goku stroked his chin, recognizing that while Piccolo was formidable, he required even greater enhancement. I remember that the warriors from Namek possess a unique ability to assimilate and merge to enhance their strength. If Piccolo were to visit Namek and undergo that process, he might become even more powerful. The more Goku thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Standing in the courtyard, Goku closed his eyes, attuning himself to the energies of the universe. That a faint yet growing presence from deep space caught his attention. It's Vegeta and Nappa. Their spaceship should arrive on Earth in about 3 days. Goku furrowed his brow, a slight grin forming at the corner of his mouth. Goku clenched his fist, contemplating just how much progress have the Dragon Ball warriors made over the years. It's time to witness their growth. Although they may not be a match for Vegeta yet, every battle could benefit from the presence of these comrades. He stepped into the room, where he found Bulma amusing Goten. A warm feeling swelling in his heart, he quickly adjusted his demeanor, gently ruffling Bulma's hair as he smiled and said, Bulma, I'm heading out for a bit. The Saiyans are arriving, and I need to prepare in advance. You and Goten stay at home. Don't worry, I'll return shortly. Rest assured, we'll take care of ourselves. Just don't overexert yourself. Remember to use instant transmission to come back if necessary. Bulma noted, recognizing the seriousness in Goku's expression and nodding in agreement. Goku acknowledged her with a nod and vanished in an instant. His destination was to meet Earth's mightiest warriors, Piccolo, Tin, Krillin, Yamcha, and Chaozu in the wilderness. As soon as Goku appeared, he spotted Piccolo meditating atop a mountain. While not far off, Raditz was training vigorously, throwing punches at the air with intensity. Observing Raditz's serious demeanor, Goku couldn't help but smile slightly. It seems Piccolo has tamed this hot-headed fellow quite well. Son Goku, you've arrived. Piccolo opened his eyes and looked up at Goku, speaking in a calm tone. Raditz halted his training, turning to Goku, and upon seeing him, dropped his previous arrogance, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Raditz has become so well-behaved. This is truly remarkable. Piccolo is indeed the finest of mentors, Goku marveled inwardly. Goku landed beside Piccolo, getting straight to the point. Piccolo, Vegeta, and Nappa's spaceship should arrive on Earth in about 3 days. Did I come to see how your training has progressed? Raditz informed me about Vegeta last year. So, I've been training harder than ever. I won't let you down, Piccolo replied, his expression steady as he glanced at Goku. Piccolo, your energy is significantly stronger than it was a year ago. It seems you've indeed been diligent in your training. Goku sensed Piccolo's energy levels. Raditz chimed in, Piccolo's training intensity hasn't been low, and my strength has increased considerably as well. However, Vegeta and Nappa are not to be taken lightly, especially Vegeta. His power is terrifying. Son Goku, when those two arrive, I will ensure they learn that Earth is not a place to wreak havoc. Piccolo said with a cold smirk. That's good. It seems this battle will be quite interesting, Goku replied, giving a thumbs up. After bidding farewell to Piccolo, Goku instantaneously teleported to Master Roshi's island. Upon his arrival, he saw Krillin seated at a table, patiently guiding little Marin through reading and writing, the girl beaming with joy while Krillin radiated a fatherly glow. Goku sensed Krillin's energy and sighed inwardly. It seems Krillin's energy hasn't changed much. He has likely been immersed in family life all these years, neglecting his training. Krillin, Wukong greeted cheerfully, shattering the warm atmosphere of their study session. Wukong? Krillin was taken aback, turning to look at him. What brings you here? I came to see how everyone is preparing, as Vegeta and Nappa will arrive on Earth in 3 days. Krillin, you need to be ready too, Wukong stated straightforwardly, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, a hint of hesitation appeared on Krillin's face. He glanced at Marin, who was diligently writing, and then at Chi-Chi, who sat beside her, seemingly caught in a dilemma. Chi-Chi, sensing Krillin's gaze, immediately placed her hands on her hips and spoke firmly. Krillin, you must not go. Marin's education is of utmost importance. You must stay with her? Well, Wukong, I think I should stay home. Chi-Chi is right. Marin's education cannot be delayed. Krillin awkwardly scratched his head, forcing a laugh in Wukong's direction. All right then, take care of the house. If you need assistance, remember to call me anytime, Wukong remarked, glancing at Chi-Chi and then back at the resigned Krillin. Unable to suppress a bittersweet smile, he did not wish to impose on Krillin. So he simply nodded. Understood. Wukong, please be cautious. Krillin nodded repeatedly. As Krillin watched Wukong depart, he let out a sigh, feeling a mix of reluctance and resignation as he continued to accompany his daughter in her studies. Wukong instantaneously teleported to a valley, where he spotted Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi engaging in a spirited spar on the grass. Nearby, Lan Qi lounged on a rock, resting her chin in her hand, lazily observing their training. Wukong, Tianjin Fan was the first to notice his arrival. Promptly halting his movements, he strode towards Wukong, with Jiaozi following closely behind, both appearing quite pleased. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, it's been a while. Wukong waved, his gaze sweeping over the two, sensing a significant enhancement in their energy compared to before, prompting a nod of approval. Lan Qi rose, crossing her arms as she regarded Wukong, remarking, what a rare visitor. Son Wukong, it's been years. You become increasingly elusive. I've been training a bit far afield lately, but I felt it was time to check in on old friends, Wukong replied with a sheepish grin. After exchanging pleasantries, Wukong turned serious as he addressed Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan, Two formidable Scions are set to arrive on Earth in 3 days that I wanted to ask if you would like to join me in witnessing their arrival. Upon hearing the mention of powerful Scions, Tianjin Fan's demeanor sharpened, the thrill of battle igniting within him. He clenched his fists. Wukong, there's no need to ask. I would never miss the chance to face strong opponents. I'll go too, Jiaozi chimed in enthusiastically. Great. Then we shall meet in 3 days. Wukong beamed at their determination. Lan Qi, overhearing, chuckled. Tianjin Fan, don't overexert yourself. She then waved at Wukong, adding, Son Wukong, do take care. Wukong nodded in acknowledgement, bidding farewell before vanishing once more dead on a desolate highland. Wukong spotted Yamcha diligently practicing his punches atop a mountain. His movements were swift and powerful, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, indicating he had been training for quite some time. Yamcha, Wukong called out with a smile. Hearing the familiar voice, Yamcha paused, turning to see Wukong, and immediately ceased his training, wiping his brow. Wukong, you've finally shown up? It's been years. You are quite the mystery. I've been training in the universe lately. Just returned to see how everyone is progressing, Wukong replied, scratching his head with a grin. I'm not slacking off. I've been working hard these past years. Your timing is perfect. We can spar a bit. Yamcha said, patting his chest, I have something important to tell you. 2 powerful Scions are coming to Earth in 3 days. Wukong waved his hand dismissively. Powerful Scions? Yamcha's expression turned serious. How strong are they? With your current strength, facing them will certainly be a challenge. But with me around, there's no need for concern, Wukong thoughtfully remarked, smiling. All right, since formidable foes are approaching, I cannot stand idly by. I will be there on the day. Yamcha declared, his fighting spirit ignited. Excellent. We shall meet in 3 days. Make sure to be in top form. Wukong nodded in satisfaction. Wukong waved goodbye and disappeared in a thin air once more. Chapter 70. The arrival of Vegeta on the morning 3 days later. Outside the Kame house, sunlight bathed the seaside cottage as everyone gathered. Tianjin Fan, Jiaozi, and Lan Qi stood to one side, while Yamcha leaned against the wall, and Piccolo and Raditz sat on a rock. Conversing in hushed tones, an atmosphere of tension, reminiscent of the moments before battle, permeated the air. Wukong emerged from the house, surveying the group with a smile. Everyone is here. The Scions will arrive on Earth at precisely 11:43 this morning. 11:43? That's rather specific, Yamcha inquired, puzzled. Indeed, Wukong nodded, then turned around. Let's go. I will take you to the location where they will land. The group soared into the sky, following Wukong to a barren wilderness, where the landscape was expansive. Surrounded by mountains, devoid of any human presence. Son Wukong, how do you know the Scions will land here? Piccolo couldn't help but ask once they landed. They wouldn't normally land here, but they must land wherever I tell them to. Wukong replied with a mysterious smile, crossing his arms. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The confidence and dominance emanating from Wukong's words heightened their curiosity about him. Wukong did not elaborate further, merely gazing at the sky. Prepare yourselves.